story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the cure.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York. The nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Of course it's your business, Jimmy, your problem. But if you tell Carew you won't do it, he'll tear his gardenia off and stamp on it with both feet.
Then look out for flying petals, Dr. Gillespie, because I'm not going to do it.
Well, now, he might stamp on you, too.
That I can't help. I've got a patient waiting in emergency, and as far as I'm concerned, that's more important than any specially conducted tour.
Not to Carew, at least not when a wealthy patron is about to make a donation.
Well, after all, that's his problem. I'm a doctor, not a promoter. Let me see.
Oh, confound it, Jimmy. After all, Carew is the superintendent of this hospital.
You? Taking his side? I don't believe it.
Well, now, I'm thinking of your career. Yeah, sure. I never played hospital politics, you know, that's true. But maybe I should have. Look where I ended up.
Mm-hmm. Only the world's greatest diagnostician. Too bad you couldn't have been a success.
Well, but there are different kinds of success. Now, you take Carew.
You take him.
All right, but come in.
Well, gentlemen.
Speak of the devil.
The devil? Oh, I really fail to see what... Oh, there you are, Dr. Kildare.
Yes, but I'm leaving right now,
Just a moment, please. You do have an assignment, you know.
I know. Showing some millionaire's secretary around the operating room. Sorry, I haven't the time.
And precisely what is this case you consider so important, may I ask?
Oh, some poor fellow collapsed down the street, and they brought him in here a little while ago. He's still unconscious.
Why, it's a heart condition, obviously. The intern can deal with it.
It was the intern who called me, Dr. Carew. He's scared, and I know how he feels. Well, I'll see you later.
Dr. Kildare, I positively and absolutely forbid you to... Did you see that?
See what, Carew?
Insubordination, Dr. Gillespie. Rank insubordination.
Nonsense. Kildare has a patient waiting, that's all.
A patient? Huh. When I have a representative, a Mr. Jeremiah Ramsey, coming right here to this office any minute.
Not really.
Oh, yes, indeed. And I'm quite sure we can expect a $500,000 donation or more if we can show clearly the hospital needs it.
Well, I've never seen a time Blair Hospital didn't need it, or any other hospital, for that matter.
But I was counting on Dr. Kildare to, explain things. I've been away from actual practice for some time, you know, and after all, my talents do run more to administrative lines.
Yeah, heaven help the patient who ever had to depend on your medical talents.
See.
Dr. Carew, there's a Miss Mudd out here to see you.
Miss Mudd?
She says she'd like to look over the hospital.
Oh, dear.
Well, Carew, your millionaire secretary has apparently arrived.
Oh, dear. Miss Parker, please ask her to wait a few minutes.
Very well, Doctor.
Well, Carew?
Dr. Gillespie, I wonder if I could prevail on you to...
Don't look at me.
But somebody has to convince her we need that donation.
And since there are only two of us left...
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Parker, hand me that stethoscope again, will you?
Here you are, Dr. Kildare.
Well, it certainly isn't a hot condition, as Carew calls it. You can take a look at that thermometer now.
All right, Doctor.
Good thing young Benton called me. If this had been handled as a routine stroke.
97.4.
Subnormal. Let me see now. Oh, there's a slight precipitate beginning to form here.
What do you think's wrong with him, Dr. Kildare?
Well, it isn't a heart attack. I wonder if he could possibly... Come in. Oh, Benton, yes.
I brought his wallet and things up from the office, Dr. Kildare. Is there any change yet?
No, none of any importance, but I think I know what's wrong. Let me see now. Yes, if I'm right, there should be... Here we are.
What is that?
If bearer is found unconscious, notify nearest physician immediately. Give no stimulants.
So that's what it is.
Uh-huh. Diabetic coma. Parker, get 20 units of insulin from the dispensary. And hurry.
And here is our number 3 operating room, Miss Mudd. After you.
Thank you, Dr. Carew.
And like the others, this room, too, is utterly inadequate.
You don't say so.
Oh, yes, indeed, utterly. As, of course, you can see for yourself.
Well, I don't know. I think you're underrating your institution, Doctor.
Oh, my dear, look, the lighting. Absolutely preposterous.
I'd say it was average, possibly a little better.
Oh, good heavens, no. The lighting over this operating table would never pass inspection by the State Board.
Indeed.
Of course, it's nothing that a few $1,000s wouldn't take care of.
Oh, well, if that's all that's needed,
yes, Miss
then
Mudd?
I would certainly think an institution this size could manage it somehow.
Oh, well, that's only for this room, and only for the lighting. Actually, the whole hospital is in horrible condition.
Oh, Dr. Carew, you must be exaggerating.
Exaggerating? My dear Miss Mudd, do you realize that our equipment is so obsolete, our supplies so limited, that we're unable to maintain even the minimum sanitary standard required by law?
What?
Oh, yes.
Shocking. Dr. Carew, I have never been so amazed in my life. Tell me more.
Oh, come in, Jimmy, come in. How's your emergency patient?
Oh, I think he's out of danger now. He's diabetic, you know.
Oh, coma, huh?
Mm-hmm. We gave him the regular insulin and a balanced shot of protamine zinc. Benton's staying with him, and I'm going back later. I suppose Carew was a little put out.
Only to the extent of turning pale pink and calling it rank insubordination.
He'll probably tear my insignia off in front of the assembled staff.
Jimmy, you've got to learn to take these things more seriously.
Oh?
Oh, true enough, Carew is an imbecilic nincompoop.
Granted.
But nevertheless, he can do you a lot of harm professionally.
Look, Dr. Gillespie, you know I went into medicine for several reasons, but mainly just because it's the best way I know of helping people. And as far as I'm concerned, the only professional harm that could happen to me would be to change that idea.
Kildare, that's rank idealism.
You know where I learned it.
If you mean from me, that's different. I've been at this hospital since time immemorial, so I can afford to be a cantankerous rebel. You can't.
Maybe not. But I still believe the first consideration in medicine always is the welfare of the patient.
Yeah, sure, I agree with you, but...
Oh, I know the hospital needs money, too, and unfortunately a big part of it has to come from donations. Okay. But I still think...
I have no argument with you at all. You're absolutely right. But confound it, why can't you be a little more diplomatic with Carew?
You really mean that?
Well, of course. Pull his whiskers. I don't care what you do.
Well, I'm back, Dr. Gillespie, in case you need me.
Parker, every time you're away for an hour, I'm reminded just how little I do need you for anything.
Well,
You'd make a good, horrible example for Carew's sales talk. Why, Miss Mudd would take one look at you and...
Miss Mudd.
Quite a name, isn't it?
And Carew thinks that she's a representative from his wealthy patron.
Why, yes.
Come on, Dr. Gillespie, before it's too late. We've got to find Carew.
Oh, yes, gentlemen. Miss Mudd just left. went out to lunch. She'll be back later, of course. She was most impressed by the things I told her.
Yeah, imagine she was. Well, Kildare?
Just what kind of things did you tell her, Dr. Carew?
Well, now, of course, I may have gilded the lily just a bit, overemphasized the rundown condition of our equipment, even hinted at slight irregularities in our ethical standards due to lack of funds, but all in a good cause, Dr. Kildare, if I may take occasion to remind you.
I see. Then I take it you're entirely satisfied with what you've accomplished. Feel now that it's just as well I didn't talk to this woman.
Well, far be it from me, Dr. Kildare, but I really do doubt that you could have done quite as good a job of selling.
Go on, Kildare. Slip in the business. I can't wait.
Slip me the business?
Dr. Carew, you'd better hang on to something. You see, Miss Mudd is not who you think.
She's not? Well, then, who is? I mean, where is Mr. Ramsey's representative?
Well, it sounds very much as though he's the man I've had waiting downstairs in the lobby all morning.
What?
Anyway, Mr. Grunion sent word up that he wanted to look over the hospital.
And you kept him waiting all morning? We're ruined. Absolutely ruined.
Oh, that isn't the worst of it, Dr. Carew. There's still Miss Mudd.
Oh, dear, I'd forgotten her.
And apparently you've also forgotten the announcement of her appointment a few months ago. She's one of the new examiners for the State Board of Hospitals.
Really? Well, in that case, I suppose I better... Oh, heaven help me.
Yeah, you'll need help from somewhere.
But you don't realize all the things I told her.
We can imagine.
I said we were violating sanitary regulations, ignoring fire codes, paying no attention whatsoever to institutional law, and... Good heavens.
Carew, stop spinning.
But we're ruined. Absolutely ruined.
Oh, I don't think it's that serious. She'll make a report to the Board of Regents. They'll throw you out, of course.
Throw me out?
But after that, things should settle back to normal.
Normal, you say? Normal? Huh. I won't see anyone. I won't see anyone.
Dr. Carew, get a hold of yourself.
Cast aside like an old shoe, and my poor wife, she just ordered new drapes for the dining room.
Fine. Be nice for the new superintendent.
After all the years I've given to Blair Hospital, the best years of my life, Oh, Dr. Kildare, it's all your fault.
My fault? Now, really?
Sorry to butt in, fellas, but I got kind of tired of waiting down there. My name's Grunion.
Mr. Grunion, I just now learned of the atrocious treatment you were given this morning, and I want to offer you, nay, beg you to accept my abject apologies and humble assurances.
Carew, stop licking Mr. Grunion's boots.
What's wrong with him? One of the mental cases?
Oh, no. Dr. Carew is our former superintendent.
You're kidding.
No, really. You see, he takes the patient's troubles so much to heart that sometimes it's just too much for him.
Now,
Wait now, Mr. Grunion, if you don't mind waiting outside, I'm sure he'll be all right in a few minutes.
But I've been waiting up.
Well, now, what are we going to do?
Carew, you're a fathead.
No, dear.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
What a morning.
Yeah, things have been a little hectic, all right.
Dr. Gillespie, I'll give you 10 to 1. We made a mistake in letting Carew go off alone with that Mr. Onion or Grunion or whatever his name is.
Well, I don't know how we could have stopped him, Jimmy, without locking him up.
I guess not. He's all set to die for dear old Blair. To make one last gesture and hand over $500,000 along with his resignation.
Ah, the idiot.
Well, I've never seen anyone else in my life who could blunder into as many ways of doing the wrong thing.
He's a biological paradox, the only example known to medical science of a living human being born without a brain.
What on earth are you talking about, Dr. Gillespie?
My mistake, Jimmy. He is one of two examples. Well, what do you want, Parker?
You don't have to shout at me.
I don't even have to put up with you.
Well,
It's all right, Parker. He just has another mild case of Carewangitis.
Crew and what?
Never mind. How's the diabetic in 508?
He's conscious now. That's what I came to let you know.
Good.
Dr. Benton said to tell you that he's responding normally and can probably have something to eat about 2:30.
Fine. I'll drop by to see him right after lunch. Which, by the way, is a good idea. Well, my dear doctor, shall we go across to Sullivan's and risk ptomaine poisoning again?
No, you go ahead, Jimmy. You go on. I've got a halfway idea how we might straighten out the blunders Carew made when he talked to Miss Mudd.
Now, wait a minute. You're not starting to come up with brilliant schemes, too.
Well, now, something has to be done.
All right. Tell her the truth.
Ah, it isn't quite that simple.
It could be.
You just leave it to me, Jimmy. Now, 10 minutes conversation, I'll have everything all fixed up.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Parker?
Huh?
Parker, I'd like your opinion about something.
Oh, why, of course, Dr. Kildare.
Tell me, what do you think of a man who's prone to go off on tangents and violate his own principles?
If you're talking about who I think you are, well...
A man who has repeatedly claimed that a staff doctor should concern himself only with the medical affairs of the hospital and should stay away from the...
Fiddle-faddle, I think that's what he'd say.
Yes, stay away from the fiddle-faddle. Thanks, Parker.
Ah, fiddle-faddle.
And then when you find that man doing exactly the opposite from what he believes, well, how can you explain it?
Well, I guess you just can't, Dr. Kildare, unless, of course, he was born without a brain.
Born without a... Parker, you get out of here. Go on. Get...
All right. There are times when I wish he'd been born without vocal cords.
Parker. Confounded tarnation.
It's insubordination, Doctor. Rank insubordination. Well, give my regards to Carew when you get out on that same limb with him. I'm going to lunch.
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Grunion. The lighting over this operating table is completely inadequate. You see?
Well, now, I don't know, Dr. Carew. It looks all right to me.
Oh, my dear sir, it's frightful. Really frightful. Of course, it's nothing that a few $1,000s wouldn't take care of.
A few $1,000s, hmm?
That's only for the lights, and only in this one room.
I see. Well, it sounds like the place is in pretty bad shape.
Of course, $500,000 isn't really very much to a wealthy and generous philanthropist.
No, I suppose not. You know, Dr. Carew, I'm frankly amazed. I had no idea the conditions were so bad here at Blair.
Mr. Grunion, you've only heard the beginning. Just wait until I get through.
Dr. Gillespie, do you mean to say that you went without your lunch and waited here for me to get back in order to tell me that?
Well, now, I think the information is fairly important, Miss Mudd. And, of course, it'd be impossible to tell you in front of him.
I see. Well, I imagine it might have been a good deal more shocking if I weren't partly prepared for it already. I suppose you are quite sure.
Oh, yes, of course. Ordinarily, he's quite normal, but he does have these spells when he gets nuttier than a walnut grove. Of course, we've all known about it all these years, you know.
Well, shouldn't something be done about it? I mean, after all, the superintendent of a big hospital like this...
Oh, he's perfectly harmless, yes,
Oh.
yes. The only symptom is that pessimism you saw this morning. He thinks the whole place is falling to ruin when actually it's running at the top efficiency.
Amazing. Dr. Gillespie, do you know that this is the most remarkable institution I have ever seen?
Good afternoon, Benson. How's our patient?
Well, Dr. Kildare...
Young man, I'm quite capable of answering the question for myself.
Oh, you apparently are. Feeling all right, eh?
I haven't felt better since my 62nd birthday. Thanks to you, so I'm told.
Oh, well, you've been told wrong. Dr. Benton's your physician. I'm only a consultant in the case.
Thanks to both of you, then.
Dr. Kildare, if you're going to be here a while, I think I'll grab some lunch.
Sure, go ahead.
His response has been completely normal. I gave him 10 more units at 1 o'clock and ordered a standard DB lunch. It's due now.
All right, Benton. See you later.
Talk about a man like he's a dad-blamed specimen under a microscope.
Oh, but you're a live specimen, at least.
Yeah, good point. Very good point.
Of course, you won't be long if you go around skipping your insulin shots very often.
Well, a man gets careless at my age.
I know.
Worse than that, gets to be a dad-blamed fool. You wouldn't know.
Oh, well, I'd say you're a long way from being a fool.
Flattery, that's all. You a staff doctor here?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Getting rich at it, imagine.
Oh, yes. I have a private annex at Fort Knox.
Young man, suppose I hadn't been a half block from a hospital when this happened.
Oh, but you were, so why suppose?
Yes, imagination's bad business.
Have lunch with me, young fellow. Always hate to eat alone.
Sure, I'll have a cup of coffee. I like to watch a convalescent patient eat. It means he's recovering.
Means you'll get rid of him that much quicker, too.
Oh.
You know something, young man?
Hmm?
I think we understand each other.
You know something else? I think I agree with you.
Well, Dr. Kildare, come in.
Dr. Carew, Dr. Gillespie, what are we holding here? Council of War or victory celebration?
Jimmy, it worked like a charm, just as I told you it would.
I see. Where are the sacrificial victims?
Mr. Grunion is making a phone call at the moment.
Miss Mudd's gone after some forms to be signed.
Dr. Gillespie is being coy, you know. He won't tell me what he said to her, but it must have been effective.
I'll bet it was.
And, of course, Mr. Grunion is thoroughly so.
I suppose you gave him the same story you told Miss Mudd earlier today.
Oh, an even better one the second time. Everything is just wonderful, Dr. Kildare. Why, I'm even inclined to forgive your little peccadillo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carew.
Oh, well, come in, Miss Mudd.
I'll just leave these with you, and you can mail them in.
Oh, Miss Mudd, I don't believe you've met...
Oh, hello, Dr. Kildare.
How are you, Miss Mudd?
You know each other?
We met at lunch over at Sullivan's.
Yes, we had a very interesting conversation. In fact, that's the only reason I'm giving the hospital a clean bill of health, so to speak.
What?
You see, Dr. Kildare told me the whole story. And after all, Dr. Carew, I couldn't see any of those terrible conditions you tried to point out.
Do you mean you already talked to Kildare when I was telling you about Carew being a mental case?
Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, yes, but I thought it was so cute to let you go on with it.
Cute?
Well, I suppose I really should go.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Grunion.
Well, Miss Mudd, imagine meeting you here.
You two know each other.
Oh, yes, we met at the medical convention in Albany a few weeks ago.
Yes, we did. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Well, Mr. Grunion, I do hope you'll be able to convince Mr. Ramsey of our need.
Ramsey? Who's Mr. Ramsey?
Why, he's your, Mr. Grunion. Who in heaven's name are you?
Field representative for the Pan Acme Hospital Insurance Plan.
Oh, dear.
We had considered putting Blair Hospital on our preferred list.
Oh, dear.
But, of course, that's out now that I've learned about conditions.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Grunion, I think the boys have been giving you a rib. Maybe I can straighten the whole thing out.
Well, I do respect your opinion, Miss Mudd.
Well, come on, then. Let's go find a quiet spot and reminisce about Albany. See you again soon, Dr. Kildare.
I hope so. Goodbye, Miss Mudd.
Dr. Kildare, I hardly know what to say.
Carew, I think we both said too much already.
Well, since everything seems to be taken care of, I guess I'll just get back to work.
There's only one thing. I'd so counted on that donation from Mr. Ramsey. I wonder what could have happened to his...
Ramsey? Oh, Dr. Carew, I almost forgot. Mr. Ramsey should have all the arrangements completed and a check deposited to the hospital account by, the end of the week.
What?
Dr. Kildare, how do you know?
He told me a little while ago, as soon as he recovered from his diabetic coma.
Oh, no.
You mean that emergency patient in 508, the one that you... Oh, dear.
He seems to be highly impressed by our efficiency and our concern for the welfare of the patients. Maybe overly impressed.
I must go lie down. I must go and take an aspirin or something. Oh, dear.
Well, then, Jimmy.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, I was just lucky.
Confounded.
Oh, now, don't say it.
But I... All right.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie, I've got all these forms filled out now for the State Hospital Board. If you'd like to sign them, we'll get them sent off.
Love to sign them, Jimmy. I hope you've included our best regards to Miss Mudd.
Oh, yes, enclosed a personal note.
Personal, huh? I hope you asked her to say hello to Mr. Grunion just in passing. Maybe at some Albany convention.
I mentioned his name.
Good. Well, here you are. And may they both rest in peace.
Allowing for your exaggerated metaphors, I guess I agree with you. A mix-up like that once a year is plenty.
Dr. Gillespie, there's a Mr. Beetlepuss here to see you.
Beetlepuss? Never heard of him, Parker.
Well, he says he wants to look over the hospital. Dr. Kildare, what are you doing under that desk? Dr. Gillespie, get down off that coat rack.
Parker, why does he want to look over the hospital?
Well, because he works for the phone company, and he has to know where the new telephones are supposed to go.
Jimmy, you go with him.
Not me, Parker. Take Mr. Beetlepuss upstairs and introduce him to Dr. Carew.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ted Osborne, Isabel Jewell, Will Wright, and Wilms Herbert. Dick Joy speaking. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine, a clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
All right, one side, please. Let me through here now. Pardon me. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Now, stand back. Now, will you please move back, everyone? Give her a chance to breathe.
Did you bring the doctor with you, officer?
No. You the owner of this lunchroom?
Yeah, Hurley's my name. Should have brung a doctor. She's in bad shape.
Yeah, she looks it. What happened?
We walked in here about 5 minutes before midnight, stood there by the door a second, and she fell flat on her face, out cold.
Ever seen her before?
No. And don't get any wrong ideas. She didn't buy it in here.
Didn't buy what?
Smell her breath.
Oh. So that's it.
She's drunk. Boy, this younger generation.
Just a kid. 17 at the most. Oh, well. Give me a hand here. We'll get her out to the car.
You going to take her down and book her?
Planning to file charges?
No. Just get her out of here. That's all I care.
I think I'll take her over to Blair Hospital. Come on. Give me a hand.
Okay.
Yes, she seems to be responding to the caffeine a little now, Dr. Gillespie.
Good, Jimmy.
At least that fluttery pulse is beginning to straighten out.
I think you can start giving her the oxygen now. Keep her on it for a couple of hours or so. She'll pull out of it all right.
Yes, Doctor. Oh, Sergeant, it's a good thing you brought her here. That's Alcohol in her bloodstream running over 3 parts in 1,000. Well, she really needed a doctor.
Well, I didn't have the heart to run her in, Doc. She looked too young, I guess. Or too pretty.
Find anything in her purse?
Yeah. Match folders from 3 different bars, for one thing. I'll pay him a little visit in the morning. She's an obvious minor.
Any identification, Blaine?
Marion Lewis, according to the card here. Address on the Upper West Side. Nearest relative is her mother, Mrs. Clyde Lewis. Same address.
Well, she certainly had one too many to find her way there tonight.
This girl's had a dozen too many, so it wasn't any accident. She did it on purpose. I wonder why.
Jimmy, stop right there. You're going out on a limb again.
Why should she deliberately set out to knock herself silly? What's behind it?
I don't know, and if you're planning to butt in and try and find out, you can do it alone.
Count you out. That it?
Confound it, yeah, sure. I'm getting too old for this probing into patients' lives.
I see.
It's a case of acute alcoholic poisoning. So let's leave it that way. You just treat her and release her.
All right. Nobody's pushing you.
Dr. Kildare, the oxygen equipment is coming up in the freight elevator.
Good, Barker. Oh, Dr. Gillespie, do you mind if your able assistant stays here and helps me?
Of course I don't mind. Glad to get rid of old Snoopy for a while.
Well,
I guess I better get going, Jimmy. Want to check with the precinct desk and notify the girl's parents.
All right, Blaine. I'll let you know how she gets along.
I'll walk out with you, Blaine. I never like to interfere with Kildare's cases.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, there is one thing, Jimmy, though. Just for the report, of course.
Oh?
As soon as she's conscious, let me know what you find out about her.
There, now, it's all right, Marion.
All right. Where am I?
You're in Blair Hospital. I'm Dr. Kildare.
Hospital?
Parker, you can have this inhalator taken out. Bring some hot coffee. I think that'll be better now than the caffeine shot.
all right, Dr. Kildare. I'll be right back.
I wish I could die.
Oh, is that what you were trying to do?
No, but I didn't care whether I did.
17 years old and didn't care whether you lived or not?
I suppose you're like everybody else. You think it's just great to be young, and everything's perfect, simple and easy.
No, I think it's a fairly confusing world at any age, Marion. But it's a lot worse when you're just finding it out.
No, I found it out all right. How did I get here?
The police brought you.
The police?
Sergeant Blaine, friend of mine. You passed out in an all-night lunchroom.
What are they going to do to me?
Nothing. There are no charges against you. After you're released in the morning, you can go right out and do the same thing again if you like.
Yes, I probably will. What of it?
Oh, one night you won't get to a doctor soon enough, or a car will run you down, or something.
I know. I don't care.
Marion, how long has this been going on?
Drinking? The last few months. Tonight was the worst yet.
Like to tell me the reason?
You wouldn't understand. You'd just think it was silly. Even my father and mother don't understand.
Unfortunately, parents are the last to understand sometimes. It's a mixed-up world for them, too, you know.
Not for mine. They got it all figured out. And they despise me. They hate me.
Oh, come in, Parker.
Here's the coffee, Dr. Kildare. The night supervisor had some already made.
Good. Put it here on the table by the bed.
All right, Doctor.
You probably don't want this, Marion, but let's try to get a cup or two down anyway.
Dr. Kildare...
You can have a little cream if you like, but it's better if you drink it black.
Oh, Dr. Kildare...
Well, Dr. Gillespie, you wanted a full report as soon as she was conscious enough to,
Kildare. This is Mr. and Mrs. Lewis, Marion's parents.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
I've just been talking to your daughter.
How is she?
How is she? I've already found out she's dead drunk.
Clyde, please.
She's going to be all right, Mrs. Lewis.
Oh, thank heaven.
Oh, Elizabeth, you take up for that kid no matter what she did. She's no good, and that's all there is to it.
I'm afraid I don't agree with you, Mr. Lewis.
I suppose you think you know more about her than I do.
Strangely enough, I think I do.
Jimmy.
Excuse me, Dr. Gillespie. Mr. Lewis, I'd like to talk to you in the outer office for just a minute. Huh?
All right.
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, I knew something like this was going to happen to my daughter.
Mr. Lewis, I've just been talking to your daughter, as you know, and, well, if I may take the liberty of advising you, I'd like to say that she has a good many problems.
Problems? A girl her age has problems?
Not to you, maybe, but enough to put her in a hospital. The reason I wanted to talk to you out here, away from your wife, is that in time they might become big enough to kill her if you're not worked out.
And what are all these problems?
Oh, just little ones. Silly ones, in fact. Like, well, you wanting her to wear clothes too young for her and that she's not allowed to have dates when other girls of her age are. Things like that.
No, that's it. That's what started it all.
Hmm?
One night I caught her sneaking out and meeting some fellow at the corner drugstore. To lock her up in her room for a month.
Don't you realize you just can't lock a person up and expect them to understand? You've got to talk things over with them.
Talk it over with her? You act like she's already a grown-up woman.
Well, at 17, if she's not well along to being grown up, she never will be. You see, Mr. Lewis, a girl her age is...
All right. Everybody to their own opinion. She'll be ready to leave here in about 10 minutes?
She won't be ready to leave here tonight.
Why not?
Because, Mr. Lewis, I'm not ready to release her.
Well, now, we'll just have to see about that young fellow. I think you've got a few things to learn.
Maybe so, but in my opinion, there are a whole lot of things you ought to learn, Mr. Lewis, and for the sake of that girl, you'd better learn them fast.
Jimmy, I agree with you. You're absolutely right. But confound it, relax. Calm down.
Okay, Dr. Gillespie. I'm sorry I lost my temper, but... Oh, well.
I know. That righteous smugness of his would make anybody.
Yeah.
He can't see any side of it but his own.
Just it. There's nothing really bad about that girl. All she needs is someone who will treat her as a person, who will listen to her ideas and try to understand her.
Well, I guess her father's given her very little of that. You know, Jimmy, it's the same old business. 9 times out of 10, alcoholism is a secondary problem. There's always something behind it. Usually the reason isn't as clear-cut as this one. Come in. Well, if it isn't Dr. Carew.
Gentlemen, just step right in, Mrs. Lewis. Mr. Lewis?
Thank you.
By the great horn spoon. Carew? Do you sleep in that gardenia?
Certainly not, Dr. Gillespie. But merely because it's 3 o'clock in the morning is no reason not to make oneself presentable when one is called on to appear in public, that is.
Presentable. Yeah.
Dr. Kildare, these people tell me you precipitated a little crisis.
Well,
Carew, inasmuch as Kildare and I have similar opinions in this matter, you may address us collectively.
Oh, dear.
Why, Dr. Gillespie, I thought you were too old for this sort of thing.
Ridiculous. Well, Carew, fire at will.
Now, Dr. Gillespie.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm only concerned with one thing. Dr. Carew, suppose you give this young man his orders.
Now, Mr. Lewis, just leave this to me.
Carew, the answer is no.
Dr. Gillespie, please. Now, Dr. Kildare, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to release the young lady to the custody of her parents at once.
Sorry, but I'm holding her for observation.
Observation? She's able to talk. She's able to go home where she belongs.
I'm not so sure that is where she belongs.
Now, Dr. Kildare, we can't let our personal opinions enter into our cases, you know.
Well, then call it a professional opinion. Dr. Carew, she's under my care, and according to law, she stays there until I release her.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't take such an unfortunate attitude as...
I'll get it. Kildare speaking.
Sergeant Blaine, Jimmy.
Oh, yes.
Sorry to have to tell you this, but there's just been a complaint filed against the Lewis girl for shoplifting.
What? Are you sure it's her?
Can't be any doubt since the description filed fits both her and the clothes she was wearing.
Look, Blaine, can you stall until the morning, and I'll call the shop and try to fix it up or something?
I'll do what I can, Doc. Call me in the morning.
Oh, thanks. Goodbye. Well, there's no use having any further discussion about this tonight. I've got a patient who's in trouble, and if I can, I'm going to help her out of it. Regardless of what anyone says, I'm not going to release her until I'm ready. That's final.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, that's that. 4 a.m., Dr. Gillespie. With all the irate parents and our fat-headed superintendent cleared out now, maybe we can finally get some sleep.
Yeah, could be, Jimmy. Of course, we still haven't done much toward clearing up the problem, though.
I know. I can hold them off for the moment by refusing a release for Marion, but that's only temporary. Something has to be done tomorrow.
What about this shoplifting business? It's pretty serious, isn't it?
Serious enough. Apparently, Marion tried on some clothes in a dress shop, then left wearing them while the salesgirl was busy at something else.
Ah, the crazy young fool.
Now, Blaine's going to stall the warrant as long as he can. I'll call the shop in the morning, see if I can get them to drop the charges if I guarantee the cost of the clothes.
Getting in pretty deep, aren't you, Jimmy?
Oh, what can you do? Well, I noticed you were right there with me.
Well, that was merely a personal attitude toward Carew. If he'd said black was black, I'd have said it was green.
Oh, all right, so it was entirely personal. And it still doesn't answer the question, how are we going to help her?
The girl needs understanding. Problem's as simple as that. Only the answer's not quite as simple.
No, because the only logical answer is to bring her and her parents together. Right now, they're 1,000 miles apart.
They need some common basis to work from. By the tarnation, aside from the fact that they're distantly related by birth, I don't see one.
Neither do I. I'm going to talk to both sides again in the morning.
Do that, Jimmy, do that. Now, we'd better both get some sleep, or tomorrow you'll look as wilted as Carew's gardenia.
I don't know why I did it, Dr. Kildare. I only meant to look at the clothes and try them on. And they were so beautiful and so...
So they made you look grown up, huh? They were clothes you'd picked out yourself?
Yes. And I was so miserable I didn't care what happened. So I took them.
Took them? You know, we never get anywhere by kidding ourselves, Marion. Is that really what you mean?
No. I stole them. Dr. Kildare, will they send me to jail?
No, they got a check this morning. They've withdrawn the charges.
You sent them... But why? I can't pay you back. I don't have a job. My parents think I'm too young to work.
Well, forget that for the moment. We'll worry about it later. Marion, how did all this start?
Well, I don't know. My folks wouldn't let me have friends at home. Not any at all.
No?
And finally, I got so I'd slip off to the corner drugstore and talk to people. Boys. It wasn't anything. We just laughed and talked.
I see.
And Dad found out about it and locked me in my room at nights for a month.
So finally it all led up to last night, huh?
Yes.
And a dead end, too, because that isn't the solution, you know.
Dr. Kildare, there isn't any solution. I won't go back home again and have them tell me how low I am, how ungrateful, and how I failed them. And there's nothing else. Nothing.
Well, now, now, Mr. Lewis. Maybe Kildare isn't quite as wrong as you think he is.
Of course he's wrong.
Now, wait a minute. You and I come from what they call the older generation. And the world's changed a lot since we came into it.
Well, maybe the world has, but right and wrong never change.
Oh, that could be. I sometimes wonder, though, if we don't use these words right and wrong pretty loosely. Anything that we're familiar with, that is, that we learned before we were 21 years old, we call right. And anything new that's come along since, we call it wrong. With no basis for it either way.
And I can't agree with you, Dr. Gillespie.
Huh.
Everybody knows the things this modern generation does, and I won't have Marion acting the same way.
Well, it seems to me that people have been selling the younger generation short for about 20 centuries or more. But each time they managed to come through it all right.
No, sir, things were different when we were young.
Ah, different, yes, but not necessarily any better. And you know, we didn't do such a hard job of building a new world, Mr. Lewis.
Well, nevertheless, I feel that...
Oh, come on in, Jimmy.
Mr. Lewis.
Good morning, Dr. Kildare.
I guess I owe you an apology. Sorry I lost my temper last night.
Well, I did a little of that myself, as I remember. But I think we can be more reasonable about it this morning.
Oh, I hope so.
And my wife's waiting downstairs, so if you'll fix up that release, we'll just take Marion right along with us.
Well, she's a very hurt girl, Mr. Lewis, or a very sick one, if you want to put it that way.
Well, hangover can give...
Oh, no. It's a lot deeper than that. I do hope you'll be gentle with her. Try to talk to her and reason with her.
Look, Kildare, when I was a kid and did anything wrong, my father didn't talk to me. He used the back of a hairbrush. That's reason enough for me.
It's no use, Jimmy. I tried every argument I could think of.
Well, Dr. Kildare, are you going to sign that release or not?
No, I'm not, Mr. Lewis. In my opinion, Marion still needs medical care.
In that case, I'd better see a lawyer.
Whatever you like.
Oh, one other thing, Kildare. I understand you paid off that dress shop for the clothes Marion stole. Of course, I want to make good
save it for the funeral.
I see. Well, I'll find out from the police and mail you a check. I pay my debts.
I can tell you one you'll never be able to pay.
I think that's a matter of opinion. Good day, gentlemen.
Well, there goes nothing.
He's hard-headed, all right.
And the worst of it is, he loves his daughter. He's just as hurt as she is.
Sure he is, but he's too confounded stubborn to tolerate any idea but his own.
And there's nothing we can do.
Mm-hmm.
If he sees a lawyer, he'll have her back in his custody within 24 hours. I can't support any claim that she needs further medical care.
Well, we did all we could.
Now, come in, Parker.
Dr. Kildare, have you forgotten you're supposed to make the rounds in the crippled children's ward at 11 o'clock?
No, Parker, I was just about to... Say, you know something?
What?
A long shot. Parker.
Huh?
Go stop Mr. Lewis and bring him back here. His wife, too. Hurry.
Haven't we seen about enough of this now, Dr. Kildare?
Oh, there's only one more section, Mr. Lewis. It's right ahead of us.
Well, it can't be much different from the others.
Now, here we are. We won't go inside. We can look through these windows along the corridor. These children are all under 5 years old.
Oh. And all of them are handicapped in some way.
In various ways. And furthermore, most of them are charity patients, wards of either the hospital or some charitable organization.
Dr. Kildare, I assume you had some point in mind when you insisted we come here with you. I wonder if you'd explain just what it was.
I'm not sure whether I can explain it, Mr. Lewis. I guess I wanted to show you some of the differences in handicaps, and to point out that physical handicaps aren't the only kinds. Look, Mr. Lewis, that curly-headed little boy there by the window, the one with braces on both legs.
Yes, I see.
Suppose he was yours, and you didn't happen to like the way he was forced to walk. Now, what would you do? Try to help him to learn to walk his way, or beat him with a hairbrush because he couldn't walk your way?
Well,
Can you imagine a child like that being no good?
Well...
Oh, Clyde, we have been wrong sometimes, you know. We failed her as much as she could ever fail us.
I wonder if maybe you aren't right. So many things we could have done and didn't.
So many things we thought were important. Perhaps they're not.
Elizabeth, Well, I think maybe we'd better talk this over.
You'll find a conference room at the end of the corridor. You won't be disturbed.
Well, thanks, Dr. Kildare. Come on, dear.
Well, I'll be darned.
You're the luckiest man I ever saw.
Oh, I didn't hear you come up.
Long shot paid off, huh?
Well, that's the way it seems.
And I'm glad it did, but...
But what?
Jimmy, would you mind explaining the logic of your plan?
Well, I don't know. I just had a hunch, I guess, a feeling.
But confound it, Jimmy, it doesn't even make good sense.
Only there's one thing about it, Dr. Gillespie.
What?
It worked.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie.
Confound it, Parker. Can't Kildare and I have 5 minutes conversation without you poking your long nose in?
Well.
Never mind. What do you want?
Well, Dr. Carew's outside there. Shall I show him in?
Show him in, show him out. I don't care where you show him.
Oh.
I think I know what he wants. I doubt if he's heard
Oh, let's pour it on him, Jimmy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, Jimmy, look, if it isn't Dr. Carew.
Yes, I believe it is at that.
Gentlemen, please.
Step into our parlor, Carew. Speak up. What's on your mind?
Gentlemen, I've refrained from exercising my authority, but there can be no more quibbling now, no more dilly-dallying.
Isn't that word dallying, Dr. Gillespie?
Jimmy, I think you're right.
Gentlemen, that girl, I want her released at once.
I guess he means you, Jimmy. I'm not holding any girl.
Dr. Gillespie, you know very well who I mean. It's that Marion Lewis girl.
Lewis? Marion Lewis?
Well, there is something familiar about that name.
Oh, I remember, Dr. Gillespie. That's the girl who left with her parents right after lunch.
Dr. Kildare, I won't listen to any other... She what?
You know, I don't think Dr. Carew really knows what's going on around here.
Oh, dear. But I thought... I mean, you said that... But last night you... Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Parker, open the door for Dr. Carew. He's trying to walk through the back of the closet.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ted Osborne, Lorene Tuttle, Tal Avery, Barbara Ruick, and Jack Crucian. Dick Joy speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your new neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. In every family, there are special days. Days which, though simple, will live forever in our memories. There's the day Junior had his first haircut. The day Dad backed into the garage door. Or the day Mother didn't back into the garage door. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, it's dinner time. And one of those days is in the making. It will be known as long as an Anderson remains as the day Father received the Christmas bills. Like this.
It's outrageous, that's what it is. The most outrageous thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Pass the potatoes to your father, Betty.
Yes, Mother. Potatoes, Father.
Thank you. It's gotten so that Christmas isn't a period of joy and celebration. It's a plot to collect all the money overlooked by the government. I've never seen such an assortment of bills.
Kathy, won't you please eat your dinner?
But I have to watch Daddy.
I'm sure he'd much rather you ate your dinner.
But I want to see the steam come out of his ears.
The what?
Well, Bud said when you saw all those bills...
Holy cow, Kathy. I didn't mean it really would. I was just, you know... It sure was cold out today, wasn't it?
Well, for certain people, it's going to get warmer. Much warmer. Have the bread, please.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Say, Dad.
Look at this. $17.70 for mucklucks. Now, what the devil are mucklucks?
They're knitted slippers, dear.
For $17.70?
That's for 6 pair, Jim. I sent them to my sister Kathleen and her family.
Oh, fine. Now, what did she send us? 5 napkin rings painted by hand in the kindergarten of a school for backward children.
Jim, that's not the proper attitude to take.
Oh, it isn't it? You don't see that brother-in-law of yours shelling out any $17.70 for mucklucks, do you? I tell you, Margaret, we've got to realize that we aren't the Morgans or the Rockefellers. We're just plain, simple people, and we've got to act that way.
Yes, dear.
Say, Dad.
When I was a boy, thrift was an important part of the daily life. The family worked together to see how little it could spend, not how much. They tried to help put something away for a rainy day. Not us. This family lives in a continual cloudburst.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
As long as we're talking about money, I need $5.
Bud.
Oh, that's fine. That's just great. I give out with a long lecture on thrift and economy, and all it does is remind my son that he needs $5. Now, why do you need $5?
To be a bird watcher.
A what?
A bird watcher. You watch birds.
I wouldn't care if you watched elephants. Why does it have to cost $5?
Well, you have to buy a manual. It tells you how to watch. And you get a button. And they have meetings every Tuesday and Thursday night.
No.
But, Dad, watching birds makes you alert.
No.
It gives you a better understanding of your feathered friends.
No.
And it's educational.
No.
Oh, gosh. You certainly want me to be educated, don't you?
Yes.
Then I can go?
No.
Oh, would you care for some more coffee, dear?
I certainly would. Thank you.
I'll bet Evelyn Finney's a bird watcher.
You keep out of this, Kathy.
Bud's got a girl.
I have not. You just wait, Kathy. That's all. Just wait.
Bud's got a girl.
Dad.
All right, Kathy. Stop that and drink your milk.
But I did. It's all gone.
Well, get some more milk and drink it.
Gee whiz.
And behave yourself. Now, where was I?
The part about putting something away for a rainy day.
Thank you. Rainy day. Oh, look, I don't want you to think I'm being stingy or that I don't want you to enjoy a healthy, normal life, but what's that?
What's what, dear?
On the buffet. Is that another album of records?
Oh, you ought to hear them, Father. They're simply dreamy.
You see, that's what I mean. A new album, and we've got so many records now we can join the Disc Jockeys Union.
Do disc jockeys have a union, Daddy?
How do I know?
Well, you just said
I said if they had a union, we could join it.
Why?
Because we have so many records.
Are you going to be a disc jockey, Daddy?
No, I'm not going to be a disc jockey.
Why not?
Because I'm an insurance jockey. Oh, Kathy, drink your milk.
I did. Twice.
Well, eat your cake.
I don't have any cake.
What have you got?
Jell-O.
Well, eat it and be quiet.
Gee whiz. Father, there's no need to get excited about the record.
Now, don't tell me what to get excited about and what not to get excited about. You have no right to waste money on more records.
But, Father...
$5 for bird watchers and $5 for records.
They cost $7.50.
$7.50? Betty Anderson, you mean those records cost $7.50?
Yes, Father.
Oh, that's fine. Just fine. We've got records you haven't touched in 5 years, but they're no good. You've got to buy new ones for $7.50.
But, Father...
When I was a boy, I couldn't buy a new record till the old one wore out.
But, Father...
I played Dardanella so long the fuzz on the turntable came through.
But, Father...
And stop but-fathering me. You have no right to waste $7.50 on records.
But, Father, I didn't. I borrowed them from Janie Liggett.
I don't care where you got them. You have no right to... Oh. Well, where was I?
A rainy day, dear.
Page 2.
All right, laugh. Go ahead. The whole thing is a big joke. It's very funny. But I'm telling you right now, we're spending too much money. And we're going to cut down.
Oh, Jim, I don't think we're extravagant, any of us.
Okay, you're not extravagant. You just spend too much money.
But we don't waste anything, dear. And we don't spend money unnecessarily.
Oh, we don't we? I suppose $5 to watch birds isn't unnecessary. If Bud has to watch birds, he can sit on the front porch and watch them for 10 years. It won't cost him a dime.
Holy cow.
This family has to learn to conserve. We've got to make things do. Now, here, look at this. Another pair of shoes for Kathy. That's the third pair in 6 months.
But, Daddy, I'm growing.
Well, do you have to grow so fast?
Mother!
Oh, it's all right, dear. Your father's only joking.
Sure, I'm only joking, Kathy. But there's one thing I'm not joking about. This family has to stop spending so much money. And we've got to stop running around. We're going to stay home and enjoy the simple things of life. We've got magazines to read, books to read. I spent $190 for the encyclopedia, and nobody's ever gotten past Marib to Mushy.
Jim, there's one thing you don't seem to understand.
Just a moment, dear. Bud, the phone.
Kathy's turn.
It is not. But I'll answer it anyway. See if I care.
What is it you were saying, Margaret?
Well, I was saying that there's one thing you don't seem to understand. That no one has even mentioned going out tonight. Everyone was quite satisfied and quite happy, and this entire discussion seems to be absolutely pointless.
Is that so? If I didn't put my foot down every once in a while, this whole family would go to pot. Nobody would ever stay home.
Daddy, it's for you.
Thank you, Kathy.
It's Mr. Smith, Daddy.
Thank you, dear. Hello, Heck. No, we were just finishing our dinner. The drugstore? Well, I hadn't thought about going down there, but... Pick up cards for what? You mean the game is tonight? Oh. Well, Look, Heck, maybe you'd better not figure on me for tonight. Well, frankly, I forgot all about it, and I got myself into a situation here. Yes, I know, Heck, but couldn't you get George Phillips? Out of town, huh? Just a minute, Heck. Kathy, there's somebody at the door.
Okay.
Sorry, Heck. Well, look, there must be somebody else you can get for the game. There isn't, huh? Well, I'll do whatever I can, Heck, but it's going to be tough. Okay. But if I'm not there by 8, well, you'd better call me. Okay, Heck, I'll see you. Ye gods, the things I get myself into.
Is there anything wrong, dear?
No, nothing wrong. Let's see. What were we talking about?
Nobody goes out tonight.
Well, of course, I don't mean that we have to live like hermits.
Of course not, dear.
There are circumstances when it will be necessary and proper for us to spend an evening away from home. A special picture that we won't want to miss, or a meeting, or something.
You're so right, dear, but after that long lecture you just finished, naturally you don't mean tonight. Do you, dear?
Oh, no, naturally not tonight. We'll all spend a quiet evening at home. Tonight.
Daddy.
Yes, Kathy?
Daddy, may I please have $1.25?
You certainly may not.
But, Daddy...
You see, Margaret, that's just what I meant about discipline. This entire discussion about thrift and economy was absolutely wasted. Everything I said went in one ear and out the other. I spent 15 minutes explaining that we had to take it easy, that we had to cut down on our spending, and what happens? As soon as I stop to take a deep breath, Bud needs $5 to watch birds, and Kathy needs $1.25. Now, why on earth do you suddenly need $1.25?
To pay the paper boy.
Oh.
You know, for all his talking, Father wouldn't think of doing without that paper. It's one of those things that means so much to every day that comes along. And something else we count on, you and I, day in and day out, is coffee. I mean really good coffee, like our Maxwell House. Coffee you sit down to and enjoy, cup after cup. That good to the last drop flavor. You won't find it in any other coffee. No coffee but Maxwell House. And as you'd expect, there's a very real reason why. It's a recipe, the only recipe there is for that good to the last drop flavor. It's mighty important, that recipe of ours, because the flavor of the coffee you enjoy depends on the blend, the kind of coffees in it, and how they're put together. Now, coffee grows in many different varieties, and you can blend them in all sorts of ways. But there's only one way, one recipe for our famous Maxwell House flavor. And when all's said and done, it's this recipe of ours that makes the difference. The big difference between just another coffee and the wonderfully good flavor of America's favorite brand. It's a difference you'll taste for yourself the very first time you pour a cup of our Maxwell House coffee. And I hope you will, tomorrow. Hope you'll start enjoying the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
In the white frame house on Maple Street, an hour has passed, and a long, long hour it's been. For Jim Anderson, the minutes have dragged by in endless procession. His active mind is buzzing with a weird assortment of masculine schemes, every one of them taken from the file headed How to Get Out of the House. A dozen fantastic plans have already been tried, and none of them has worked. But you've got to give Jim credit. The kid's still in there pitching like this.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
Do you have the correct time?
Oh, I think so. It's 5 minutes of 8.
Uh-huh. Just what I thought. This doggone watch is on the blink again. Just won't keep time.
Well, what time do you have, dear?
7 of.
Well, Jim, that's a difference of only 2 minutes.
Only 2 minutes? Margaret, do you realize the things that have happened in 2 minutes? Wars have been won and lost. The entire course of civilization has been changed. I better have it fixed.
All right, dear.
As a matter of fact, as long as I'm not doing anything right now, I might as well run down to the jeweler's. And it might take some time. You know how fussy jewelers can be about a watch. So, maybe you'd better not wait up for me.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
Christmas is over. The jewelers all close at 5:30.
They do. You mean all of them?
Yes, dear.
Oh.
You ought to see the watch Joe Phillips got for Christmas, Dad. Boy, is that a watch. Shatterproof, sharkproof, waterproof, heatproof, and it's guaranteed to last him a lifetime. But it won't.
Why not?
He lost it.
Instead of making bad jokes, why don't you go upstairs and do your homework?
That wasn't a joke, Dad.
You can say that again.
You mean the whole thing?
Bud. Go upstairs and do your homework.
Okay. You wouldn't want to help me, would you?
That's right.
Yeah, I sort of figured you wouldn't. Well, I'll see you later.
Margaret, I think I'll go out for a little walk.
Why, Jim, it's snowing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a little snow. Does a man good to get out in the snow once in a while. The air crisp and clear, the ground all white and peaceful.
Jim Anderson, you're not going to tramp around in the snow at your age. I have enough to do without taking care of a sick husband. And stop pacing up and down the room like a caged lion.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'll play checkers with you if you like.
Thank you. But I'd rather see you doing your homework.
Oh, I don't have any homework. I finished it this afternoon.
Well, go sew something. Or read a book. And don't tell me you read a book.
I'll spot you 2 kings.
I don't need to be spotted 2 kings, and I don't want to play checkers. Margaret,
Yes, dear.
do you need anything at the drugstore?
No, dear, not a thing.
We're kind of low on toothpaste this morning.
I got some this afternoon.
Oh, you did. Soap holding up all right?
Just fine.
Uh-huh. Say, I think I'll run out and get something to smoke. Yes, sir, that's just what I'll do.
Jim,
Yes, Margaret?
I bought you a carton of cigarettes this afternoon, and there's a whole humidor full of pipe tobacco.
It's a funny thing, but I just feel like smoking a cigar.
Jim, I didn't know you smoked cigars.
Well, of course. After all, there's nothing like a good cigar. You know what Rudyard Kipling said? A woman is only a woman, but a good cigar is a smoke. Yeah, I'll get it.
Jim, be careful.
Who the dickens moved the lamp over to this side?
Oh, Jim, how could you?
Well, how do you expect me to keep track of where the lamps are if you keep moving them around all the time? Anyway, well, I'm sorry, Margaret. I was just...
The phone's ringing.
Betty, be a good girl and clean up this mess, will you?
All right, Father.
And don't worry about the lamp, Margaret. We'll get it fixed or something.
A good lamp. Just look at it.
6 lamps right in your way when you're in a hurry. Naturally, they get knocked down. Hello? Hello, Heck. What do you mean, am I still here? Of course not. I left for your house 20 minutes ago. Heck, I'm doing everything I can. I can't do it, Heck. I can't just walk out. Because I can't, that's why. I am trying. Well, stop worrying about it. I'll figure something out. Okay. Call me later. So long.
Who is that, dear?
It was Hector, honey. He just wanted to talk to me.
About what, dear? Is anything wrong?
Oh, no. He wanted me to come over there. He probably wants to talk to me about something.
Like what, dear?
Well, it's probably very complicated. You'd be surprised.
I'll bet I would.
Yeah. Are you through with the newspaper, dear?
I think so.
Well, I guess I'll sit down and read the paper.
That's a very good idea.
Daddy.
We're in the den, Kathy.
Daddy, I just thought of something wonderful to save money. How much does water cost?
Not very much, dear. Why?
Well, it costs something to get it hot, doesn't it? So I thought if I only took 1 bath a week...
Are you supposed to be taking a bath now?
Uh-huh.
Well, take it.
But you said we had to save money, and I thought if I only took...
Kathy, go upstairs and take your bath.
Gee whiz.
You heard your father, Kathy. Now go ahead.
First they want to save money, then they don't want to save money. Why don't they make up their minds?
Say, did you see this in the paper? They're having a big meeting in the school auditorium.
Tomorrow night.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. It's tomorrow.
Jim,
Father, I put all the broken pieces on the service porch, but I don't think they can fix the lamp. It's a mess.
Thank you, Betty.
You're welcome.
Were you going to say something, dear?
Oh, no, it's all right.
Mother.
Yes, Betty.
Have you seen the records I borrowed from Janie?
Well, no, dear, I haven't. Where did you leave them?
Well, I put them over there on Father's chair. Father, you're sitting on them.
I am? Oh, I thought it felt kind of funny.
Oh, Father, how could you? $7.50 worth of South Pacific, and look at it.
Well, they're only cracked a little, Betty. Now, look at this one. Only the front part of it's broken off. You can still play the whole chorus, and that's all anybody listens to anyway.
She'll never talk to me again, and I don't blame her.
Oh, Betty, will you please stop that moaning and groaning? I'll buy Janie another album. And stop looking at me as though I went around beating little children.
Yes, Father.
Man tries to spend a quiet evening at home, and what happens? Lamps fall down, people stuff records under his cushion. I'll get it.
Jim, please be careful.
Margaret, I make a practice of knocking lamps down. Anybody listening to you would think I broke a lamp every day.
Yes, dear, but be careful just the same.
Never liked the darn lamp anyway. Silliest looking lamp I ever saw in my life. Hello? Yes, I'm still here. Look, Heck, I told you in the very beginning I didn't think I could make it. Well, I did try. I tried everything but chloroform. It won't do any good to call me back later. Why don't you just forget the whole thing?
Jim?
Just a minute, Heck. What is it, Margaret?
Is that Hector again?
Yes, dear, it's Hector.
Well, Jim, if it's really that urgent, why don't you run over there?
You wouldn't mind?
No, but if they can't get anyone else, why don't you have them come over here for the game?
The game. Over here?
Well, there's no reason why they can't play poker here.
There isn't?
Of course not.
Oh. Well, say, Heck, how about playing over here? It would, huh? Well, fine. Oh, of course not. Margaret won't mind at all. Okay, see you in a little while. Goodbye. Margaret.
Yes, Jim?
Well, you see, I'd forgotten all about this date I had with the boys, and, well, I told them to get somebody else.
Just a moment,
but,
dear. Bud!
You want me, Mom?
Yes, dear. I want you to go to the delicatessen.
Okay, I'll be down in a minute.
Why does he have to go to the delicatessen?
Well, you'll be busy getting the card things ready, dear, and there isn't a thing in the house. We'll have to serve something.
Well, it doesn't have to be anything elaborate.
Oh, no, but we'll need a few slices of ham and some liverwurst and bologna and cheese, a few loaves of bread, potato chips, pickles.
Why do we need pickles? There's no sense in running hog wild just because a couple of men are coming over to play poker. I told you at dinner, Margaret, we've got to cut down on our expenses.
All right, dear, no pickles. After all, Father knows best.
Well, pickles or no pickles, I'm inclined to think it's Mother knows best when it comes to shopping for the family groceries. Take coffee, for instance. Mother knows that when she buys coffee, there's just one thing that means real value. It's the flavor you get for your money that really counts. And these days, she understands it's more important than ever to get the most flavor for every penny you spend. And that's just what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. You get a full measure of that wonderful Maxwell House flavor. Good to the last drop flavor no other coffee gives you. And that's why more people buy our Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee. So when you put out good money for coffee, be sure you get the most in value, in flavor and freshness. You always will when you open up a pound of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The lights are out in the white frame house on Maple Street. The children are asleep. The guests are gone. The last chip has been put away, and the poker game is a thing of the past.
Jim.
Oh, you're still awake, dear?
Yes, I've just been lying here thinking. How did the game go?
Fine, just fine. I guess I showed that Hector Smith how poker should be played. Bluffed him right out of two of the biggest pots you ever saw.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
You know, I've been wondering about this sudden wave of economy. There isn't anything wrong, is there?
Oh, no. Well, it was those darn Christmas bills. They really got me down.
Tonight didn't help much, did it? I mean, we'll have to buy a new lamp and records for Janie.
Well, it won't amount to much.
No, I suppose not. Including the food and drinks, I figure that the quiet evening at home came to just $32.50.
$36.50.
No, dear. $32.50. I can get a new lamp for... Oh. You mean you...
I certainly did.
$4.22.
Good night, Mark.
Good night, dear.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last you know what.
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last you know what.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Here are three top stars on Screen Guild Theater, next on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. A decade or so before the turn of the 20th century, the city editor of the New York Sun came up with a remarkably simple definition of news. When a dog bites a man, he said, that is not news because it happens so often. But if a man bites a dog, that is news. Well, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, news may very well be in the making. Nothing unusual has happened thus far, but it's quite possible that before the week is out, a man named Anderson will bite a dog like this.
Holy cow, Dad, I couldn't help it.
Bud, when you signed the good driving pledge...
But I wasn't even driving, Dad. The car was just sitting there.
And the fender dropped off all by itself.
Sure.
Bud, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
But it's true, Dad.
I wouldn't be surprised if the whole car fell apart.
Is that so? There's nothing wrong with the car, and you know it.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
did you know that in the polar regions, dogs are the chief means of transportation?
What's that got to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car?
I didn't knock it off, Dad. It fell off.
Bud, unless you're willing to tell me the truth...
Jim, Bud is not in the habit of telling lies, and if he says the fender fell off, then it fell off.
And we put it back on again with wire, Dad. You'd never even know the difference.
Oh, fine. Bud, if I ever find out... Oh, never mind. May I have my coffee, Margaret?
Of course, dear. Here you are.
Thank you.
Nothing.
What?
It doesn't have anything to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car.
I did not.
Wait a minute, Bud. Kathy, what doesn't have anything to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car?
Dogs are the chief means of transportation in the polar regions.
Fine. I'll order a dog sled in the morning. Is that what you want?
Oh, no. I just wanted to tell you.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. That car's practically as good as it was the day we bought it. Might need a little paint here and there.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
did you know that the dog has been chosen as the companion of man because of his fidelity and intelligence?
Well, I'd heard rumors, but it's nice to have it on such complete authority.
You're welcome.
Dad,
Yes, Bud.
does that mean that I can't have the car on Thursday anymore?
No, I suppose it'll be all right. But in the future, I wish you'd be a little more careful, that's all.
I wouldn't be surprised if the roof caved in.
Betty, what's gotten into you? Until tonight, the only complaint you ever had about the car was that you didn't get it often enough.
Jim,
Yes, Margaret?
the Liggetts have a new car.
A convertible.
Oh. Well, pardon me.
Dogs are bred for sports, as watchdogs, for guarding and driving sheep, and for playing ordinary dogs.
Kathy, deep in your obscure little mind,
How see you it
you
is?
stay right where you are. I want to get to the bottom of this dissertation on dogs. Bud?
Yes, Dad?
See who's at the door.
Holy cow. Probably say nobody else around here knew how to open a door.
All right, Kathy. Will you explain something to me as simply as possible? Why this sudden interest in the history of our canine companions?
Huh?
Dogs.
Oh, well, dogs are pets, and everybody says they're man's best friend, and they probably be girls' best friends, too. And I don't see why.
Kathy, are you going to start that dog business again?
But everybody I know has a dog, and I don't see why.
You know as well as I that Betty's allergic to dogs. They make her sneeze.
Dad, it's Mr. Davis.
Oh, come on in, Ed.
Hello, Jim, Margaret.
Hello, Ed.
Hello, girls.
Hello, Mr. Davis.
We're just finishing our dinner, Ed. How about a cup of coffee?
Oh, no, thanks, Jim. I just want to talk to you about your dog.
Our what?
Well, I wouldn't mind if it were just an ordinary rose bush, Jim, but this was a Bengal, a genuine Hibiscus rosa sinensis.
Ed.
I only had two, and you ought to see the one he dug up. It's a complete wreck.
Ed.
Yes, Jim.
What dog?
Why, your dog.
We don't have a dog. You know that.
Daddy.
Jim, I dislike this whole thing as much as you do, but that bush cost me $13.
Ed, we don't have a dog.
Daddy.
And I wouldn't even know where to get another one. They only had two in town. I bought both of them.
Ed.
Yes, Jim.
We don't have a dog.
Daddy.
Kathy, I'm talking to Mr. Davis.
I know, Daddy, but I want to tell you something.
All right, what is it?
We have a dog.
Fine. Look, Ed, I know how you must feel, but... We what?
Kathy, you're joking.
What do you mean, we have a dog?
Oh, it was such a poor little dog, Daddy. And it kept following me and following me. And...
Kathy, you mean we have a dog here?
Uh-huh.
Betty, stop that.
I can't stop it, Father.
You certainly can. Kathy, you've been told 1,000 times not to bring a dog into the house.
Achoo! She's just doing that to be mean.
I am done.
She wasn't sneezing before, and the dog was here all the time.
Where?
What?
Where is it?
Where's what?
The dog.
Oh, the dog.
Kathy, where did you put the dog?
In the playroom.
Well, we'll just see about that.
Of course, it isn't the most valuable rose bush in the world, Jim, but if you knew the trouble I'd gone through...
Jim, where are you going?
Down to the playroom.
Oh, Daddy, please don't be mean to the little dog. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Where do you think you're going, Bud?
Well, can I come with you? Gosh, I just want to look at it.
I didn't mean to start all this trouble, Jim, but after all, he did dig up the rose bush.
I know, Ed. I'll be very glad to pay for it as soon as we... Oh, my aching back. Look at the size of that thing.
Holy cow.
I'll just wait for you upstairs, Jim.
Kathy, that isn't a dog. It's a werewolf.
No, it isn't, Daddy. It's a dog, and you're frightening him.
I'm frightening him.
Poor little fella. We're not going to hurt you.
Kathy, get away from him.
But, Daddy...
You heard me, Kathy. You don't get away from that dog. Well, stay over there if that's what he wants. But don't get too close.
Jim, Ed Davis said there was a lion in the basement. Did you... Oh, Kathy.
Isn't he cute, Mommy?
Kathy, come over here.
You better do as your mother says, Kathy.
Maybe she better do what the dog says.
Oh, Jim, what are we going to do?
We're going to find out where he belongs and get rid of him. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, Daddy, you can't. He's such a beautiful dog, and he's so easy to feed. All he eats is cookies.
Bud. See what the tag says on his collar.
On his collar?
Oh, he won't hurt you, Bud. Will you, George?
Well, go ahead, Bud. There's nothing to be afraid of.
That's a nice fella. Nice, George.
His name isn't exactly George, Bud. I just call him that.
Oh, you're a great help. Nice boy. That's a nice boy. Atta boy.
What does it say, Bud?
Gargantua the Third.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Property of Michael Reed, Orchard Avenue.
Orchard Avenue? Well, that's a mile away. How did he get clear over here?
I think he walked.
Well, he can walk right back. Bud, call Mr. Reed and tell him we have his dog.
Oh, Daddy, no.
Oh, Daddy, yes.
Kathleen, it isn't our dog, and we've got to send him back home.
But, Mommy, I love him so.
Oh, don't cry, Kathy. Gosh, you've still got us.
Everybody's got somebody. And all I have is
You want me to answer it, Dad?
No, never mind. I'm right here.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Reed's chauffeur.
Oh, yes. Come on right in.
Oh, thank you. Very nice of you to go to all this trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble at all.
Mr. Reed was quite concerned about Gargantua. Quite concerned.
Well, we weren't too happy about him ourselves. Kathy.
You want me, Daddy?
The man is here for the dog.
Gee whiz.
She'll have it up here in just a minute. Peculiar-looking animal, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's a very valuable dog. Weimaraner.
You don't say.
Yes, it's a German hunting dog. Very intelligent.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Kathy, will you please hurry?
Daddy, I can't find him.
You what?
Oh, Daddy, the most terrible thing happened. He got away.
Kathy.
But he did, Daddy. I just opened the door, and he was gone.
You didn't happen to give him a push.
Oh, Daddy, how can you say... Well, maybe one little push.
Now, see here, Kathleen.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Daddy. I think I can find him again later.
I'm awfully sorry about this.
I understand.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Oh, Jim, I don't like
Ed, please, I told you I'd get you another rose bush, and I will. First thing in the morning.
I know, Jim, but after all... Now...
George got away.
Yes, I know he got away. Only he didn't get far enough away.
Have you seen him?
Yes, I've seen him. He's in my backyard, and he's having a wonderful time.
All right, Kathy, go get him.
Gee whiz.
And, Jim.
Yes?
When you get that hibiscus sinensis tomorrow, make it 2.
Oh, no.
All across the country, there's good news about coffee these days. Grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. That's right. These days, the coffee with that wonderful good-to-the-last-drop flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. A mighty welcome occasion for everybody. You, your grocer, yes, and for Maxwell House, too. With Maxwell House coffee, we've always aimed at one thing, to bring you the best in coffee at the lowest possible price. And that's meant a lot. Meant you could always count on more flavor for your money in every cup of Maxwell House, more wonderfully good cups of coffee in every pound. It's the reason why, year after year, folks everywhere have found Maxwell House is true economy. And nowadays, Maxwell House is more than ever today's coffee buy. The world's most famous coffee flavor is yours to enjoy every cup you pour. And the price is the lowest in months. So tomorrow, get your money's worth and more. Bring home a familiar blue tin of Maxwell House and start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The dog is a creature whose principal feature is love, and there's nothing can daunt him. He'll stay by your side as though he were tied, especially if you don't want it. A few days have gone by, and in Springfield we find a most unhappy individual. Between roses, which cannot be found, and a dog which refuses to get lost, Jim Anderson's lot is a miserable one indeed. Like this.
Go on, get him.
Oh, isn't he cute, Daddy? He wants to play.
Well, tell him to play with something else.
But he likes you, Daddy.
All right, I like him, but you don't see me biting his shoes.
Oh, he just wants to be friendly.
No good fender. Why don't they make the bolts big enough? They don't want you to fix your car, that's what. Expect you to buy a new one every 5 minutes.
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
George is hungry.
George is hungry. George is sleepy. George. Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
How many times have you found that dog?
6.
And how many times have we sent him home?
6.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Any dog that's stupid enough to get trapped in back of a fence 6 times in a row.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, Ed, come on over here. I've got good news for you.
Okay. Hey, see, George is back again.
Yeah, idiotic animal. Comes clear over here from Orchard Avenue and then gets stuck in back of the Willoughby's fence. Smart dog.
He is smart, Daddy. He knows that's where I meet him.
Well, why don't you leave him there? Let somebody else find him for a change.
But, Daddy, the Willoughbys moved away. There wouldn't be anybody to feed him.
He can always eat rose bushes. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you, Ed. There they are.
You mean those?
Yep, 2 Bengals, and I had to go clear to Plainfield to get them.
Jim, I don't like to be difficult, but those aren't Bengals.
They most certainly are.
Look at the tags. Well, marked Bengals, all right. But... Oh, well, you see, Jim, there are two kinds of Bengals, Hibiscus rosa sinensis and Rosa japonicus. Now, mine were Hibiscus sinensis, and they're a much hardier variety.
Ed, a rose is a rose. And you said Bengals.
I don't like to argue, Jim, but I said Hibiscus sinensis. You see, the japonicus is very susceptible to mildew and thrips.
That's bad, huh?
Oh, yeah, especially around here. The japonicus doesn't do well in Springfield at all. It needs a much milder climate.
I see. You wouldn't consider moving? Nothing. I'll keep looking, Ed. After all, what's a few more days? I wouldn't be able to do anything but work anyway.
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, hello there. We're back here near the garage.
Mr. Anderson, I don't know what to say. Mr. Reed is most apologetic.
Yes, I'm sure he must be.
Well, I'll be getting back to my gardening. I've got another bed of geraniums to set out.
I'm sorry they weren't the right ones, Ed.
Oh, that's all right, Jim. There's no particular hurry, I guess.
Mr. Anderson, I want to assure you that we've done everything in our power to keep Gargantua at home.
I'm sure you have.
I've gone over the fence with a fine-tooth comb. We've fixed everything, and still he gets out.
Maybe the fence isn't high enough.
Well, it's quite high, but we're going to make it higher. And now, if I may have the dog.
Yes, Kathy. Now, where the dickens did she go? Kathy!
You want me, Daddy?
Where's George?
George?
So we call him George. Kathy!
I'm coming, Daddy.
Maybe if you called him George, he'd stay home.
Well, it might be a little confusing, but we'll try.
Kathy, why is it... What happened to George?
I don't know, Daddy. Isn't he with you?
No, he isn't with me. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Kathy, why is it that every time Mr. Reed's chauffeur...
George.
Thank you. Every time George shows up, George... George?
Yes, sir. George.
Oh. Well, why is it every time George shows up, the dog disappears?
I don't know.
What do you know?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, George, but George, Gargantua... George!
Jim!
Ed, is George over there?
He certainly is, and I'm very slowly reaching a point where I don't think it's at all funny.
Ed, he didn't tear up another rose bush.
No.
Well, thank goodness.
This time he got the geraniums.
George dug up the geraniums?
No, but I made a bed, and he's lying in it.
$35 for two miserable little rose bushes. It's criminal, that's what it is.
Jim, let's just be thankful that we were able to find them.
Hibiscus sinensis. Margaret, if I ever see that dog again, so help me...
Jim.
What's the matter?
He's back.
Oh, no, he can't be.
Well, stop the car, Jim. We've got to get him.
Why? Why can't we just pretend that we've never met George? That we've never even heard of him?
Dear, we owe it to Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed. He's the one who ought to pay for the roses. George is his dog.
Jim, that's not being very charitable.
Well, I don't feel very charitable. Where is he?
Back of the Willoughby's fence.
Again? Margaret, that's the stupidest animal I've ever seen in my life. This is the 8th time he's been stuck in the Willoughby's yard. Any dog with half a brain knows you can jump both ways over a fence. Come here, you silly mongrel.
Oh, Jim, isn't that sweet? He knows us.
Well, why shouldn't he know us? He's been boarding with us for almost a week.
Come on, George. That's a good boy. Take his collar, Jim.
I'd like to wring his neck. Come on, George.
Jim, I don't think you're being very nice to him.
Well, I don't think he's being very nice to us. George, will you please make up your mind? You want to come home with us, or are you going to stay here?
Daddy! Oh, Daddy, you found him again! Oh, George, I'm so happy to see you. Oh, my wonderful George.
Kathy,
Nice.
drag that animal over to our house.
Oh, you don't have to drag him, Daddy.
Well, get him over there. And this time, hang on to him.
Okay, Daddy. Come on, George. I'll race you to the garage.
Man's best friend. Huh. intelligent and loyal. A half-witted caterpillar has more intelligence than that George.
Jim, how about the car?
I'll come back for it later. Right now, I'm going to call that Reed guy and give him a piece of my mind. That's what I'm going to do. If he can't learn to take better care of a dog, he doesn't have any business owning one.
Jim, I'm sure Mr. Reed is doing everything he can.
Well, it isn't enough. Owning a dog is a responsibility to the dog and the neighborhood and everybody else. Let a dog run wild that way, first thing you know, he'll be hit by a car. He's liable to be killed.
I thought you didn't like George.
I don't. I mean, well, he's all right, I guess, but they have no business letting him run around the way they do.
Jim, please don't be too abrupt. Mr. Reed is just as concerned about George as we are.
Well, why shouldn't he be? It's his dog. Hello? Oh, this is Jim Anderson. Yes, he's here again. And look, George, I think it's high time... Well, okay. He's coming right over.
Jim, when he gets here, please remember that George isn't responsible for George. After all, he's merely the chauffeur.
Which one?
George.
Oh.
He told me this morning that Mr. Reed was going to have the entire fence made higher, and if Mr. Reed thinks that much of George...
Hey, just a minute, Margaret. Bud!
You want me, Dad?
Go outside and hang on to George.
Okay.
Betty!
Yes, Father?
Are you in your room?
Yes, Father.
Well, look out the window and keep an eye on George.
Okay.
He won't get away this time if I can help it. Now, what were you saying, Margaret?
Well, I merely said that if Mr. Reed thought that much of George...
Gee, gods, now what?
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Well, you should be. Anybody who can't take better care of a nice dog like George...
We do take care of him, Mr. Anderson. We still can't understand how he gets away.
That's a very poor excuse. How would you feel if I... Wait a minute. How did you get over here so fast?
Well, I left the moment I hung up.
I know, but from clear over on Orchard Avenue...
Oh, we haven't lived on Orchard Avenue for almost a week. We moved into the Willoughby house on the corner.
Oh, no.
When you go grocery shopping this weekend, be sure to see the welcome news about coffee in your store. These days, grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House coffee at lower prices. Now, all of you who know and love that wonderful good-to-the-last-drop flavor can enjoy it at the lowest price in months. And for you folks who haven't been getting that famous flavor, now's the time to bring home a familiar blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more satisfaction, more real pleasure it holds for you. Cup after cup, day after day, you can always count on that Maxwell House flavor. For we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. Tomorrow, look for Maxwell House at the lowest prices in months. Now, more than ever, today's coffee buy. Get your money's worth and more with coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Another day has come and gone, and so has the perennial George. There's peace once more in the Anderson household. But we wonder just how long it will last. It never does it? Like this.
Most ridiculous thing that ever happened in my whole life. Stealing a dog out of his own yard. They could have had us arrested.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
have you noticed how quiet it's gotten around here?
I certainly have. Nice and quiet. How was I supposed to know anybody'd moved in? Why didn't they put up curtains or something?
That George is a pretty smart dog. And what a character. You know what he did yesterday?
Whatever he did, I'm not going to pay for it.
Oh, it wasn't anything like that, Dad. Kathy taught him how to play hide and seek. And he was really hiding.
Good. I hope it's years before anybody finds him.
Why, Jim, you know you miss George as much as any of us.
I do? I miss George? Huh. Margaret, this is the first peaceful moment I've had in almost a week.
Daddy! Daddy!
Kathy, what is it? What's wrong?
Oh, Daddy, the most beautiful thing happened. Mr. Reed gave me a reward.
Why, how nice, Kathy.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, it was certainly the least he could do. What was the reward, Kathy?
I can borrow George anytime I please.
No.
Isn't it wonderful? Here, George. Oh, my beautiful George.
Hiya, boy.
Achoo!
Hello, George.
Now yours to enjoy, an instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
In lands across the seas, many people still lack the simplest necessities of life. Food is inadequate, clothing scarce. Help is needed from each of us who can send it. The time to send that help is now. The way to send it is through CARE, C-A-R-E. For this is National Care Week, and Americans everywhere are joining in sending food and clothing abroad. To send a 24-pound package, mail $10 to CARE, New York. That's $10 to CARE, New York. Enclose your name and address and the address of the recipient. Delivery is guaranteed. Join in National Care Week now.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Charles Boyer and Olivia de Havilland on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Excuse me, but is the seat next to you taken?
Oh, I don't think so. Of course, it really belongs to the bus company.
Would you mind if I sat here?
But does anybody mind when Santa Claus comes for Christmas?
What?
I bet you're very pretty. Please sit down.
Oh, thanks. But I sneeze.
Go ahead.
See?
Yeah, you're a girl of your word.
I always sneeze, especially on buses.
Why?
I don't know. I've been to hundreds of doctors. They don't know either. I once even went to a psychoanalyst.
That sounds as if it might have been a good idea.
It wasn't.
But why not?
After a while, he began to sneeze, too.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. You're cute.
I rarely sneeze, though.
That's all right.
Thanks.
I sneeze enough for two.
The question is, can two sneeze as cheaply as one?
I've been worrying about that.
So you can stop right now. The answer is...
I know, because my boyfriend doesn't sneeze much either.
Well, perhaps if he practices...
His name is Breckenridge. Isn't that silly?
Especially since he doesn't sneeze.
My name is Peggy.
Not at all silly.
And your name is?
Simon. The name of the bust is Genevieve, and the name of the city we're in
Simon what?
is... me or the city?
You're cute.
Simon Templar.
Oh, you're the saint.
There's a totally unfounded rumor to that effect.
But from what I've heard, you're no saint at all. I'm scared.
We're on a bus.
I'm still scared.
Well, what can happen on a bus except for that?
I didn't mean I was scared of you. Please get off the bus with me so that we can go see Breckenridge.
Why?
He's scared, too.
Peggy, please take my word for it. He's got nothing to be scared about.
Oh, I didn't mean scared of you. I meant, well, Breckenridge is a prize-fighter manager, Simon, and he's scared.
Why?
His prize fight is called Benny the Battler.
Oh, and Breckenridge is afraid of Benny the Battler.
No, nobody's afraid of Benny, not even other prize fighters. We get off here. Nan, please let us out.
Okay, lady.
Thank you very much.
You're real welcome.
And now, Peggy, what is Breckenridge afraid of?
Murder! Breckenridge lives in a very nice building, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice all the palms in the lobby?
Yes, Breckenridge must love nature.
Oh, he does.
Mr. Breckenridge has just left town for the upper Amazon.
Breckenridge, what are you saying?
Oh, I thought maybe it was a bill collector. Wait a minute. Who's he?
This is the Saint Breckenridge.
I don't need one today. Goodbye.
Breckenridge, we're coming in. Breckenridge has a very fine sense of humor, Simon.
I noticed that.
You want to make something out of it?
Breckenridge, behave yourself. Simon's going to help us.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, if you want help, speak real polite to him.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind telling you, mister. I'm on a spot. Why don't you stop that?
I can't help it.
Can't help it. Anyway, Saint, I got a boy, Benny the Battler.
I see.
Benny the Battler. One of the lousiest middleweights that ever fouled up a prize ring.
Well, I think I may have seen him fight once in Newark. If I remember correctly, he lost.
That was Benny.
Is he the spot you're on?
Well, in a kind of a way. If you ever see my boy in the ring, then you'll know why I'm disturbed.
You're worrying about his health?
No, he's healthier than a horse. But there's something else. Saint, all the big gamblers in town are putting all their dough on Benny for tonight's fight at the stadium.
Well, perhaps they think he's going to win.
This is the lad. Huh. Not even a moron could think that.
Well, I don't know. I think Benny might win.
So you ain't even a moron. Saint, my boy is tangling with Soldier Jones, a very fine box fighter. It would be an act of condescension on a soldier's part even to let Benny tie his gloves for him, let alone fight him. So why is all the heavy dough riding on Benny?
It does seem odd.
Matter of fact, I'm betting on a soldier myself.
Is that ethical?
It's practical.
Oh.
Otherwise, me and Benny wouldn't eat.
They are two fellows who like to eat.
Quiet, Peggy. Anyways, that worries me. These gamblers all betting on my boy. Also, the guy who was the boss of this gambling outfit I have mainly got in mind is a guy named Mr. Sweeney.
Mr. Sweeney?
Mr. Sweeney is a nice, quiet guy who don't look like he'd harm a fly.
So?
So he wouldn't harm no fly. But when it comes to guys who he is under the impression they have handed him a bad deal, then he is murder. Now, supposing Benny the Battler don't win tonight.
Well, Sweeney could hardly blame you if Benny lost the fight legitimately.
Mr. Sweeney ain't the type guy who is interested in what is legitimate. He likes to win bets. So I am on the spot.
I can see that.
Anybody who ain't blind can see that, but what can you do about it?
Well,
This was my idea, Breckenridge. I mean, asking Simon to come here. Because if Simon showed he was kind of interested in your health, Breckenridge, then maybe Mr. Sweeney would be afraid to do anything to you, even if Benny loses tonight. You see, Simon?
Well, I don't know what good my interest in Breckenridge's health would do him. I'm not a doctor.
Simon, if Mr. Sweeney gets really mad at Breckenridge and Benny, they wouldn't need any doctors. They'd be patronizing the same undertaker.
Oh, bite your tongue.
But you think that Sweeney might hesitate about doing anything drastic merely because I knew about it?
I don't know, but it's possible. And what have we got to lose?
My life.
Don't be so selfish. Think of Benny, too.
All right. My and Benny's life.
Well, I'll do what I can, which amounts to what?
Breckenridge, give Simon some tickets to the fight tonight.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, but I'm not sure I'll be any protection.
Don't worry about that.
Sure, I'll do the worrying.
And maybe it won't do any good, but even if it doesn't, I want you to know that even if Breckenridge does get murdered...
Don't say things like that.
He'll still appreciate it, Simon, to his dying breath.
taxi! For a moment, I thought you were going right past me.
For a moment, I felt like going right past.
Louis.
Never mind getting friendly. Just get in.
Thank you.
Benedict Arnold.
I beg your pardon?
Well-known traders of history. Benedict Arnold. You.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
This afternoon around 3 o'clock, what were you doing?
3? Why, I was riding on a...
Don't stop there. You was riding on a what?
A bus.
Yeah. What's the matter? Somebody suddenly dropped dead, left you stuck in a bus company?
No.
Then what's the idea of riding a bus instead of hailing a cab, huh?
Well, if I'd taken a cab, I wouldn't have met Peggy.
A fine reason.
She was following me, Louis. I made it easier for her by getting on a bus. There's so much roomier than cabs.
All right, I forgive you.
Thank you, Louis.
Perfectly all right. Where do you want to go?
The stadium.
You call that a place to take a girl?
I'm not taking a girl there. I'm going to see the fight. Hey, which reminds me, Louis, I've got an extra ticket. Would you like to join me?
Who's fighting?
Well, the main event is Soldier Jones versus Benny the Battler.
That you call a fight? Benny's going to get murdered.
Not Benny, Breckenridge.
Huh?
It might be fun, Louis. Come on with me.
Oh, listen, a fight like that you could smell from New Jersey. But all right.
Thanks, Louis.
Don't mention it. And in the future, stay off of buses.
Yes, Mother. Benny's dressing room must be up ahead.
What are we going to do? Sympathize with him before he goes in the ring and gets slaughtered?
Just wish him luck.
Mr. Templar, he'll need it.
That's Peggy.
Huh?
Hey, wait a minute, Louis. The door's open.
Benny, don't be a dope. We got all our dough riding on Soldier Jones. Breckenridge, I've been thinking. With what? What's going to happen to my career if I keep on getting laid in the rosin all the time? You can always go back to your truck. Besides, the soldier has been making derogatory remarks, you see? Gesundheit. What kind of derogatory remarks? About you personal or professional? Derogatory remarks about I stink. So when I get in that ring tonight, I am going to bat his ears off. Benny, listen to me. First, if you hit him, he is liable to get mad at you and maybe kill you. Second, if there should happen to pass a miracle and you should lay him away, we all lose our dough. Benny, we gotta die for him. I don't die for that bum. Benny, don't answer me too quick. Think. You know what's happening to the price of fresh meat? Come on, kid. Sounds like the prelim's over.
Let's go, Louis. No time to visit now. We better get to our seats.
The less I see you, Benny, the Battler, the happier I'll stay.
He's in quite a spot, though. Unless Soldier Jones kills him inside the ring, Sweeney is likely to kill him outside. Here it goes.
Yeah, we got nice seats.
Yeah.
Anybody bleeds in the ring, we got a dry cleaning crew. Hey, they're off.
You're thinking of a horse race.
Looking at Benny the Battler, how wrong am I? He runs nice.
Yes, he does seem to have got on a bicycle.
Yeah, but how long can he stay on a bicycle without falling off on his ear? This is the fourth round.
And then he's still on that bicycle. The crowd doesn't like it much.
He must be under the impression the best way to box fight is to run away.
For him, it's probably the safest way. The soldier's catching up with him. Benny's wind is failing.
Oh, the soldier just donated a very pretty left to Benny's breadbasket.
Yeah. Ooh, and a right. Oh, and another right.
Oh, Benny the Battler, Mr. Templar, is practical out on his flat feet.
The bell sure saved him that time.
Didn't save him. Merely postponed the execution. Fifth round, and I got an idea Benny ain't going to be around for the sixth.
Yeah, Benny seems to be looking for the nearest policeman. He's sort of wandering around.
The soldier is... Hey! I don't believe it. Benny just threw a punch at the soldier. Hit him, too!
Yeah, but... Hey, the soldier's just fallen down.
Oh, this here has an aroma, Mr. Temple. That punch Benny landed couldn't have cracked a defective eggshell.
Benny, and I say this in some blankness of mind, has just won.
Yeah, with the best invisible punch I ever seen.
Must have been quite a punch. The soldier hasn't moved yet. They're working over him in the ring. Come on, I think we'd better visit him.
Where are we going?
Into the ring. Up we go.
Okay. Hey, Saint, did you see what I just seen?
I beg your pardon, Breckenridge.
My boy knocking out the soldier. I seen it myself, but I don't believe it yet.
Hey, I knocked him out. Maybe I could box fight for real, huh? With one punch, I laid him right on the canvas. He ain't even got up yet.
I think I want to take a look at him. His handler's still working over him.
Very horizontal.
Yes, Louis. Furthermore, I suspect he needs a doctor.
A doctor? You got a yen for medical attention or something?
Correction. What he needs right now is a death certificate.
Very pretty mob scene back there in that ring. Soldier Jones dead, a doctor working on him, cops all around.
Yeah.
Only thing, I don't get it.
I'm afraid I did. The odor when I bent over the soldier.
Oh, come on in, fellas.
Hello, Peggy.
Hello, Simon. Isn't everything wonderful? Or, well, maybe it isn't so wonderful the way you look.
The soldier's dead.
Oh.
You mean on account of I knocked him out?
No, he didn't die as a result of a blow, Benny.
What did he die of? Old age?
Where are Benny's gloves? The ones he wore in the ring?
Oh, over here where I put them.
Oh, thanks.
What's up? What's the matter, Saint? Something smells funny to you?
Hey, come here. Take a sniff of those gloves. Not too deep a sniff.
Okay. Well, I don't smell nothing. Except maybe like a hospital.
Like a hospital is very good. What you're smelling is ether.
Ether? Hey, wait a minute. Do you mean there was ether on Benny's gloves?
The blow which apparently knocked the soldier out was a feeble one, barely grazed the soldier's mouth and nose. Therefore, what knocked him down wasn't the blow, but the ether he inhaled.
Hey, are you trying to say I put ether on my gloves so I'd knock the soldier out?
I'm not for the moment saying anything about how the ether got there, Benny. What I am saying is that Soldier Jones got a strong dose of ether into him. Add that to the fact that he was strenuously exerting himself, that his heart was under a strain, and you're totally simple. He died of ether. There's ether on your gloves, Benny.
Hey, Mr. Breckenridge.
Don't say nothing, Benny. Keep your mouth shut, you hear?
Even to the police?
Poor Benny. He looked so sad when the cops put the arm on him.
If they can make their case stick, he'll look sadder still.
Breckenridge didn't look so happy neither.
It's not hard to understand. One way or another.
And that babe Peggy, she was sneezing like a locomotive with the hiccups.
It saved her from answering questions.
Yeah, all of which doesn't add up to the strange fact that you've instructed me to drive you to the Happy Hours nightclub.
It happens to belong to a man named Mr. Sweeney, Louis, the head of the gambling syndicate which bet on Benny in tonight's fight.
Oh, Mr. Sweeney ought to be a very happy man.
We're not going to watch him rejoice.
What are we going to watch him do?
Pay off, perhaps?
I have been in classier dumps without even leaving my house.
The club here is a front for Sweeney's real business, I imagine. Let's see, the man at the door told us his office was behind the bandstand. Come on. Oh, Breckenridge?
Oh, hi, Saint.
Well, well, Breckenridge. Counting money in large and luscious quantities and in Sweeney's office.
Well, this here, you mean it? It's nothing.
It's a lot of nothing. I thought you were afraid of Sweeney.
Well, why should I be afraid of him? Benny won.
Benny may have won a non-stop trip to the chair. Sweeney give you that money?
That is a private affair, see?
The police have no respect for privacy on occasion. Breckenridge, if you had bet on Soldier Jones as you claimed you did, you'd have lost. You wouldn't have acquired any money or suspicion of murder.
Hey, don't try
to. Suppose you didn't really bet on Jones to win. That would make you quite a likely candidate for the wired chair.
Are you insinuating?
Not at all. I'm saying it as bluntly as I can. You could have smeared that ether over Benny's gloves.
Did Benny say that?
No, it's possible he didn't realize it either.
I ain't a killer.
Whoever put the ether on Benny's gloves wasn't necessarily intending to kill him. Ether isn't always fatal, but the circumstances made it so. It was a little too much ether, for one thing. For another, somebody failed to allow for the effect of strenuous action on the soldier's heart.
Look, Saint, you're just raising the breeze. I'm in the clear, yeah?
Would you like to try saying that again and making it sound convincing this
I
time?
don't have to take anything from you, understand?
You don't have to shout either. What are you trying to hide? Guilt? Fear?
I'm getting out.
Can I be of any help?
Hello, Mr. Sweeney.
We've already met. And you, sir?
The Templar.
Oh, I'm Louis.
Delighted to meet you both. You were saying, Breckenridge?
I was saying I'm getting out of here, and quick.
poor fellow's terribly upset. Well, frightened. Whatever else? I wouldn't know. You were out at the fight tonight.
So I was.
You were one of the soldiers' handlers.
True. I find it amusing to act in that capacity from time to time.
Did you get any laughs tonight?
No, I'm afraid not. Poor soldier.
Uh-huh. Also, it's lucky you didn't bet on him, isn't it?
What makes you think I didn't?
Oh, little bird told me.
Little birds are so delicate. They really should be more careful.
Well, I'll be sure to tell them that the next time we meet. How does it happen that you bet on Benny?
Let's call it whimsy, shall we?
Benny didn't belong in the same ring with your man.
That made the odds interesting.
It would also have put Breckenridge on the spot if Benny had lost.
Benny didn't lose.
Breckenridge, therefore, delivered.
Let us say, off the record, mind you, that Breckenridge delivered.
Yeah. So long, Larry.
Must you rush away?
I don't care for the atmosphere around here, Mr. Sweeney.
What's the matter with it?
Like the ether on Benny's gloves, Mr. Sweeney, it's overpowering.
Mr. Templar, I know you're making like a detective, but is visiting Peggy really necessary?
I just assumed not answer that.
Bashful, huh? It's a small house. Hey, she must live alone.
Get the smirk out of your voice, Louis.
Either I'm nuts or you are.
And you vote for me, huh? Well, you see, Louis, Peggy may know something.
Oh, sure. Only what about?
We better change the subject or ring the doorbell again. No answer. Come on.
Disappointed?
Oh, I don't know. We may still find her tonight.
Where?
Breckenridge's apartment. Possibly helping him count his money.
Breckenridge ain't answering doorbells tonight neither.
Oh, come now, Louis. Give the lad a chance to hide the money.
Yeah. Unless he took it on the lamp.
Where on earth did you pick up that expression?
The radio.
Oh. That doesn't seem to work. We'll try another apartment. Get into the building anyway. Thank you, somebody. The apartment is down the corridor here.
Yeah, that's convenient. I hate climbing stairs, making forced conversation. I've been shot.
Nonsense.
I've been shot. He
It
says
came from
nonsense.
inside the apartment. Come on. The door's open.
It's Templar. Behind that desk.
Yeah, Breckenridge. Not very pretty at the moment.
That bullet did a job.
Shot in the temple, revolver in his right hand.
Suicide?
That's what it's supposed to be. His hand's loose on the gun.
Ain't that the way it always is? After all, the guy is dead.
Yeah, but 9 times out of 10, there's a spasmodic reaction at the moment of death. The hand grips the gun more tightly instead of loosening, which means there must be a back door to this apartment. Off the kitchen, probably. Yep, there it is. Which explains that.
The guy's gun ain't gripping the gun tight, so there has to be a back door to the apartment. Oh, the architects ought to hear about this.
The murderer had to get out before we got in, and the murderer was here a moment ago.
I don't get it.
What?
Why did he bother making it look like a suicide?
Look, Louis, we were supposed to think Breckenridge had been responsible for the soldier's death, but became conscience-stricken because he hadn't intended to kill the soldier and shot himself. But his hand was loose on the gun. It's just logic.
All right, so Logic and you went to school together.
Breckenridge was a crook also. I suspect a blackmailer, but this is thing.
It almost serves him right. Like I always say, turnabout is hoist with his own petard. Hey, what is a petard?
A petard?
Petard.
Is a derrick.
Oh.
Yeah, you've got the proverb all wrong, but you've solved the case.
Well, for a dope I ain't do it. I have?
Yeah, you said turnabout.
Well, I read that in my comic book.
And that tells us who murdered Soldier Jones and Breckenridge.
Oh, speak for yourself, John. Maybe it tells you, but...
Come on.
But if I know my mysteries, you're not going to tell me. Not for another 5 minutes. I know the 5 minutes ain't up yet, Mr. Templar, but maybe you could sneak in a little explanation now, maybe save some time later.
Well, Louis, the problem all along has been who put the ether on Benny's gloves. Benny, Breckenridge, Peggy. But then you said turnabout, and I knew who had really put the ether there.
Well, never mind the dramatic pauses. Just keep going.
The person who put the ether on Benny's glove is the corpse.
Yeah, I should have known. For a minute back there, I thought maybe I was going to find out something, but I didn't have to worry. Happy Hours nightclub. But why are we here? They don't keep corpses.
Probably not.
Besides, who can arrest the corpse?
Oh, but you see, the corpse wasn't guilty.
I'm going home and beat my kids. Maybe that way I'll stop feeling inferior. Oh, look at the joint is deserted. All the little tables covered up with their little white shrouds. Why didn't I shut up?
Look, there's a light showing. Sweeney's office. Yeah. I wonder, should we knock?
Should we go home?
We'll knock.
Come in.
He sounds quite friendly.
Well, Mr. Templer, good evening. I've just been having a friendly game of cards with my...
Alibi?
My friends.
I'd like to see you alone, Mr. Sweeney.
Very well. The game had begun to bore me anyway. Boys, get going.
You've been playing cards all evening with them?
I have. Perhaps you consider it a waste of time. But...
I don't. They'd testify to your having been here all evening, huh?
If called upon, they could do nothing less. But why should they be called upon?
To furnish you with an alibi.
For what?
Breckenridge's murder.
Nonsense. He committed
Suicide? How did you know?
A little bird told me. The same one who told you about my betting on Benny.
I'm afraid not. Breckenridge was the little bird who told me about that. He forgot to tell me about the murder, though.
Breckenridge committed suicide.
I'm not talking about Breckenridge's death. I'm talking about Soldier Jones.
Oh? Mr. Templer, I will readily admit I earned a considerable sum by his unfortunate demise, but the ether was on Benny's gloves, if you remember. And I was never near those gloves.
True.
Well, then?
Nevertheless, you are going to die for Jones's death.
You know, you're becoming unpleasant. However, you've just admitted I couldn't have tampered with Benny's gloves.
I have, but may I mention one word to you? A turnabout.
All right, you've mentioned it.
You should be more interested because it led me to realize something. Soldier Jones died because there was ether smeared all over his mouth and nose. We've all been assuming that the ether got there from Benny's glove.
How true.
But remember the word turnabout, Mr. Sweeney? Suppose the ether got onto Benny's gloves from Soldier Jones's face.
I think the hour is late.
Very late for you, because the ether was on the soldier's face first. When Benny hit the soldier, he got the ether on his gloves. But it was the soldier's face that smeared ether on Benny's gloves, not vice versa.
But how would the soldier get ether on his face first?
From a towel used by his handler on him, and you were his handler, Mr. Sweeney? Just as he started into the ring, you wiped his face and deposited the ether on his nose. His momentum carried him into the center of the ring. Then he took a poke at him, and that was that.
It was?
Yes. Breckenridge realized what you'd done. That's why you paid him off after the fight. But you knew that he'd blackmailed you for the rest of your unpleasant life, so you murdered him.
That's your guess, and you can't prove I got Soldier Jones.
I got the towel.
You're lying. I burned it.
Louis will make a nice witness. Let's go chat to policemen about all this, huh?
No.
Hey, wait a minute. You're pointing, which isn't polite, with a gun, which isn't safe.
Yes.
I've very little to lose and a lot to gain by killing both of you.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let's talk this over like civilized gents.
I'm sorry. I can't oblige. Therefore...
What? He shouldn't have turned your head. You better get his gun, Louis.
Certainly a pleasure.
And I had better take a look at the closet there.
Hello?
Peggy, who sneezed in time saved two, anyway. What were you doing in that closet?
I was...
And, so, Peggy?
So I hid in the closet so maybe I could overhear a clue.
Oh, it was very brave of you, Peggy.
Well, I felt I kind of owed it to Breckenridge.
Did you love him very much?
No, but he was a very friendly fellow. You look friendly, too, Simon. Also cute. And you did catch Mr. Sweeney. So I think I'm going to kiss you.
Louis is peeking.
Who cares?
Peggy, you haven't sneezed.
At a time like this, who wants to sneeze?
How right you are.
Simon! You caught my sneeze.
Did, didn't I? However, as Louis mentioned earlier, I am hoist by your petard.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cast tonight included Sandra Gould, Larry Dodkin, Hal March, Peter Leeds, and Barney Phillips. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
typescript of The Saint was written by Louis Bitters. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Doug Gourlay. Next, Sam Spade, then Summer Symphony on NBC. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures, the Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor, Vincent Price, as The Saint.
Proof that the language of music is a truly universal one, Mr. Templar, is in the people gathered here. They run the gamut from saints to sinners. Would you not agree?
I would indeed, Mr. Opto. Won't you join me?
Oh, what? I accept with pleasure.
Fine.
Then you know me, Mr. Templar?
Well, if you promise to keep the deep, dark secret, I'll confess that I have bought tickets to Carnegie Hall from time to time. Piano concerts mostly, and those performed by Laureate Opto primarily.
That is a pleasing compliment, Mr. Templar.
Well, it's understandable how I'd recognize a famous concert pianist like Laureate Opto.
Thank you.
But the reverse is rather puzzling.
Then if you will keep the deep, dark secret, I shall confess. You were pointed out to me by a newspaper reporter seated at my table.
Which explains half the compliment. But why did you come to my table?
Why did you come here to this nightclub called the Birdcage, Mr. Templar?
Well, I could say because it reminds one of the Black Hole of Calcutta, but the real reason was to hear the piano music of Johnny Crawford.
Yes, precisely, as did I.
A Dixieland hepcat receiving recognition from a Carnegie Hall maestro?
Johnny Crawford was once my pupil, Mr. Templar.
Oh.
He had a magnificent technical grasp of classical music, but no artistic soul. He was a great disappointment to me. Nevertheless, I do not wish to see Johnny Crawford dead. That is why I have come to you.
Well, now, that's a rather macabre touch to an otherwise light-hearted evening.
Murder is always macabre, Mr. Templar.
So it's to be death by violence.
It is, and I shall tell you a great deal more about it at my home tomorrow morning, Mr. Templar. 637 Reseda Drive. I'm certain that you will be kind enough to be there.
That's the kind of certainty that causes horse players to go broke, Mr. Opto.
Then let us say I'm playing a long shot. And I'm betting that among the saints and sinners present here, you are numbered among the former.
One question.
Yes?
Could you give me any idea as to why someone should desire to remove the aforesaid Johnny Crawford from the ranks of the living?
Oh, I can do better than that, Mr. Templar. I can give you the name of the person who will be responsible.
Oh? And that person?
A musical composer who has been dead for over 100 years. Ludwig van Beethoven.
Yes?
Well.
Should I say thank you or slap your face?
What do you think?
The slaps have it. What could I do for you?
You must be kidding.
And if you're here to see Mr. Opdahl, you must be Simon Templar.
Guilty. And you?
Mickey Clark, Mr. Opdahl's secretary.
Mickey Clark. Well.
Won't you lope in, Mr. Templar?
Oh, thanks. I could hardly refuse such an enthusiastic invitation. Well, Rachmaninoff prelude in C sharp. Is that the maestro playing?
It's not Jimmy Durante.
Oh.
The music room's at the far end of the foyer. Mr. Opdahl's expecting you. Come with me.
Thanks. I'll take it, Benny.
Oh, no. There's a shot.
Identification acknowledged. Come on, let's go.
Oh, what's happened in there?
Just stay behind me and let me find out first.
Mr. Templar.
Yeah. Oh, that was no prelude in C sharp being played in here, Mickey. It was a prelude to murder.
To murder?
Where do those French doors lead to?
Why, to the terrace. Why?
See if it isn't too late to help Mr. Opdahl while I...
Oh,
no! Well, it's nasty weather out anyway.
But aren't you going after him?
My halo wouldn't look too well on top of a shroud. Where's the nearest telephone?
Telephone?
Yeah, I know this comes as a great surprise, Mickey, but the police are rather fussy about these things.
Oh, yes, of course. The telephone's right up... Opdahl. He's not dead. He's trying to play something. He's trying...
Take it easy, Mickey. Take it easy. Opdahl, it's Simon Templar. Who shot you? Do you know who shot you?
Can't talk, but he's trying to play.
Opdahl, can you hear me? It's Templar. Who shot you, man? Who shot...
Mr. Templar. Is it...
He is, Mickey. This time it's for sure.
Oh. What was he trying to say as he died? Tell us the name of the murderer.
One thing I've learned in this drab, weary life, my dear, is never to second-guess a dead man. Hey, what's this caught under the music rack?
It looks like a couple of torn bits of paper.
You thereby win your A for a cumin, Mickey.
Oh, I recognize that top one, Mr. Templar. It's personal note paper used by Mr. Opdahl.
Who is, Paul?
Paul? Paul DeGage. He's Mr. Opdahl's concert manager. Why?
The name Paul is the only written word left on the page. Look, we might have a slightly better lead on this second bit of parchment.
Why, it's part of a music manuscript.
Yeah, and an old one, too, judging by the condition of the paper and the signature attached thereto. Ludwig van Beethoven.
Beethoven?
Mm-hmm, the popular tunesmith who left this mortal coil some 100 years ago. Do you think it's possible that the old boy came back? You sure you want to come along with me on this little jaunt, Mickey?
Lawrence Opdahl was a swell boss and a wonderful guy. If there's anything I can do to help you get the man who killed him, I'm going to do it.
All the time I thought it was my personality that intrigued you. Well, let's hope I'm not as disappointed by Mr. Opdahl's concert manager, Paul DeGage.
I still can't believe it, Mr. Templar. Lawrence Opdahl dead. Murdered. Why would anyone want to murder Lawrence Opdahl?
That was going to be my question, Mr. DeGage. You don't suppose it was because he was going to tell me who wanted to murder Johnny Crawford, do you?
Johnny Crawford?
No.
Who is he?
No. You obviously don't suppose. Any other suggestions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Templar, but I'm so stunned by this news. Lawrence was going to play for me this very evening, and
I wasn't
now...
aware that Mr. Opdahl had a concert date for this evening, Mr. DeGage.
Well, it wasn't a concert engagement, Miss Clark. By a stroke of good fortune, I come into possession of an original musical manuscript of Beethoven's, Piano Sonata. And Lawrence was...
Did you say Beethoven?
Yes. It's an original that's never been published. It was known to exist, but was lost en route to the publishers in 1824, and it never turned up again until just recently.
Why, it must be worth a fortune, Mr. DeGage.
Well, it is quite valuable, yes. I'm going to offer it for sale to a small group of collectors in Coronado this evening. Lawrence had agreed to play it for me. But
you
now...
wouldn't happen to have this manuscript here, would you?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's in my safe.
Do you mind if we take a look at it?
Why, of course not. I'll have it for you in just a moment. Thanks. It's a remarkable document. Seems to be no question as to its authenticity.
And that always helps. How did you happen to get hold of it?
A refugee from Vienna brought it to this country some years ago. Just discovered it among some old family possessions he brought along with him. Doesn't know how it got there. I'm selling it for him. There you are. Please handle it carefully, Mr. Templar. It's quite old and fragile.
would probably tear quite easily.
That wouldn't be an apology for the fact that it's torn right now, would it?
Torn? Oh, I'm not certain I understand.
The missing signature should supply the missing meaning.
Missing signature? You mean that... Oh, good heavens. Well, you really had me worried for a moment, Mr. Templar. But as you can see, this manuscript is in perfect condition. There's the original signature. Ludwig and Beethoven.
He's right, Simon. What about that torn piece?
Exactly what I was going to say, Mickey. Thanks for your trouble, Mr. DeGage. Sorry I bothered you.
It's not a question of bothering me, Mr. Templar. I'm merely puzzled. I don't understand what a Beethoven manuscript might have to do with the murder of Loris Otto.
And that's the reason I'm sorry I bothered you, Mr. DeGage. Now, neither have I.
Thank heaven the police are gone. I don't think I could have returned here. Mr. Opdahl was told.
I'm not too happy about homicidal surroundings myself, Mickey.
Well, then why come back at all?
I find myself with an ungovernable impulse to indulge in musical composition, and more of that later, Mickey. It would appear we have an unexpected eavesdropper amongst us.
An unexpected...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't stop now, Sam.
If you don't mind, I'd just as soon. The farther away I am from lethal weapons, the better I like it.
That is a gun in his hand, isn't it, Simon?
Genus automatic pistol, species caliber 45.
That's very scientific, chum. Well, you better hand over that paper.
Paper?
Don't play coy, chum. The paper you took him Opdahl's music.
Oh, that. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm saving autographs. Never had one of Beethoven's before.
Yeah, I bet you never had your tummy blasted by a 45 slug before, either.
True. I think I'd better take that gun.
No, you don't,
Better
chum.
give it to me.
All right, chum, I will.
Simon! Oh, you killed him.
Shut up.
He said you killed him. You killed me.
You said to shut up, didn't I? Now stand back when I look at that paper. Should be somewhere. Yeah, inside pocket, huh? Thanks, chum.
Pretty brave with a gun, aren't you?
Yeah. Better retire from the music business, sister. From where I sit, it don't look too healthy. So long, baby.
Simon, please answer me. Are you all right, Simon? Answer me, please.
I must speak to my barber about this.
Simon.
Somehow the patting and massage I get after a shave doesn't give me anything like the sensation I'm getting now.
Simon, you're all right.
Well, I will be when the boys operating the trip hammers on my skull knock off at 5 o'clock.
Why didn't you let me know? Why did you lie there playing possum like that?
I doubt that a possum would appreciate the lovely picture you made as you bent over me, but as for me, well, I was in no hurry to wake up. What happened to Chum?
He departed with your prize autograph after creasing your skull with a bullet and threatening me with the same.
A lovable soul, isn't he? My only consolation is that his aim is far worse than even his intentions.
Simon, for Pete's sake, come across. So far, I don't understand a thing.
Which puts us both in the same boat. And speaking of boats, come along, Mickey. We've got an appointment with one.
How nice. Any particular kind?
Oh, yeah, very particular kind. A ferry boat that's going to take us across the Bay to Coronado.
Simon, this ferry boat is like a ghost ship.
Oh, now don't tell me that a little fog is getting you down, Mickey.
Little fog. It's so thick we can't even see the rail from here. Why are you so insistent on getting over to Coronado tonight?
Paul DeGage is selling a Beethoven manuscript to a bunch of collectors there, remember? One of my more famous hunches tells me that among those present should be a guy for whom capital punishment was invented.
I hope it's better than the two hunches you had on that torn manuscript.
It has to be. Hey,
what is it, Simon?
a piano in the lounge. Do you hear it?
Yes. Rather good.
It should be. The pianist is a former pupil of Loris Opdahl's, now holding forth at a dingy dive called the Birdcage.
The Birdcage? Simon! You mean Johnny Crawford?
Well, if it isn't, he should sue for plagiarism. That's his personal theme song.
Johnny Crawford aboard this ferry boat. Now, why would he be going to Coronado?
That's a good question, Mickey. Suppose we ask Johnny for the answer, huh? The door to the lounge should be somewhere over here.
Maybe it is, but it looks like you'll have to navigate by radar to find it.
Somebody's coming out on deck now. All we have to do is find that.
All right. Calm down. Everything's going to be okay. I hope you're right, Jensen. I've got the creeps for fair. Never mind it. I know I'm right. Just don't get excited. We got the signature, didn't we? Who's going to know the difference now?
I know it, Jensen. Maybe someone else does, too.
Oh, forget it, Johnny, will you? I'll meet you at the birdcage when it's all over.
The birdcage. Johnny Crawford at the birdcage.
What are you kicking about? It's a living, isn't it?
Oh, sure.
Pretty soon we'll all be in a heavy sugar. Now, just you wait.
You better be right up.
They're gone, Simon. Hidden in the fog. Who were they?
Didn't you recognize one of the voices?
I...
It was the friendly one who tried to part my hair with a .45.
What was it all about?
That's the second question I have to ask Crawford. You wait here, Mickey. I'll be right back.
Simon, you can't. Jensen's got a gun.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll keep my fingers crossed. I'll be seeing you.
Simon, I can't stay here alone. I'm allergic to fog. Oh, you crazy fool. I can't even see you.
Oh.
Simon. Simon, what was that? What happened? Simon! Oh, no. Simon! Help! Help me!
Man overboard! Man overboard! Man overboard! Man overboard! There you go. You got him. Grab the man over. I have it, Taylor. Many thanks. All right, come on over here. Get over here.
Simon, are you all right?
Oh, frankly, no. I'm jammed and my head aches. I've swallowed liberal quantities of seawater, which I found much too salty, and I have a terrific yen to play the piano.
To play the... Oh, no, not again.
Mickey, my dear, any psychiatrist will warn you of the dangers of inhibiting a creative urge. I think I'd better get into that lounge and get this one out of my system. Children make a grave mistake, Mickey, by not paying attention to music lessons. Now, if I'd only listened to Professor Heinrich Wurzel,
If you'd only listened to me, Jensen or Crawford, or whoever it was, wouldn't have hit you on the head. And you'd be rational now, rather than non-compass mentis.
Oh, you shouldn't speak so harshly of whoever it was, Mickey. When he tossed me into the briny, for some reason I thought of music, piano music. And I think I've got something. If I could only find the right combination.
I think you should try to find that psychiatrist you mentioned earlier. More attention to your noodle and less to noodling might result in getting...
Mickey, you've jumped to a big, fat, and incorrect conclusion. Listen to this.
It's hardly what I'd call a musical tour de force.
Mickey, you're not listening. I'll give you one more chance. There. Sound familiar to you?
Not in the least. But then I didn't take lessons from Professor Heinrich Wurzel, which might account for my... Wait a minute. That phrase. Isn't that what Loris Optal played just before he died?
You see, you should have studied under Professor Wurzel.
Oh.
He would have given you 100 in musical identification.
No, you're not trying to tell me that little musical phrase means something, Simon.
Well, let's see now. We'll be in Coronado at 6.
Yeah.
That should give me about 2 hours to prove its meaning to you.
Sounds like rather complicated procedure.
Oh, the procedure itself will be simple, but first I have to clutter it up with a call to Lieutenant Flanagan and a little visit to the public library.
I can only say, Simon, that I trust the past hour and a half in that library was more entertaining for you than it was for me.
Oh, it was, Mickey, it was. You'd be surprised at the amount of interesting information one can garner in a library.
Maybe I wouldn't be so surprised if you'd share some of it with me.
Well, I learned the very interesting tidbit that Ludwig van Beethoven lived from 1770 to 1827. That he wrote 9 symphonies.
Amazing.
That he had a sketchbook containing a mass in C sharp, a piano sonata, a fugue on Bach, and...
Oh, Simon, please. If that's all you can tell me about an hour and a half of wasted time...
Well, not quite. I could mention the fact that one of the more incorrect books on Beethoven was written by a John Masefield Crawford.
Well, what difference does it make who wrote the... John Masefield Crawford?
Mm-hmm.
Could that be our Johnny Crawford by any chance?
Could be.
An authority on Beethoven?
A poor one, but an authority.
So what?
So this. We're going to make a bid on a Beethoven manuscript, and don't be too surprised if we win it. And a murderer as well.
Paul DeGage up on the roster. Looks as though the bidding's about to begin.
You couldn't ask for better timing from a metronome.
All right, gentlemen. Quiet, please. Quiet. This was to be a very happy occasion, gentlemen, as you all know. For we were to present here tonight an original, authentic, and hitherto unknown manuscript of a piano sonata by Beethoven. In honor of the occasion, I prevailed upon my dear friend, Laureate Upton, to be the first to play the sonata. Unfortunately, as most of you now know, he has met with a tragic end. In deference to Laureate's memory, I have not sought another pianist to substitute for him. I am certain you all share my feelings. And so...
I'd be very happy to play the sonata for you, Mr. DeGage.
Simon, are you crazy?
I'm not certain I quite understand the meaning of this interruption, Mr. Temple.
Oh, I wouldn't let that bother me, Mr. DeGage. Now, as soon as I reach that piano... There.
Well, really, Mr. Templar,
Oh, it's quite simple, Mr. DeGage. I'm going to substitute for Laureate Upton.
You? Why, I didn't know that you were a pianist, Mr. Templar.
Oh, sure. One of the best. Listen to this.
Mr. Templar, there can only be two explanations for this outrageous action on your part. You're either drunk or mad. I shall have to ask you to leave this hall at once.
Now, surely, Mr. DeGage, you wouldn't want me to leave so soon, not before I've told these gentlemen that Beethoven never wrote the music on that manuscript you have for sale.
Beethoven never wrote
that manuscript is a fake. No such piano sonata was ever written by Beethoven or lost on its way to the publishers.
This is preposterous. The record of that sonata is in Beethoven's own sketchbook.
Oh, I'll admit that a piano sonata is noted in the sketchbook, yes. But if the person who forged this manuscript had looked far enough, he'd have learned that the original was written for 4 hands as a duet, not for 2.
What? I can't believe it.
This manuscript is a forgery, written by a former so-called expert named Johnny Crawford.
What? If this is so, do you have any proof, Mr. Templar?
Laureate Upton's death is proof enough. He discovered the forgery, but then he made a grave mistake. He thought Crawford's life would be in danger to prevent the knowledge from coming out. But it was his own life that was taken.
Then it was Crawford who killed him?
Upton told me who killed him, Mr. DeGage.
Upton?
He couldn't talk, but he could play. And he played 6 notes. These notes. Those notes spell the name of the murderer, a name that will be verified by his accomplices when they're picked up by the police. And for the edification of those who never studied under Professor Heinrich Wurzel, the notes
You never hang this on me, Templar.
Now, Simon, he's got a gun.
Well, then I'd better
Relieve him. I'll kill you for this, Templar. I'll kill you.
Oh, that's such a revolting thought to gain. I'd better not risk the faint possibility. Now, what was that you were saying, Mr. DeGage?
Simon, he can't say anything. He's out cold.
Come to think of it, so he is. And look at the time, just 8 o'clock. I told you you'd have your answer in 2 hours, didn't I?
Then the whole idea was DeGage's from the start, and Johnny Crawford and Jensen were working for him.
Mickey, why don't you stop your intellect from taking over for your emotions?
Simon. Then Crawford must have forged the manuscript. He was a good enough pianist and a semi-authority on Beethoven to do it. But how did Mr. Upton come into it?
You know, they say that boat rides are wonderful therapy in cases of inhibited romance.
Of course. Crawford was his pupil. I'll bet he got cold feet and showed Mr. Upton a copy of the manuscript. And Mr. DeGage got wind of it, killed Mr. Upton, and made off with the copy. Only part of it was torn off of the music rack.
Oh, this blessed fog. It makes everything so warm and cozy.
But it must have been the idea of a second manuscript that tipped you off, huh? Particularly when Jensen was so anxious to get the torn signature.
I wonder if you'd still feel like slapping my face.
And, of course, I finally got what you meant about those 6 notes Mr. Updahl played. They were degage, spelling degage.
Yeah. Mickey, when are you going to stop being logical?
Oh, son. Right now.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the 4 horsemen is still riding across Europe, scarring the bodies and spirits of millions with brutal hooves. His name is Hunger, and his victims are legion. Their cries for help are sounding right outside our door. Despite increased supplies of certain foods and improved crop conditions, Europe's need for more food is urgent and immediate. Americans can help now by sending food packages to Europe's hungry ones through the auspices of CARE, a non-profit humanitarian organization. CARE, spelled C-A-R-E, stands for Cooperative for American Remittances to Europe. It is composed of the country's 26 top welfare agencies, all operating to drive the specter of hunger from Europe. You can aid in this work by sending a $10 remittance to CARE, New York. A 21.5-pound food package will then be sent to any designated person in 15 countries. Or if you wish, CARE will select a recipient. Smaller food packages are available for lesser amounts. The address again is CARE, New York. Remember, they still need care. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Sidney Marshall. Our cast included Alice Frost, Fritz Feld, Ted Osborne, Tony Barrett, and George Neese. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Doug Gourlay. Monday night brings you 2 great adventure mystery programs side by side on most NBC stations. You'll hear Night Beat and then Top Secret. Lovely Alona Massey stars in Top Secret, the story of espionage during the last war. Be sure to tune here tomorrow night for Night Beat and Top Secret. Next, Sam Spade, then Summer Symphony on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. Clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Parker, for the first time in months, I get a chance to relax for an hour and read a book, and what happened?
Well, after all, Dr. Gillespie, I only
Oh,
wanted to...
shut up!
Well,
The History of Modern Medicine, the book I've wanted to read for a year, and you come popping in here with a handful of fiddle-faddle.
well, these letters are all addressed to you, and somebody has to answer them.
I don't see why.
But you have to answer letters. People always
Well,
do.
I don't. Throw them in the wastebasket. If there's anything important, they'll write again. And then get out of here.
Oh.
Confound it, Parker. If Pasteur had had you for a nurse, he'd have never discovered germs.
Huh?
He'd have been too busy planning some way to murder you.
I never saw such an insulting man in my life.
Oh, Jimmy, come on. Come in. Thanks. No, leave the door open. Parker was just leaving.
Well, I guess I can certainly take a hint.
All right, now. But say, something's wrong. What is it?
I just lost a patient, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jimmy. Who was it?
The old fellow in 531. Sarcoma. Ended about a week ago.
And in bad shape, too. I remember him. Jimmy, I could have told you then.
We tried everything. Radium, X-rays, traces. All this knowledge we think we have. Why, we're only working in the dark.
Well, sometime, yeah. But we know more now than we did last year. And more then than 10 years before.
I know. And 10 years from today, we'll know still more. But there are so many thousands of sufferers who could use more knowledge now.
It takes time and research, Jimmy. Sometimes you younger doctors don't realize how fast medicine's moving. Just in the last 30 years or so.
The faster, the better. It's still too slow.
Oh, fine. And think that way if you like. That's what keeps it moving. But don't forget it is moving, like I was just reading here. Only 60 or 70 years ago, they were operating frequently without any anesthetic.
I know. Must have been rough.
Rough? Why, at the big hospital, they'd ring a bell in the lobby for the interns to come and hold the victim down. That must have been quite a pleasant sound for the patient and the doctor. There's no bell here at Blair General. Well, not that kind, Lee.
Yeah, Kildare speaking. Yes, Wayman. Yeah. What? Yeah, yes, of course. I'll be right down.
What is it, Jimmy?
Accident a few blocks from here. Man caught in one of the service tunnels below the subway. Badly hurt. I'm going over with Wayman in the ambulance. I'll see you later.
No, Jimmy. If it's important enough for you, it's important enough for me.
He's a maintenance man, electrician. Started down this manway to service a fan. Slipped, I guess, and fell. He's hung up about 30 feet down.
Jesus, Doc, this ain't going to be easy.
It could be, Wayman. How big is the manway, officer?
2 feet in diameter. It is vertical with an iron ladder down one side.
2 feet? There's not going to be much room to work, Jimmy.
Oh.
I went down, fastened a rope sling under his arms, tied him to the ladder so he wouldn't fall on down the shaft.
Good.
I didn't want to move him till you got here. You see, one of the iron rungs of the ladder must have got knocked loose some way and bent out. It's run through his stomach.
By the great horn spoon.
Is he bleeding badly?
Not as far as I can tell. He was unconscious when I came up. Here we are. Hold back now. You'll find mess if another one of you fell down on top of it.
It's going to be pretty cramped quarters down there, Jimmy.
Yes, I know. Oh, is that cord long enough to drop the light down to where he is?
Yeah, I used it when I went down.
Good. Now go ahead and lower it, Wayman. I'll get down there and see what I can do.
All right, Doc.
I'm confounded, Jimmy. Be careful.
You want us to tie a safety rope around you, Dr. Kildare?
No, it'll be only in the way. Tie it to this medical kit and lower it after I get down. Well, here goes. I'll know better what I need after I see him. Oh, by the way, officer, what's his name?
Sam Nowitzki.
Okay.
What difference does that make?
Patient always feels more confident when the doctor uses his name.
Just yell up the shaft if you want something, Doc. And watch yourself.
Right, Wayman. Easy now, Sam. It's all right.
Who's that?
I'm a doctor from Blair Hospital. Let me get around here. That's it. There.
Doc, I'm fine.
No, you're not. I'm going to take care of you, Sam. Everything is all right.
It hurts bad.
I know it does, but it's nothing we can't fix. Believe me now. Oh, Wayman, hurry up with that kit.
Coming down now, Doc.
Oh, and something else, Wayman. Send down 2 pints of plasma.
Dr. Paul.
No, here's the kit. And the morphine. Good.
Doc, I guess my life is in your hands now.
Yes, I guess that's right.
Don't let me die.
Sam, that's a deal.
Hey, he's on his way up, Dr. Gillespie. You can stop worrying.
Worrying? Who's worrying?
Well, you've been hopping around on one foot for the last 20 minutes.
Ridiculous. Wayman, you're out of your mind.
Are you trying to tell me you haven't been...
Wayman!
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, sir.
Here, Dr. Kildare, let me give you a hand.
Thanks, officer.
Jimmy? How is he? What's the story?
He's badly hurt, but we still have a chance. Good chance. He's groggy from the morphine, and the plasma's taking care of the shot pretty well.
Good.
Seems to have a strong heart. That's in our favor.
Well, if you're through with emergency treatment now, we'd better get him out of that hole.
And there's the problem, Dr.
What do you
Gillespie.
mean?
Well, one end of that iron rung is still welded to the side of the ladder. I'm afraid to pull it out of the wound until we get him to the hospital.
That means you'll have to find some way to cut it off the ladder.
I know. That's why I came up. Oh, do you have a hacksaw there in those tools?
Yes, there's one here, Dr. Kildare. Do you want a mechanic to go down and cut it out?
No. There's only room for one. I'll have to do it myself.
Jimmy, what about a tetanus shot?
I'll make a serum test when we get him in the ambulance. We can give him a shot at the hospital. The sooner he's operated on, the better. Here, let's have that hacksaw. All right. Now, take it easy.
Doc.
Take it easy.
Doc.
What is it, sir? What is it?
Doc, am I still...
You're still alive, and you're still going to stay that way. I made a deal with you, didn't I?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you just grit your teeth and keep on fighting, and in 15 minutes you'll be in the hospital. All right, Wayman, careful now. Slide the stretcher under.
Right, boss. Here we go.
Is he unconscious, Jimmy?
Yes, I gave him another morphine along with the penicillin. All right, Wayman, let's go.
Lucky they let me bring the ambulance right down the tunnel here. We'd have had to pack him 100 yards.
Yeah. Oh, would you mind bringing my kit, Dr. Gillespie?
I've already got it, Jimmy.
Here we are.
Easy now. Okay, lock her down. Right, Wayman. Now, let's go. Now, you take the seat, Dr. Gillespie. I'll ride the side of the stretcher.
Good.
Through the head and up the side ramp.
Okay, Mac. Ready, Doc?
Anytime. Let her roll.
I've got operating room 4 all set up and ready, Dr. Kildare. An intern and 2 nurses are standing by there now.
Fine, Parker.
Wayman, you wheel him in here and get him off the stretcher. Kildare and I'll go ahead and scrub up.
Gotcha, Doc.
And be careful not to move that iron bar.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, Parker, we'll need a type B formula for the tetanus shot. He's allergic to horse syrup.
All right, Dr. Kildare, I'll draw it from the dispenser.
I'm assigned as operative assistant, Doctor. What anesthetic do you plan to use?
He may have serious internal injuries. What do you think, Dr. Gillespie?
Better play it safe and don't take chances on nausea afterwards.
Yeah, right. Okay, we'll use sodium pentothal.
Very well, Doctor.
Come on, Jimmy, let's go to work. Hey, Jimmy, I haven't been as tired as this for weeks.
I haven't either. Quite a day. But he came through the operation all right, barring shock. I think he'll pull through now.
Oh, no doubt of it at all. He's one of the 97.6%.
No? What do you mean by that?
Well, according to this book here, History of Modern Medicine, that's the present rate of recovery from serious abdominal injuries.
I see.
Whereas the recovery rate at the time of World War I was only 38%. Yes, remarkable improvement, Jimmy.
All right, no argument.
Furthermore, in this particular case, the patient wouldn't have had any chance of being even one of the 38%.
No? Well, why not?
A number of reasons. Any one of which would have killed him. In the first place, without plasma, he'd have died of shock right there in that hole.
Very probably.
And before the discovery of penicillin and the sulfur compounds, he'd have died of blood poisoning.
Well, puncture of the peritoneum was usually fatal.
Of course, morphine and anti-tetanus serum had been known for a few years, but...
But I know. We hadn't stumbled onto the phenomenon of anaphylaxis. We'd have given him a standard serum shot without realizing he might be allergic to it, and that itself would have killed him.
And we didn't have pentothal. We'd have had to use ether. Gillespie speaking, huh? Oh, for you, Jimmy.
Yes? What? Well, yes, that's all you can do. All right, Parker, I'll be right down.
What's the trouble, Jimmy?
It might have been better if we didn't have those medical improvements. Patient's alive, all right, but they've had to put him in a mechanical respirator. He's paralyzed.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Jimmy, judging by the general area involved and the nature of the paralysis, I'd say something's affected the sympathetic system pretty close to the spinal column.
Yes, that's where it has to be. It's the only place where that many nerve chains lie close together. Now, look here on the chart. If there were an injury or pressure or whatever anywhere along any of these two trunks, would account for the whole set of symptoms, but nowhere else.
And that iron bar went in about here. And ran back and up there.
Yes, it perforated the peritoneum here, missed the front of the diaphragm, pushed this lobe of the liver aside, and lodged against the horn of the seventh dorsal vertebra. Here.
That's right.
And he's paralyzed from the chest down.
It's strange the paralysis would occur suddenly 2 hours after the operation. In a military case, you suspect a piece of shrapnel in the wound.
Yes, one that had shifted and was pressing on the nerve trunk or something. Well, anyway, here's what did it. This end broke loose from the weld on the ladder, and of course I sawed off the other end.
It's a jagged break, all right, but still...
You know, there is one possibility. There could have been a metal fragment on this broken end that came off and lodged in the wound.
Well, yeah, it would certainly fit the symptoms.
And right now, it seems to be the only explanation that does. We'd better check it. Parker.
Jimmy? I suppose you realize that this means using another modern medical technique.
Yes, I know, Doctor. I'm way ahead of you.
Did you want me for something, Dr. Kildare?
Yes, Parker. Will you set up an X-ray room right away? Hello, Sam. How are you feeling?
He can't very well answer you with the faceplate of that respirator over his mouth.
I know. Sam, just nod your head if you're all right. Good.
He has a pad and pencil there, Dr. Kildare, if you'd like to ask him anything.
No, I don't think it'll be necessary, Parker. Just a few X-rays, Sam. Want to take a look inside of you and make sure you're all right. Okay? Fine. Larry, can you get a focus on him without moving him off the stretcher?
What are you planning to shoot?
The dorsal region of the spine from as many angles as possible.
Well, I think I can get it all right. These new machines are pretty flexible. What is it, orthopedic?
No. We're looking for a small piece of metal lodged near the spine. We're not sure of the size yet.
Guess you'll want to fluoroscope first and plates later, huh?
I think that's the best idea.
Okay, let's move in a little. There. I'll try a straight frontal first. Dorsal, huh?
Yeah, probably near the center. 7th or 8th vertebra.
All right.
Move the screen back a little, Jimmy.
There you are.
It's all right, Mrs. Nowitzki. This isn't going to hurt you a bit.
There's nothing there that I can see.
No, not a sign.
I can give you a little more density if you want. There you are.
Not a thing. It can't be above the 5th or below the 9th.
Well, there's a lot of bone in there, you know. But I'd still hate to shoot this up any higher.
No, it wouldn't do any good, Larry. Oh, you can cut it now.
Okay.
Can you give us a transverse shot now? Straight across from the side?
I think so. Have to lower the tube first.
Or anywhere else but along the spine. May not be any larger than a buckshot, you know. There are about 20 places it could be hidden by the bone shadow.
And it's possible there's no fragment of metal there, Jimmy.
Oh, there's got to be. What else explains it?
Okay. Anytime you're ready.
All right, Larry. Parker, how's he holding up?
Fine. I'm checking his pulse. Oh, just a minute. He's writing something.
Writing something?
Oh, it's for you, Dr. Kildare. Here.
Let me see.
Jimmy, what is it?
Says, Doc, is it still a deal? That's right, Sam. It's still a deal. All right, Larry, turn it on.
I don't know, Jimmy. With nothing from the fluoroscope, I doubt that his photographs will show anything either.
Oh, probably not, but we can't miss any chances. It's just too bad modern medicine had to pick this particular time to fall down on the job.
Oh, confound it. If only we could be sure the exact location of that fragment, it'd be simple enough to get it out.
I know, but without being sure, it's impossible. He's in no shape to stand a major exploratory. It'd kill him. Oh, here we are. Oh, hello, Wayman.
Hiya, Doc. And, sir, I just got back and they said you was taking x-rays, so I didn't bother you.
Oh, what'd you find out?
Well, I matched this here bar up with the place on the ladder, see? And there's a piece missing, all right. We searched the whole shaft and the floor at the bottom. Really shook it down.
Well, that settles it, Jimmy. There's our problem.
Yeah, sounds like it. Oh, Wayman, could you tell anything about the size of the piece?
Well, the way we figured, it's kind of three-cornered shape and about as big around as a lead pencil.
Confound it, a chunk of metal, no bigger than the nail of your little finger, and it's paralyzing a man. Probably kill him.
With all our knowledge, we can't do a single thing to prevent it.
Dr. Kildare, Larry said to tell you that he's going right to work on the photograph.
Oh, good.
Got Mr. Nowitzki back to bed and give him the sedative you left. That respirator's bothering him quite a lot.
Oh, I know. It's bound to.
Tarnation.
Well, it certainly seems a shame that there isn't some way of locating a little tiny bit of metal like that. After all, they've got machines to find gold and uranium.
Parker. Parker, you're an angel.
I'm a what?
Never mind. Call the Radford Electronics Laboratories. It's uptown somewhere. And get Dave Radford on the phone.
All right, Dr. Kildare. Radford Electronics.
Jimmy, what are you up to?
Just playing a hunch. You know, there may be one of those modern advances that even you haven't heard of.
Well, if you weren't in such a darn hurry, Jimmy, I'd be glad to explain how the gadget works.
Dave, I wouldn't know any more after you explain it. All I hope is that it does work.
And you mean to say that's all there is to it? That little black box you're carrying?
That's right, Dr. Gillespie. The batteries, vacuum tubes, relays, condenser circuits, self-contained. They're all in there. We call it the Berman detector. The Army medics used a few of them during the war. Shell fragments, shrapnel, and so on. Worked very well.
Here we are. You go ahead. This is Miss Parker, Mr. Radford.
How do you do, Mr. Radford? I don't think he'll wake up, Dr. Kildare. He's been sleeping pretty soundly from that sedative.
Well, it'll be better if he doesn't. I guess you can see why we're concerned, Mr. Radford.
Only where he can breathe, huh?
Yeah.
That's tough. Well, maybe we'd better see what we can do. takes a minute to warm up.
How's the thing work, Dave? I mean, how do you go about using it?
Well, this metal rod unclips from the side here. It's attached to the circuit through this flexible cord. So I just move the tip of the rod at random like this until... You must have a scalpel in that pocket, Dr. Gillespie.
Confound it, it's a stopwatch. And point that thing in some other direction.
Oh, it's completely harmless. Well, we can start any time now.
Good. Now, if we're right, the fragment is against the spinal column somewhere between here and here.
And you think it's a piece of mild steel about the size of a pea?
Yes.
Okay, we'll try an arbitrary setting and see what we get. I'll move it slowly along from...
By the great horn spoon.
There it is.
Yeah. Just under the 8th dorsal. Parker, set up an operating room.
You know, Jimmy, this is a very interesting book I'm reading. The History of Modern Medicine.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've been glancing through that one myself the last few days.
Since the accident of Nowitzki's, by any chance?
As a matter of fact, I think it was the next day that I first looked at the book.
How is he?
Oh, fine. I just came from there. It's the 4th day now. I think he's out of danger.
Still breathing normally?
Normally, except for the fact he's snoring his head off.
Good sign. You know, Jimmy, it just goes to show what modern medical techniques can do for a patient.
I know. I didn't have any argument with you in the first place.
A fact of which I was aware.
But I just had a bad setback. I'd fought the case for a week in every way I knew and then lost it. Well, you know how you feel.
Yes, as though you were 3 inches tall, with a head of solid bone and both hands cut off at the wrist.
Oh, we have come a long way, Dr. Gillespie, and we've still a long way to go. You know, there's one thing in the profession that hasn't changed, though. Must have been the same for doctors 50 years ago or 500.
What do you mean?
Well, the feeling you get in a case like Sam Nowitzki. When you put a patient back on his feet after all the odds say he should be dead.
Jimmy, if it weren't for that feeling, we wouldn't be in the medical profession, neither one of us. And with that pearl of wisdom, I hereby declare today's session in philosophy adjourned.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
No, it's no use, Dr. Gillespie. I can't get a thing out of this culture. Looks completely homogeneous.
Well, now, Jimmy, maybe you haven't got the microscope focused properly. Well, Parker, what do you want?
Mr. Nowitzki is leaving, and he wants to say goodbye. I wasn't sure whether you'd mind.
Of course not, Parker. Send him in.
All right, Dr. Kildare.
I never saw a faster convalescent.
I hope I'm not busting in on something.
Oh, no, Sam. Come on in. We're just doing a little research.
Research, huh? Well, I guess I got a little different idea about that kind of stuff than I had a few weeks ago.
Well, there's quite a bit of it behind the simple fact that you're able to walk in through that door today.
I know, Dr. Gillespie. It makes me feel pretty guilty, too.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, there's a young doctor who lives on the top floor of the apartment house where I got his license about a year ago. Well, he ain't gone into practice. He's working on a cure for some disease. Got cages full of mice in his rooms, and he's up half the night sometimes.
Really serious about it, huh?
Yeah, and I've always ribbed him about not getting some patients and making an honest living. Well, Well, I tell you one thing. When I get home, I'm going to climb up them stairs and shake his hand.
You know, that's a very good idea. And do something else, Sam. Shake his hand twice, will you? Once for me.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ed Max, Frank Gerstle, Byron Kane, Vic Perrin, and Tudor Owen. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. For whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Jimmy, I have been sitting here for the last half hour considering the matter from every possible angle. And I can see only one conclusion.
Conclusion? Matter? What are you talking about?
Oh, Jimmy, put that book down, please. Now, you have reached an age when you ought to start thinking about settling down.
Oh, yes. Yes, so that's it.
You ought to find some attractive young girl and get married.
Well, let's see. It's 10:30 now. Who could I call up and ask?
Oh, I don't mean tonight.
Tomorrow, then?
Oh, no, confound it. You know perfectly well what I mean. You ought to start thinking about it.
All right, Dr. Gillespie.
Huh? Well, what are you sitting there looking like a sick fish for?
I'm thinking about it.
Oh, stuff.
Look, you wouldn't have some particular person in mind, would you?
Why, of course not. Well, I've never tried to run your life, have I, Jimmy?
No. You lean over backward.
Well, maybe, However, I have been noticing that little nurse on the 4th floor. Miss Spurner, I believe her name is.
Why, Doctor, at your age...
Oh, I mean, I've been noticing her for you.
Oh, for me?
Well, confound it, Jimmy, now I'm serious.
Dr. Gillespie, there's a madman downstairs.
There's one up here, too.
Oh, stop blowing your siren, Parker. What's the trouble?
I just told you. It's a madman, and he's down at the receiving desk, and he came in a taxi, and he just phoned up here, and he wants a doctor, and his name is Mumpkin, and his wife's with him.
Mumpkin? Oh, wait a second. Is that Willie Mumpkin?
That's right, Dr. Kildare. His name's Willie, and his wife's going to have a baby any minute.
Well, if she is, I'm crazy. I just examined her 2 days ago.
Oh, she's a patient of yours, huh?
Yes, and she isn't due here for at least 3 weeks yet. I can't understand what this
Hey, doctor. Here he comes.
I need a doctor. Where can I find me a doctor? Oh, there you are.
Willie, what's all the trouble?
No time to talk. Just grab a bag and come on, doctor. They're taking her up in the elevator now. I haven't got a minute to lose.
Why not?
Why not? Well, you know why not. Because Betty Jane's going to have a baby.
Next couple of weeks, maybe. I'm talking about tonight.
That's what I mean, tonight. Any minute now. Maybe we're too late already. Come on, she's got pains all across here, and I had a heck of a time.
Mr. Mumpkin, what did your wife have for dinner this evening?
Dinner? Dinner? Why, some fried shrimp and a couple of pork chops and fried potatoes, dill pickle, pistachio ice cream, and strawberries. What are you laughing at?
Willie, we think the only thing Betty Jane is going to have tonight is a case of indigestion. Come on, let's go have a look at her.
But, Dr. Kildare, I thought she was... Well, when she... I mean, I don't know anything about these things.
Parker, that boy ought to be married.
Oh, yes, Dr. Gillespie. I think every young couple ought to... Huh?
Oh, confound it. I'm talking about Kildare, you idiot.
Good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, good morning, Jimmy. Miss Verner and I were just talking about you.
Verner? Oh, hello, Diana. I didn't see you.
We were just talking about that young man who came rushing in here with his wife last night.
Oh, they're quite a couple. Come from some little farm town in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Willie's father runs the local newspaper, and Willie's here taking a course in advertising or something. They've only been married about a year.
Well, I think it's just darling. The way he was so upset and excited and everything.
Oh, yes, he's very serious about his approaching fatherhood.
And he should be, Jimmy.
Uh-huh.
He should be. Marriage is a great institution.
Oh, I agree with you, Doctor. I think every family ought to have one.
The door's unlocked. Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. It is proper, you know, that one knocks before entering a room.
Entirely unnecessary in your case, Carew. I can smell your gardenia 20 feet away.
Please, not in front of the... Well, that is, we must remember our discipline, you know.
Dr. Gillespie, I believe I'd better take those reports now, if you're through with them.
Wait a second, Miss Burner. I'll get rid of this fella. Carew, what's on your mind?
My business is with Dr. Kildare, if it's quite all right with you, of course.
Well, come on, then. Come on and get it over with.
Oh, dear.
What sort of business is it, Dr. Carew?
It's one of your patients, Dr. Kildare, Mr. Lumpkin.
Oh, Willie.
He's creating a disturbance on the 7th floor. Has been all morning, and no one can do a thing with him.
What's he doing here, anyway? There are no visiting hours this time of the morning.
Precisely the message I sent him, Dr. Gillespie, and he told the nurse to tell me that I could... Well, I wouldn't care to sully myself by repeating his remark.
Hooray for Willie.
Dr. Gillespie, I... Oh, dear, I must run along. If I stay here another minute, I'll be ruined for the entire day. Utterly ruined. Dr. Kildare, I leave the matter entirely in your hands.
You got him so flustered he didn't even say what this disturbance is. Well, I guess I'd better go see what...
I'll take care of it. Jimmy, I'll be glad to. You stay right here now and talk to what in tarnation's happened to her?
Oh, she left. No interest in therapeutic romance, I guess.
A great horn spoon.
Come on, Cupid. Let's go talk to Willie.
But doggone it, Dr. Kildare, we're not playing the 1812 overture on this record machine just to entertain ourselves. We've got a purpose.
Purpose?
Willie, would that purpose have anything to do with this book on the theory of relativity?
Well, sure. I've been reading it out loud to Betty Jane. You see, we want him to have the right kind of a brain.
Oh, prenatal influence, eh?
Well, of course, I don't actually believe in it, Dr. Kildare, but, well, Willie figures there's no harm in trying.
Oh, I guess there isn't. Only how about using a low-volume influence? The superintendent's complaining about the noise.
Well, maybe it was a little loud.
Oh, and another thing, Willie. No guests in the room, please, except at visiting hours.
But gosh, Betty Jane's going to have a baby. She needs me.
For what?
Willie, if you're going to live here at the hospital, you'll have to make your headquarters in one of the lounges.
Okay. Now, honey, you send for me if anything happens.
All right, Willie.
And if they don't come for me, you yell.
All right, Willie.
I'll be back later, Betty Jane.
Oh, gosh, I still can't imagine her about to be a mother.
Then you better get ready for a shock.
But she's so young. Of course, I'm 21, but Betty Jane's still just a kid.
Well, she'll go out of that. You were young once, too, you know.
Willie, as an experienced husband and prospective father,
What's your opinion of marriage in general?
Oh, it's great, Dr. Gillespie. Terrific. I wouldn't have it any other way.
And you'd advise every young man who's still single to get married. Is that right?
Oh, sure. There's nothing like it.
Yep, you see, Kildare, it's just like I've been telling you now. Now, where the tarnation did he go?
All right. Kildare speaking.
Doctor, this is Willie Mumpkin.
Oh, what is it, Willie?
Doc, I gotta see you right away.
Why, at 2 a.m.? What's the matter?
It's something I just found out in a book, something we forgot about.
Forgot?
We haven't got a minute to spare. Maybe it's even too late already.
Willie, what on earth are you talking about?
It's the RH factor, Dr. Kildare.
Oh.
Maybe Betty and me are one of those rare couples that shouldn't have gotten married. Maybe our blood is incompatible, and maybe our son won't live.
Willie, hold it a second, please. Look, I checked the RH factor when your wife first came to me 7 months ago.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Well, was it all right?
Yes. Supposing it weren't, what would you do about it now?
Well, I don't know, but I just read about it in one of these books.
Where are you, anyway?
Down in the lounge. I've been sleeping on a sofa.
Well, go back to sleep, then. You've got plenty of time. Couple of days or so.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll just read some more of these books here.
A great idea, Willie. You do that.
Good night. I don't see any reason why these reports have to be made out tonight, Dr. Gillespie. They're not due for another week yet.
Well, it's always a good idea to get them done ahead of time, Jimmy. Now, I've had Miss Vernon signed to help you, and you can use this private office here.
But it's nearly midnight.
Oh, don't worry about me as far as time is concerned, Dr. Kildare. I'd be on floor duty anyway.
Oh, I know, Diana, but I don't think you understand the sly schemings of this man's mind.
Dr. Gillespie? Oh, it doesn't take an X-ray to see through him.
Then it's all settled. You go right on in there now. It's nice and quiet, and you won't be bothered.
No, I'm sure we won't.
Shouldn't take over an hour or two. And maybe you could have a sandwich or something over Sullivan's. Or go dancing, maybe. It'll be early enough.
But I'm still on duty, Dr. Gillespie.
Don't worry, Miss Verna. I'll take care of everything.
Yes, up to and including the final bless you, my children.
Oh, now, Jimmy, I am merely trying to get certain necessary work done in the most efficient manner I can.
Oh, there you are.
Well, Parker, what do you want?
Nothing from you. Dr. Kildare, the confinement ward just called. They're sending a patient of yours to the delivery room.
Oh, well, I was...
Can't you see Kildare's busy? I'll take care of this thing.
You'll take care of it. Dr. Gillespie, this is an OB case, and you haven't delivered a baby in 14 years.
Well, I'll get somebody.
Parker, it isn't that young Mrs. Mumpkin, is it?
That's right, Dr. Kildare. You missed your guess by about 8 hours.
So it seems. Well, I've got to get to work. Diana, I guess you may as well go back on floor duty.
Very well, Doctor.
No, Jimmy, let's work this thing out somewhere. I'll send one of the interns.
No sale, Doctor. This one's on me. Oh, by the way, where's Willie? I thought he'd be war-whooping in the corridors when this finally happened.
Oh, he's out there in the lounge, Dr. Kildare, sound asleep. Shall I wake him?
Oh, good heavens, no. With all those books he's read, he'd probably want to hang over my shoulder and tell me what I was doing wrong. Well, I've got a date with the store. See you later.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. Wait a minute. Confounded young scatterbrain.
Oh, pooh. You're just mad because he's independent and won't take orders.
Take orders? Help me, I'll get that boy married if I have to...
Marry him yourself?
Oh, shut up.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mumpkin, but it wouldn't have done a bit of good if they had waked you. There are times, you know, when a man is entirely superfluous.
Well, maybe so, but at least I'd know what was happening. How do I know what's going on in there?
Well, if I thought it'd make you feel any better, I'd tell you.
And another thing, Parker. I've been reading up on this kind of stuff, and I wanted to make sure everything was done right.
Yes. I think that's exactly what Dr. Kildare was afraid of. Now, why don't you sit down there?
Sit down? How can I sit down when I'm going through this? You don't know. You've never been a father.
No, you certainly won't get any argument on that.
Well, the way I figure it, a man's got special rights when he's having a baby.
Definitely, Mr. Mumpkin. His wife, for instance, should be out giving away cigars instead of loafing in bed.
Well, I mean, of course, it's Betty Jane who's having the baby, but after all, what do you suppose they're doing in there so long?
I don't know. Maybe it's twins.
Oh, no, don't say that. Don't even think it.
What's thinking got to do with it? Oh, well, here comes Dr. Kildare.
Well, then it's over. I mean, is it, Doctor?
Yes, it's over, Willie. You can uncross your fingers now.
How's Betty Jane?
Fine. They'll have her back in her room in 10 or 15 minutes. You can go down and wait for her if you like.
Oh, gosh, I gotta sit down and...
Well, do that.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Hey, where's the baby?
In charge of the maternity nurse at the moment. And no visitors before tomorrow morning.
All right, but I've been wondering about something I read in one of those books.
Oh?
Well, the way I get it, you put a whole bunch of babies all together in the same room.
And what's to keep them from getting mixed up? Is that it?
Well, I sure don't want somebody else's. I want mine.
And for better or worse, Willie, that's exactly what you'll get. We've already taken footprints. There won't be any mix-up.
Well, good. I was afraid you might forget.
Oh, yes, we're continually misplacing children around the hospital here.
Oh, boy, just wait till you hear about this back home. Just wait till Betty Jane's mother hears about it.
Well, I doubt if it'll be a great surprise to her.
No, but she's always treated me like a kid. Hey, what am I doing here? I want to see my wife.
Oh, by the way, Willie.
Huh?
Wouldn't you like to know what kind it is?
Kind? Why, it's a boy, isn't it?
Mm-mm.
A girl?
What else is there?
Oh, well, at least it's a baby and it's here. That's the important thing.
Sure. And better luck next year.
Next year? Look, Dr. Kildare, you don't think I'm ever going to go through with a thing like this again, do you?
There's no question about it, Jimmy. The best time of day around a hospital is after 10 o'clock in the evening.
Well, could be.
No doubt of it. Just listen. Everything quiet and peaceful. It's a time for leaning back and taking stock of things.
All right, Doctor.
And for considering the past. For planning the future.
And for getting ready to lead up to something.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's not anything. Just falling in with your mood.
Jimmy, we are not getting any younger, you know.
Yes, I can feel a certain profundity in that statement.
And time seems to be slipping away from us.
So it does. Maybe we'd better make out those reports before it's too late.
Reports? Oh, well, yeah, I was coming to that.
Yes, I thought you were.
As a matter of fact, I thought you might want to get them out of the way tonight.
I'm glad to.
Yeah. There's someone here to help you. I just phoned a few minutes ago.
Now, I wonder who that could be. As if I didn't know.
Ah, confound it, Jimmy. She's a very attractive girl.
I agree.
And it's time you were settling down with a wife.
Well, when I do, Dr. Gillespie, it won't be on your diagnosis or your prescription.
Ah, Jimmy, now that hurts me. That really hurts me.
Yes.
Why, I wouldn't think of trying to run your life for you. I wouldn't think of trying to prescribe any particular kind of...
Well, Doctor?
Now, Jimmy, be nice to her. Don't jump to conclusions. Look her over.
All right, sure.
Come in, Miss Verna.
Miss Verna?
Hello, Willie. Come on in.
I sure hate to bust in this time of night, and I guess you were expecting somebody else, but I got to talk to you about something pretty terrible.
No, what's the trouble now?
Well, it's this snapshot of the baby. I got a candid camera, you see, and I've been sneaking up to the nursery with it.
Good picture.
Yeah, but look at the face, Dr. Kildare.
What do you mean?
Well, she don't look like me, and she don't look like Betty Jane. In fact, she's a dead ringer for a great aunt of mine that's, well, daffy. I mean, she's not real crazy, but...
Willie, all babies look that way for the first few weeks. Now, please, go to bed and stop worrying.
Well, if you say so, Dr. Kildare. But gosh, when I saw that face,
Good night, Willie. Good night, good night.
Good night, Dr. Gillespie. Good night.
Good night.
One thing about this place, after 10 in the evening, it's always so quiet and peaceful.
Yes, young idiot.
No. He's a family man with worries and responsibilities. He's married.
I don't care whether he's married. All right, Jeffy, all right. You promised to keep an open mind.
It's wide open.
Come in, Miss Verna.
I am not Miss Verna.
Carew.
Precisely.
Well, what do you want?
Well, I could say a little more respect, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah.
Please, Dr. Kildare, you must positively do something about this bumpkin person.
Oh, what's he been up to now?
Oh, merely his usual career of menace. He's been firing some kind of flash gun in the nursery, scaring babies half out of their wits.
No, yes, he was taking pictures.
It doesn't matter what he was doing, Dr. Kildare. We simply cannot have that sort of thing, and you know it.
All right, Carew, you've spilled it. Now, good night.
Dr. Gillespie.
We'll take care of it in the morning.
As a matter of fact, I think I'd better speak to Willie tonight.
Jimmy.
No telling what he might do before morning. Come on, Dr. Carew. I'll walk out to the elevator with you.
Fine.
Kildare, come back here. Those reports, you know. Kildare. Confounded tarnation. I never saw such a stubborn, headstrong young fool in my life. Won't take advice, won't listen to reason, won't... Parker, come in here. Well, don't stand there knocking like an idiot. Open the door.
Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, Miss Verna. Yes. Well, I was expecting someone else.
But you did send for me, didn't you?
Send for you? Well, Miss Verna, if I did, and at this point I am not quite certain, then you'd better just regard the whole thing as an unfortunate mistake.
We've got that taxi waiting downstairs, but Willie and I just had to run in and thank you before we left. Oh, now, honey. Oh, Dr. Gillespie, wouldn't you like to hold the baby for a minute?
Oh, yes, surely, yes. Yes. Well, Kildare, this young lady can thank you. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, I didn't have much to do with it either. Mainly it was just one of those natural occurrences.
Well, don't call it just one. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to be the only one.
Well, I don't know, Willie. After all those books you read on the subject, you should be an authority by the next time.
I guess I did kind of make a nuisance out of myself.
Oh, well, it's a funny thing, you know, but I've been around this hospital for 35 years, and I haven't seen an expectant father yet who didn't.
Oh, Willie, we've got to run. I'm not supposed to stand up too much, you know.
Okay, honey. Well, if either one of you ever get out in our part of Indiana, why, you drop in and see us.
Sure thing.
Surely,
Thanks
yes,
again,
yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, my heavens, they forgot the baby.
Hey, Willie!
Yeah?
Look.
Oh, the baby! Oh, thanks very much for holding him, Dr. Gillespie. Goodbye, thank you.
Goodbye. Well, now that young maniac has departed safely with his baby, it's just barely possible we can settle down to normal business again.
And by normal business, I'll lay 5 to 1 that you mean those reports.
Well, yes. I think we'd better get them out of the way, Jimmy.
All right, I'll make them out now.
Good. Now, of course, you'll need some help. Mm-hmm. So I'll ring Molly Bird and ask her to assign somebody to...
Dr. Gillespie, you may as well hang up the phone.
Oh, what?
You're wasting your time, you know.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I do. You see, Miss Berner left early this morning on a 2-week vacation.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Kildare.
Parker, Dr. Gillespie in.
Yes, he's there in his office. Just go right in.
Thank you. Come on, Diana.
Oh, Miss Werner, I heard you were back from your vacation. Did you have a nice time? Oh, just marvelous.
You busy, Dr. Gillespie?
No, Jimmy, no. Come in.
I've got somebody with me. We want to show you something.
Oh, Miss Werner. Well, come in, both of you.
I told Dr. Kildare he should just tell you about it, but he insisted that I show you.
Show me? Well, I suppose that is the best idea.
Well, you see, I knew you'd never believe it just hearing about it. You'd go right on prescribing as usual.
Jimmy, I'm afraid I...
Show him, Diana.
See, Dr. Gillespie? On my left hand?
By the great horn spoon. Engaged.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd given up hope. I didn't think you'd do it.
We didn't.
I decided you were just too cut. What did you say, Jimmy?
Brace yourself, Doctor.
What are you talking about?
I just wanted Diana to show you her ring so you'd stop prescribing her. She's engaged. She's going to be married next month. But not to me.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ted Osborne, Bill Tracy, Sharon Douglas, and Georgia Ellis. Dick Joy speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. There was once an ancient Greek, a lad named Zenobius, who probably didn't know a putter from the front end of a buggy whip. Yet in the year 154 A.D., he wrote, "Contests allow no excuses, no more do friendships." And if that doesn't describe the average golf tournament, it comes mighty, mighty close. Today in Springfield, in the White Frame House on Maple Street, we find that things haven't changed a great deal in the last 18 centuries. Customs and costumes may have altered slightly, but people go on forever, like this.
But, Mother, the whole play depends on it. I told them I'd buy a new dress.
I'm sorry, Betty. You had no right to tell them anything like that.
Mother, you don't understand. I'm the star. I'm Camille. And how can Camille die in an old dress?
You just have to manage, dear.
The greatest opportunity of my life. Everyone will be watching me, and I have to die in that old rag. I'll just die.
I'm sure you will, dear.
Mother, you're not even listening. Why can't I just ask him?
Betty, I know it means a great deal to you, but try to think of the rest of us. Your father's having so much trouble with his car. Now, if you ask him for a new dress... Oh, dear, I told them to be careful.
Bud, what are you doing out there?
I wasn't doing anything, Mom.
Oh, he was too.
Kathy, you and Bud come in here this very minute.
Mother, couldn't we explain to him that it's really sort of an investment?
Betty, please, not now. Bud, what was that noise?
Noise? You mean just now?
Yes, just now.
You mean the noise that sounded like a window breaking?
Yes.
A window broke.
Bud, which window and who broke it?
It was the garage window.
And a rock broke it.
Mother, they've ruined everything. Now I'll never get the dress.
What did we do?
You broke a window, that's what. And Father will be all upset.
I didn't break a window. Kathy broke it.
I did not. You broke it just as much as I did.
I didn't even touch the rock.
Well, it was your golf club, and you told me what to do.
I did not.
You certainly did.
I certainly didn't.
Children, please. Will your father be home soon?
He's home now.
He is? Oh, dear. Kathy, don't you say anything to your father until I've had a chance to say... Yes, Jim?
I'm home.
We're in the kitchen, dear.
He would have let me have the dress. I know he would. Now he never will, and it's all your fault.
Mine?
Yes, yours. You and that junior grade Frankenstein.
Mother!
Betty, please. I will not have you...
Well.
Oh, hello, dear.
What's going on in here?
Hello, Father.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, Daddy.
How do you do, Clara, Lou, and Em? Hiya, honey.
Hello, dear.
As I said before, why the kitchen convention?
You're home a little early, aren't you, dear?
Yes, we finished a little earlier than usual this afternoon. What's the matter with the kids? They look as though they...
Dinner won't be ready for half an hour, Jim. I hope you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. I said...
So many things came up this afternoon. I've been busy trying to get them straightened out.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
What happened?
What do you mean, dear?
I'm being steered away from something. What is it?
Daddy.
I should have known. All right, Kathy. Whose window is it this time?
Ours, the one in the garage.
Well, that's a novelty.
I guess it was my fault, too, Dad. I was showing her how to play golf.
I won't ever do it again, Daddy.
Well, you don't have to look so solemn about it. You certainly didn't do it on purpose. Did you?
Oh, no, Daddy.
There's nothing so terrible about breaking a window. Just an accident, that's all.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
Do you feel all right, dear?
Sure I feel all right. I feel fine. Why?
I was just wondering.
Father.
Betty. Please.
But, Mother, as long as he feels that way...
Jim, I told her quite definitely that it was out of the question.
What is?
Father, I have to have a new dress. It's for the third act of Camille, and I told the dramatic coach I would, and it's only $17, and it's just beautiful for when she dies.
Who, the coach?
Father, Camille.
Betty, I told you just a few minutes ago.
Just a second, Margaret. If the dress is that important, and Betty promised, well, there's no reason why she can't get it.
Father!
Holy cow.
After all, it's only $17. What's that?
Wait till I tell Janie Liggett.
Jim, are you sure you feel all right?
Never felt better in my life. Margaret, do you know what I did this afternoon?
No, dear, but if you want to lie down...
I beat Jim Hathaway.
That's fine, dear, if you want to lie down for a while before dinner.
Oh, it's pale green, Father, and it's just like pistachio whipped cream.
Fine. Margaret, you don't understand. Jim Hathaway was a 3-1 favorite. He was even money to win the whole tournament. And I beat him. Don't you see what that means? I'm in the semifinals.
Daddy!
Holy cow, Dad, no kidding.
15 years and I finally made it. The semifinals.
With pale makeup and a soft spotlight. Oh, Father, I'm the happiest girl in the world.
Yes, sir, 15 years. And that isn't the best part. Do you know who I have to play? Ed Davis. And if I can't beat him, I'll hang up my shoes.
Why?
What?
Why will you hang up your shoes?
That's just an expression, Kathy. It means I'll give up.
Wearing shoes?
No, Kathy, playing golf.
Gosh, Dad, you might even win the cup, mightn't you?
I certainly might. But you should have seen the putts I dropped today. 18 feet, 20 feet, I was the hottest thing on the golf course. If I can just keep it up for 2 more rounds...
Jim, I don't like to interrupt, but if we're ever going to have dinner...
Is it all right if I call Janie, Mother?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Kathy, let's go out in the backyard. I'll show you and Bud how golf should really be played.
Oh, boy.
I get shown first.
Jim, be sure you don't wander off somewhere.
We'll be right here, Margaret.
I'll call you when dinner's ready.
That'll be fine, honey.
Say, Dad, we've been using that old 5-iron you gave me.
Oh, wait a second, Bud. Say, Ed.
Jim, I was just coming over to see you.
Ed, did you hear what I did to Jim Hathaway? It was murder.
I know. They called me from the club. Jim, I've got a terrific favor to ask of you.
Okay. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I've got a cold. The worst cold I've ever had my whole life.
Well, Mr. Davis.
Hello, Kathy. Bud.
Hi.
Don't get too close to me. I'm a walking germ.
Boy, you certainly picked up a pip.
Jim, would it be all right with you if we postponed our match until Sunday?
Gosh, I don't know, Ed. That's when the finals are supposed to be played.
I know, Jim, but I'm pretty sure I could lick this cold by Sunday. Then I could play the semifinals in the morning and the finals in the afternoon.
Oh, you can you? What happened to me?
Oh, Jim, let's face it. If I can't lick you, I'll hang up my shoes.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I wouldn't ask you, Jim, but this is a big thing in my life. I've been trying to reach the finals for 10 years.
I've been trying for 15.
Oh, Jim, let's not be ridiculous. You don't stand a chance, and you know it.
Oh, I don't I?
Oh, I could spot you 6 strokes aside and still beat you, but with this cold...
Well, maybe I won't win. But at least I don't go around trying to build up an alibi.
Meaning what?
Meaning I could beat you with or without a cold, and you know it.
Jim, we've been friends for a long time.
That's got nothing to do with it. Golf is golf. And if you can't play tomorrow, you'll forfeit the match.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine after all the things I've done for you.
Ed, you're taking the wrong attitude about this whole thing. I want to beat you fair and square.
Yeah.
But how can I if you let a little thing like a cold get you down?
A little thing? I'm so weak I could hardly see.
Sure, because you aren't trying to fight it.
Jim.
When you get into the house, fix yourself a hot lemonade, take 2 aspirins, and then concentrate.
Jim.
Say to yourself, I haven't got a cold. Never had a cold. I'm too strong and healthy to get a cold. Believe me, it's all in your mind. God bless you.
Thank you.
Remember that guy Koo-A? Every day in every way, I'm getting better and better and better.
Yeah. Whatever happened to him anyway?
He died. But, Ed, it works. I've tried it. You can talk yourself out of practically anything.
Yeah, you sure can. Well, if that's the way you want it, Jim.
Ed, I'm trying to help you.
Okay, I'll be there in the morning if they have to carry me on a stretcher.
And don't forget the hot lemonade and aspirin. That'll help, too.
Thanks, Jim. Every day and every way, you've been a great help.
See you tomorrow.
Dad, we aren't going to have much time.
Oh, sure we are. Where's the ball?
We don't have a ball. That's why we had to use rocks.
What happened to that practice ball I gave you? You know, the cotton one.
It's over near the garage.
Well, get it.
We can't. It's stuck in back of a big log.
That's right, Dad. You can't reach it unless we get the log out of the way.
I've never seen a more helpless pair of kids in my life. Is this it?
Uh-huh. Over there, in back.
Bud, I'll lift the log and you reach in for the ball.
Okay, Dad.
Are you ready?
You bet.
1, 2, 3.
Heavy, isn't it, Daddy?
Well, my hands must have slipped. Let's try it again, Bud. Ready?
Right.
1, 2, 3.
What's the matter, Dad?
I don't know. Something snapped, and I... Oh.
Gosh.
I can't straighten up.
Daddy?
Maybe your suspenders got stuck.
But I don't wear suspenders.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Fine son you turned out to be. I'm in mortal agony, and you have to make jokes.
I wasn't making any jokes, Dad.
Daddy?
Oh, my back. What is it, Kathy?
I know how you can fix it.
You do, huh?
Sure. All you have to say is, every day in every way, I'm standing upper and upper and upper.
Kathy, do you know what'll happen if I take my belt off?
Uh-huh, your pants will fall down.
over the country, you've been seeing good news about coffee in your grocery stores. Maxwell House coffee featured at lower prices. And these days, you'll be seeing more of the same good news. Still lower prices on America's favorite brand of coffee. A welcome occasion for everybody. You, your grocer, and Maxwell House, too. Now that wonderful good to the last drop flavor is yours to enjoy at the lowest prices in months. Rich, satisfying flavor you can count on cup after cup, day after day. Because with Maxwell House coffee, we have just one aim: to bring you the most in flavor and real enjoyment every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's why Maxwell House gives you so much more flavor for your money. Your money's worth and more in pleasure and satisfaction. And at today's prices, it's more than ever today's coffee buy. Next time you shop, look for that familiar blue Maxwell House tin in your store. Featured these days at the lowest prices in months. Start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The sands of time run slowly in the white frame house on Maple Street. An hour has passed, but not Jim Anderson's affliction. Surrounded by a solicitous family, Father waits the arrival of Dr. Simmons, and sympathy flows in a steady stream through the Anderson living room, like this.
Jim, I've told you repeatedly, you're not a child. You can't do things like that.
Like what? All I did was try to lift the...
It hurts, huh, Dad?
Of course not. I just like to groan, that's all. Betty, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing, Father.
Then why are you staring at me?
Well, it's for Camille, really. I'm doing research.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the play. I have to die in the third act, and you're making the most wonderful faces.
Oh, that's fine. That's just great. I have a broken back, and my daughter uses it for research. You know, this is the most cold-blooded family I've ever known.
But, Father...
Margaret, call the doctor again. Tell him it's an emergency.
I did, Jim, and they said he'd be here as soon as possible.
Fine doctor he turned out to be. Anytime you need him, he's out. Operating on people, delivering babies. He's never around when you need him for anything important.
Father, about the dress.
Betty, this is hardly the time.
But, Mother, I have to go to the rehearsal.
Well, go ahead. Nobody's stopping you.
I can't go unless you give me the $17.
Then stay home.
Father!
Doesn't it mean anything to you that I'm practically dying? I lie here doubled up like a pretzel?
Hey, you know, I didn't have any dinner.
But how can you think of food at a time like this?
Well, I'm a growing boy.
We'll all have our dinner in just a little while, Bud.
Here's the hot water bottle, Mommy. I got it as hot as I could.
Oh, thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
People go around breaking windows, hitting golf balls in back of logs.
Jim, let me put the hot water bottle on your back.
I don't want it on my back. It hurts enough the way it is.
Gosh, Dad, how are you going to play golf tomorrow?
Golf? I'll be lucky if I'm still alive. Oh, no.
What is it, Jim?
Ed Davis. What am I going to tell him?
Well, why don't you just tell him?
Margaret, I can't. He'd never believe that I hurt my back. Not after the argument we had.
Daddy told him about Mr. Pooey.
Who?
Every day in every way.
Kathy, go to bed.
I haven't had my dinner.
Then behave yourself and be quiet.
Yes, Daddy.
Man tries to do the right thing, the honorable thing, and what happens? Nobody believes that he... Bud.
Yes, Dad?
Give me a hand. I want to get up.
Okay.
Jim, do you think it's wise...
I've got to call Ed Davis, Margaret. I just thought of something.
Can't we call him for you?
No, I've got to do it myself.
Jim, please be careful.
I'm being careful. You don't see me leaping into the air, do you? Oh.
Grab his other arm, Betty.
Father, it's only $17.
When I was a boy, people were considerate. They were thoughtful and kind.
Pull, will you, Betty?
When people were dying, they at least showed them the proper respect. They didn't follow them down to the grave, hounding them for $17.
There you are, Dad. How do you feel?
Never mind how I feel. Just help me over to the phone.
Father, while you're standing up...
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go away.
But, Father...
I said go away. Bud and I can manage alone.
Jumping creepers. After I told everybody I was going to get
She
it.
wouldn't care if somebody dropped a bomb on my head, just as long as she got that idiotic dress.
You want me to dial the Davises for you, Dad?
Thank you very much, Bud. You've been a great help.
Oh, that's okay, Dad. Say, Dad, you won't be able to use the car tonight, and I just thought...
Well, stop thinking. You had the car last night, and that's enough. Here, let me have it.
Holy cow.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Ed. This is Jim Anderson.
Oh, hello, Jim. Say I owe you an apology.
Oh, that's all right, Ed. You know, I've been thinking things over, and I don't see any reason why we can't postpone our match until Sunday.
What for?
Well, I want you to be at your best, Ed, and that'll give you a chance to get over your cold.
What cold? Jim, I don't know how to thank you. I did just what you said, and I feel like a new man.
You, what?
Oh, I've still got a couple of sniffles, but I feel great.
You do, huh?
You certainly knew what you were talking about. Every day and every way. That's a great system.
It is, huh?
Yes, sir. You'll have to play some pretty sharp golf to beat me tomorrow. Say, wouldn't you like to go out to the driving range and hit a few?
No thanks, Ed. I'll just take it easy tonight.
Okay, pal. See you in the morning.
Yes, I'll, see you in the morning. Every day and every way I ought to have my brains examined.
What did Mr. Davis say, Dad?
He feels fine, Bud, just fine. Let's go back to the couch.
Okay.
Jim, I don't understand what this is all about. If you can't play golf, why don't you tell him?
Margaret, there are certain things that women just don't... let me down easy, Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Oh.
Father.
Betty, you and Kathy go into the kitchen and fix your dinners.
But, Mother...
You've waited long enough. Now go ahead.
How about me, Mom? I'm starved.
You can wait a little longer, Bud. The doctor may need you. Now, Jim, will you please explain all this foolishness about Ed Davis?
There's nothing foolish about it, Margaret. He said he had a cold, and I said he was trying to set up an alibi. Now, if I say I hurt my back...
Two grown men acting like a couple of silly schoolboys.
What's so silly about schoolboys?
I'm sorry, Bud.
Margaret, unless I can convince Ed Davis...
But you don't have to convince him. Dr. Simmons will certainly tell him.
Say, that's right. If the doc tells me I can't play, then I can't play, can I? Well, it's about time.
Bud, let the doctor in like a good boy.
Then can I have my dinner?
We'll see, dear.
Holy cow.
Doctors, always rushing around, never get any place, make a big production out of everything. If I ran my business the way they do, I'd be looking for a job in a week.
Jim, please don't start.
Well, hello, Margaret. What's all the fuss about?
Oh, hello, Doctor.
It's about time you showed up, you old quack.
So I'm finally going to get my hooks into you.
What do you know? Fine doctor. Listen to that bedside manner. He's going to get his hooks into me.
Oh. Doctor, will you need Bud for anything?
Oh, I don't think so.
All right, Bud, go in and have your dinner, dear.
Well, good for me.
You know, Margaret, I was talking to Mrs. Swain about you the other day.
Really?
That's right. She was telling me about that hospital service you were trying to organize last year. It's a wonderful idea.
Oh, well, thank you.
Doc, if you have any free time next week, Margaret, why don't you drop into my office? I may be able to help you.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Doc, what's the matter with you?
Remember me? I'm the emergency.
Well, I know. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. Just a broken back, that's all.
Yes, you look just like a broken back.
He says it's quite painful, Doctor.
Well, let's take a look at it. Turn around.
I can't turn around.
Oh, stop acting like a jackass. Turn around.
Calls himself a doctor. If I didn't like his sister, I wouldn't even let him in the house.
Is that where it hurts?
You know darn well that's where it hurts.
Well, hold still for a second.
Well, what are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do. Just hold still.
Ow!
Okay, now go to bed and put some heat on it.
Was it anything serious, Doctor?
No, of course not. You know, Margaret, we've needed a volunteer service at the hospital for years. And if you can just get it started.
Hey, Doc.
I'm talking to Margaret.
Well, I hate to interrupt anything so vital, but what else do I do?
I just told you, go to bed and put heat on your back.
Is that all?
Well, I can send a nurse around to hold your hand, if that's what you want.
You mean it wasn't serious?
It was a simple dislocation. And if you'd remember that you were 40 instead of 4, it wouldn't happen.
Gosh, I can stand out.
Isn't that wonderful? Only 40 years old, and he can stand up.
Be careful.
Oh, he's all right, Margaret. In the morning, you'll never know there's anything wrong with it.
Is that so? I'm as weak as a cat, and you know it.
Well, it may take a few days, but you'll be all right.
In the meantime, I'd better stay in bed, huh?
No, I wouldn't do that, Jim. If you let that spine stiffen up, you're liable to run into trouble. I'd prescribe some light exercise. Of course, you won't do so well, but why don't you go over to the club in the morning and play a little golf?
Oh, no!
It's been such welcome news to see lower prices on Maxwell House coffee in the stores. And now that news is even better. These days, grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House at lower prices still. Now you folks who always drink Maxwell House can enjoy it at the lowest prices in months. And you folks who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor, now's the time to bring home a familiar blue Maxwell House tin. See how much more pleasure you find in a cup of coffee when it holds the world's most famous flavor. Flavor so rich and mellow. Flavor you can count on. Because we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For wonderfully good coffee. For today's coffee buy. Look for Maxwell House. Featured these days at still lower prices. The lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
It's morning now, and in the white frame house on Maple Street, there's a heavy blanket of gloom in the master bedroom. This is one morning when the master feels anything but masterful. Like this.
Dr. Simmons probably took his training in a school for feeble-minded veterinarians.
Jim, I think you're being very foolish about this whole thing. You can't even put on your sweater alone, and how can you play golf?
I don't know, but I'm going to try. Nobody's going to say I gave up without a fight.
Jim.
He'd only told me to stay in bed for a few days. Just one day. I could have asked the Rules Committee for a postponement. That's all I need. I'll be fine tomorrow.
Jim Anderson, if you don't call Ed Davis this very instant...
Wait a minute.
If you'll just explain
Margaret,
to him...
listen.
What?
Oh, honey. Have you ever heard anything more beautiful in all your life?
Jim, what is it?
It's raining!
Did you know? Now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience of thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee. Nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for the Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Mad for Music, starring Joan Evans on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. To be or not to be, that's quite a question, isn't it? Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles. That's a question, too, and quite a problem. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons are old hands when it comes to questions and problems. Big problems, little problems, they've had their share of them all. Like this.
I've never seen anything like it in my whole life.
Jim.
Oh. Bless, O Lord, this food to our use and our lives to thy service. Amen.
Amen. All right, Kathy, eat your dinner.
Say, Dad.
Tell me golf is a game of skill.
Dad.
He couldn't do anything wrong, and I couldn't do anything right.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Look at Betty.
What about her? Betty? Betty?
What?
What's the matter with you?
Nothing, Father. Nothing at all.
Well, stop daydreaming and eat your dinner.
Yes, Father.
She still thinks she's Camille.
All right, Kathy.
I think she's nuts.
Bud.
Well, holy cow, Mom. She walks around coughing all the time.
Never mind, Bud. Just eat your dinner and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You know what he did on the sixth hole, Margaret? He sliced one out of bounds, it hit a tree, and bounced right back on the green.
Yes, dear.
That's a great way to win the semifinals, isn't it? Skill. Huh.
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
Why do they call Marguerite the Lady of the Camellias?
Because that's what she wore, camellias. Now forget about it and eat your dinner.
Gee whiz.
Betty, will you please pass the butter?
Father,
What is it, Betty?
it's very kind of you, monsieur, to speak to me so gently.
What?
Here is the butter.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Betty, what in the name of... What's gotten into you?
Why, nothing, Father.
Well, then stop it. The play is over. You were wonderful. You were sensational, but it's over. Now come on back to earth.
It's all right, Jim. It may take her a few days, but she'll get over it.
I know, but a man can stand just so much. We've had Camille for breakfast, dinner, and supper for the last month, and I'm getting sick of it. If this keeps up, she won't be in any more plays, and that's a promise.
What a play.
Oh, Armand, I love you.
Nobody even got shot or anything.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
do you know who was in the audience last night?
We were.
A talent scout from Hollywood. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Betty,
Yes, Father.
don't fall into the swimming pool.
What?
Betty, I saw the show last night, and, well, this is a practical world. You've got to realize...
Jim.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to explain to her.
Jim, she's so young. Let her dream, just for a little while.
Well, I think the entire thing is ridiculous.
Me too.
Eat your dinner and be quiet.
Gee whiz.
I'm going to dedicate myself, my entire life, to the theater.
Bud, pass the potatoes, please.
Do you want to know why?
No. Come on, Bud.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Because there are moments when I lose myself in that dream. Because there are days when I am weary of the life I lead and imagine that I have another. Because in the midst of my turbulent existence, though my reason, my pride, my senses are alive, my heart is so tired of never finding tender understanding. Little do people care.
Ah, shut up.
Bud.
Mother, what he said.
Bud, how dare you speak that way to your sister?
Well, holy cow, Mom.
Jim, will you please say something to Bud?
Hello, Bud.
Hi, Dad.
Jim Anderson, it is not funny, and I don't care what Betty did. There's no excuse.
Your mother's right, Bud. You shouldn't have said it.
I know, Dad, but good gravy.
Tell Betty you're sorry, and, well, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Betty. I shouldn't have said what I said.
You want me to forgive you? Dear one, what is there to forgive? In a world such as ours...
Betty, for Pete's sake, cut it out.
But, Father...
You've been spouting Camille around here until I've got it coming out of my ears. Now, stop it.
Very well. But when I'm a famous movie star and they ask me who is responsible for my success...
Margaret, she isn't just counting her chickens. She's selling next year's eggs.
Betty, we mustn't raise our hopes too high.
What do you mean, our hopes? Bud, that was the doorbell.
I know.
Well, answer it.
Holy cow. You think there was a law that nobody else was allowed to open the door?
Margaret, you certainly don't think that Betty has a chance of being a movie star, do you?
Why not? I've seen certain people a lot less talented than Betty.
But she isn't trained for it. She isn't prepared.
Father, they train you.
And she and Janie Liggett are both preparing.
What?
Kathy. Well, you and Janie were trying on sweaters, and she said...
Kathy.
Kathy, why don't you go in and do your homework?
I haven't finished my milk.
Well, finish it. And behave yourself.
Hi, Betty.
Oh, Billy, come on
Hello,
in.
Billy. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Anderson. Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Billy. How are your mother and father?
Just fine, thank you.
Would you care for a piece of cake?
No, thanks. We've got to run along. Janie Liggett's throwing a big party for the Dramatic Club. Sort of a celebration, you know.
Yes, Betty was telling us. Bud, what are you doing out there?
I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring again.
Stop being such a smart aleck and come back here. Unless you'd rather skip to dinner.
Well, every time I sit down, the doorbell rings, and I'm the only one who ever gets to answer it, so...
Sit down and finish your dinner.
Holy cow.
We were just talking about the play. Weren't we, Jim?
Yes, we certainly were.
We thought it was wonderful. Didn't we, dear?
Yes, we certainly were talking about it.
Billy, tell them what the club critique said about my performance.
Well, as the director of the various productions, I run a critique after each performance. A sort of symposium. And we're quite ruthless in our critical analysis. In a constructive way, of course.
Of course.
What did he say?
Never mind. Just drink your milk.
I drank it.
Well, drink Bud's. Go ahead, Billy.
Well, as I was saying, we decided that while Betty's performance lacked the polish of a more experienced artiste, it had warmth, spirit, and a certain objective maturity you can only describe as éclat.
You don't say.
Oh, yes. Why, when she was dying, didn't you notice the brilliant resonance in her cough? She had a timbre you'll find in mighty few Camille's.
Well, she comes by it naturally. Her grandfather was a champion hog collar.
Jim, Billy and Betty are being quite sincere and earnest.
Well, so am I. Just because you can cough loud, that doesn't mean they're going to send you to Hollywood.
Who said anything about Hollywood?
Billy Smith, you told me there was a talent scout in the audience.
Woman's place is in the home, caring for her family, sharing the joys and sorrows of the man she loves.
Mother, have you ever heard anything more prehistoric?
Betty, I really don't think...
Just a minute, Margaret. Betty, this is one quarrel you aren't going to drag us into. If you and Billy want to fight, do it on your own time.
But, Father, he's so pig-headed.
I am not pig-headed. I just believe in equal rights for men. That's all.
Betty, if you're going to the Liggett's, go.
I spent a whole month preparing for Camille.
Betty.
And then he has the nerve to tell me.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go.
Well, come on, Billy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Billy.
I won't be out too late, Mother.
All right, dear. Have a good time.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Gosh, Betty, I didn't mean to get you all excited.
I'm not excited, but there's no reason why I can't take a screen test if I want to.
But why? I told you in the very beginning.
Of all the idiotic arguments I've ever heard...
Well, at least it's a little different.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why doesn't Billy want Betty to go into the movies?
I don't know, baby. I guess he just wants her to stay in Springfield.
Why?
So they can smooch, Dopey.
Bud.
Well, if she doesn't know...
But if there are any clinical replies to be given around here, please let me give them.
Holy cow.
Kathy, you see, when you're very young and in love, you dream up all kinds of things. Now, actually, there isn't any reason for Betty and Billy.
There, you see?
What?
I told you it was going to ring again, and you said I was being a smart aleck.
I don't know. Isn't there going to be one evening we can go through without all this fuss and excitement?
Bud, stop making such an issue of it and answer the door.
I'll answer it myself. He can finish his dinner.
I'll go, Dad.
Never mind. Just do as you're told. Has to walk a full 20 feet to get to the front door. You'd think it was going to kill him.
I'll pour your coffee, dear.
All right, Margaret. I'll be right back.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
My name is Kay. Alfred Kay. May I come in?
Why, yes. Come right in.
Thank you. You probably heard that I was in town.
Well, quite frankly, no.
Oh, I thought you had. Mr. Anderson, I represent the Metropolitan Picture Corporation of Hollywood.
Metropolitan? You mean you're the talent scout?
You did hear about me.
Margaret, he's here. He came.
Jim, what is
The talent scout, he's it. He's here. He's right here now.
Mr. Anderson, there's no need to get excited.
What on earth are you talking about?
What's the matter, Dad?
I want to see, too.
Margaret, this is my wife, Mrs. Kay.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures.
Oh, no.
Holy cow.
Gosh.
Now, let's not get excited, children. Let's just keep our heads. Keep our heads.
Bud, call the Liggets immediately. Tell them to send Betty home at once.
Okay, Mom.
Oh, I wouldn't go to all that trouble, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, it's no trouble, Mr. Kay. No trouble at all. Let's go into the living room where we can be more comfortable.
Thank you. That'll be very nice.
You can't imagine how excited we are, Mr. Kay.
Well, I think I can. After all, a thing like this doesn't happen every day, does it? Well, that's better.
Don't I get to say hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Mr. Kay, this is our younger daughter, Kathleen.
Yes. Yes. I noticed her in the audience last night. How are you, Kathleen?
I'm very pleased to meet you, sir.
Sweet child. Mr. Anderson.
Hey, Mom. Betty isn't there yet, but I told them about the talent scout, and they said they'd send her home the second that she came in.
That's fine, Bud. Just fine.
We're very proud of Betty, Mr. Kay.
But I'm not sure she wants to go into pictures. You see...
Well, that needn't bother us, Mr. Anderson. I want to talk to you about a screen test for Kathleen.
Kathy?
Oh, no.
great cup of coffee keeps right on making good news these days. In stores everywhere, grocers have been featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. And now they're featuring lower prices still on America's favorite brand of coffee. Something we're all happy to see. You, your grocer, and Maxwell House, too. Now the world's most famous coffee flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor you can count on cup after cup, day after day. Because with Maxwell House coffee, we have just one aim: to bring you the most in flavor and satisfaction every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's why you find so much more flavor for your money in Maxwell House. Your money's worth and more in real pleasure. And at today's prices, it's more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for that familiar blue Maxwell House pin in your store. Featured these days at still lower prices. The lowest prices in months. See how much you enjoy a cup of coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A very few minutes have passed in the white frame house on Maple Street, and the status is not what you would call exactly quo. Betty is on her way back from the Liggett's to meet the talent scout, and Billy Smith, who is jealous, doesn't want her to meet the talent scout, we think. But that's all right, because the talent scout has left anyway. And besides, he didn't want Betty, he wanted Kathy. And furthermore, well, you can see how, with just a little consideration and common sense, normal excitement can be completely controlled and turned into a sort of seething confusion, like this.
But, Daddy, you said you didn't want me to go into the movies.
I know, but you didn't have to tell him you'd rather be a lady wrestler.
Well, I would.
Jim, I'm worried.
About what?
About Betty. What are we going to tell her?
What can we tell her? We'll tell her the truth, that's all.
Jim, there are times when the truth can be very cruel, especially to an imaginative young girl.
Well, I'm certainly not going to lie to her.
Lying is a sin.
Kathy, why don't you dry up? Can't you see we've got a problem?
Yes, Bud.
Kathleen, if you start that phony coughing again...
I'm sorry, Father. I'll try to control myself, even though something deep within me...
Stop it. Margaret, if she's going to keep that up...
She won't, Jim. Will you, Kathy?
Will I what?
Kathy, darling. Mommy and Daddy have a great problem. We need your help.
Boy, are you in trouble.
But...
Well, holy cow. If you have to count on that knothead...
Mother!
But if you can't behave yourself, I'd suggest you go to bed.
I'm sorry.
Margaret, the plain truth of the matter is that the man wasn't impressed with Betty's performance. That's what we'll have to tell her.
I know, Jim, but not right away.
I still think he was a little out of his mind, telling me Kathy looked like a Da Vinci cherub. Kathy, stop it.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I forgot.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
Do you suppose we made a mistake? We could have sent her all the way out to California.
Jim.
What have you got against California?
You just keep it up, Bud. That's all. When I get to be a lady wrestler...
Kathy, please. We have a very great favor to ask of you, and we haven't very much time.
Margaret, I say you're making a mistake. Tell Betty the truth, and if she isn't big enough to take it...
Jim, believe me, this is one time when the truth is a very dangerous thing. If we can just convince Betty that she doesn't want to go to Hollywood...
I can just see that.
We can try, Jim. If we succeed and she doesn't want to go, then it won't make any difference if she finds out about Kathy.
In other words, you're going to put yourself at the mercy of that, cherub.
What else can we do?
Dad, how would it be?
Just a moment, Bud, please. Kathy, will you promise not to say anything to Betty about Mr. K?
Not even I'm a cherub?
Not even that.
Gee whiz.
Kathy, I have here a list titled Damages for May. Kathleen Anderson. 4 windows, 1 windshield, 2 rose bushes, 1 shrub.
Is that just May?
First half.
Gosh.
Well?
Okay, Mommy. I won't talk.
Thank you, dear.
Boy, parents can sure louse up your life.
Kathy.
Mother.
We're in the living room, Betty.
Remember, Kathy, not a word.
Okay.
Kathy.
You mean I can't even call? I'm sorry we took so long, but you know how traffic is these days.
We left the second Janie told us, but...
Mother, where is he?
Well, you see, dear...
But Janie said the talent scout was here. She told me. Daddy sent him away. Father!
Kathy.
Well, I didn't tell her who.
Bud, take Kathy upstairs.
Come on, Squirt.
I don't want to go upstairs. I won't say anything honest.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me? Father, you didn't send him away. Tell me you didn't send him away.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I did.
Oh, Father.
Betty, your father and I felt it was...
My entire life is ruined. Everything I'd hoped for, everything I'd planned.
Betty, if you'd only try to understand...
Understand? Mr. Anderson, this sort of treachery passes all understanding.
What?
As Betty's director, I say you have perpetrated a crime against the arts. Stolen from the silver screen one of its most glittering gems. You have purloined...
Wait a minute. Which side are you on, anyway? You said you didn't want Betty to go into pictures.
I said that? I? Did Svengali hide Trilby under a bushel basket? Did Cecil B. DeMille?
Oh, go home.
Father!
Stop saying father. If you must know the truth...
Jim, please.
Margaret, if they're going to accuse me of having ruined the movie industry...
Betty, whatever we did was for your good. You must know that.
But after I'd worked so hard and so long, a whole month, and it's just thrown away.
Honey, you aren't ready to be an actress. You haven't lived enough or suffered enough.
I could have lived and suffered in Hollywood, couldn't I?
Betty's a great actress. One of the greatest I've ever directed. And I've had almost 2 years of it.
Wait a minute, Billy. Betty, you know, you might think Springfield is pretty dull and monotonous. But this is where you belong. This is your home.
That has nothing to do with it. I wanted a career. I wanted to be a success. And you spoiled everything.
Did I? Betty, there's one thing you've got to learn. There are a great many kinds of career. Your mother has a career, a very fine career. Your mother and millions of women just like your mother. They've raised families. They've built homes. They've worked for their husbands and helped them in 1,000 different ways. Without women like your mother, life would be a very difficult thing. True, being a wife and a mother isn't as glamorous as being a movie star, but the rewards are so much greater.
I never heard of anybody getting an Oscar for being a mother.
Well, they give out different rewards to mothers. They give a mother a baby's tears to carry in her heart. They give her laughter and love to comfort her on lonely nights. They give her dirty faces to wash and hems to let out. They give her the greatest collection of memories a woman can want. You can take all your picture stars, all your scientists, all your women who have made names for themselves in industry and commerce, and the most successful woman, the woman with the greatest possible career, is still the plain, everyday mother.
Jim.
Just a minute, Margaret. Weren't you kids told to go upstairs?
We are upstairs.
But you didn't say we couldn't listen.
Well, go do your homework or something.
Holy cow.
I'll get it. Father.
Yes, Betty?
I'm sorry I was such a goon.
Oh, you weren't at all, Betty. You just didn't understand.
Being a mother is a very difficult thing. Very difficult indeed.
Especially if you're a man.
Yes. What?
Never mind.
Betty, naturally we realize that you're very disappointed.
Oh, no, I'm not, Mother. Not really, I guess.
Well, anyway, you've got something Janie Liggett hasn't got. They didn't want her to be a movie star.
That's right. Wait until she hears I turned it down. Oh, Billy.
Now, just a second, Betty. Let's not make a big thing out of this. Oh, who's that on the phone, Kathy?
Oh, I took care of it. It was just a reporter from the Springfield Herald.
Kathy,
Yes, Father.
what did he want?
Oh, information about the screen test.
Jim, you'd better call them back.
Oh, he doesn't have to, Mommy. I told the man everything he wanted to know.
Which is what?
Well, he wanted to know if it was true that Miss Betty Anderson had been offered a screen test.
And what did you tell him?
I told him yes.
Oh.
And I told him she turned it down and he wanted to know why. So I told him.
Kathy, what did you tell him?
Well, just what you said. I told him that Betty didn't want to go to Hollywood. And he said why. And I told him she was going to stay in Springfield on account of she was going to be a mother.
All across the country, grocers have been doing a pleasant job in recent weeks putting lower price tags on Maxwell House coffee. And now those grocers are doing the job again. Yes, these days they're featuring Maxwell House at lower prices still, the lowest prices in months. Certainly that's welcome news for you folks who drink Maxwell House every day. And for you who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor, now's the time to bring home a blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more real enjoyment there is in a cup of coffee when it brings you the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're mighty proud of it. And we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For truly good coffee, for today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House. Featured these days at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
A day is past, and in Springfield, the Andersons wait anxiously for the newspaper, which is to carry a retraction on the original story about Betty Anderson, American Mother. Buried on one of the back pages, they're going to find the retraction, all right, and it reads like this.
The editors of the Springfield Herald regret a slight inaccuracy in yesterday's story concerning the screen test offered to Miss Betty Anderson of this city. We are happy to state that there is no basis of fact in the report that she is to be a mother. In an effort to learn the complete details in this matter, however, the Herald, with its policy of accurate reporting, interviewed Mr. Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures as he was leaving from the Springfield airport. Mr. Kay confirmed the fact that Miss Anderson had been offered a test and supplied the true facts concerning her refusal. After completing her education in Springfield, he told us, Miss Anderson is going to embark on a career as a lady wrestler.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Humphrey Bogart in the Maltese Falcon on NBC.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
We delayed the start of this program to bring you a special news bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, 2 fresh columns of North Korean troops have crossed the Han River and are moving southward below Seoul. 2 other invader columns have outflanked the town and airstrip of Suwon on the east. And a spokesman at a U.S. advanced headquarters in Korea says the defense situation has definitely worsened in the past 24 hours. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Hello, Templar's Mortuary.
Mr. Simon Templar?
Unfortunately.
Littleton is calling.
What time is it?
At the sound of the... I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give that information. Littleton is calling.
All right, put him on.
One moment, please. Hello?
Hello?
Is this Simon Templar?
Yes, it is.
Well, my name is Shirley Gray. Please, I need your...
Yes, go on. Hello?
Sammy.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, well, I was just calling you at the theater.
You knew I was with the cops. Hang it up.
All right. Hello? I'm sorry I bothered you. Sammy just got back.
Hello? Hello?
Your party has hung up, sir.
So they have, thank you. Shirley Gray. Shirley Gray. Oh, of course.
Homicide, Lieutenant Schwartz.
Guess who?
Oh, no. Templar? No.
You hate me, don't you?
Templar, this is the Homicide Bureau. I am up to the cleft of my rugged chin in work. I got maniacs confessing to murders that never happened. I got murderers caught in the act who say, who, me? And now, I got Templar.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Templar, you got something to say? Say it.
Anyone for badminton?
Templar,
Okay, Lieutenant. I just want some information.
Read the newspapers, Templar. They whip up the crime waves. I don't.
Well, then, what do journalism's juvenile delinquents have to say about events in the city of Littleton today?
You don't know?
I couldn't even guess.
Well, stay happy. Go back to bed.
Lieutenant, I'll write a letter to the Times.
Okay, Templar, have it your way. You ever hear of a band leader named Terry Richards?
Of course. You mean the one they call the real gone guy?
I hope to hold your half note, Templar. He's real gone, all right. So gone he's dead. He was strangled.
Oh? Well, thank you, Lieutenant, for your first exclusive.
Look, if you're figuring to butt in, Templar, I wouldn't.
Now, you know me.
You remember Lieutenant Ruggles?
Old meathead?
Old meathead.
Yeah.
Well, he's now chief of police at Littleton. You'd better stay out of his way.
Well, I wouldn't dream of getting in his way. Or would I?
I'm not kidding, Templar. Terry Richards was a real big name. Ruggles wants this one for himself. You get in his way, he'll have you so deep in the pokey they'll be feeding you with a pea shooter. And hey, on second thought, is that bad?
Lieutenant.
Yes, Templar.
Did someone spike your bubble gum this morning?
Yes,
Goodbye, pal. Don't sneeze into the breeze. I'd like to go backstage, please, Mr. Doorman.
Well, it's possible to get there if your cultural development is at a certain level.
Well, I'm fond of Mondrian.
I collect Americana. I am fond of portraits of those men who have become our presidents. I am done, of course, on fine paper in black, bordered and shaded in hues and shades of green, which one finds so cool and comforting.
Your taste is admirable. It happens that here you are.
A perfect specimen. Pass, friend.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Mr. Templar.
You know me? You expected me?
Miss Gray hoped for you. She described you.
Still, it cost me $5.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Miss Gray is in her dressing room. First corridor to your right, and first door to the left.
Oh, thank you. Say, tell me something. Is this the same Shirley Gray who sings ballads so wonderfully?
The same. But she sings them no more. Merlo Rooney El Rowdy.
You swallowed something?
Bop. That's what the great Terry Richards played.
Oh. I gather you were not a fan of the late Mr. Richards.
The man who knocked him off was a hero.
I see.
Miss Gray is the only nice person in the band. Take care of her, will you?
You think she needs taking care of?
There's a killer running around, Mr. Templar. Of course, if he's just after another musician, that's all right.
The killer's going to hate you in the morning.
He wouldn't dare. First corridor to your right, first door to the left, Mr. Templar.
Miss Gray?
Oh, you frightened me. You're...
Simon Templar, Secretary, Shirley Gray Fan Club, Cell 3, Group 2, currently underground at Toots Shores.
Oh, Mr. Templar, I'm so glad.
Who is Sammy?
He's... What do you mean?
Well, all the way down here, I've been asking myself, why would Shirley Gray call me? And after calling, why would she hang up just because a man named Sammy entered the room? You see, I'm just the old curious one.
Well, I want you to do one thing for me. Find out who killed Terry Richards.
Now, that's a job for the police, isn't it?
Well, they might get the wrong person.
Sammy, for instance?
Well, they might not find out in time. Somebody else might get killed.
The doorman seems to have had the same thought. What brings it on?
Well, no one knows why Terry was killed. Nobody liked him, but nobody hated him enough to kill him. This is almost the work of a maniac. There was no reason for it.
You mean no one was ambitious, jealous, frustrated?
Oh, don't talk like that.
You're hiding something from Simon.
Please don't joke. I found Terry's body. I called the police, and they said he must have been strangled with a stout, thin cord, but...
Well?
Well, they're wrong about it and about everything else. He was strangled with a...
What's this? Another cop?
Oh, Sammy, this is Simon Templar, the saint. Simon,
I told you to let it alone, Shirley. Get out, Templar.
I'm happy to know you too, friendly one.
Look, Templar, we're being held in this offbeat burg and we can't get out. I'm spending all my time at the jail answering the silly questions of these cornball cops. And now you. I've got rehearsals to do. Now, will you get out?
Oh, no, Sammy. No, not rehearsals already. Why, Terry hasn't even been...
Yes, Sammy. Why are you so anxious to get in rehearsal?
We've got a contract for a concert tour. That's what we were doing in this corn palace, warming up for the tour. The band's got to be in shape in a week or the contract is canceled. No contract, no tour. No tour, no band. No band. We're in a panic. Do you see?
No. Just where do you fit in here?
I like money. I eat it.
It's cheaper than food these days.
Besides, if we make out, the agency is giving me the band. I got it coming. Just like Terry had what happened coming to him.
Oh, Sammy.
Well, Terry was a Slav, and you know it.
You are a man of grace and charm, Sammy.
Send him away, Shirley. Get him out of here.
Gentle psychotic, isn't he? As we jazz lovers say, this routine is murder.
Oh, I'll talk to him. Will you wait for me, Simon?
Need you ask?
May I come in, Mr. Templar?
Of course. Say, how did you know me?
I talked Shirley into calling you. My name's Dick Carter.
Oh. You're with the band?
All I do is beat these lousy drums. You ever hear that joke?
Yeah, to the point of nausea. Who killed Terry Richards?
I don't know. The cops thought Shirley might have because she found him, but it wasn't Shirley. I had her call you so you could prove it was someone else.
Well, what was she doing in his dressing room? Was it her habit to go there? But Carvis, dear boy, if you want me to help...
Okay. Lay out for 4 bars and I'll give you the score. I understood Terry Richards. I didn't like him any more than anybody else, but I did understand him. I've been with him since the year 1. Sammy has, too, only he played a 3-year job with the Army.
Sammy called Terry a slob.
Yeah. Before the war, Sammy and Terry started this band. Terry funded it, Sammy arranged and conducted rehearsals. The man sent him greetings, and he went into the paratroops and came back tough and hard. I thought he'd kill Terry when he found out Terry had cut in for 100% of the band. I remember his hands were just aching.
Why did he come back with Terry?
Terry was up here, Mac. Number one. He was willing to pay for Sammy's talent and pay good. That's the only way he could keep anybody, including Shirley. Poor kid. It wasn't enough she had to work for him. She had to go along with him a little way if she wanted her job. And she did.
Why? Why, she used to be the biggest name on radio without Terry Richards. How did she ever become a band singer?
Well, canaries are hard to figure. Maybe that's the question you've got to answer.
This Terry Richards seems to have been a dismal kind of snail.
Well, I admired him, Mr. Templar, for one reason. He knew how to compete. Fight, cheat, steal, hit below the belt, but stay on top. He had one philosophy, and it fit this world great. Hooray for me and nuts to you. If I could have had that, I'd have done all right. I'd have been bigger than Terry Richards. But I haven't got it. I admired the man who had it.
This has been an enchanting recital of the foibles of humanity, but who killed Terry Richards?
I wish you'd find out.
Why are you so anxious, dear?
Because without Terry, this band can still go places. Oh, we needed him like the Met needs Carmen Lombardo. Now Sammy will be in charge, don't you see? And he'll give everybody a chance, even me.
What do you mean?
But Terry wouldn't give any of us a chance to shine. We always had to feature his guitar. Well, we got a real gone arrangement of Temptation. Just me on Timps and Shirley on voice. Real gone, real gone. But Terry wouldn't even listen.
I've heard of progressive music as a sample. I'd say it hasn't gone quite far enough. It's still in the range of hearing.
Oh, now, Mr. Templar. But Shirley.
Come on, let's go.
This way, the green room. Good heavens, Shirley.
Out of the way. Call the cops. Hurry.
Oh, Mr. Templar.
Are you all right, Simon?
Oh, yes, Angel. I'll be all right. Hey, I thought you were dead.
She just fainted, Templar.
Did you call the police, Dick?
Between giving her smelling salts and bathing your head, I haven't had much of a chance.
What, as they say in the whodunits, happened?
Well, somebody slugged you from behind and pushed me through the door and slammed it.
Oh, my neck. Oof, there must have been a rabbit punch.
Do you want a doctor, Simon?
Dear Hud, I want an answer. By the way, what did happen to you?
Well, I argued with Sammy for a while, and then I came over here, and I picked up Sammy's baton, and this was wrapped around it.
Wait till I stand up. Oh, that floor was so comfortable. Hey, what is this thing?
It's an E-string from a guitar.
Huh.
It's what was used to kill Terry.
Probably from his own guitar.
Probably someone had a sense of poetic justice, a guitar string for a guitarist. Let me see that thing. Ow!
What's the matter?
I pulled it tight. It cut into my hands. Hey, wait a minute. Did you know Terry was killed with an E-string, Shirley?
Well, it was beside him when I found him. Between the time I called the police and the time they got here, someone had taken it.
Shirley, my sweet, Emily Post has it that when one is in possession of evidence or information about evidence, one tells the cops or one suffers, one does.
Well, I was afraid.
But you see, you are more afraid now. This thing is a warning for Sammy, for you, or for everybody. Hey, by the way, where is Sammy? Why didn't he come running when he heard you scream?
Same reason I knew she was in the green room and not his dressing room. His room is soundproof.
Well, I move that we adjourn to Sammy's little cell and see.
No.
Shirley, you're not going to be stubborn.
All right, let's go.
Something tells me we've got to break it down.
Oh, Sammy!
The E-string again.
All right, Dick, now.
The cops?
The cops.
But Sammy
We'll take care of Sammy, I hope.
Mr. Templar, I have answered the questions of the police. I have answered the questions of my wife. Now you want me to answer your question.
My friend, as doorman of this house of culture, you are in a most enviable position. You see who goes and who comes. Now, let me review the bidding. The famous Terry Richards...
The infamous Terry Richards?
Nonetheless, he was killed. A bumbling, murderous toad came within a minute of killing Sammy today. The same wart-brained idiot delivered a rabbit punch to my neck. I only want to be sure it was no outside force. Do you follow me?
As the animal act follows the acrobats, Mr. Templar. But I must repeat, no insidious force has come through these portals. Unless that force be you, and you should hear Chief Ruggles on the subject of you. Police.
You don't like the police?
Mr. Templar, the police were put on this earth for one reason, so that so-called musicians could arise in the morning with the assurance that somewhere on earth there was someone lower on the scale of human beings.
You could be censored for that. Tell me, are you here all the time?
Mr. Templar, there are matters one does not discuss with just any stranger.
Oh? Oh. Oh, Oh, touche, I'm sure. I simply want to learn who could be a murderer. That's all. It's a simple want. Some people want food. I want a murderer. Some people want a new apartment. I want a sneaky, soft-pedaled thug who could walk so softly he would be unheard. And who would slug me from behind.
Even I could do that, Mr. Templar. I wear sneakers. They're relaxing. I could come upon you so quietly.
So you could. I'll give it thought. Thank you so very much.
It was nothing, Mr. Templar.
I know. Nothing. Are you feeling better, Sammy?
Templar, are you still around?
You're not happy with me, Sammy.
Sammy, please. If it weren't for Mr. Templar, you might be dead.
Oh. If he hadn't shown up, it wouldn't have happened. He got a hold of something and scared somebody, that's all.
Whom did I frighten, Sammy? You?
What do you mean?
It occurs to me that if I were a person so willed and so frightened, I could hold a wire about my neck and induce unconsciousness.
You've got rocks in your head, Templar. Why don't you leave it alone? Let the cops have
Because
it.
somebody slugged me, Sammy, and I'm very sensitive about such things.
Why don't you two stop fighting? This is serious. Somebody else is going to get hurt.
Yes, and I hereby nominate Simon Templar.
I must decline because of the press of business. Look, instead of us arguing like this, why don't you go rehearse?
Oh, great. Now he's going to run the band, too.
No, but at least you'll be out of my hair for a while.
Oh,
Sammy has an abrupt personality. Well, Shirley, we're alone.
Simon, are you getting anywhere?
The answer to that would have to come from your own lovely lips. You're very sweet, Shirley. To see you as you are now, well, as they say in the soap operas, it does something to me, dear.
Well, suppose whoever it is gets away with it. Suppose he succeeds next time, kills Sammy or me.
Tell me, Shirley, did you kill Terry?
What did you say?
I said, did you kill Terry and try to kill Sammy?
Simon!
I'm very rude. My analyst tells me. Oh, never mind my analyst. I hate him. You didn't answer my question.
No, I didn't kill Terry. You satisfied?
Eminently. Tell me something, Shirley. A couple of years ago, you were going great guns as a soloist. I remember reading something about a big recording contract. I had your recording of April in Paris. It was one of the best things I ever heard.
I'm still getting royalties on it.
How is it that you came to work with a band? What happened that you gave up your contracts and your big career? Why do you stay with this band?
Is my career pertinent?
I don't know, but I do know that we're going to have this cleared up very soon.
Oh, do you really think so?
Mm-hmm. I've got something right on the tip of my mind. Can't quite get hold of it, but I will. And if we can clear it up in time and Sammy has the band in shape, you'll be hitting the road, so you'd better be in shape.
But
Why don't you go to your dressing now and rest, huh? Go on. It'll do you good.
Well, all right. If you say so.
I'll walk with you. Is that idea of Dick's about temptation going to work out, really?
I don't know, Simon. I'm not too crazy about it, but maybe it will. I hope so for Dick's sake.
Dick's sake?
Yes. You know, every time Sammy wrote an arrangement so Dick would have some breaks, Terry would insist that it be rewritten for his guitar. And poor Dick would just sit up and keep a rhythm. As he said, all he does is play those lousy drums.
Yes, it might be a break for Dick at that. He's a nice fella. He's got something coming, I should suppose.
Well, this is where I drop off. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Catch a murderer, maybe? Dick?
Oh, hello, Mr. Templar.
Oh, no, don't stop playing. Go right ahead, Dick.
Oh, I was just passing the time of day.
Well,
You having any luck?
Well, I'm about to step out of the store window and call for Philip Marlowe.
Well, if there's anything I can do, or any of the fellas for that matter, I know they'll help.
I thought they were all happy to see your late maestro go. That was the impression I had.
Now, Sammy might give you that impression, or that whacked-up doorkeeper out there. But I don't think anybody likes to see somebody murdered, especially when they know the killer is still on the loose.
Mm-hmm, but you fellas seem to be taking it in stride.
Some people, yes, some people, no. Me, I'm worried.
Oh, take it easy now. Say, you certainly need a lot of paraphernalia in your trade.
Yeah. Cymbals, chimps, bongo, tambourine.
What are these things?
These? These are clays.
What are they for?
Set a rhythm for the Latin American stuff. Here, let me show you. See? Very simple.
Yes, indeed. Very simple. Yeah, this is quite an array of stuff for one who just beats the drum.
That's all I do. Beat these lousy drums.
Well, I have to do some more snooping, Dick. I'll see you around.
Okay, Mr. Templer.
Lousy drum.
Hey, what's the idea of busting in here?
Sammy, I've got 2 questions for you if you're interested in finding Terry Richards' killer.
I'm not.
Number 1, you were in the paratroops?
Yes, I was in the paratroops.
Number 2, did you make patrols behind the lines where you had to kill a man with your own hands?
You scum.
I asked you a question, did you?
That's my answer. Now get out of here. And if I set eyes on you again, I'll...
Kill me, Sammy?
Get out!
You know, I think I'd feel much better if you'd take my head in your lap and bathe my face. I'd feel much better.
Oh, Simon, stop it. You know, you shouldn't have just barged in on Sammy like that. He has a temper, and he doesn't like to be reminded of... Well, you just should have been more diplomatic.
I was. Diplomacy, my dear girl, is not always a matter of kid gloves.
Oh, Simon, why don't you give it up? I'm awfully sorry I got you into this.
I'm not at all. It's well worth everything just to sit here and have your sympathy and... Hey, Shirley.
Simon, what's the matter?
That dress form. Round the neck of it. An E string.
Oh, Simon,
Never mind, Shirley. I think I know what it means now, all of it.
But why me? Do I know something? What is it?
No, you don't know anything, but you've done something. Yes, it figures.
Oh, Simon.
Now, don't cry, Shirley. Tell me, did Sammy get someone to take Terry's place with the guitar?
No.
Good. First, we'll take care of that for him.
But I...
Second, you're going to make sure the public address system is warmed up in the wings so I can use it. And third, you're going to tell Sammy and Dick you want to run through temptation.
Oh, no, Simon, I couldn't.
Make like that tired old gag. You know, the show must go on. It's one of the most important things in your life. And I want you to do just as I say, or I'm afraid you're not going to have a life to have important things happen in.
Okay, let's take it once and then forget it. No count. It's up to you, Dick. Take it in the downbeat.
You ready, Maestro?
Yeah.
Okay, now, remember what you're to do.
Ready, Shirley?
Yeah, Sammy.
Dick, roll it.
You came, I was alone. I should have known you were temptation. You smiled, luring me on. My heart was gone. You were temptation.
Okay, Maestro, it's yours. What's the matter, Dick?
You get away from me, Templar, I'll kill you.
Your killing days are over, son. All over.
What are you trying to do, Templar? You trying to louse up the whole band?
The music you play hasn't loused up your band. How could I possibly do it? Simon will clip you.
Dick, how could it... I don't understand.
We understand, don't we, Dick?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sammy, if you will call the cops, I'll tell Dick a little story about a man who was very ambitious, who wanted to be big and important like Terry Richards, who didn't want anybody to get in the way of his ambitions, who admired selfishness and ruthlessness. That's about the story we'll tell, isn't it, Dick?
All I do is beat these lousy drums. All I do is beat these lousy drums.
Why did he try to kill me, Simon?
Why, dear, just remain as you are. Isn't this romantic?
Simon, you should know that...
Oh, I do know. He killed Terry because, as you said, Terry took all the licks. Which is to say that Dick thought belonged to him. Then he got real ambitious. He wanted to be like Krupa, have his own band, and he tried to kill Sammy. Then he could fight for the leadership of a band that was already great.
Oh, it's so awful.
Dear heart and gentle woman, it's so wonderful.
Simon.
I mean, meeting you.
Oh... But when did you first suspect?
That you were wonderful.
No, that Dick was the killer.
I was puzzled that someone had used a guitar string for the purpose of strangling Terry Richards. It cuts into the hands, and there's no purchase unless it's wound around the hands, and that gives no wire for strangulation. Then I came across the claves of Dick's drums, and everything fell into place.
I see. You know, I remember when Sammy got back from the army and we had a party, and he got drunk and told us how they used to kill the enemy with wire, the ends of which were tied to batons to give them, what did you say, purchase?
Sure. You're making Simon sound anticlimactic, and that's not in the contract.
Oh, I'm sorry, Simon. You really did a good job, but...
No, just stay as you are, dear.
Oh, Simon...
Well, in any event, Dick remembered Sammy's tales with the paratroops. He tied the ends of the guitar strings to the claves he used for Latin American rhythms. And then he approached his victims from the rear, looped the wire over their heads, and curtains.
Oh, how terrible.
It was very clever. When you screamed and fainted and we came to you, he stepped behind me and slugged me. Then he ran to make his pass at killing Sammy. He wasn't clever enough to take his time and make it thorough.
Oh, I think it's so gruesome.
I think it's wonderful.
Oh, Simon, you can't.
But I do. The more I explain, the more you shiver. And the more you shiver, the closer you come. And it's wonderful.
Oh, will you please listen to me for a moment?
No, dear, you're upset. You'll be going back to the city now. You know, I think that monster Chief Ruggles will release all of you. Why don't you have dinner at my place, just you and me? You'll like my place. I have a fine collection of modern art, especially Picasso.
You're inviting me to come up and see your Picasso?
My dear, when one as charming as you comes to my place, it's not to see the Picassos, but the handwriting on the wall.
What are you doing with my wife, Templar?
Your...
My wife.
Oh, how depressing.
Simon, that's what I've been trying to tell you. You asked why I stayed with this band and gave up my other career. Well, it's because Sammy and I have been secretly married for 6 months.
Oh, no.
Well, that's why I called you. I was afraid when the police found out, they'd think that Sammy killed Terry because of jealousy.
I would still like to know, Templar, what you were doing with your arm around my wife.
I was consoling her.
Oh. I've got some consolation for you.
Sammy, I wouldn't advise violence. I'm ready this time.
Violence? You've got me all wrong. Chief Ruggles.
Sammy.
Now, what do you want? You still looking for Templar? What else? Here he is.
Oh, no.
Templar.
Hello, Chief.
I want to talk to you. Say goodbye to the nice man, Shirley.
Goodbye, Simon. And thanks.
Dear, my sweet. We'll meet again.
Over my dead body.
I'll try to arrange it.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Vivi Janis, Larry Dobkin, Lou Merrill, Jack Edwards, and Bill Johnstone. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Script of The Saint was written by Charles Glenn. Music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Sandler. Next, it's Sam Spade, then Summer Symphony on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
All right, I'm coming. Wait until I put my head on, can't you? You? Well, this is an unexpected displeasure.
I gotta talk to you, Saint, quick. Let me...
All right, Blanco. But I'm surprised at you. 4 o'clock in the morning is no time for a man in your profession to pay social calls.
Like I say, I gotta talk, and you gotta listen.
I'm listening.
They've got a job going to be pulled tomorrow. Today, I mean. It's a big deal, Saint. Big deal.
Oh, I'm glad. I'd hate to think you'd retired from crime, Blanco. It would throw so many deserving policemen out of work.
It's a dirty deal. Filthy.
Sounds like something right up your alley.
Not this kind of thing, Saint. This is one line I draw. And it's a straight line, you hear?
Yes, I hear.
Before I know what the score is, before I know who they're going to use it on, I rig it. The best job of its kind I ever do. It's going to work. It ain't going to leave a trace.
Yeah, I should never have had that spumoni right after a lobster dinner. Blanco, do you think if I get up and take some bicarb, you and the rest of this dream will go away?
Listen to me. I can't go to the cops. You're the only one. You gotta stop it, Saint. You gotta.
I gotta?
Yeah, you gotta. And you only got till noon.
Blanco, at the rate you're painting this picture, it's going to be at least noon before I know what it's all about.
It's about murder.
Oh, well, let's get down to personalities. Who is going to be murdered by whom, why, and how? Let's have the name of the potential victim as an appetizer, huh? We'll get down to the main course later.
That calls for a kind of complicated answer.
It's kind of a complicated question. But do your best. Neatness counts.
You remember Frank Kane?
The Chicago Canes? Of course. Who could ever forget the inventor of the game of encase your friends in a barrel of cement and dump them in the river?
Yeah, you'll remember.
I also remember that when the federal men were just about to catch up with him in Central America a few years ago, he was discourteous enough to die a natural death.
Yeah. Somebody died in Central America 3 years ago.
Not Frank Kane?
There are places where a buck here and a buck there can get any moniker you want on a death certificate. And Kane had plenty of bucks. And getting the corpse to plant in that same moniker is easy.
So Frank Kane's still alive?
Yeah, he's alive. But that ain't all. He used to... Wait. You hear something?
What sort of something?
Someone move in the hall.
Now pour yourself some brandy and try and get your nerves back into waltz time, eh, Blanco? Now, look, what about Frank Kane?
You sure you didn't hear something? Hey, relax. Oh, turn off there. Down. Get down.
Blanco.
What about the girl? Don't let them kill her.
Who, Blanco? Who?
She on way to party. The car seemed. The car. Don't let it.
Good to see you again, Mr. Templer. And here I've been thinking you'd given up after I was drinking.
Yeah, I just about have. And it's a pity because I like this bar of yours, Morgan. Why don't you make an honest saloon out of it and open up during legal hours?
My customers would never stand for it.
No?
My customers all learn to drink during Prohibition. In speakeasies. The way they look at it, a drink just doesn't have any kick in it if it's legal.
Yeah, and this is the part of the lost generation that's still lost, eh?
Would you like a table?
Just some information.
Yes?
About a year ago, when I was one of your regular patrons, a lady used to frequent this place.
A lady in this place?
Her name was Violet, and so was the color of her hair. She used to sit at a table around the bend there and make tender speeches to a bottle of scotch. Do you remember Violet?
Indeed I do.
Where can I find her?
At a table around the bend there, making tender speeches to a bottle of scotch.
I should have known. There was a love that was fated to last. Thanks, Lord.
You're welcome, Mr. Templer.
Hello, Violet.
Go away.
Oh, now that's no way to treat an old friend.
Oh, friend, you're no old friend. Don't have friends. Go away.
You mean you've forgotten me?
What's your name?
It's an old Scotch name, 8 years old.
Sit down, friend.
Thank you. Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
The usual for the lady, doubled,
You're coming right up. Sit down again, friend.
Thanks.
Mm.
Look, speaking of friends, whatever became of Louis Blanco.
Blanco?
Mm-hmm.
You friend of Blanco?
A former friend.
What do you want for? You cop?
No. I have some money for him.
Money? You owe money? What for?
Well, he did a job for me.
Job? How about?
I'd like to pay him before he gets the wrong idea. Where does he hang out?
You don't know?
What?
About the job he got, the garage.
What garage?
Central Garage, 55th Street.
Oh, yes, of course.
Here you are, sir. My old friend.
Violet, look, tell me something.
You know I like you.
Yeah, I like you, Violet.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me, why does a fellow like Blanco hang around a garage?
You don't know?
No.
You're no friend of Blanco. You're a cop. You're pumping me for him. Just have a drink.
Yeah, look. How's Frank these days?
Frank?
If you know Blanco, you certainly must know Frank. Blanco used to work for him in the old days. Frank came, remember?
How do you torture me like this? You know Frank's dead.
You sure?
Sure. I ought to know earlier than not. I'm a widow. Why do you think I drink like this? Why do you think... Go away, go away.
Wake up. Hey, come on, wake up.
Huh? Oh, guess I fell asleep. Gets kind of lonesome here in this garage all night.
I'm sorry I woke you.
That's okay, mister. You bringing the car in?
No.
Taking one out?
I just want to talk.
You woke me up just to talk to me?
Hey, you said you were lonesome. What do you know about a man named Blanco?
Blanco. Customer?
I thought perhaps he worked here.
Nobody by that name here, mister.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. There's four of us working here. Me, Ed Williams, Pulaski, and that new guy, Stevens. We take turns working nights. Tonight was my turn.
The new man, Stevens, what does he look like?
Look, pal, why don't you give a guy a break?
Huh?
So he did time once. Is that any reason for you cops to come checking up on him every time you got nothing else to do?
What does he look like?
You don't get any help from me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I believe in helping the law, but not when it starts hounding a guy.
Then I'll give it to you straight, friend. There was a murder committed tonight.
The chances are the guy you're asking about had nothing to do with it.
If Stevens and Blanco are the same man, he had a lot to do with it.
What, do you think he killed somebody?
He's the corpse.
He's dead?
What did he look like?
About medium height, dark hair, dark eyes, sort of dark complexion.
He's dead. That's Blanco.
Gee. Well, who did it?
That's what you're going to help me find out.
Me?
Mm-hmm. What did Blanco do around here?
Same as we all do.
Sleep.
We're mechanics, mister. Last night was the guy's night on. It was supposed to be my turn, but he asked me to swap with him.
Last night, eh?
Yeah, so I swapped. It made no difference to me. Him, he made out like it was important.
What did he work on while he was here last night?
How should I know?
Let's keep records.
Well, sure.
Well, then that's how you should know.
All right, come on in the office.
All right. This is your record file, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, here's the report. Yesterday's date. Mechanic, Stevens, Lou's job, Andrews.
Oh, yeah, that's that Hudson Hornet out there. Belongs to a real classy chick.
Here's another report. Engine tune-up. Maddox.
Maddox. Oh, yeah, that's a foreign job. The chauffeur-driven bus over there, but, you know, that's funny.
Oh, why?
Well, I tuned the engine on that heap only 3 days ago, and I did a good job. Why should they want it done again?
Let's go take a look. Maybe we can find out.
Yeah.
Yes. My name is Templar. I'd like to see Miss Maddox, please.
Miss Maddox?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Virginia Maddox?
Yes, please.
Forgive me for being inquisitive, sir, but it isn't quite 8 o'clock yet. A little early for a social call. Are you acquainted with Miss Maddox?
We went to school together. You did?
Who is it, Carson?
There's a gentleman calling on Miss Maddox.
What's that? Calling on Miss... You wish to see Miss Maddox?
Yes, but I didn't realize I'd create this much of a sensation. I was remember to include I'd like to see Miss Maddox in my repertoire of startling things to say.
Well, I'm Mrs. Anders. I'm in charge of this household. Do you know Miss Maddox?
The gentleman went to school with Miss Maddox.
He went to school with her?
That's what he said.
You know, there's something about all this that reminds me of the time a friend of mine tried to negotiate a federal loan.
Show the gentleman into the library, Carson. I'll go call Miss Maddox.
If you'll just be seated, Mr. Templar.
Okay.
No, I didn't catch his name, but it's someone who went to school with you.
I know. I read it Fatso. Why, you're not Fatso.
I suppose I should say thank you, but certainly you're not Miss Maddox.
Why, of course I am.
Now, don't tell me she's changed that much since your school days.
I'm afraid I'm the one who's changed. As a matter of fact, I feel myself changing slightly this very moment.
Oh, well, when you find the right Virginia Maddox, you can both have a laugh over this.
Yes, a good long laugh.
Yeah, I think the time to laugh is right now. And you can all join in. You see, this is the Virginia Maddox I'm looking for.
I beg your pardon?
There's a foreign car, an Asata Fashini, at the central garage, registered to a Virginia Maddox at this address.
Why, of course, it's mine.
Yours?
Oh, it's mine, all right. Although, naturally, I don't drive it. You see, I'm only 8.
And if you lived in California, you'd have been driving it for years.
I'm afraid I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm not saying, Mrs. Anders. I'm asking. Did you ever hear of a man named Blanco?
Blanco? No. I don't believe I ever have.
I haven't. Have you, Carson?
No, Miss Virginia. I don't... Wait a minute. When I took the Asada down to the garage the other day, there's a new mechanic there. I think his name is Blanco.
Now, that's interesting.
You're a detective. That's what you are. A detective.
No, Virginia. Besides, if I were a detective, I'd know the answer to something Carson just said without having to ask.
And what does that mean?
Suppose you tell me.
What?
How you knew that the new mechanic's name was Blanco when even the men who worked with him thought it was Stevens.
Well, maybe it was another man. I mean...
I'll tell you what I mean, Carson. You're the first real link, the first hopeful sign that I'm heading in the right direction.
Look here, what is this all about?
Virginia, didn't I just hear your doll cry?
Oh, Mr. Templar, I haven't played with dolls since I was a child.
Oh, yes, of course. I should have known.
You don't have to make an excuse, Mr. Templar. I know you want me to leave the room. You want to talk grown-up talk.
Virginia, you're the most fascinating woman I've met in years. But there are a few questions I want Carson to answer.
Mister, whatever your name is, I'll give you just 3 seconds to put up your hands.
Very well, if you insist.
And now, sir, I should like to know what you mean by forcing your way into this house.
But Uncle Roger, can't you see? He's a detective, just like in the comic book.
Exactly. Fire that gun, sir, and I'll bleed ink all over this handsome carpet.
He forced his way in on the pretense of seeing Virginia, Mr. Pierce. But it appears that it was really Carson he wanted to see.
You know this man, Carson?
No, Mr. Pierce. I never saw him before. His name is Templar.
Templar? Simon Templar?
Well, I'm certainly not Fatso, am I, Virginia?
No.
So you're the saint. I'm very glad to meet you.
Then, may I put my hands down?
Of course. But what is the reason for this rather strange and unsaintly visit, Mr. Templar?
Virginia, why don't you go try on your party dress? Huh? The one you're going to wear this afternoon?
Oh, I've already tried it. But how did you know I was going to Janice Fuller's party this afternoon?
We comic book detectives know everything. Is Carson going to drive you in the car?
Well, of course. The only way to get to Janice's house is by car. Unless you feel like walking all the way up the mountain.
Mountain? Yes, it would have to be a mountain, wouldn't it? Mountain road with a great many curves.
I'm still waiting for your explanation, Templar.
The child.
Leave the room, Virginia.
No, I want to
Virginia?
stay. Oh, very well. But you know I'll find out everything anyway. Carson will tell me. Won't you, Carson?
If I can, dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Templar.
Goodbye, Virginia. I've enjoyed meeting you.
Now, Mr. Templar, what did you want to see us about?
About murder, Mr. Pierce. One that was committed a few hours back and another one that I helped to prevent. It's scheduled to take place in a few hours from now. What?
Mr. Templar, please explain.
Well, a few hours ago, I was paid a call by a hoodlum named Blanco. This led to a brief but informative conversation with a lady barfly named Violet, which in turn led to an interesting half hour with a limousine named Isata Fashini. And so, here I am.
I'm afraid I
I'm afraid I don't understand either. All that's clear to me as of now is that there's been a murder, and there's a good chance there's going to be another one.
Murder? Who was murdered, Mr. Templar?
The aforementioned hoodlum, Blanca. But shed no tears. He'll be missed only by the manufacturers of small arms ammunition, who I'm afraid are going to notice a rather remarkable drop in their sales.
What?
It's the car that I'm here about, Mr. Pierce. The Asada Frashini that spends its spare time at the central garage. The registration slip says that it lives here.
Yes, that's our car. It is the central garage we use, Carson, is it not?
Yes, sir. I understand the car is owned by that charming child, although she informs me she doesn't actually drive.
Yes, the car is hers.
Mr. Pierce, I hope you won't think I have an ulterior motive. I'm a little old for Virginia, but she's loaded.
She's extremely wealthy. You see, Mr. Templar, shortly before Virginia's father died in South America, he drew up a will giving the child his entire fortune. I was designated her guardian until she comes of age.
Oh, then you're not really her uncle.
I'm an uncle in name only.
Oh, I see. Tell me something. Where in South America did the child's father die?
In Honduras.
That's Central America.
Oh, is it? Well, I do believe it is. Why do you ask, Mr. Templar?
I wasn't really asking. I was shooting in the dark. What's that? When I return to this house in an hour or two, Mr. Pierce, we must all have another delightful talk. It will be a different kind of talk, perhaps, but nonetheless delightful.
But what in heaven's name?
Later, Mr. Pierce, later. Right now I have a date with a lady with violet hair who thinks I'm a bottle of scotch.
Yes, who is it?
Package.
Package. I didn't order any. Package from what? What is this?
Hello, Violet. I'd like to have a talk with you.
What's off? Say, look here, I don't know who you are, but...
If you let me in...
No, I...
Come on.
What do you mean by forcing your way in here?
Argument, while always stimulating, takes time, and I don't have much time.
What's this all about?
Blanco's dead.
Blanco. What's that to me, Copper?
I'm not the police. My name is Simon Templar.
The same?
And you're Violet Kane, Frank Kane's wife.
Widow.
Yeah, that's another argument we're not going to have time for.
You're nuts. If Frank were alive, I'd know it. Drink?
No.
There, that's better. All right, we can talk now. What's Blanco's murder got to do with me?
You're next on the list. Hey, you dropped your glass.
What do you mean by that crack? There's nobody... I don't feel so good.
May I help you?
No, What? Who'd want to kill me?
Somebody who's related to you. I'm not sure who.
Related to me? I've only got one... I don't feel so good.
What is it?
Oh, it burns.
Violet, come on now, let me...
No, listen to me. It's on the table. Only relative.
Hello there, Morgan.
Oh, why, it's Mr. Templar.
What brings you out in the cream of the day? I'd imagine a man who runs an after-hours saloon would naturally indulge in after-hours sleep.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was just about to go home, on my way to pick up my car.
Not by any chance at the central garage?
Oh, yes. How'd you know?
Deduction.
That's incredible.
Not too incredible. It's easy enough to deduce that a man would keep his car in a garage that happens to be the owner of.
Oh, so you know that, too. There isn't very much you miss, is there, Mr. Templar?
Murder has a way of sharpening one's senses.
Murder?
Man named Blanco. Should we go into the garage?
Right behind you. You said his name was Blanco?
Yeah. And just now, Violet Kane.
Violet dead? But how?
Someone evidently thought her whiskey would have a bigger kick with a pinch of poison in the bottle. It did.
It's ghastly.
Terrible.
But who did this thing?
You did.
Me? I realize it's rather early in the day for a man to be at his best, but don't you think that joke is in bad taste?
If it were a joke, it would be. The Asada. Beautiful automobile that child owns, isn't it? Look at those lines. So sleek, so graceful. Get in, Morgan.
Get in.
Perfect morning for a drive. I don't think anyone would mind if we took her out. You see, I'm
I'm rather friendly with the owner. She likes me. To her, I'm a character straight out of her favorite comic book. Get in, Morgan.
No, thanks.
Why not? We'll take her climbing. I'd like to see what she'll do on a mountain road. Road with a couple of hairpin curves. Come on.
Some other time, Saint.
Won't be another time. Or didn't you see the beautiful job Blanco did on the tie rod?
No.
Sawed through until it's hanging together by the proverbial hair. One sharp turn, like the turns you'd find on a mountain road, and the steering system collapses. And there's an accident. Yeah. Yeah, Blanco did an excellent job until he learned who the victim was to be. It was too much for even his stomach.
Oh, you're dreaming. Why would anybody want to wreck an expensive bus like this?
A little girl who was going to a party on top of a mountain this afternoon has too much money, Morgan. If she should happen to fall off that mountain in this car, some happy next of kin would have a very happy fortune.
Well, that lets me out, Saint. I'm nobody's next of kin.
There was a picture Violet pointed out to me before she died. A snapshot taken at a wedding. And do you know who the bride and groom were?
Okay, we've talked long enough, Saint. Frank Kane left a lot of money when he died. I'm too close to it.
That's another mistake you made, Morgan.
Huh?
Who's me, Frank Kane?
Kane? Say, what are you pulling your Carson, the chauffeur?
Carson's only his nom de plastic surgery. It's Kane with a new name and a new face.
Yeah, but with the same old trigger eye. Kane, are you... Yeah, but never mind me. Don't let him get away.
We took care of that. You're the one who didn't let him get away, Kane. A man loses all inclination to run when there's a bullet in his kneecap. He'll keep until the police come.
Good. Saint, Virginia, little girl. See, don't try to talk. Gotta tell you. See that she...
Don't worry, Kane. Your daughter will be safe. I'm going to make sure of that right now.
It's beyond belief, Mr. Templar.
What sort of fiend could even dream of harming that child?
It was a team of fiends, Mr. Pierce. And one of the fiends has just given up his membership in the inhuman race.
There were two of them?
Yes, Miss Anders, two of them. Morgan and someone else. Someone who would be Virginia's only surviving relative once Violet Kane, the child's mother, had been erased from the picture. The only surviving relative and inheritor of the child's fortune.
But we know of no relatives, do we, Roger?
There was only Frank Kane, her father, but legally, at least, he was dead.
Now he's dead in fact as well. But there is another relative. I'm amazed that you don't know.
Who?
Violet pointed to a wedding picture as she was dying. It was your wedding picture, Miss Sanders. You were the bride. Morgan was the groom.
Yes. I was married to Morgan once. But surely that doesn't mean that I...
Look here, Templar, this is preposterous.
It would be even more preposterous if Violet hadn't had a sentimental nature.
What do you mean?
The snapshot. She wrote the names of each member of the wedding party on the snapshot.
The name?
Mm-hmm. She had your name written. Rose, isn't it? What makes the photograph really interesting is the man standing next to the groom. It was you, Mr. Pierce.
Of course it was me. Is it a crime to attend a wedding or have one's name written on a picture?
No, but in this case it solves a crime. Because, Mr. Pierce, under your picture, Violet affectionately wrote, "My dear brother, Roger."
What?
Don't bother. I'm sure I've been called it before. Come on, brother. We're going visiting. There's a new district attorney downtown who's dying to make himself a reputation. Virginia, I've brought you a present.
Oh, Mr. Templar, you shouldn't have. But I'm so glad you did.
But go on, open it.
Oh, it's the most beautiful doll I ever saw.
You did tell me once that you hadn't played with dolls since you were a child, but...
Mr. Templar, I'll tell you a secret.
What, Virginia?
I just said that to be sophisticated.
Something tells me that a certain young man named Fatso is going to be trimmed right down to your size.
have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Maggie Morley as Violet and Anne Whitfield as Little Virginia. Edmund McDonald played Blanco, Jack Moyles, Carson. Ted Von Eltz was Roger, Irene Pedro, Mrs. Anders. Morgan was played by Barney Phillips, and the Garage Man by Jerry Hausner. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Every Sunday on NBC, meet 2 delightful and often confusing families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as the proud but bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. And the Phil Harris Alice Faye show features the hilarious Harrises and their friends in typical Amazing Harris situations. Hear them later today. Fred Allen, Ed Wynn, and Bea Lilly join the big show today on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. For whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. Now the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on. Mr. Craig?
Yes.
My name is Kildare. I'm a staff doctor here. Eddie Jenkins is one of my patients.
I see. Well, do you think he can answer a few questions, Doctor?
Yes, only take it easy. There's still danger of shock. He's had some bad burns on his legs and body.
He's lucky he's alive. There were 5,000 gallons of gasoline in that warehouse where the fire started. It was more of an explosion than a blaze. Burned out 3 piers, 85, 6, and 7.
I know. I understand a man died in the fire.
Yes, the watchman at Maxon and Porter's, next door to the gasoline warehouse, Pier 86. Maxon was insured with my company, so we're out for $500,000.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, where does Eddie fit into this?
I don't know, Dr. Kildare, but he was there, and I want to know why. I'm working pretty closely with the police on this. They want to know why, too.
I see. All right, come on. If he starts getting excited, I may have to ask you to leave.
I understand.
Here we are. Eddie? Eddie, this is Mr. Craig. He wants to ask you a few questions.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello.
How do you feel?
Okay, I guess.
Good. Eddie, I have to ask you some questions, and I don't want to tire you out any more than necessary, so let's get right to the point.
Well, I'll tell you anything I can, Mr. Craig.
Fine. Then suppose you tell me how that fire got started.
Gosh, I don't know. I was asleep under the pier next door. There's a kind of space between the floor and the bank of the river. Anyway, I woke up, and there was fire all around.
And I started yelling and trying to get out. And that's about all I know.
I see. Why weren't you in school?
Well, I was playing hooky.
Your teachers tell me you have a bad habit of doing that.
Well, I get headaches when I go to school. And if I stay out, they go away. It's true. I'm not lying. It's true.
Easy now, Eddie. No one said you were lying. I believe you.
But he don't, Dr. Kildare, and it's true. Honest it is.
Well, let's leave that for the moment. You were hiding out under the pier. You went to sleep, and that's all you know. You didn't see anything or hear anything, right?
Well, I heard something earlier. 2 or 3 guys were talking up in the warehouse. But I don't know exactly when.
Recognize any of them?
No, but one of them I know if I heard him again. He talked with a kind of funny-like voice.
Did you hear anything they were saying?
I think one of them said, "What about the watchman?" And somebody else said, "He's still out and he'll stay out." I didn't pay much attention.
I see. Do you smoke?
No, sir.
Then why do you carry matches?
Well, I don't know. All the guys do.
Did you start that fire?
No, I told you what happened. And it's the truth. Honest it is. Honest it is. I didn't
It's
do
all
it.
right now, Eddie. It's all right. Now, take it easy. Mr. Craig, would you come out here a second? Yes. I thought he gave you a rather straight story.
Yes. He has a good imagination.
Oh? Well, I'm inclined to believe him.
I am not.
I see. Well, Mr. Craig, the patient's in no condition to talk any more today.
Well, I don't know, Jimmy. Sounds very much to me as though you've stuck your neck out again, and through sheer stubbornness.
Might have started that way, all right, Dr. Gillespie, but I talked to Eddie Jenkins a half hour or more after Craig left. I'm certain he's telling the truth.
Well, it's quite a story, all right, if it is the truth.
Sure. It means that fire was started deliberately. Arson. Now, that's what Craig ought to be investigating.
Well, maybe so. But in view of the facts and the Jenkins boy's record for truancy and so on, I'm afraid he's in a jam. And I doubt if there's much you can do for him.
I know. As soon as Craig talks to the police, they'll have the same idea. Ought to be something we could do.
Wait a minute, you can't go in there now.
Let go my coat, Miss Parker.
Hey, what's going on?
Gillespie, I told him to stay out.
Wayman, you're an ambulance driver. What are you doing up here?
Oh, now you'll catch him.
Oh, dry up. What? No. Not you, Doc. No. I mean, sir?
Wayman, what's the idea of the monkey wrench?
Well, Doc, I'm looking for a character named Craig. Maybe after I tap him one, real gentle-like, he won't be so anxious to shoot off his big mouth.
Big mouth.
Sure.
Ha, look who's talking.
Parker, shut up and get out of here.
I don't see why you have to pick on me.
Out.
Oh!
Wayman, what's the trouble?
Well,
What's this all about?
Well, Doc, I just been talking to my pal, Eddie Jenkins. The kid's up there crying. Says this here Craig guy talked tricky to him and called him a liar.
Oh, it wasn't really Craig's fault, Wayman.
Huh?
He has a job to do.
Well, he ain't got no right to talk like he done.
Well, Jimmy, looks as though you've acquired a supporter.
So it does, only, Wayman, I don't think the situation calls for using a monkey wrench. At least not right at present.
It don't? Oh, I wanted to tap that guy once.
Well, if that should seem to be the only solution, I'll let you know.
Oh, gee, thanks, Doc.
And meanwhile, Wayman, get down to the basement where you belong.
Okay, Doc. No, that is, yes, sir.
There goes a perennial juvenile delinquent if ever there was one. Tap somebody with a monkey wrench.
Well, I know how he feels.
Well, you better forget it, Jimmy. If the boy is telling the truth, it's just too bad. But I don't see anything to do about it.
One thing I think I can do, prove he wasn't lying about those headaches.
Well, what of it? It's got nothing to do with the fire.
No, but it'll show that one unbelievable part of his story is true, and that may influence Craig a little. There are other ways of using a monkey wrench, you know. You can throw it in the machinery.
Well, sure, it's the same story, Dr. Kildare. It's true, so why would I change it?
Oh, no, Eddie, I didn't expect you to change it, but I thought by telling me again you might remember something more.
No, I guess I've already told everything I know. I was kind of sleepy, and I didn't notice very much.
Then we'll just have to try working it out with what we've got.
What'll they do to me, Dr. Kildare?
I can help it nothing as far as the fire's concerned. Of course, the truancy is something that was wrong, Eddie.
Yeah, I know. But it was them headaches all the time that...
I found one, Dr. Kildare. Here you are.
Oh, fine, Parker. Hang it there on the far wall by the light, will you?
All right.
What's that she's got?
Oh, it's called a Snellen chart.
Oh, I see now. It's one of them things with letters on it to test your eyes.
That's right. Oh, Parker, will you point out the letters? Start about the third line.
Yes.
Now, Eddie, I'll put this card over your right eye, and we'll try the left eye first.
Well, I don't know if...
First letter.
B.
Next.
D.
Go right ahead, whatever Miss Parker points out.
P. M. G.
Next line.
O. E. No, F. Maybe it's R.
All right, Parker. Hold it.
All right.
Eddie, haven't you ever been given an eye examination in school?
Yes. Well, they had a chart down in the gym, but I'd always memorize it ahead of time.
I see. I suppose you didn't want to wear glasses, that is?
They're a nuisance.
And those headaches weren't a nuisance?
Well, I'd only get them whenever I'd read.
So you played hooky. That led to some serious trouble.
Well, at least you know I was telling the truth about the headaches.
Yes, but I knew that anyway. Question is now whether Craig can be convinced.
All right, gentlemen, I believe your clinic's report and your own opinion. The boy is suffering from hyperopia and astigmatism. So, where does that put us?
Well, for one thing, Mr. Craig, it means he did have headaches in school.
And it means he was telling the truth about his reason for playing hooky.
All right, I'll buy that, too. But I'm not the truant officer, gentlemen. I'm investigating a fire that caused a man's death and $500,000 loss, and that's something else again.
Well, the rest of Eddie's story could be true, you know.
A lot of things could be, Dr. Kildare, but I work on probabilities. Now, if the boy hadn't been present, the number one probability would be accidental cause. So far, we found nothing to back that up. And furthermore, Eddie was present. So the first probability is that he said it accidentally. Second, he may have said it deliberately. Pyromania.
Ah, ridiculous. He doesn't show one symptom of it.
Now, if I accept the Jenkins boy's story, I'm forced into a line of investigation I don't believe at the moment. Arson. Criminal intent by persons unknown. Probably the collection of insurance.
It's been done before.
In this case, it doesn't make sense. The gasoline warehouse wasn't insured for enough to pay for the pier and the building.
But the Maxon Importing Company next door was.
Only that isn't where the fire started.
It's where Eddie heard those voices.
Dr. Kildare, you're a stubborn man. All right. Suppose I say I'll give some thought to that angle.
That's a start, at least.
I don't know whether you've thought of this. If the boy's on the level, he's the only witness, and the arsonist, if there is one, has already committed one murder.
Yeah, you're right. I should have thought of that.
The boy's room ought to be guarded, just in case.
It will be.
Ambulance garage, Joe Wayman took.
Oh, Wayman. Get someone to relieve you and meet me up in 421 Eddie Jenkins' room right away.
Gotcha, boss. What's up?
I'll explain when you get there.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Bring that monkey wrench. Dr. Gillespie, thanks for backing me up with Craig this afternoon.
Well, you'd already stuck your neck out, and I'm responsible for you, so what else could I do?
Okay, no sentiment then, but thanks anyway.
Well, confound it. It still doesn't mean that I'm sold on that theory of yours about the fire.
Well, my only theory is that Eddie Jenkins is telling the truth. The fire is Craig's business. I'm a doctor, not a detective. I'll get it. Kildare.
Doc, this is Wayman. You gotta get up here fast. The kid's had a relapse.
What do you mean?
He's having convulsions, and for no reason. Hurry, boss.
Right, Wayman?
What is it you mean?
It's Eddie. Now I know he was telling the truth.
Huh?
Someone just tried to kill him.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Here's some more hot tea, Dr. Kildare.
Oh, thanks, Parker. Set it there by the bed.
Shall I see if he'll drink any more?
Yes, the more the better.
Jimmy, we can discontinue the chloroform now. Muscular spasms seem to be over.
Good.
All right, now, come on, Eddie. Let's try just a little more now.
What is it?
Hot tea, Eddie, and good for you. Come on, have a try at it.
All right.
I think we caught it in time, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, but none too soon. Wayman.
Yes, sir?
Where did this box of chocolates come from?
Well, jeepers, Doc, I don't know. Some messenger delivered it at the desk down in the lobby, and they sent it up. I didn't know he wasn't supposed to have candy. Nobody said nothing. I didn't know it was going to affect him like this.
That's all right, Wayman.
Well,
Nobody else would have suspected it either.
Yeah, no name on the box, of course. No card or anything. How many chocolates did he eat?
Well, 3, I guess. If that's how many's gone. So help me. I didn't touch a one myself.
Which is lucky for you.
Oh, they wouldn't have hurt me none. I ain't sick.
You would have been if you'd eaten any of these. Want to take them down for analysis, Jimmy?
Yeah, I imagine Craig will want to see them, too. You phoned him, didn't you, Parker?
Yes. He said he'd be right over, Dr. Kildare.
Well, I guess we've done about all we can up here for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Stay here with him, will you, Parker, until I can get a relief nurse?
All right, Dr. Kildare.
You stay, too, Wayman, and keep your eyes open.
Yeah, gotcha, boss. Only if it's none of my business, what's this all about? I never heard of no candy making no patient that sick.
No, probably not. Because it's very seldom that you find candy loaded with strychnine.
No wrapper, no card, not a single identifying mark of any kind on the box. It's a common brand, can be bought in any store in New York City. 10 to 1, there are no fingerprints. Gentlemen, there isn't much to work on.
Well, what about the messenger, Mr. Craig? The boy who delivered the candy to the hospital.
Oh, there's a chance there, of course, but a slim one. He wasn't in uniform, wasn't a regular messenger, in other words. So...
You know, Mr. Craig, being a diagnostician has certain points of similarity to being a detective.
You may be right, Dr. Gillespie.
I take a set of symptoms, clues, you'd call them, and I try to find some logical explanation for the cause behind them.
Yes, that's pretty much the way I work, too.
Oh, there's another similarity, Mr. Craig. In medicine, we also use your theory of probabilities, you know. Start with the most probable cause and eliminate possibilities one by one.
All right, gentlemen, all right. There's no need to pin me against the wall. I see what you're driving at.
Good.
I'm ready to accept the Jenkins boy's story. All of it. After what's happened now, I'd be a fool not to.
I agree with you.
In fact, I guess I owe him an apology. All right, then. I think we can safely assume that whoever tried to poison the boy also started the fire.
Yes, the probabilities seem fairly strong on that assumption.
We don't have any leads on the poisoning, and I doubt if we will have. But we do have an angle on the fire, now that Eddie's story is admitted as evidence.
You mean that funny voice he thinks he can identify?
That's right, Dr. Kildare. I should be able to supply that voice for identification by tomorrow afternoon.
Gosh, I'm kind of scared, Dr. Kildare. If that guy done all you said he did, I don't want to try and identify his voice.
There's nothing to be scared of, Eddie, and the sooner he's put where he belongs, the sooner you'll be safe.
Yeah, but meeting him face to face. Maybe he'll do it again. Try to kill me.
Don't worry, he won't. In fact, I doubt that you'll really meet him face to face.
But you said Mr. Craig was bringing him here.
Not him, his voice.
Yeah, but how can you do that? You can't just bring him.
Come in.
Jimmy, here we are.
Oh, come in, Dr. Gillespie, Mr. Craig.
Yeah, let me get this thing through the door. There we are.
What's that thing?
A portable tape recorder, Eddie. I told you he was probably bringing a voice instead of a man.
Yes, and I'm not even sure it's the right voice. I guess I can plug this in here. Take a second to warm up.
Of all the confounded fiddle-faddle, I'll be glad when this thing is straightened out so I can go back to the simple business of practicing medicine.
I'm with you there, Dr. Gillespie. Now, Eddie, there are several voices recorded on this tape. One of them may be the man you heard in the warehouse just before the fire. Or maybe not. But listen carefully and tell me what you think. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
It's been reasonable enough, in my opinion. I think it's time now that your company began negotiations for settlement with my client.
Well, that really isn't my function, Mr. Everett. I'm an investigator, not a claim adjuster. My primary function is to determine what
That's Mr.
caused
Craig.
the fire in the
I know
first
his
place.
voice.
I don't know of any further way we can help you in that, Mr. Craig. My client was unfortunate enough to occupy the building next to somebody who was careless, that's all.
Well, I understand that, but still...
I think I see Mr. Craig's position, Everett.
That's him.
If I were faced with paying out $500,000, I would check all the blind alleys, too.
It's the same one.
Now, let us
You're sure
be
that is...
reasonable.
Yes.
I'm in no hurry to start a big uproar about...
Well, that's that. Whose voice was it? The man who's insured with us. Maxon of the Maxon Importing Company. So what's the next move? Call in the police and then go pick him up. As simple as that. Kildare speaking.
This is Craig.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Craig? Any luck yet?
No, the police have had Maxon's usual haunt staked out since 4 o'clock this afternoon. No sign of him. I think that conference this afternoon or something else maybe has made him suspicious.
Well, I wish I could help you, but I'm afraid it's your job from here on out.
Oh, we'll get him all right sooner or later. But why I called? I'm a little worried about the Jenkins boy.
Wayman's still on guard in his room.
I think it's time now for a professional guard. I'm going to have the police send a man over.
All right. If you think that's the best.
Go on, talk to him. But don't tip him off.
What did you say, Dr. Kildare?
Nothing? Not a thing. Well, that'll be fine.
Hurry up, get rid of him.
Well, I'll see you around, Craig.
I hope you know how grateful I am for...
Yeah, sure. Goodbye. I suppose you're Maxon.
That's right.
Now, what's the idea of the gun?
Right now, it's to make sure you do as you're told. So somebody's guarding the boy's room, huh? All right, call him up and get rid of him.
Why?
I'm holding the why here in my hand. Call him up.
All right.
Don't try anything, or it will be too bad.
Joe Wayman talking.
Wayman, this is Kildare.
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
Wayman, Dr. Parker is going to relieve you for the next hour, so you can get something to eat.
Parker? Do you mean no Dr. Parker here?
Yes, that's right. He'll be up there to 521 in a few minutes, so you may as well leave now.
He'll be?
Yes.
And this ain't 521, it's 421. What's wrong with you, Doc?
Yes, I agree with you, Wayman. I think you have the solution to that problem right in your hand.
Never mind the talk. Hang up.
Huh? The only thing I got in my hand is a monkey wrench.
Yes.
Hey, wait a second. Solution?
That's right, Wayman. Well, goodbye.
All right, let's go.
Where?
Up to the boys' room. 521, I heard you say.
Oh, look here, Max.
You look. Walk ahead of me.
.521 is just around the corner there. Third door along the side corridor.
Keep walking. Now, you say it's the third.
Well, Jimmy, what are you doing up here in the...
Good evening, Dr. Metchnikoff.
Metchnikoff?
You'll have to excuse me, Doctor. I have a serious emergency here in 521.
Jimmy, what the tarnation...
All right, whoever you are, get in there with him.
What?
He's got a gun, Dr. Gillespie. You better come on. It's Maxon.
Get inside, both of you.
Well, apparently there isn't much choice.
It's dark in here. I'll get a light on. It's over by the bed.
Well, hurry it up and don't try anything. I'll wait here.
I got him, boy. Nice going, Wayman. Hey, let me turn the light on. There. Get his gun.
I got it.
Would somebody mind explaining what this means?
Well, for one thing, I think Wayman ought to be given an honorary medical title.
What are you talking about?
I've been treating a patient for 4 days without improving his chances very much. Wayman takes one swing with a monkey wrench and my patient is out of danger. It's amazing.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Here are those glasses for the Jenkins boy, Dr. Kildare. They just sent them up.
Oh, fine, Parker. It's going to be a job getting him to wear them, though.
Oh, it's only for reading, Jimmy. And after what he got himself into, maybe he'll listen to reason.
Yeah, I suppose.
He's ready to check out, by the way.
Better send him home in an ambulance, I guess. He'll get a kick out of it even if he doesn't need it.
Ambulance garage. Dr. Wayman talking.
Oh? It's Dr. Wayman now.
Oh, you don't say.
Dr. Wayman. This is Dr. Metchnikoff, head of the medical board.
Oh, gosh. How do you do, Doctor... Sir?
Dr. Wayman, we were wondering if you could deliver a lecture for the board meeting Tuesday night.
Well, I'm pretty busy, sir. A lot of operations, stuff like that, you understand?
Oh, that's too bad. We hoped you'd talk on cardiac tamponade. Your specialty, I believe.
Cardiac tamponade, yeah, of course. I suppose you read my book about that.
Your book? By the Great Horn Spoon.
By the Great Horn... Hey, that's what... Is this Dr. Gillespie?
Yes, confound you.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
Jimmy, I think Dr. Wayman just resigned from the Medical Association.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ed Max, Raymond Burr, Whitfield Connor, and Jerry Farber. Dick Joy speaking. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my faith.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York. The nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Jimmy, there's only one type of problem case in medicine that a doctor can't do anything about. And that's the problem of the patient himself.
Well, it's a little hard to imagine a case without a patient, Doctor.
I mean the patient who won't cooperate.
Oh.
No, I can quote you one example after another, right from my own practice. Well, way back in 1934, there was a...
All right, I'll buy it. This is one of those discussions that could last for hours, but I've got a night off, and I've got a date.
Ooh, well, now. It's different. Miss Verna, Jimmy, huh?
That's right. Hello, Diana.
Hi, Jimmy.
Well, Miss Verna. Come in. Come right in.
Well, I don't want to interrupt anything, but, Jimmy, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Leaving right this minute.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. I want to look at this young lady.
It's a new dress, Dr. Gillespie. Like it?
Yes, indeed I do.
Pardon me, Doctor.
All right, Parker. Spit it out. What do you want?
Well, if I may, I'd like a word with Dr. Kildare.
Of course, Parker. What is it?
Well, I don't know exactly. But anyway, there's a man out here to see you.
Well, I was just leaving.
Well, he says it's important, Dr. Kildare. His name's Eddie Tune.
Eddie?
Who the tarnation's Eddie Tune?
Well, you remember Dr. Gillespie? He runs the Moon Temple Inn down in Chinatown.
Oh, yes.
Send him in, Parker.
All right, Dr. Kildare.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, Diana, but it shouldn't take long just to find out what he wants.
Just go right in, Mr. Tune.
1,000 thank you.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
Greetings, firstborn, and many respects to you, old philosopher.
Mr. Tune?
This is Miss Verna.
Hello.
I'm honored. Jimmy, by all tradition, we should continue these formalities for 20 or 30 minutes, but...
Yes, I agree with you.
My grandfather, I fear, will not be so modern when you talk with him. It's about him that I've come.
Oh?
He's dying, Jimmy.
Oh, from what cause?
2, actually. You may not have known, but he suffered injuries in an auto wreck 6 months ago. His health has declined steadily ever since. And the second reason is that he's decided to die.
Well, Jimmy, there's a case for you.
He has agreed to permit an examination, nothing more. And only if I brought you within the hour. Ling Ko is a very stubborn man.
Ling Ko? Are you a grandson of Ling Ko's?
I have that honor.
Well, do you know him, Dr. Gillespie?
Oh, for 25 years or more. Well, I haven't seen him lately, though, Jimmy. I'm going with you.
Then you will come, Jimmy.
Well, Diana, it looks as though we're...
Well, I don't see why, Jimmy. We were going out to dinner anyway. Why can't we eat somewhere in Chinatown? Afterwards, I mean.
A very good idea. All right, then we'll all go.
It is assumed this examination is permitted only in deference to excessive arguments by firstborn grandson.
Who is humbly grateful.
I understand, Mr. Ling. Now, take a breath and let it out slowly. That's it.
Examination is permitted, but no treatment, Dr. Kildare. A man should live out his years and accept his fate.
Yes, Mr. Ling. Now, breathe again. Same way.
Jimmy, there's an area here on the upper left leg. Keep the stethoscope on his heart. I'll try some pressure.
All right.
There. Now, any effect?
Wait. Yes, it's slowing down. Well, bradycardia effect.
Well, that's it then.
Yes, let me try the stethoscope over the area you were pressing.
It is most undignified for elderly man to be discussed like pork in marketplace.
Just a second, Mr. Ling. Yes, you can hear the surge. Here, take the stethoscope, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Ling, I gather this leg was rather badly injured in that car wreck. Is that right?
Very badly, Dr. Kildare.
Well, that settles it, Jimmy. And I say there are enough collateral channels open to justify immediate surgery.
Might this unworthy one inquire result of examination?
Well, Mr. Ling, you have an arteriovenous aneurysm, the result of those leg injuries.
Indeed. Is most gratifying to know cause of one's death.
Death? Oh, who said you're going to die? Kildare will fix you up.
Examination is permitted. Treatment, no.
Well, why do you feel that way about it, Mr. Ling?
These eyes have seen many years, Dr. Kildare. This heart leans now toward old friends who are gone. This brain has advice no longer for the young. To live beyond one's time is improper. One loses face.
You're no older than I am.
Each must make his own decision, Dr. Gillespie.
But you have another possible 15 or 20 years, Mr. Ling, if you want them.
To old men, one passion is permitted, gambling. To cling to life only that one may indulge such foolish pursuit is unseemly. One loses face. Better to make way for the young.
Mr. Ling, I don't know what to say to you.
You feel, Jimmy. What can you say? Usually when you find an attitude like his, there's some reason for it.
That's right, Diana. Ordinarily, the patient's life is messed up emotionally, or he's suffering such pain that he wants to die. But not FUNKO. He's entirely philosophical about it.
There should be some way of convincing him. It's such a waste to do nothing but just sit and
Well,
wait for...
this one hopes that you and Miss Verna are finding our cuisine satisfactory, Jimmy.
Oh, wonderful, Eddie. Good deal more satisfactory than your grandfather's attitude.
Jimmy, what can one do? He's accustomed to giving advice, not taking it. I hope Dr. Gillespie was not offended.
Oh, no, he just thought he should get back to the hospital. You never can get him to eat at this time of night.
Jimmy, what is wrong with my grandfather?
Well, it's a combination of effects from that leg injury. You see, normally a blood supply is carried by the arteries from the heart to all the tissues of the leg and is then returned to the heart through the veins. But that injury of your grandfather short-circuited an artery and a vein high up in his leg.
I see. Well, I think I do.
Well, there are enough collateral channels open to keep the lower leg alive, but the main circulation is passing through the short circuit. The heart has to beat faster to handle the increase in fluid, and that raises the blood pressure. It's a vicious circle, and it goes on building up until something gives way. Usually the heart.
I see. How long do you think?
About a month, Eddie.
And yet, through surgery, he could be cured.
Oh, yes. By eliminating the short circuit. I've seen amazing recoveries. Sometimes in a matter of days.
Life does have its ironies. And now it is time for my big surprise. The cook has prepared special for you, sui chi yuck.
Sounds terrific, doesn't it?
Oh, you have to like it, Jimmy, or the cook loses face. Pardon me now.
Uh-huh.
He's awfully nice, Jimmy.
Eddie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's great.
And I love this place. Do I sound silly if I say it's romantic?
No, as a matter of fact, it is romantic.
Moon Temple Inn. Even the name. It's like pagoda bells and pear blossom.
Yeah, it is.
Jimmy, what are you thinking about?
Well, FUNKO.
Oh.
You know, there may be a way of changing his mind. It's a chance, anyway.
What do you mean?
Have you ever heard of saving a life by threatening a face?
No.
Of course you wouldn't. Neither have I. But I think it's worth trying.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Gillespie. You have an appointment in 10 minutes.
Parker, where's Kildare?
How should I know?
He hasn't been around the hospital all morning. For all I know, he didn't even come in last night.
Oh, maybe he had too much Chinese food.
Yeah, too much Chinese aneurysm.
I just think it's a crying shame that Mr. FUNKO's taking that attitude.
Well, now, old Snoopy's finding out about cases before they even come to the hospital.
I am not. I mean, I just hear things, that's all.
I'll bet you do, Biggie.
Oh.
Good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Jimmy,
Good
hello.
morning.
I was just preparing your description for the Missing Persons Bureau.
Oh, I had to go out on a case, rather the preliminaries to a case. By the way, I've decided to use cryotherapy in that operation on FUNKO's leg.
Huh?
See, by packing the leg in ice, I can slow the metabolism and reduce the possibility of any kind
What
of...
makes you think you'll even have a chance to operate?
Oh, well, that's all taken care of. That's what Eddie Chun and I were doing this morning. Here, take a look.
Chinatown News. I can't read this stuff.
Neither can I, but I have a translation of the item Eddie managed to have planted in this morning's edition.
What are you talking about?
Now, let's see. Reads, quote,
It is a great misfortune when an elderly scholar, long honored for his wisdom and understanding, chooses voluntary oblivion rather than face the problems of life.
Now, wait a minute.
It has been wisely said that cowardice is one of the unforgivable faults. Unquote. Well, there it is. Eddie thinks it'll work.
Work? How?
It's a matter of Oriental philosophy. You see, if Ling Ko were to follow through with his decision after this, he'd lose face with his friends. And to a Chinese traditionalist, that's a fate worse than death.
Jimmy, you're out of your mind.
Maybe. Anyway, Eddie agrees with me, and he ought to know. I've tentatively scheduled an operating room for day after tomorrow.
It'll never work.
I'll get it. Miss Parker speaking. Yes, just a moment. It's for you, Dr. Kildare. Mr. Ling Ko's calling.
Uh-oh. Like to arrange for an ambulance, Dr. Gillespie? Kildare speaking.
Dr. Kildare, most unfortunate thing done by you and unworthy grandson, Eddie June.
Oh. Well, I think the end justifies the means.
Means will lead to no end, Dr. Kildare. Later edition of paper carries message from this unworthy one saying, when man makes 99 good decisions, is wise to accept 100th decision without question.
Yes, that's
Many friends have already sent assurances of high regard.
Then you won't permit an operation?
It is hoped that you and Dr. Gillespie will attend funeral when notified.
But, Mr. Ling,
Good day, Dr. Kildare.
Apparently it didn't work, Jimmy.
No. The whole thing backfired.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Hello, Parker.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, there's a patient waiting to see you.
New one or an old one?
Well, a new one, I think. Her name's Sam Tune.
June? Must be related to Eddie.
Well, she filled out a card here, so... Oh, here it is. Yes, husband Eddie Tune. She's his wife.
Wonder what's wrong with her.
Well, I'm not a diagnostician, Dr. Kildare. But...
Oh, that's it, huh? Maybe I'd better see her as soon as I get it.
Confounded tarnation.
You know, Parker, there's one thing about Dr. Gillespie. He never loses his sunny disposition.
Confidence. If there's any more asinine method of wasting time, I've never heard of it. Parker, who's the girl in the outer office?
No, just a patient of Dr. Kildare's.
Oh, interesting case, Jimmy.
Well, might turn out to be. She's a granddaughter-in-law of Ling Ko.
Oh, you don't say so. Well, what seems to be the trouble?
So?
Complaints, symptoms. She must have some reason for coming here, hasn't she?
Oh, yes. She had a reason, all right, but I doubt if she has a complaint. Or does she, Parker?
No. She seems quite happy about it, Dr. Kildare.
Well, then I think we can...
Wait a minute. You haven't even examined her.
No, not yet.
You're merely accepting Parker's half-baked opinion.
Well...
Why, she wouldn't know a hypochondriac from a hypodermic unless somebody told her.
Well, after 25 years around here, I can at least recognize a pregnancy case when I see one.
Pregnancy? Oh, is that what it is?
So I'm led to believe.
Oh, well, I thought it might be something interesting.
Now, there's a jaundiced attitude for you. What could be more interesting than birth? New life, replacing the old, wondering whether it'll be a boy or a...
What's the matter, Jimmy?
Maybe an idea there.
Where?
Are you free this evening, Dr. Gillespie?
No, confound it, no. Why?
I thought you might enjoy an evening of Chinese checkers.
Huh?
It's all right, though. I'd rather take Diana anyway.
What the tarnation are you talking about?
Hello, Sally. I'd like to speak with Mr. Ling Ko. His phone number is,
still betting on you, Jimmy. This time, I think you're going to win.
Your move, Dr. Kildare.
All right. There.
Ah, yes. This piece, then, is moved so. Your left flank is stopped.
Oh.
Well, let's try this. Your move, Mr. Ling?
A highly commendable attempt, but with this move, your right flank is stopped, Dr. Kildare.
So it is. Well, there isn't too much choice, so,
Ah, yes, indeed. And now, at this point, it would seem most dignified for a worthy opponent to concede.
Not only dignified, inevitable. I concede.
I thought sure you had him that time, Jimmy.
When youth bows to experience, no honor is lost. The wise parent often learns from the child his regret of this old one that he will not live to see firstborn son of Chun.
Son? Well, I hate to disappoint you, but Mrs. Chun is going to have a girl.
1,000 pardons for contradictions, Dr. Kildare. Horoscope has been cast. Child will be a boy.
Oh, no, there's really no doubt about it. You see, this is a subject that's in my field. In fact, I'll bet on it.
Is policy of this unworthy one never to decline wager? Name amount, please.
Well, staff doctors aren't exactly overpaid. Say $50?
Is done. All arrangements will be made.
And, of course, they'll have to include an operation on that leg. Otherwise, you won't be here to pay me when the baby is born.
That is meaning of arrangements, Dr. Kildare.
Oh?
$50 will be left in bank with full instructions.
Left flank stopped. I think, though, that a man of strong gambling instincts would surely want to know the outcome of the bet. Just curiosity, if nothing else.
Outcome is already known. Child will be a son.
Right flank stopped.
As for attraction in living, to hold great-grandson in arms, must advise Linko has already 9 great-grandchildren. Is no novelty. Your move, Dr. Kildare.
Move? What move? For the second time, Mr. Ling, I concede.
Jimmy, I put a lot of thought on this case during the last week, and I've come to the conclusion that the only way to get Ling Ko to submit to surgery is by starting with a full acceptance of his attitude and then using that attitude.
And just how do I go about doing that?
It's just the trouble. In the first place, he's already suspicious of you. And in the second place, you're just too confounded young.
Which brings us right around the bush to the place we started from.
And leaves old Ling Ko on his way to a funeral complete with firecrackers and rice cakes.
And I guess all I could do under the circumstances is go down to my office and try to grow older as quickly as possible.
No, I didn't mean that, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know you didn't. Well, see you later.
Confounded tarnation. Parker! Parker!
What on earth's wrong with you, Dr. Gillespie?
Nothing's wrong with me. Call a taxi.
What do you want a taxi for? You're not going out, are you?
Of course not. I'm merely going to bring it up here and dissect it.
What?
Now get out of here and get me a taxi.
Strange how life seems to balance, Dr. Gillespie, one thing against another when one grows very old.
You know, that's one thing young Kildare can't understand. The passions grow cold, as someone said, and then philosophy grows out of the ashes.
Is same with young members of Ling family. They make the days noisy with wailings and pleas. This old one can find little peace.
Well, they just don't understand how we can look at things differently. See? They're too young. No, same way with Kildare. He's a good doctor, all right, but sometimes his enthusiasm runs away with him.
He has been most insistent.
Yeah, sure. He's thoroughly convinced the operation should be tried, even if there's only one chance in 100 you'll live through it.
Was understood. Operation is quite simple.
Oh, no. It's a long way from simple.
Huh?
Kildare simply can't get it through his head that man might want to be left alone. Live out his days in peace.
Is feared there will be no peace. Relatives are most troublesome.
Yes. Too bad they won't let a man enjoy his last 2 or 3 weeks in calmness and meditation.
Would cause them much happiness if this old one should submit to operation.
Oh, yeah, I suppose it would.
Dr. Kildare also.
Huh?
Please inform him operation will be performed tomorrow morning.
You mean you tomorrow morning? Oh, by the great horn spoon.
Oh, come in, Dr. Gillespie.
Jimmy, I understand the surgery was a complete success.
Your stooges certainly don't waste any time.
Stooges? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, was it or wasn't it?
It was. Dr. Gillespie, I still don't know how you got him to do it. I mean, change his mind.
Well, it was merely a matter of the old understanding the old.
Hands across the sea, huh?
And, of course, an application of Oriental psychology.
Tell me more, Doctor.
After all, you know, there's more than one way of skinning a cat.
Could be. Only where does Oriental psychology come in? That's not a Chinese proverb.
Well, now, Jimmy, I wouldn't be too sure of that. You want to bet?
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Good evening, most honorable friend.
Evening.
Trust everything is satisfactory.
Fine, wonderful. You're looking very well, Mr. Ling.
Have never felt better in entire life, Dr. Kildare. Is feared this unworthy one faces prospect of many years more living.
Oh, no, isn't that too bad? What an unpleasant prospect.
Prospect is not too displeasing, Dr. Gillespie. Dr. Kildare, is of course most impolite to remind you of occasion for this banquet. However...
Yes, I know. Eddie Chun double-crossed me and had a son, and I owe you $50. Here you are.
1,000 thank yous, Dr. Kildare. Dr. Gillespie, is thought of this old one that you might enjoy game of Chinese checkers in quiet alcove across room?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Of course, I've never played the game.
Is very simple. Young people will excuse old ones.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
We'll have dishes sent over. This way, Dr. Gillespie.
Eh?
After you have learned game, perhaps small wagers could be made.
Oh, sure, Mr. Ling. Yeah, why not?
Uh-oh. You suppose I ought to warn him?
What good would it do? He's stubborn enough to bet anyway.
Sure he would. Well, he'll just have to learn for himself.
So, then let's talk about us.
Oh, not us. You. About how you look in that gown, the way you're wearing your hair, and your eyes, and that smile that's just now breaking through.
It sounds awfully nice, Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
For a start.
Good. Then what do you say we go on from there?
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Georgia Ellis, Tudor Owen, and Paul Freeds. Dick Joy speaking.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Since the dark beginnings of time, superstition has played a dismal part in the fumbling progress of man. We, however, live in an enlightened age, and, thank goodness, we've thrown off the yoke of ignorant superstition. Well, I mean, knocking on wood isn't really a superstition. You do it just because, well, anyway, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, we find Jim Anderson packing for a trip to Chicago. And for a change, everything is peaceful and quiet, like this.
Jim, it certainly won't hurt to take them along.
Margaret, I'm only going to be gone 3 days. How many pairs of socks do you think I can wear?
Well, you never can tell, dear, and it's best to be on the safe side.
12 pairs of socks. Anybody think I was going to Alaska for the entire winter?
Jim, they weigh practically nothing, and I certainly think...
All right. Put them in. I'll have enough socks for everybody at the whole convention.
Dad!
We're upstairs, Bud.
Jim, you don't need all those shirts.
What do you mean, all those shirts? I'm only taking 6.
But you'll only be away 3 days. You said so yourself.
But, honey, I've got to look neat. All the big shots from the home office will be there.
I think 3 shirts are quite enough. You just have to be a little careful, that's all.
Okay, 3 shirts. Fine thing. A man can't even pack the bag the way he wants to.
Say, Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
About what?
Well...
Handkerchiefs. Mustn't forget handkerchiefs.
I've already put them in, dear.
Oh, thank you. Well, what is it, Bud?
Could I have $3?
No. What happened to that bottle opener I had in the top drawer?
Jim, if it's going to be that kind of convention...
It isn't, Margaret, but I just thought... Well, never mind.
Dad.
Bud, I said no.
I know, Dad, but this is an emergency.
What kind of an emergency?
The worst kind.
I've never known you to have any other. Why do you need $3?
Well, it's for the baseball team. I need another bat.
You mean you've broken the old one already?
No, but... Well, I think I've used up all the hits.
You what?
I'm in an awful slump, Dad. I haven't had a hit in 2 weeks. And if I can just buy a bat with some hits in it...
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. You've got a perfectly good bat. Why waste $3 on another one?
But, Dad, I've got to do something to change my luck.
Luck. Superstitious twaddle. If you can't get a hit with the old bat, you won't get one with the new one either.
But, Dad...
Particularly if I have to pay for it. Well, I guess I'm all packed.
You haven't forgotten anything, have you, dear?
I don't think so. But how about taking the bag downstairs like a good fellow?
Okay. But look, Dad, we're playing a very important game this afternoon, and...
Just a moment, Bud. What is it, Kathy?
I don't care what she says. You can't go. Mother, Betty says I can't go to the club with her this afternoon. And you said I could.
I said I'd ask her, dear.
Mother, it's bad enough going out with a boy I don't even know. But if I have to drag her along... They're going to play tennis, and I want to watch.
Kathy, if Betty says you can't go, then you can't go. Now stop arguing.
You love her more than you love me. That's why you're always sticking up for her.
I'm not sticking up for anybody. You can watch Bud play baseball.
No!
What?
Holy cow, Dad. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I don't, huh?
She's worse than a black cat. She's worse than an umpire.
Now, listen, Bud, there's no reason...
But, Dad, you've never heard her. She sounds like a fire siren. She gets both teams rattled.
Bunch of sandlotters.
It's all right, Kathy. You can stay home with me this afternoon.
But I want to do something.
We'll find something to do.
How about the bag, Bud?
Okay. Not having enough trouble. They want me to take her along.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
is Mr. Davis's nephew tall and dark?
How do I know? I've never even seen him. What difference does it make anyway?
Well, Janie Liggett told my fortune yesterday, and the card said to be careful of a tall, dark man. And if he's tall and dark...
Betty, if he's 8 feet tall and has hair made of licorice, you're still going out with him. He's only going to be in town this weekend, and I gave Ed Davis my word.
But, Father...
Most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Just because Janie Liggett hasn't got a brain in her head...
It wasn't Janie's idea, Father. She has a fortune-telling set, and it's wonderful. It costs $4.
Oh, pardon me. I thought it was one of the cheap $2 sets.
Jim, I know you're going to say it's silly, but I did have a dream about a wedding last night.
Margaret, not you, too.
Well, you remember my grandmother Williams.
The Hottentot kid.
Jim, Grandmother Williams was a very sweet woman. And she said when you dream of a wedding, it means trouble.
Well, that depends on who's getting married.
Jim.
You certainly don't believe in that poppycock, do you?
Well, no, but if Betty's going to feel uneasy...
Feel uneasy about what? Since when is a dream something to be afraid of?
I'm not afraid of dreams, Daddy.
9 years old, and she's the only intelligent one in the whole house. You're a very sensible little girl, Kathy.
I'm not afraid of anything. Because I've got a lucky penny and a rabbit's foot and a horseshoe and...
Margaret, what's gotten into this family, anyway? These aren't the Middle Ages. This is the 20th century. We're supposed to be intelligent human beings.
Jim, it's not that we believe in these things.
Then what does it mean? All this twaddle about dreams and fortune tellers and bats with hits in them? You sound like a bunch of Stone Age simpletons.
Why, Father! Now, just a moment, Jim Anderson. You have just as many silly little superstitions as anyone else.
I certainly do not.
You most certainly do.
Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
Go downstairs and help Bud.
What's he doing?
How do I know what he's doing? Go downstairs and find out. And help him.
Gee whiz.
Now, see here, Margaret.
Yes?
In my time, I've walked under hundreds of ladders, broken thousands of mirrors, ignored millions of black cats. And if you can call that being superstitious...
I'll bet that's Charlie.
Who?
Charlie Davis. And, Father, if he's tall and dark...
Betty.
But, Father, Janie said...
I don't care what Janie said. You are going out with Charlie Davis.
Oh, pooh.
Betty, it's for you.
She'll be right down, Bud. Go ahead, Betty.
If this is the 20th century, why do I have to be treated like somebody's slave?
I don't know what's gotten into that girl.
What are you looking for, dear?
My gray hat was right up here on the shelf.
It's downstairs in the hall closet.
I mean my old gray hat, the one I always wear to conventions.
Jim, it was all worn out. It was dirty, and the ribbon was faded.
Margaret, what did you do with my hat?
Well, I gave it to Mr. Adams.
Mr. You mean the junk man?
Yes, dear.
You gave my hat to the junk man?
Jim, you have a brand new hat.
Margaret, how could you do a thing like that to me? That was my luck. I mean, how could you?
But you said...
I've worn that hat to conventions for 15 years. You know I never go to a convention without it. What were you thinking of?
Father, he is tall, and he's got the blackest hair you ever saw. I won't go with him, and you can't make me.
Oh, I can't I? Betty Anderson, you'll go out with that boy, or you'll never go out again.
But, Father...
I'm having enough trouble. Give a man's hat away at a time like this.
Betty, after all, your father knows best, and if he thinks...
All right, I'll go. But if anything happens to me, you'll have no one to blame but yourself.
Betty, your father's going away. Aren't you going to say goodbye?
Sure. Goodbye. And I hope you have a very nice time.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. A perfectly good hat sitting up on a shelf, not hurting a soul.
Jim, you said you weren't superstitious.
Superstitious? What has superstition got to do with it? I liked that hat. It was the best hat I've ever had.
But it was all worn out.
It was a perfect hat for going to conventions, and you know it. Bud!
Jim.
You want me, Dad?
Get Mr. Adams on the phone.
Who?
Mr. Adams.
The junk man?
Tell him I want my gray hat back.
It's in the closet, Dad.
My old gray hat. Tell him I'll give him $5 for it.
For that hat?
Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, you're being very foolish about this whole thing.
Oh, I am I? Just because I happen to like a certain hat, I'm being foolish. That's fine.
Jim, your train leaves in less than an hour.
Well, let it leave. I'll take a plane. I'll walk. But until Mr. Adams comes back with my hat,
Daddy?
I'm not going to... What is it, Kathy?
Mr. Davis is here.
Oh, no. What does he want? I'll be right down, Ed. Take your time, Jim. No hurry.
Jim, please don't make a fuss in front of Ed.
Of course not. You know I've got better sense than that.
I do?
Well, I guess I've got everything except my hat.
I don't understand, Jim, after that long speech you made about dreams and fortune tellers.
Margaret, my hat has nothing to do with dreams and fortune tellers. It isn't a question of superstition or anything like that. I merely want my hat. And in the future, will you please leave my things alone?
Yes, dear.
I'm not asking for anything unusual. Just don't give my hats to the junk man.
All right, dear.
Jim, I'm sorry to barge in at a time like this. I know you must be kind of busy.
Well, it's all right.
How are you, Ed?
Fine, Margaret, just fine. Jim, I have some property in Chicago, and I wonder if you'll do me a big favor while you're there.
Sure, Ed, I'll be glad to.
Dad, Mr. Adams wasn't there.
That's impossible. He must be there.
Okay, but Mrs. Adams said he wasn't. She's going to see if she can find him.
Margaret, now do you see what you've done?
Jim, you said...
I know what I said, but good grief.
Anything wrong, Jim?
Everything's wrong. We've had nothing but trouble all day. My good hat's gone. The junk man's gone. Betty didn't even want to go out with your nephew just because he's tall and dark.
You mean Charlie?
Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous?
Oh, I don't understand.
Oh, Janie Liggett has some kind of an idiotic set that tells fortunes, and she told Betty...
Oh, I understand that part, all right. Used to be quite a hand with a Ouija board. But I don't understand about Charlie.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Ed. She went with him, even though he is tall and dark.
But he isn't. Charlie's short, and he has red hair.
Oh, no!
Good news about coffee. You've been seeing it in stores everywhere in recent weeks, seeing lower prices on Maxwell House coffee. And the news gets better and better, because grocers today are featuring Maxwell House at the lowest prices in months. Yes, you'll find the lowest prices in months on the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. A welcome occasion for everybody, you, your grocer, and for us at Maxwell House, too. You see, we have one aim with our coffee: to bring you the most in flavor and enjoyment every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's our way of doing business. And seems you folks like it. You've made our Maxwell House coffee America's favorite brand. Because you can count on that famous flavor every cup you pour. Because you find more flavor for your money, vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. And at today's prices, Maxwell House is more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for it, featured these days at the lowest prices in months. Enjoy the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron bubble. It's a far cry from the witches of Macbeth to the Andersons of Springfield, but not as far as you might think. An hour has passed, and the situation has altered only slightly. Bud is out playing baseball. Kathy is out playing, well, whatever it is that 9-year-old girls play. But in the white frame house on Maple Street, the air is charged with nervous tension. Not a word has been heard from Betty, and the Andersons and Ed Davis can do nothing but wait. Like this.
Don't like this. Don't like it at all.
Look, Ed, I don't care what you do, but do something.
Well, let's try this. Let me see now.
Jim, I don't understand how you can sit there at a time like this and play canasta.
Well, what do you want me to do? Margaret, we haven't left a stone unturned. We've called all her friends, the club, all the authorities, and they've promised to let us know the second either one of them turns up.
There must be someone else we can call.
Like who? I'm not even sure calling the police was such a good idea. Jim, you've got to understand my position. After all, Charlie's my nephew, and we don't know where he is, the idiot. We don't know where Betty is, or how the boy with the dark hair got into it. It's very confusing. Whose turn is it? Well, the whole thing is certainly nothing to worry about. Just because Janie Liggett is a superstitious little twerp.
Jim, after all the fuss you made about your hat, how can you call anyone superstitious?
My hat has nothing to do with it. And I didn't make a fuss.
Then why did you miss your train?
Because I decided to fly. And I wanted to find out what happened to Betty. That's all. Nothing complicated about it. And it has nothing to do with superstition. I guarantee that when Betty shows up, there'll be a perfectly logical explanation of the whole thing.
Well, I hope you're right.
Of course I'm right. Go ahead, Ed. It's your turn. You haven't put down a card. Oh. Well, just a minute. It's certainly taking long enough. I have a right to think about it, don't I? Just don't rush me. You know, when I was a boy, we lived in an old house on the north side, and the place was simply crawling with ghosts. Well, one day... Wait a minute, Ed. Don't tell me you believe in ghosts. Why not? Well, it's ridiculous. Everybody knows there's no such thing. Oh, they do they? Well, let me tell you, Jim, there wasn't a night went by...
Betty?
It's me, Mom.
I'm sorry, Ed. What are you doing home, Bud? Thought you were going to play baseball.
Well, I started to play, but... Gosh, Dad, I told you that bat wasn't any good.
Bud, what on earth happened to your eye?
Ye gods, another shiner. Bud, have you been fighting again?
I got hit with a baseball.
That's great. You know, if this keeps up, you're going to have that eye worn out.
I couldn't help it, Dad. I asked you to let me buy another bat.
You were hit with a ball. What does a bat have to do with it?
Well, they took me out for a pinch hitter. And while I was sitting on the bench, I got hit in the eye.
There, you see. That's what you get for being superstitious.
Why aren't you on the train?
Who said anything about a train?
Jim, Bud is only doing the things you taught him.
I taught him? When did I teach him anything about a bat with no hits in it?
Well, it amounts to the same thing. Just because you're concerned over a silly old hat.
I'm not concerned about my hat. The hat has nothing to do with it. And, Margaret, will you please stop changing the subject? Oh, no, not again. What was that? The Glazier's Delight. Kathy!
Bud, tell Kathy to come in here, please.
Okay. Tells me I can't get a new bat and then blames the whole thing on me.
As I was saying, Jim, we had a rocking chair in our living room. And every night it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Well, what does that prove? Well, it certainly wasn't moving all by itself. You know, Ed, you certainly have some very peculiar ideas. I don't see anything peculiar about them at all. And if you weren't so doggone stubborn... Stubborn? Me? You're the one who's being stubborn. I'll show you a dozen books that prove there's no such thing as a ghost. And I'll show you 24 books that prove there are.
Jim, my grandmother Williams said that when she was a girl...
Now, there's a great authority for you. A dame who spent half her life running around with Hottentots.
She was a very sweet woman, and you have no right to make fun of her.
I'm not making fun of her. I'm merely trying to tell you that superstition is silly.
Where did you get that hat?
What?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Kathy, what did you do out there?
I couldn't help it, Daddy. I was trying to make everybody lucky.
She heaved a horseshoe through the garage window.
Oh, fine. We just had it fixed.
But, Daddy, I was worried about Betty, and they told me if I threw it over my right shoulder...
Your left shoulder, Dopey.
Oh, well, no wonder.
Kathy, do you see what you've done?
She was just trying to be helpful, dear.
Sure, and I'm going to be set back another $4.20 for a window.
But, Daddy, they said it was lucky.
Who said it was lucky?
The man who fixed the window.
Look, Kathy, let's examine this thing calmly and with simple logic. Why is a horseshoe lucky?
Well, everybody says it is.
Horses have millions of them, and are they lucky?
Some of them are.
That idiotic rabbit's foot you carry around. Where's the rabbit it used to belong to? Did it bring him any luck?
Well, he was lucky while he had it.
It didn't keep him from getting shot, did it? He had 4 feet, 4 nice, lucky rabbit's feet. He still got shot.
He must have looked at the moon over the wrong shoulder.
Now, look, Kathy.
Jim.
I'll answer it.
Dear, if it's Betty, please don't lose your temper.
Silliest family I've ever seen. I think we were living in the Middle Ages. Horseshoes and rabbits' feet.
Father, how could you do this to me? How could you?
You get inside. I'll talk to you later. Officer?
We found her at Crandall's drugstore, Mr. Anderson. She was having a soda.
And they wouldn't even let me finish.
Oh, well, sorry you were put to all this trouble, officer. I'll see that it doesn't happen again.
Oh, that's okay. We're used to it.
Jim, is it Betty?
Mother, why did you do this to me? Having me dragged home by the police and everybody looking at me.
Darling, we were so worried.
Where's Charlie? What did you do with that rattle-brained redhead?
Did you want the boys? Nobody told me to bring them.
You mean there were 2 of them?
Father, why didn't you listen to me? I told you I didn't want to go with Tommy.
You said it was Charlie.
I didn't say it was Charlie. I said he was tall and dark, and Janie Liggett said I was going to have trouble. But you wouldn't listen.
I'm sorry I listened in the first place. Who was the other boy?
Tommy.
Tommy who?
I don't know, but he's a friend of Charlie's, and Charlie was trying to get a date for him. And he knew he was going to be late, so he sent Tommy, and we met him down at Mr. Crandall's, and it's all your fault.
What's my fault? If you hadn't started that ridiculous thing about Janie Liggett and the tall, dark man...
Will you be needing me for anything else?
Oh, thank you, officer. I think everything's under control now.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. Sounds to me like the whole house is infested with leprechauns. Better leave a bowl of milk out for them tonight. Otherwise, you'll have nothing but trouble.
Thank you, officer. We'll do just that. Now we've got leprechauns. Betty, what happened to that idiot nephew of mine?
Nothing. When the policeman came, he and Tommy didn't know what to do. So they're having another soda.
Just wait till I get my hands on that carrot-headed numbskull. Just wait.
Oh, it wasn't his fault, Ed. The whole thing was a very unfortunate misunderstanding, that's all.
It's more than that. It's a perfect example of what I've been trying to tell you. Do you see what superstition has done to this family?
Jim, it's not that important.
It is important. We're supposed to be a healthy, normal American family. And what happened to us? We become involved in a bunch of old-world superstitions, and all our lives are affected. Bud gets a black eye, Kathy breaks a window, Betty gets the whole neighborhood upset with her tall, dark stranger.
Jim, it's very well to scoff at superstition, but when I was a boy...
Ye gods, now what?
I tell you, that chair rocked back and forth. Back and forth.
Mr. Anderson, my friend, my wonderful friend. It's about time you got here. Where's my hat?
Jim, you mustn't blame Mr. Adams. I gave him the hat.
Mrs. Anderson, look what I brought for you. The biggest box of candy I could find. This is the biggest box of candy in Springfield.
Why, Mr. Adams.
Go ahead, take it. I want you to have it. It's for you.
Mr. Adams, all we want is the hat. May I please
See,
have...
I brought a doll for the little girl. Presents for everybody. A baseball bat and perfume.
Mr. Adams, I have to go to Chicago. May I please have my hat?
Look, Mr. Anderson, cigars. The biggest box I could find.
Mr. Adams.
3 for a half. That's expensive. But nothing is too good for my friend.
Thank you very much. Now may I have my hat?
The hat. That wonderful hat. You know, all my life I've been an unlucky man, a junk man, a poor peddler. And then you gave me that hat, that beautiful hat.
I said I'd give you $5.
Oh, I couldn't sell the hat. Not that hat.
$10.
Jim.
Mr. Anderson?
$15.
I wouldn't sell it for $1 million. Haven't you heard what it did for me? I just won the Irish sweepstakes.
It's been wonderful news the past few weeks. Maxwell House Coffee featured at lower prices. And today, in big stores and small, grocers are featuring America's favorite brand of coffee at the lowest prices in months. I know how welcome that news is for you folks who know and love Maxwell House. And for you folks who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor in your cup, now's the time. Open up a blue tin of Maxwell House and see how much more pleasure you find in coffee when it has the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're proud of it. And we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For the wonderful coffee that's today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House, featured at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
It doesn't take long for 3 days to come and go. Just about 3 days. And that's precisely what's happened in Springfield. Jim Anderson has gone to Chicago and come back again. And now, for the first time in 3 days, he's at the breakfast table with his family. Like this.
I guess I made them sit up and take notice. Right in front of everybody. Mr. Craig said they couldn't have placed the Springfield area in more capable hands.
Jim, he didn't.
He certainly did. He's only the president of the company, that's all. Boy, you should have seen the eyes pop.
Say, Dad, you know how many hits I got yesterday with the bat Mr. Adams gave me? 6.
That's fine, Bud. How come you had a game yesterday?
Well, it wasn't a regular league game. I was just fooling around with Kathy's team.
He hit 3 home runs.
Oh, it wasn't so much.
Father?
Yes, Betty?
I'm going to a formal next Friday, and I saw the most beautiful dress.
Again?
Betty, your father just got home.
But, Mother, Tommy said it was going to be the most exclusive formal of the year.
Tommy? You mean the tall, dark one?
Uh-huh.
You know, maybe we're going to have trouble with him after all.
Jim, let's not get started on that again. It was a very successful convention, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I accomplished a great deal.
And you did it all without your lucky hat, didn't you?
Margaret, I never said it was a lucky hat. I merely said, well, a man's entitled to a few little idiosyncrasies. That's all it was, so let's just forget it.
All right, dear.
Daddy?
Yes, Kathy?
Is everything all right now? I mean, you aren't going away on any more trips or anything, are you?
No, Kathy, I'm staying right here, and everything's just as fine as it can be.
Good. Now, can I please have my rabbit's foot back?
Did you know now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor? It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee, nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House, instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Screen Guild and The Seventh Veil on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Father Knows Best, transcribed at Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? And then of a sudden but stay. I'll tell you what happened without delay. Well, of course, it hasn't been 100 years since the Andersons bought their car, but you get the general idea. In Springfield, in the driveway beside the white frame house on Maple Street, the Anderson Chariot is getting quite a going over, like this.
I don't care what you say, Father. It is a wreck, and you know it.
Is that so? For your information, Betty, they don't build cars like this anymore.
They don't build covered wagons either.
What was
that? Nothing, Dad. I was just thinking.
He said they didn't build covered wagons either.
Oh, he did he?
Okay, Kathy, just you wait.
But if you find the car so objectionable, we can arrange for you not to be annoyed with it any longer on Thursday nights.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Dad. I think it's fine.
Well, I don't. And I don't even want to borrow it anymore.
Good. I'll keep that in mind.
Look at it. The paint all worn off, the upholstery all faded.
You know, that's the trouble with you kids. You don't look beneath the surface. That's where your value is. Do you know there's 30% more metal in this car than in any 1950 model on the road?
There is, huh?
There certainly is. Now, you see this body panel? It's a little banged up, I admit that. But listen to it. That's solid. That's good, honest metal.
Dad.
Cars today aren't built that way. None of them. They sound tinny and cheap.
Dad.
Have you seen the fenders they're putting on the new cars? Just like paper mache.
Dad.
But on this car, well, listen to this. But
Gosh, Dad, I was trying to tell you.
I don't know. Why do things like this always happen to me?
Daddy, why didn't you knock the fender off the car? Kathy, you'd better be quiet if you know what's good for you.
Jim, I'm ready to leave any time you are.
That's fine, Margaret. Just fine.
But you'll find a basket with lunch on the kitchen table, so why don't you... Jim, what on earth did you do to the car?
I didn't do anything to the car, Margaret.
Daddy knocked the fender off.
I did no such thing. All I did was give it one or two little taps.
Jim, Mr. Gilhousen said it wasn't going to last.
Mr. Gilhousen, that crook, he doesn't know any more about fixing a car than Kathy does.
I didn't do anything.
Charges me $7.80 to put a fender back on, and doesn't even use a good grade of Scotch tape.
You want me to get the sandwiches, Mom?
Leave the sandwiches alone, Bud. We can't go to a church picnic or any place else until we get the car fixed.
We can put the fender on with wire, Dad. It didn't look too bad the last time.
All right, go get the wire.
I think there's a whole bunch of it in the garage.
Mr. Gilhousen. A fine mechanic he turned out to be.
Father.
He's a butcher, that's what he is. Anybody who can't put a fender on so it stays put...
Father, may I please have the tickets for the picnic?
You certainly may not.
But, Father, Mr. Liggett said I could ride with them.
Oh, he did he?
And we'll be there hours before you.
You're going with us or you aren't going at all?
But, Father...
Hurry up, Bud.
I can't. Kathy got the wire all tangled up.
Oh, I did not.
There's a roll on top of the workbench, Bud. Bring that.
Okay.
Father, I certainly think...
Betty, you're going in our car or you aren't going. Now, that's final.
Oh, pooh.
Jim, don't you think you're being a little severe? Betty wants to spend more time with Janie Liggett, that's all. It isn't that she's ashamed to be seen in our car, is it, Betty?
It certainly is. That old heap.
You see, Margaret, she's ashamed of us. She's too good to ride in our car.
I'm not too good, but that isn't even a car. Just a bunch of old bolts held together with bobby pins.
Here's the wire, Dad.
Betty, that car is good enough for me. And if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for my family. Is that clear?
Here's the wire, Dad.
And anytime you think that you're better than the rest of us, well, we'll just do something about it. And let's not forget it.
Here's the wire, Dad.
I heard you, Bud.
Gosh, how did I know?
Sounds like your needle was stuck. Here's the wire, Dad. Here's the wire, Dad.
Daddy.
Kathy, be quiet.
Gee whiz.
Bud, I'll hold the fender in place and you wire it together.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, I know what Betty had in mind. She was only thinking of our good. Weren't you, Betty?
Oh, sure.
They're going to have a drawing for a new car, and if someone isn't there...
Someone will be there, Margaret. We'll all be there. Not that we'd ever be lucky enough to win a new car.
Hold the front up a little higher, Dad.
How's that?
Okay.
I've been going to church picnics since I was 4 years old, and the only people who ever win new cars are old ladies of 90 who wouldn't be caught dead with anything but a horse and buggy.
Father, if they pick our number and we aren't there...
We'll be there. Now stop worrying about it. How's it going, Bud?
I think it's almost finished.
Betty, go in and get the lunch.
All right, Father.
And lock the door on the way out.
Yes, Father.
I think that's as good as I can do, Dad.
Well, it seems firm enough.
I wouldn't lean on it too hard. It's all rusted away on the inside.
Well, it'll certainly last until we get home. And believe me, I'll give that Gilhousen character a piece of my mind tomorrow morning.
Hurry up, Betty. We're ready to leave.
Be right there.
I'll get the motor warmed up while we're waiting.
Want me to do it, Dad?
No, I'm perfectly capable of starting my own car. Now what's gotten into this miserable wreck?
Bang on the dashboard, Dad. Sometimes that does it.
I did bang on the dashboard. Just cold, that's all.
Is this all of it, Mother?
Yes, dear, thank you.
No good.
Jim?
Bud, jump up and down on the bumper a few times.
Okay.
What's wrong with the car? It won't start again.
Be quiet, Kathy, please.
Well, it won't, will it?
Try it now, Dad.
Bud?
Yes, Dad?
Jiggle the wire on the distributor.
Okay.
I never saw it to fail. The car runs like a dream, except when you need it.
Oh, Mother, there's Janie Liggett. What am I going to tell them?
Well, you just have to tell them...
Betty?
Yes, Father?
What time is the drawing for the new car?
I don't know, Father, but if we aren't there...
Don't worry, we'll be there, but just in case it takes us a while to get started, well, here. You take the tickets and go ahead with the Liggetts.
Oh, Father!
If we should happen to win the car, well, go ahead. We'll meet you out there.
I'm coming. Goodbye, everybody. See you later.
Betty, be careful, Betty.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
I don't mind riding in your car.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'm brave.
Hey, Dad.
What is it, Bud?
There's a pencil stuck in the distributor.
I know. That's to keep the wire in.
Well, the pencil's in, but the wire's out.
Bud, fix it. That's why it won't start.
Okay.
I knew it wasn't anything important. Just a loose wire, that's all.
It's all set, Dad.
Okay. Stand back. I'll try it again. There. See? All right, everybody, let's go. Put the hood down, Bud.
Okay.
Let it down easy so it won't shake the pencil loose. Come on, Margaret. What are you and Kathy waiting for?
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
we've got a flat tire.
Ridiculous thing I've ever seen. There must be some way of keeping that fender on.
We'll be there in a minute, dear, and then you can fix it properly.
What do you mean, properly? How can you fix a fender properly with those silly hunks of wire?
It isn't the wire that's breaking, Dad. Pieces are coming out of the fender.
It only fell off 3 times.
I know how many times it fell off. I know what's the matter with it. I don't know how to fix it, that's all.
Daddy, there's the fishnet.
Where?
Right over there.
Dad, look out.
What?
There's a bump. There it goes again.
That makes 4 times.
Oh.
Jim?
Fiddlesticks.
Kathy, why don't you run ahead and find Betty?
Okay, Mommy. I'll see if anybody knows who won the car.
Come on, Bud. Let's take another whack at it.
I don't think it's going to do much good, Dad. Look at the holes in it.
Idiotic-looking contraption.
Dad, I think I know how we can do it. If we can get some long pieces of wire, we can... No, that won't work.
What won't work?
I thought we could run the wire under the car and over the hood and tie it on that way.
Bud, that won't work.
Well, that's what I said.
No good fender. No good moth-eaten, lopsided, pot-bellied. Kathy, what is it?
Daddy, we won.
We what?
Yeah.
Kathy, are you sure?
I just saw Betty, and they called our number, and we won. Jim, how wonderful.
Well, Bud.
Boy, oh boy.
Bud, would you care to join me?
What are you going to do, Dad?
I'm going to show this no-good, misguided fender just where it gets off. And that's right here. Turn it over, Bud.
Like that?
That's it. Now, watch. I guess that'll show it.
Can I jump on it too, Daddy?
Sure, go right ahead. You too, Bud. Have a good time.
Will you, Kathy?
Jim, isn't it wonderful?
It certainly is.
I wonder what color it is.
If that isn't just like a woman. I suppose if you don't like the color, we'll have to give it back.
Oh, no, but I just thought it might...
Father, isn't it wonderful? Isn't it simply lush?
It certainly is. Where is it?
Father, what are they doing?
Never mind them. Where is it?
But, Father, they're ruining the fender.
Who cares about an old fender? We won a new car, didn't we?
Oh, Father, no. We won a ham.
Well, it's not the first time folks have expected one thing and ended up with a lot less. It just points up a fact we've learned, you and I, many times. You've got to make sure of what you get in everything. In a pound of coffee, for instance, you want to make sure of the flavor you get. You want the most in flavor for every penny you spend. To millions of folks, that means getting the one coffee famous for flavor above all others, our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful, good-to-the-last drop flavor. You won't find it, you know, in any other coffee. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a mighty good reason why. It's our recipe, and there's no mistaking its importance. It's the one and only recipe of its kind. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee, and our Maxwell House people carefully combine them just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that good-to-the-last-drop flavor. And it spells the big difference between just any coffee and coffee at its Sunday go-to-meeting best. And this difference adds up to more enjoyment, more flavor for your money when you pour Maxwell House coffee into those cups on your table. So next time, bring home that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House. Enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop.
You know, for some reason or other, automobile people are a cheerful lot. The smiling Irishman, the laughing Lithuanian, they're a gay group of fellows with lilting hearts and names to match. In Springfield, it's Fred Haney, the happy Hibernian. And that's where the Andersons are headed, like this.
Father.
What is it, Betty?
Don't you think it's about time we gave up on this old heap?
Betty, please don't annoy your father.
Well, jumping creepers.
It's all right, Margaret. I'm used to being ridiculed. After all, I'm only her father.
Everybody has to get so personal about everything. Why is it such an insult if I think we need a new car?
Betty, this is more than a car. This is an old friend which has served us faithfully and well. And you don't give up an old friend just because it's a little droopy in the fenders. You treat it gently, humor it, restore it to health.
The best thing you can do for this friend is give it a decent funeral.
Betty!
For your information, Betty, this car will be as good as new in less than a week. And it'll be good for another 12 years.
Holy cow.
Golly, the car's even older than I am.
It makes more noise, too.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
as long as you insist on having the car fixed up, can we please have it painted?
I fully intend to have it painted. A new fender, a new paint job, a few little touches on the motor here and there. We'll have a car you can be proud of.
Can we have it painted blue, please?
What's the matter with black?
But it's always been black, and black is so dark.
Well, we'll get a light black.
I like red. Then you can pretend you're riding in a fire engine.
You know, Margaret, I should have had this done a long time ago. I had the car fixed up, I mean. When I think of the way I've let it get run down, well, I should have had my head examined.
That's what we've been telling you.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean, green's a nice color.
Is it?
Well, if you like green.
You know, for a while I thought maybe we'd get a new car.
Golly!
But then I said, why?
Oh.
I can have this one fixed up for $50 or $60, so why go to all that unnecessary expense?
Did anybody say they'd fix it up for $50 or $60?
No, but I'm just figuring conservatively. Maybe it'll only be $40.
What a dreamer.
I don't know. When I was a boy, children showed a little respect for their parents. They didn't spend half their life...
Jim.
What is it, Margaret?
Isn't that Haney?
I know it's Haney's. I've only been here a million times. Where was I, Bud?
They didn't spend half their life.
They didn't spend half their life trying to make up wisecracks about their fathers. Now, behave yourself.
Okay, Dad.
Father.
I know, Betty. You want it painted blue.
Well, I just thought...
You want blue, Kathy wants red, Bud wants green. How would it be if we settled for a nice Scotch plaid?
Well, hello, Jim. Got the whole family with you this time, huh?
That's right. Say, Fred, I'd like to see if we can't...
We want it painted red.
Kathy.
And make the horn louder.
Kathy, get back in the car and sit down.
Yes, Daddy.
Fred.
Father, look.
What?
That yellow one, isn't it a dreamboat?
Betty, I'm trying to tell Mr. Haney.
Boy, look at that foreign job. Is that something?
Margaret.
Dear, I know you and Mr. Haney want to talk, so why don't the children and I just wander around and look at the different cars?
An excellent idea, Mrs. Anderson. Excellent.
Oh, Bud, look at that one. It's got a motorcycle on it.
That's for deliveries, Dopey.
Mother, have you ever seen anything like that blue one?
It's very nice, dear.
Well, maybe now we can talk.
Don't tell me you're finally going to give up on that wreck.
What wreck? Just because it looks a little shabby.
Why don't you face it, Jim? You need a new car.
Fred, I'm not spending any $1,600 for a car.
$1663.20.
Pardon me.
Including license and tax.
I'll take 12.
Jim, I've known you for a long time. I value your business. But more than that, I value your friendship.
Then tell Gilhausen to fix my car so it'll stay together.
He can't, Jim. It's old. It's worn out. You're just throwing good money after bad. Will you please buy a new car? You don't have to buy it from me. Buy it from anybody, but buy it.
Are you all finished?
Yes.
No. Just tell Gilhausen to fix my car right this time.
Of all the stubborn... Gilhausen.
I'm over here, Fred.
Come here, will you? Ben Hur is back.
Very funny.
Holy smoke, Mr. Anderson. I don't have to work on that thing again, do I?
No, you don't have to. I know a lot of places that'll be very glad.
Just a minute, Jim. Don't get up on your high horse. If you want it fixed, we'll fix it. Won't we, Gil?
We'll fix it or we'll give it either a transfusion. Why anybody would want to throw good money into that wreck?
Gil?
So we fix it. Where's the fender?
It got stepped on.
It what?
It's gone. It fell off. Because you don't know how to put a fender on.
I put fenders on before you was born. But not fenders like your fenders.
All right. All right, Gil. We'll just have to put on a new fender. Okay, Jim?
I suppose so. And while we're at it, let's do it up right. Let's paint the whole thing. Get the motor tuned up, fix the lights.
Have you got all that, Gil? This time we're going to fix it right.
Well, that's more like it. So, we start with the fender. Look, you see this big hole in the panel?
Yes?
That's where I got to bolt the fender. On a hole. So, we need a new panel.
New panel. Go ahead, Gil. I'm writing it down.
Wait a minute. Why can't you just...
The new panel bolts onto the body, only it's all rusted away over here and it won't hold. So, we need a new body.
Look, Fred, all I want you to do...
Frame won't take a new body. It's too light. New frame, chassis, rear assembly, transmission. You got it?
Got it.
New crankshaft, flywheel, feed line.
Mr. Gilhousen.
Connecting rods, clutch, camshaft.
Mr. Gilhousen.
New springs, muffler, exhaust, chocks, bumpers.
Mr. Gilhousen.
Horn's all right.
Mr. Gilhousen, forget about the whole thing, will you? Just fix the wire in the distributor and I'll be happy.
Mr. Anderson, look. Lift the hood, will you, Fred?
Okay.
Thanks, Fred. Now, you see that wire, Mr. Anderson? It goes down there and hooks onto that. But it can't because it's loose. Here, you see this? You got a cracked block, the water pump's broke, the radiator leaks, the piston assembly's shot, the valves are gone. You got to get a new motor.
Just because you can't hook up one little wire, huh?
What am I going to hook it on?
Jim, we're trying to help you, and with a job this big, we'll give you a special rate.
Well, that's more like it. What does it come to?
The whole thing?
With a paint job.
You want me anymore, Fred?
No, thanks a lot, Gil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Anderson.
You bet. Go ahead, Fred. Figure it up. And sharpen your pencil.
Well, let me see. 1538, 247, 496.
496?
The whole thing, including labor and parts, comes to exactly $1,678.
60? That's $15 more than a new one.
Jim, this is all on a piecework basis. And besides, with seat covers, you'll have a car that's practically new.
1,600. Margaret!
Well, I told you in the very beginning, Jim.
Margaret!
Jim, is anything wrong?
$1,600. It's an outrage. That's what it is, an outrage.
Well, you think it over, Jim, and whatever you decide, just let me know.
$1,678. That's the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
What did he say, Dad?
Is it going to be blue, Father? Dad, the man let me shoot the grease gun.
All right, get in. We're going home.
Aren't you going to have it fixed?
I said get in.
I want to stay and shoot the grease gun.
All right, children, let's not argue. Do as your father says.
I'll get another mechanic. That's what I'll do. Haney isn't the only dealer in Springfield. Tell me my car isn't any good. $1,678.
Dear, don't you think if you talk to Mr. Haney again...
Haney? He's a worse crook than Gilhousen ever was. He's 10 times as bad. Somebody will fix this car, and it'll be good for another 12 years. And another 140,000 miles.
Oh, Father.
Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? Well, we're sitting in it right now.
100 years?
Holy cow, Dad.
This car's as sound as it was the day we bought it. It's a good car, solid and sturdy. I'll put on a fender, get a little paint, a few tires. What was that?
Another fender fell off.
Well, we'll put it back on.
Dad.
Jim, we've just got to get a new car.
Fred! Fred! Oh, Fred!
You see, of course, if you're not a dunce, how it went to pieces all at once. All at once and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst.
End of the wonderful one-horse shave. Logic is logic. That's all I say.
Yes, logic is logic. And when it comes to coffee, that's the reason you naturally look for the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And it's yours in the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our good to the last drop Maxwell House. That wonderful flavor begins with our Maxwell House recipe, but we don't stop there. We know that air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers like paper bags can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we carefully vacuum pack our Maxwell House in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you can be guaranteed coffee fresh as the hour it was roasted, without one bit of flavor wasted. So these days, be sure you get the most in value in flavor and freshness. You always will when you open up a pound of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Young. Since the beginning of this year, as you probably know, we on Father Knows Best have been working hand in glove with the Inter-Industry Highway Safety Committee. Our particular phase of the overall problem was the enlistment of teenagers and their parents in a good drivers club. And now, after 5 months of campaigning, we'd like to make our first report. And for all those connected with this safety movement, we have news I consider little short of miraculous. Since the inception of this campaign, 2.75 million pledges have been requested by the teenage drivers of America. Think of it, 2.75 million. In large cities, in small hamlets, the young men and women of this country have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt the basic integrity of their generation. We are proud of them, prouder than we can say. By recognizing their common problem, by driving safely and carefully, these young men and women have brought added security to the highways and everlasting glory to themselves. We congratulate them on a job well done and ask only that they continue their good work in the future. Good night.
Now yours to enjoy, an instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, next on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The National Broadcasting Company delays the start of this program to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, a display of perfect teamwork by American ground and air forces has stalled the communist drive on the Cheonan front. One dispatch says the North Koreans have suffered their first real thrashing of the invasion. And their push on Tajan with 50,000 troops has been halted, at least for the moment, at a point some 35 miles from Tajan. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news. adventures of The Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, transcribed, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Taxi! You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
What? Well, Augie Coffleplate. When did you leave Alcatraz?
Oh, I got my diploma a couple of months ago. Now I'm back on the apple.
Oh.
Hop in.
Are you going my way?
Yeah, I'm going your way.
All right, thanks. You're sure it's no trouble?
It's no trouble. Move into the driver's seat.
You want me to drive?
That's right.
Why? Oh, don't tell me this is a hot car, and you don't want to be found at the wheel.
How did you guess?
Augie, didn't you learn anything in prison?
Yeah, I learned crime does not pay, besides which it is against the law.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Didn't you know?
I mean, I'm glad to find out you know.
Oh, sure, Mr. Templar. I learned my lesson. I'm off crime for keep.
But then this car.
Ain't it a beaut? And the keys was in it. With a setup like that, it'd be a crime not to take it. And like I said...
Yes, you're off crime for keeps.
Yeah. Now, let's go, shall we? Start her up.
Oh, but Augie...
Do like I tell you.
Oh, certainly, Augie.
That's right. Now, put her into first.
Oh, Augie, why didn't you swipe a car with automatic drive while you're at it?
I just wasn't thinking.
Augie, why the gun?
So you'll do like I tell you.
Oh.
That's how come you're driving. I want to keep my eye on you.
The eye I don't mind. It's the gun I resent. Put it away and I'll be grateful as long as I live.
Trouble is, you ain't going to live very long.
Oh, so that's how we stand.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Templar, but what can I do? The job's a job.
Chuck the job. You know the saying, all work and no play.
Oh, I'll play after I knock off.
You mean after you knock me off?
That's right.
But, Augie, you know, if you kill me, you'll hate yourself in the morning.
Yeah, I know. But if I don't, I'll hate myself tonight. It's a cash deal.
And if I top whatever you're getting?
No dice. I got my reputation to think of.
Oh, pardon me for being crude.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Templar.
Well, as long as you're determined to get rid of me, at least tell me who's giving the orders.
Oh, sorry. That's confidential.
Oh, I won't breathe it to a living soul, believe me.
Huh? Oh, I guess you won't at that.
So there's no harm.
I guess you're right, under the circumstances.
Well, then?
It's a guy named Ronald Stanton.
Ronald Stanton? Who's he?
In my business, you don't ask questions.
All right, a guy named Ronald Stanton. But what's he got against me?
Look, in my business, you don't...
yes, but in my business you do.
Oh. Well, all I know, Stanton calls me in, gives me the assignment, gives me a down payment, and I get the rest on delivery.
Of my court?
Right.
Well, it's nice work if you can get it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Mr. Templar, but times are tough.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take what comes along.
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity only knocks once.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's got to live.
My sentiments exactly.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing?
I'm just stepping on the gas.
Slow down. I said slow down or I'll plug you.
You think we can find a coffin built for two?
Look out for that car!
Close.
What are you trying to do, scare me to death?
It's a thought.
If you don't stop...
Yes?
If you don't stop...
You said that before.
Please, Mr. Templar.
Oh, you want me to stop?
Yeah.
Well, all right.
What hit me?
The windshield, and now I'll take that gun. Come on, Augie, snap out of it.
Mr. Templar, what was the idea? Don't you realize we might have been killed?
Never mind, Johnson. I'll get it. I'm expecting visitors.
Very good, sir.
Yes?
Are you Ronald Stanton?
Yes, and you?
Simon Templar.
Simon Templar, as I live and breathe.
No, as I do. A surprise, isn't it?
Where's Augie?
Nursing a headache.
Oh, dear me, I should have known.
May I come in? I want to talk to you.
Certainly, certainly.
Said the spider to the fly. But before you get any ideas, Mr. Stanton, I've left word I was coming here, so for your sake...
I quite understand. Come in.
Right.
Now, you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Templar. I am constitutionally incapable of violence. That's why I'm forced to depend upon dullards like Augie.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I'm really in every way unsuited for the sort of work I've engaged in. I should have been an artist. I have the soul of an artist, the temperament of an artist, the intellect of an artist.
Then why aren't you an artist?
My paintings stink.
Oh.
So you find me a swindler instead. Degrading, but a man must live.
So I've heard.
And at least it does involve intelligence. Matching one's wits, as it were. Oh, dear me.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. I must make a note to call the florist in the morning and cancel the flowers.
What flowers?
For your funeral. You won't be needing them, will you?
Not if I can help it.
Pity. They were gorgeous. You'd have loved them.
Well, I'll try to bear up.
Well, now, to business. I suppose you've come here for your money.
Have I?
Since Augie failed me, I'm afraid I'll have to pay. By the way, you're not going to hold this unpleasantness with Augie against me, are you?
A little thing like that? Don't be silly.
I knew you'd understand. It was a natural move on my part. Anyone would have done the same, rather than pay. You would have yourself.
I wouldn't have used Augie.
Neither shall I next time. But since you and I understand each other, it won't affect our dealing.
Not in the least.
Good. Then it's still just the agreed-upon amount.
Yes, the agreed-upon amount.
Excellent. I may not have it all here, though. We'll see how much is in the safe. Just a moment. Afraid this isn't quite enough. Let me count it.
Don't you ever keep that safe locked?
I never can remember the combination. No, this is only 12,000.
Only 12,000.
Yes. You see, I really didn't expect you. If you'll come to the office in the morning, I'll give you the other 3. Will you be there?
Unless I wake up in the meantime. Good night, Mr. Stanton.
Yes. May I help you?
Well, Mr. Stanton has a well-equipped office, hasn't he?
Yes, very.
And a well-equipped receptionist.
Oh. What do you want?
What do I want? We'll get around to that later. Right now, I want to see Mr. Stanton.
Who shall I say is calling?
Simon Templar.
Simon Not the Saint.
All right, not the Saint.
Oh, but you must be.
All right, I am.
Well, I wish you'd make up your mind.
Well, I'm really Bulldog Drummond, but I'm traveling incognito. Now, may I see Mr. Stanton?
Just a moment. Mr. Templar, this is Mr. Briggs, Mr. Stanton's secretary.
Oh, hello. Yes. Templar. What is it, sir? What is it? I'd like to see Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton is a very busy man, sir. Very busy.
He'll see me.
Well, now, I don't know.
But I do know.
As a matter of fact, I don't believe he's in yet. Don't believe he is.
Well, I'll wait.
Can't I help you?
Have you got $3,000?
The $3,000.
$3,000 to go with 12.
I don't understand.
I didn't think you would. I'll wait for Mr. Stanton.
Very well, if you insist. Very well. Come inside. You can wait there.
Thanks.
The name is Linda.
Well, I hope you'll be here when I get back.
I'll make a point of it.
Lead on, Mr. Briggs.
You can wait in my office. This door right here. Go on in.
Thanks.
Do you... Oh...
Yes, Mr. Stanton.
Linda, where's Briggs?
Isn't he in his office?
I've been buzzing. No answer. Go find him, will you?
Yes, Mr. Stanton. He was here a little while ago. Mr. Templar. What's the matter?
I've just been put to sleep, and with you in my dreams, I don't want to wake up.
But what happened?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Where's Mr. Briggs?
I wouldn't know.
Is he the one who knocked you out?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But why?
That, as they say, is the question.
And why did he tell you that Mr. Stanton wasn't in?
That, as they say, how many questions are there? And as long as questions seem to be in order, allow me... is Mr. Stanton in?
Yes, he's been in all morning, so I couldn't understand
Look,
what...
help me up, will you?
Oh, of course.
Thanks.
What?
It's nice. Leaning on you. I must remember to get knocked out more often.
Do you think you can walk?
Probably, but I don't feel inclined to find out.
Well, we can't just stand here with our arms around each other.
Can't we?
Well, on second thought, perhaps we can. On third thought, we can't. Here comes Mr. Stanton.
Well, isn't this chummy?
This is Mr. Templar, Mr. Stanton. He's just had a frightful experience, and I...
Frightful? Quite the contrary, I'd say.
I mean, he was knocked out.
Naturally. One look at you and any man...
I mean, literally.
With a sap, a blackjack.
What? Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But that's incredible. Who? Why?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask your secretary.
Oh, yes, Briggs. Where is he?
I can't find him, Mr. Stanton. He seems to have left the office.
Could he have left without your seeing him?
Yes, Mr. Templar. Through the back.
But are you trying to say that Briggs knocked you out, Mr. Templar?
Is it so hard to believe?
I just don't understand it.
Well, I came here for sugar, so I suppose he decided to give me my lump.
Quite good. Ah, yes, sugar. You want the 3,000. I'll get it for you, Mr. Templar.
All right.
And we're agreed this settles my account with you, eh?
Yes, Stanton, it does. But I still have an account to settle with Mr. Briggs. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Mr. Templar. I didn't expect to see you.
I invited you for dinner. Did you think I'd stand you up?
I mean, under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
Haven't you heard? They've found Briggs.
Good. I'll settle with him later. Right now...
But aren't you afraid you'll be seen?
Now, don't tell me you have a jealous husband.
I don't have a husband.
There, you see, life can be beautiful.
But the police...
Are a very dull topic of conversation. I prefer...
But they're looking for you.
For me?
Yes.
So I'll buy a dog license.
It's not about a dog license. I told you, they've found Briggs.
So you did. What's he been saying about me?
Nothing. Dead men never do.
Well, then Dead men?
Yes, didn't you know? He's been murdered.
I beg your pardon, monsieur. Would you care to order now, sir?
I'll be very honest with you, Captain. I'm not a bit hungry.
But, monsieur, may I suggest...
No, thank you.
But the chef has prepared pheasant under glass.
Tell the chef to have one on me.
Very well, monsieur.
Now, Linda, what were we talking about?
Oh, Simon.
So I'm suspect number one.
Yes. Did you do it?
Kill Briggs? I hardly knew him. I only kill old friends.
You don't seem to realize how serious this is.
My conscience is clear, and I've got a good lawyer. Tell me something about Stanton, Linda.
What about him?
What's his racket?
Why, he's in the real estate business.
So it says on his door, but what's his racket?
I don't understand.
I wonder.
All I know is Mr. Stanton has some big project underway. He's been selling stock in it.
So that's it.
What?
The racket.
I don't know about it being a racket. It's a business deal. I thought it was legitimate.
Look, you don't pay off somebody to the tune of $15,000 to shut him up about a legitimate business deal.
Did Mr. Stanton do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know much about it. I've only worked for him a short while. Who did he pay off?
Me.
You? But you said you didn't know.
I didn't. But then we all make mistakes.
You mean Mr. Stanton is a swindler, and he thought you found out, so he paid you to shut up.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
And you accepted his money?
Well, it seemed a shame to spoil his fun, but I'll contribute it to a worthy cause. Do you feel like a worthy cause?
But what made Mr. Stanton think that you knew?
Briggs, obviously. He must have been blackmailing Stanton in my name.
Why your name?
If I say so myself, Linda, and I do, it's a name that carries weight with the underworld.
But why didn't he use his own name?
He anticipated Augie.
What?
Blackmail is a hazardous occupation. Briggs wanted to avoid the hazards. So he used my name, probably intending to send a messenger for the money. But Stanton jumped the gun by sending Augie after me.
Who is Augie?
One of nature's mistakes.
That's not very specific.
If I were any more specific about Augie, I'd spoil your appetite, and it's time for dinner. So let's forget about Augie and order, shall we?
Taxi! You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
Well, speak of the devil.
Were you speaking of the devil, Mr. Templar?
Figuratively, Augie.
Oh.
Linda, this is Augie.
I see.
Likewise. I am charming to have met you. It is a pleasure. Now, scram.
What?
Scram.
I'm afraid you'd better scram, Linda.
But will you be all right?
Yes, I'm sure Augie will take care of me, won't you, Augie?
Yeah. Now, look, sister, you don't scram so good. You want I should show you how?
No, she don't want you should show her how. Go on, Linda. I'll call you later.
All right, Simon. I'll be waiting.
And you, Mr. Templar, get in the car.
But, Augie...
You heard me.
Me, a gun again. Augie, this is where I came in.
You mean this is where you get in? Go ahead.
Oh, all right, Augie.
Only this time, I drive.
Oh, I'm hurt. You didn't like my driving.
So you're hurt. I let you drive, we'll both be hurt. My left hand stays in my lap with the gun. So just sit quiet.
Mm-hmm. I see Stanton changed his mind.
About what?
Firing you.
Why should he fire me?
He was very upset by last night's fiasco.
Well, Mr. Stanton is not a man to hold a grudge.
Oh, I see.
Besides which, I know too much.
About what?
Things.
Well, I'm glad you kept your job. I'd hate to be taken for a ride by a really efficient hoodlum.
That's no way to talk, Mr. Templar. I'll have you know I ain't no hoodlum.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected.
You'll sit. Right where you are.
Yes, Augie.
And no tricks this time.
No, Augie.
We ain't going to have another Fabasco.
No, Augie.
I am a careful driver.
So I see. But now let's see how you do with my foot on yours.
Hey!
Just watch where you're going, Augie.
Get off my foot!
All right, Augie.
Hey!
Congratulations, Augie. You're really alert. The way you grabbed that wheel, of course, when you grab the wheel, I grab the gun.
Oh, this is getting monotonous.
Well, I'm willing to quit if you are.
Believe me, Mr. Templar, I am giving it serious consideration.
Mr. Templar.
As you live and breathe.
Quite. But where's Augie?
He met with another Fabasco.
I beg your pardon.
You ought to, Stanton, and you can cancel the flowers again. I'm still alive.
Why, of course you are. Why shouldn't you? Oh, dear me. Did you think that Augie was trying to kill you again?
Wasn't he?
Dear me, no. I simply asked him to bring you here.
He doesn't extend a very cordial invitation.
No, I'm afraid not.
But here I am anyway, Stanton, so what do you want?
It's rather difficult to ask without Augie.
It shouldn't be hard to ask. It might be hard to get.
Yes, but since Augie failed again, why did you come?
To find out why you sicked him on me again. I understood that when you paid me off this morning, we were quits.
Ah, but that was before the murder. That alters matters.
How?
You have $15,000 of mine.
Yours?
I don't wish to discuss ethics, Mr. Templar. Let's just view this pragmatically as simply a bit of tit for tat, as it were.
Very well, pragmatic tit for tat. What does it mean?
I paid you $15,000 for silence. I thought you might care to repay me the $15,000 for same.
What would I want you to be silent about?
Your whereabouts. The police are looking for the man who was in Stanton's office this morning.
I see.
If you were here in Augie's custody, I could offer you the choice of freedom or arrest. But since Augie once again failed me, the whole matter becomes an academic question.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't blame me for trying. After all, you would have done the same. In fact, you did the same, eh? Every man for himself. And no hard feelings, right?
Quite. Good night, Mr. Stanton. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Simon, are you all right?
It is a bull fiddle. Linda, do you have a key to the office?
Yes.
Good. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes.
Why?
Because I don't have a key.
I mean, why do you want to get into the office?
To find something.
What?
A clue.
What clue?
How should I know? I haven't found it yet.
Don't you expect to?
With your help.
All right, I'll be there.
But look out for Stanton.
Why?
I have an idea he'll be coming, too.
Oh, did you ask him?
No, but I don't think he needs an invitation.
And you don't want him to see me?
Not until we're in the office. I don't want to scare him away.
Oh, it begins to sound ominous.
You afraid?
Not as long as you're there.
I wonder how I ought to take that.
As a compliment.
All right. I'll be waiting, Linda. Hurry.
Am I late, Simon?
Right on the nose.
Oh, good. I hurried.
Well, let's go in.
All right.
Now, don't turn on the light. I don't want Stanton to know we're here.
Whatever you say. But what makes you so sure he's coming?
I just paid him a visit. I could see he was packing. He's preparing to leave town, and he'll probably want to clean out the office first.
He's running away?
So it would seem.
Well, now what do we do?
I'm going in back to see what I can find. You stay here at your desk. If Stanton comes, buzz me.
You mean I stay alone in the dark?
I'll only be a minute, then we'll stay together in the dark.
All right. Can you find your way to the door?
Yeah, I found it. I'll be right back.
All right. Yes, Simon? You want something?
Has Stanton showed up?
Not yet.
Well, I'll be right out.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes,
Already?
already.
Amazing.
You don't know the saint. I'll be right out and give you a chance to learn.
Simon,
Yes, Linda.
what did you find?
Do you see what I see?
I don't see anything. It's so dark.
At the door. Silhouette.
Oh.
Hello, Stanton.
What?
Here, let me turn the light on for you.
Oh, Templar and Linda.
Yes, we've been waiting for you, Stanton.
How did you know?
Elementary, my dear Stanton.
Seems you've beaten me, Templar, to everything except the draw. Put up your hands.
I thought gunplay was out of your line, Mr. Stanton.
Sometimes one is forced to take matters into one's own hands. But I assure you I don't relish it, so please do as I say, both of you. Because if I'm forced to shoot you, I know I shall be quite ill.
What are you going to do?
If you two will just stand quietly with your hands raised.
I have a better idea. He's between us, Linda. He can't watch us both at the same time.
Get over next to her, Templar.
Ordinarily, there's nothing I'd rather do, but under the circumstances...
If you don't obey me, much as I hate the sight of blood, I shall be forced to shoot you.
In other words, Stanton, there comes a time when even you are willing to commit murder.
Only when absolutely necessary.
It's a nice distinction.
I don't care to discuss it. Now, will you get over next to Linda?
On the contrary. Linda, while he's watching me, now's your chance. Clout him with that standing ashtray.
No, you don't.
All right, Stanton, now that you've turned to her, I've got you covered. Drop your gun.
All right. Don't shoot. As I've told you, I can't stand the sight of blood, especially my own.
Pick up his gun, Linda.
Oh, I've got it.
Good.
Dear me. Perhaps Augie isn't so incompetent after all. Gunplay can be quite complicated.
Well, we'll send you where you can learn the art from experts. Let me have his gun, Linda. And then you can call the police.
All right.
The police? But you can't.
Can't we?
You promised. If I paid you...
I didn't promise a thing, Stanton. That was Briggs.
What?
Besides, there's more than just a swindle to settle. Let's not overlook the murder.
Quite right, sir. You put the police onto me, you'll have to face them for the murder charge.
I wouldn't try to pin the murder on me, Stanton. You see, I could point out that Briggs was blackmailing you in my name. You found out about it, and...
Are you trying to say that I killed Briggs?
It's as good a story as that I did.
Why, you have no proof, Templar.
We'll see. I came here this morning at your invitation. Briggs was terrified. He didn't know you and I had met before. He thought if I talked to you, you'd find out I wasn't the one who was blackmailing you. And it might give Briggs his game away, so he knocked me out to keep me from meeting you.
That still doesn't prove anything.
Ah, yes, proof. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and you can't eat your proof and have it, too.
What on earth does that mean?
Nothing at all. Go on, Linda. Call the police.
Yes, Simon.
Templar!
Shh, please. The lady is phoning.
Hello, operator? I want the police, please. Hello, police? Can you send a car to the Stanton Real Estate Company? 8th and Hudson Street. We have a swindler and a murderer, that's right. Yes, that's right, 8th and Hudson. Goodbye.
Templar, you're making a big mistake.
I know, but I wanted to give Linda a chance to complete the call, Stanton. Naturally, she wouldn't have if I'd said she is the one who killed Briggs.
Simon!
What?
Linda, it looks like we never will get that chance to sit in the dark together.
This is absurd. Why would I want to kill Briggs?
Because you were in on his scheme with him, and you were afraid if he were caught at it and talked, he'd implicate you. So you killed him while I was unconscious.
Why, you're...
You're crazy is the usual line at this point.
Well, you are. I had nothing to do with Briggs.
Yet when I came here and asked to see Stanton, you left your desk and went in to get Briggs instead of talking to him on the intercom.
Well,
You wanted to talk to him behind my back in case he wanted to cook up a story.
No.
Then why didn't you use the intercom? It's connected with his office and it works. I checked.
So that's what you were looking for. You think you're so clever. Well, you can just...
Linda, careful. Remember, I'm a saint.
Taxi! You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car here.
No, Augie, not again.
What's the matter, Mr. Templar? Don't you like my company?
It's not that, Augie, but I'm warning you, if you keep driving a hot car around town, some nice policeman is going to speak harshly to you and pull you in.
Mr. Templar.
Yes, Augie?
To tell you the truth, it ain't a hot car.
Not even slightly warm?
Nope. I bought it. Paid cash. But... I wouldn't like it to go no further.
Oh, I understand, Augie. Don't worry. I won't say a word. I realize what it would do to your reputation.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
This year, the Forest Service of the United States Department of Agriculture prevails on the vacationing and motoring public to exercise extreme care with fire while living, working, or visiting in or near forest and woodland areas. Remember, friends, it only takes a moment's carelessness or thoughtlessness to set fire loose in the forest. So let's all be careful. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Jerome Epstein. Our cast tonight included Francis Robinson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ted Von Eltz, and Donald Woods. The music was composed and conducted by Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, transcribed based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price can now be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Night Beat and Top Secret, two suspense-filled, action-packed shows, come to you tomorrow night on NBC. Make a date. Hear Top Secret with Lona Massey as a counter-espionage agent, and Night Beat, the story of Chicago after dark. Both top shows tomorrow night on NBC. Next, it's Sam Spade, then Summer Symphony with Benny Goodman on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Oh, open up, please. Hurry.
Well, to what do I owe this?
Close the door. I've been followed.
Naturally, you're a blonde.
I assure you, the men who followed me weren't interested in the color of my hair.
Don't tell me they were chasing you for your money.
No, dear, not my money, my life. Well, it's good to be here, finally. I've come a long way to see you, Simon.
Oh, well, if I'd known you were coming.
You didn't expect me?
You're as unexpected as Yankee bean soup on a menu in Moscow, but infinitely more welcome.
You weren't contacted? You didn't speak to Maxim?
The only Maxime I know happens to be a restaurant in Paris.
Oh, they intercepted him. And we were so sure he wasn't even known to them. That his cover was... We'll have to proceed on our own, Simon. We can do it.
Of course we can do it. But what? What particular type of melodrama are we playing?
I'd better tell you the whole story, everything.
You have the Sultan's ear, Scheherazade. Or what is your name?
Claire.
Claire. Oh, sit down, Claire.
Thank you. I've just come back from Mexico City. He was there. He's changed in the last 5 years, Simon. You'd never recognize him. It must have been plastic surgery. He doesn't look...
I see. And now I know everything?
Did you hear something?
What sort of something?
Outside the door. I thought I heard a footstep. Simon, the blinds. Pull down the blinds. How stupid of me not to have done it immediately.
Yeah.
Why are you staring out the window? Is someone...
Is one of them a little man in a badly fitting suit? At least 2 sizes too large for him and a large floppy hat?
He's there?
Yeah, he's there.
And the other one, the large one?
And he's there, all of him.
Oh, come away from the window, Simon. You needn't bother pulling the other blind down now.
Who are they, Claire? Which wild Halloween are those 2 types left over from? How many more of them are there?
How many more? Hundreds, Simon, perhaps thousands. We'll never know exactly. We must go, Simon, at once.
Well, shouldn't we have a little explaining before we do any going?
There isn't time. Those 2 down there will be coming up soon, and when they do... You must trust me, Simon, you must.
Come on, Claire.
Is there anyone... Do you think we were followed, Simon? Is there anyone behind us?
Look, in Grand Central Station, there are always people behind you. Tell me, are we meeting a train or taking one?
Train? What makes you think we're taking a train, Simon?
Well, I should have warned you. Every now and then I get a little irrational. Like thinking the reason we're here in a railroad terminal has something to do with a train. Did I say something to frighten
Kiss me.
Huh?
Quick, hold me tight and kiss me as if you meant it.
As if I meant it. You mean there's another way? So that's why we came here. We must do this more often.
No, don't talk. I'm your sweetheart. I'm going away. Kiss me again.
Coax me.
Please, this is no time to joke. He's watching us. Kiss me.
Well, I'll force myself. Whew, Simon Templar, you dog, you.
He's gone.
I must remember to do something very nice for him sometime. And now, sweetheart, what do...
And now, sweetheart, we really do say goodbye.
We what?
We say goodbye. Well, come now. Don't look so bewildered.
Oh, but sweetheart...
Goodbye, Simon. And thanks for the use of the hall.
You forgot to close the door, Mr. Templar.
What? Oh, yes, so I did. But since it's my door, I think I'll leave it open this time. Especially since you're just about ready to leave.
You are wrong, Saint. I am not ready to leave. I have a few things I must do before I go.
What sort of thing?
Perhaps I shall kill you first. In fact, I am quite sure that I shall. But that is the least of what I must do here in your apartment.
Look here, if you insist on killing me, I'm afraid that I'll have to insist that you regard it as important.
Oh, it is important only to you and to the policeman who will have the tiresome task of finding out who did it. You will shut the door, please, Saint.
I will shut the door.
As for your new friend, Saint, the matter of your death will be to them merely a temporary inconvenience.
And for me, the matter of my death will be, I'm afraid, a rather permanent inconvenience. Well, so I'm to be killed by a Luger, I see. So glad it isn't one of the cheaper guns.
Ah, how splendidly you whistle as you pass the graveyard. It is too bad, too bad. You could have been so useful to us.
Us? You mean there are more at home like you?
There are more. Perhaps there are not as many as there should be, but we make up for our numerical deficiency by knowing that right is on our side.
It should be a great comfort to me as I lie in my coffin to know that I wasn't murdered by bad men, but by good men.
It is a great pity you did not think along those lines before, Templar.
Before? Before what?
Before you decided to join them instead of us. It is almost midnight. I hope we shall not have to wait very much longer.
We are waiting for someone?
A messenger with a package for you.
A package? How nice. Aren't you just dying to know what's in it?
Hardly, since I am the one who sent it to you. When the boy arrives, Templar, you will go to the door and accept the package.
Oh, I will, huh?
Indeed you will, and I shall be right behind you. And so will this Luger. Needless to say, my friend, any attempt to seek help from the messenger will result in not only your execution, but the boy's as well.
You play dirty poker, don't you? Who are you?
Oh, it does not matter who I am.
Well, it does to me. I always like to know who I'm being murdered by.
Oh, I am called Maxime.
Maxime? So you're Maxime?
You have heard of me? Oh, but of course. She learned about me in Mexico City.
I despise people who are abnormally inquisitive just as you must. But by she, I suppose you mean Claire?
Ah, that is what she calls herself now, eh? Claire. She is very beautiful, is she not? When I saw you kissing in the railroad station before, I almost envied you until I realized that you would soon be dead. What is it, Saint? No more whistling past the graveyard?
I was just thinking. So you were the one we put on the little performance for in the railroad station, eh?
Performance, eh?
And until you saw Claire and me together, you imagined for some reason or other that I was at bat for your team. I see.
Oh, please, Saint, do not waste the last moments of your life in resorting to childish ruses. I think prayer is much more fitting to the occasion.
Don't you see, Maxine? Claire's reason for getting me to the railroad station was to make you think that she and I were on the same side.
Yes, of course. And she was the one who knew that my train was due at that time, eh? Not you, she.
I was supposed to know when you were to arrive?
You received my letter, did you not? You must have. I received your answer. Oh, please, Saint, please stop clutching at straws. I am going to kill you. It is inevitable. You die as soon as I regain the package.
Oh, yes, the package.
It was fortunate that I had the good sense to send it ahead to you when the train stopped in Philadelphia, was it not? I should have been dead by now if I had not done so.
You know, Maxime, I find myself in a very unusual position.
Oh, I quite agree. It isn't every day that one gets killed.
I meant it's unusual because if I weren't going to die by means of that efficient-looking little Luger of yours, I think I'd probably drop dead from a case of acute curiosity. Just what...
The messenger?
My death knell, eh? Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Who is it?
Messenger. Package for Templar.
Do not open the door all the way. Act natural, perfectly natural. I will be right behind you. Remember, I shoot both you and the boy.
Come on. You're going to open up a ranger. I want to go home.
Coming, Henry.
It's about time, and my name ain't Henry. It's Morris.
Oh, mine's Simon. But in a few minutes, someone is going to change it to mine.
What's the matter? What'd you jump like that for? Something jabbed into your back?
Jab into my back? No. It's an old family affliction, spasms of the Calabasas. You must let me tell you about it. It always comes on
not me. You don't tell about it. Tell your doctor. I got to get home and get some sleep. I'm pitching tomorrow.
Pitching? Say, are you a pitcher?
I'll say I am. I'm the best pitcher we got. Maybe you heard of our team, the Brooklyn Beavers?
The Brooklyn Beavers? Of course I've heard of them.
Yeah? Where?
Where? Why? Well, everybody's heard of the Brooklyn Beavers, especially an old Yankee pitcher like me.
I'm warning you, sir.
You pitch for the Yankees? Gee. Hey, look, maybe you can help me with something.
Get rid of him, St. I'll kill you.
Gee, another spasm of the Calahoosas, huh? Too bad the things that happened to former pitchers.
Yeah.
Hey, look, mister, can you show me how to develop a good wind-up?
Wind-up? You want me to show you how I used to wind up for a pitch?
Gee, would you?
Why, sure. Now, first you put this foot, the left one, out about 2 feet.
2 feet, uh-huh.
Next, clasp the ball in both hands and raise your arms up over your head toward the back. As far back as they'll go.
Like this?
That's right. You're getting it. Then using all the strength in your legs, all the strength, now you suddenly kick back.
Hey, what's that? Hey, what's that noise in there?
Noise?
It sounds like somebody got hurt and then fell down. What's this?
Mice.
Mice?
Yes, big ones.
You're nuts. And furthermore, you never pitched for no Yankees.
You don't think so?
I know so. I never seen such a lousy wind-up. Here's your package. And you can just forget about the tip, buddy.
Thanks.
The things some people tell you. And for what? Only so they can impress you.
Come on, Maxie. Wake up. Come now. It's time to be alive again. Here now. Sip some of this. There. That's... Hey, wait a minute. That's Napoleon brandy. If you spill it, Napoleon and I will never forgive you.
That is enough.
You don't feel very well, do you, Max? Is that any kind of a look now to throw at a man who's just been feeding you Napoleon brandy?
Go on, Templar. You hold the gun now. Get it over with.
You mean shoot you? Oh, I wouldn't dream of shooting you, Max. Why, I'd be lonesome without you. Besides, I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to an inch-by-inch travelogue based on your trip to Mexico.
No, you will get nothing from me, Saint. Go ahead, shoot. I will not be the first man to die for something he believed in.
Thank you, Nathan Hale.
Oh,
Oh, yes, I know, and you must try to forgive me. But after all, what's a little kick in the pit of the stomach between friends? Tomorrow, perhaps you'll be kicking me in the stomach.
Water. Give me water.
I'll get you water, but I won't give you water. You'll have to buy it.
Buy it?
By answering a question. The thing I found in the package, what makes it so valuable?
No, I will not tell you. I cannot. Water, please.
Maybe you can buy yourself a glass of water with the answer to this.
I shall not answer any question.
You have courage, my friend, but here's the question anyhow. There's a little man in a floppy hat and a suit that's too large for him, and another man roughly patterned after the Empire State Building. Do you know him?
Yes.
Your side?
Our side? No, Templar, not our side. Satan's.
Well, you have just won yourself a glass of water. Would you like to try for two?
I will not answer any more questions.
Stubborn little fellow, aren't you? I'll get you water. And then I will make sure that you will be here when I get back.
You're going out?
Oh, just down to the corner. I want to ask those two curious employees of Satan's just why they prefer to spend the night on the street staring up at my windows when beds are so much more comfortable. Excuse me.
Yeah.
What
What is it you wish?
May I trouble you for a light?
Why, yes, certainly. But my dear fellow, your cigarette is already lit.
It is? You mean I've been smoking all this time and didn't eat? How mild can a cigarette be?
You're gone now. No more talk.
That's amazing. This is the first time in all these years I've ever heard the Empire State Building speak. And just what are you doing so far from 34th Street? Ran out on your foundation, hmm?
You're gone now. Or I hurt.
Ali. Gentlemen is just trying to have fun, Ali.
Ali? Ali? Didn't I read something recently about you and Rita Hayworth?
You're gone now.
You must forgive my friend, sir. He's very sensitive.
Oh, and very inhospitable. Now, if you were visiting me in my home, or haven't you acquired squatter's rights to this stretch of sidewalk yet, huh?
I do not understand.
Then I will be blunt. Exactly what about my windows is so fascinating to you and this Near Eastern gargantua that you make a career out of observing them?
I'm afraid you are mistaken, sir. My friend and I arrived at this particular place only a moment ago. He was standing here ready to breathe fresh air, not to watch anyone's windows.
I make him to go now, Victor. He's good.
It's quite all right, Ali. Gentleman is just making talk.
That's right, Ali. I'm just making talk. As I was telling a friend of mine before, a fellow named Maxime who recently returned from Mexico City, I said, Max, this thing you brought back from Mexico with you seems so absolutely worthless. But it must actually be very valuable since so many people are willing to commit murder for it. And Max just...
He's good. I blackjacked this man, Victor. I think I see you give signal. Is the right thing I do?
Exactly right, my dear Ali, exactly. And now if you will be so kind as to carry him to the car, I have a feeling the leader would like to have a talk with this man who calls himself the Saint. Wake up, sir. Wake up now. I said wake up. Herr Schmidt would like to talk to you.
Huh? What?
I said Herr Schmidt would like to have a talk with you.
Tell him I never see anyone without an appointment.
No. You'll be respectful while in the presence of the leader.
The leader? He conducts an orchestra?
No.
Ask a civil question and you get a slap in the face.
Stand up, Saint. On your feet.
That's all right, Victor. Mr. Tembler can remain seated if he wants to.
You see, Victor, I can sit here if I want to. Yeah. And you? You must be Schmidt.
That is correct. And now, Tembler, we will immediately get down to the business at hand. Where is it?
You mean you live here and you don't know?
I have no intention of wasting time listening to your misguided attempts at humor, Templar. You know the object to which I refer. I must have it at once. You hear?
I hear, and 2 will get you 5. There are people in Germany who can also hear. Oh, for heaven's sake, Victor. You starting that face-slapping business again?
I told you before. You have to be more respectful when the leader speaks to you.
If you'll just untie my hands for a moment, I'll show both you and the leader exactly how much respect I have for both of you.
For the last time, Templar, where is it?
What?
The glass, you swine. The little whiskey glass that other pig brought to you from Mexico.
Oh, that. Oh, you know, I had a feeling it was that whiskey glass you were after.
Well, where is it?
Try the 5 and 10. Oh. You know, Victor, someone's going to have to cure you of that habit. You're going to hurt that hand someday.
You will answer the leader's question. Where is the whiskey glass?
I give the correct answer, do I get to try for the giant jackpot?
If you give the correct answer, son, you get to die simply and quickly. And without any of your annoying little touches, my friend Ali is so good at.
Oh, you make it sound so attractive. The glass is in my apartment.
You lie. Ali and Victor searched all over your apartment.
The glass you're looking for is mixed in with all my other whiskey glasses. They all look alike.
Again, you lie. I brought it back here, all of your whiskey glasses.
No, that's dishonest.
And the one we want is not amongst them. For the last time, Saint, what did you do with it?
Very well, Vic. I guess I know when I'm licked.
Now you're getting wise.
The glass is in a check locker at Grand Central Station.
A check locker? The key to the locker. There's the key.
Well, I'd be very happy to go home and get it for you.
That will not be necessary. Just tell us where the key is hidden.
It's hidden in the lamp on my desk.
In a lamp? Where in the lamp?
In the socket, where the bulb screws on. Just unscrew the bulb and put your finger inside the socket. You'll get it.
You'd better be telling the truth, Templar. I'll go at once, Herr Schmidt. You will come with me?
Yeah. And him?
He's well tied. Besides, Holly will return in a little while.
And before you go, Victor, suppose you answer me a question.
Yeah?
Tell me, who is your tailor?
My tailor?
Yes, I've been admiring that suit you have on. I think it's very considerate of your tailor to make it 2 sizes too large in case you have a friend visiting. Oh, my goodness.
The rest I say for Holly. He will do his best to entertain you while we are gone. He will do tricks for you.
Oh, nice.
All sorts of tricks with hot irons and lighted matches. And you will see. Let us go, Herr Fuhrer.
After you, mein Herr. After you.
Soon. Now, soon. Iron will get hot. Iron will get very hot.
Oh, I send my laundry out, Ollie.
It burned through skin. You like that, huh?
Oh, love it, but I'm a little disappointed in you, Ollie. Your friend Victor claimed that you had some fresh and original ideas. That hot iron stuff goes back to the Middle Ages, which is where I wouldn't mind going back to right now.
I know business. Best torture man in whole world.
You?
You know better one.
Sure.
Who?
Me.
You torture man?
The best.
I no believe.
You mean to say you've never heard of Terrible Templar? The trouble with you is you just haven't been attending the annual Torturers' Convention. Would you mind turning your head the other way next time you say Pa? That's the kind of torture I don't deserve.
I not believe you no torture treat.
Ollie, you just ignorant, that's all. Why, my butterfly twist is famous everywhere torture is practiced. Won first prize at the Iowa State Fair.
Iron soon be hot now. Then I show you.
Hot irons, high school stuff. Tell me, how many lighted matches can you put under a fingernail?
3 under each nail.
3? Only 3?
You do better. How many you put?
14.
14 under one fingernail.
Yes, sirree.
I no believe. You big shot. Liar.
So I'm a liar, huh? I suppose now you want me to prove.
Yeah, you prove. You show me.
Untie my hands from behind this chair and I'll show you.
14 matches. Big show of liar. There. You untie from chair. Now, you show me.
With the greatest of pleasure. I'm sorry I broke the chair on your head, Ollie. I was getting sort of fond of that chair.
Hello, Simon.
Sweetheart, you've come back to me.
Yes, I've come back, but it's too late, I'm afraid.
Oh, too late? Don't be silly, Claire. Grand Central Station's open all night, or should we do our kissing right here?
Please, Simon, I'm not in the mood for Banner. There's a man here in your apartment. He's in the other room.
That's Maxine. Surely you remember good old Maxine.
Oh, yes, I have much reason to remember Maxine. He's dead.
Dead?
He was shot.
Oh, that's too bad. He was a game little guy.
You killed him?
No, the unholy twosome was here looking for the glass. They did it.
The little man in the badly fitting coat and the giant Arab?
Yes.
I should have guessed. But the whiskey glass, Simon. What happened to the whiskey glass?
They have it. Victor and the man he calls the leader.
The leader? He's in New York?
Herr Schmidt is here, all right, but believe me, not to stay. Nor is Victor long for this world. Now, I'm going to ask some questions. And what's more, I'm going to get some answers.
Yes, Simon, I think you're entitled to some answers. You don't know why the glass is so important, do you?
Obviously, it carries somebody's fingerprints. I can't think of any other reason why a 10-cent whiskey glass could be important, but whose?
You have heard of Karl Bruder?
Karl Bruder? Bruder, yes. Hitler's heir apparent. The man selected most likely to succeed him, but he's dead.
It was never completely proven. He was thought to be dead.
Go on, Claire.
We have an organization among some of my countrymen which has sworn to track these beasts down. Well, we found Karl Bruder, our biggest prize, in Mexico City. He'd had his face changed by surgery. He no longer was the fancy dresser he used to be. He used to call him the Nazi Beau Brummel. But still, adding together 100 minute facts and clues, we knew it was Bruder.
Well, why didn't you tell the government, Claire? They'd have taken over from there on.
Well, because everyone now takes it for granted that Bruder's dead. They can't conceive that he's alive.
So you got his fingerprints, the one thing that couldn't change, that would prove that Bruder was alive.
Yes. We were going to send the glass to Germany to have the prints compared with a set of prints known to be Bruder's that exist there. Yes. Then they would have believed us. Then they'd have to arrest him and make him answer for his crimes.
But Bruder got wise.
Oh, he knew that someone had gotten hold of the glass with his fingerprints. It was life or death to him to get it back. I was charged with bringing glass here.
And Maxine?
Maxine. Poor Maxine. I was stupid. I didn't know.
Know what?
Ours is not a very closely knit organization, Simon. The members seldom meet each other, and, well...
You mean you and poor Maxine were playing on the same team?
Yes. But we didn't know. Neither of us knew. We each thought...
It's too bad. When you heard that Max was coming to me to help him, you staged that scene in the station to make him think that I'd joined up on your varsity.
Yes, I was stupid. Max would still be alive if I... What's the use? It isn't Maxine's life that bothers me so much now. It's losing the glass. That is the unforgivable part of it. Now Bruder will get away.
Well, you bet he doesn't. A long evening in Grand Central Station?
There's no one here, Simon. Not even a light burning.
No, and I was sure they'd be...
Welcome back, Mr. Templar. I'm glad here to return.
Yes, Templar. How good of you to return. And we thought you didn't especially care for our hospitality.
Or was it just poor Allie you didn't care for things?
Ali? Torture man second class. What he doesn't know about our modern and improved methods would fill a morgue.
I see you have brought a guest, Templar. How nice to have you here, my dear.
Simon, I'm frightened.
Frightened? You mustn't be frightened just because I'm holding a gun, my dear. Dying from a bullet is rather pleasant compared with some other ways. Yes, Mr. Templar.
She isn't afraid of the gun, Victor. It's that suit you're wearing.
Stop it, Saint. I'm warning you.
Yeah, and I, too,
Well, the leader hurt his finger. It's going to look terrible when you salute yourself in the mirror now.
Enough!
But then, leader, it's your own fault. A great big leader like you should know better than to put his finger in a live light socket.
Enough! You will be quiet. You hear?
Here? You're rattling the ruins of the Reichschancellery. And they're such lovely ruins.
I was warning you, Saint. You're under dealing with a poor, simple-minded Ali now.
I know. I had to use deception on poor, simple-minded Ali. But on you, I'll use force. That's what I use on poor, simple-minded Victor and the glorious leader. How does it feel to be looking down the wrong end of a Luger for once, boys? Only for you and others like you, it's the right end.
Very well. You have won, Templar. But you still must prove that I, Johann Schmidt, am Karl Bruder. And without the glass...
Yes, that's true. I do not have the glass you have.
Ah, how unfortunate for you.
But I have a roll of film.
Film?
Yes, I dusted the glass with powder and photographed the prints. So I've got the fingerprints. And more important, I've got the leader, right?
Very well, Templar. You've got me.
Yes, Johann Schmidt. I've got you, too. But it's Bruder who's the star attraction in my show.
But I am Bruder.
You're Bruder, huh? And you think Johann Schmidt, the German equivalent of John Smith, is the ideal alias for a wanted man?
It was an easy name. It was.
And the hotshot Führer lets little Victor precede him from a room. Oh, come. If you were the leader, loudmouth, the Dictators' Union would have you up on charges for that one.
But he is the leader. He's Bruder, I swear it.
Sure, and Claire and I are Hansel and Gretel. You're Karl Bruder, little man. That's why you wear such a badly fitting suit. Bruder was the Nazi Beau Brummel. So your disguise called for you to get as far away from elegance as you could, didn't it?
No, it is not true. Schmidt is Karl Bruder.
You still think enough of good clothes to get furious every time someone makes a crack about your appearance, don't you? Look at you. Oh, that suit looks awful, Victor. It's got enough room in it for 3 ugly little tramps like you.
You just swine.
See? There you go again, the furious Führer. You know, when you get mad, you look just like that other tramp. Adolf, that is. But why worry about your clothes at a time like this, Bruder? What do you care what you wear when they hang you?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Sammy Hill, Lou Merrill, Gil Stratton Jr., Charlie Lung, Ed Max, and Ted Von Elf. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Next, Sam Spade on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of life.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital. Where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
There's one more thing, gentlemen. I want to be told the facts. All the facts.
Well, we seldom deal in imaginative flights of fancy here at Blair Hospital, Mr. Bradley.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Gillespie. I mean, I don't want the picture colored. I want the truth.
In other words, you're afraid you may be in bad shape, and if so, you want to know about it. That it?
Dr. Kildare, I believe that whether you're building a $5 million bridge or buying a nickel cigar, you can't make a logical decision unless you first have all the pertinent facts. And any time you try to dodge a fact, you're only handicapping yourself.
That's a good theory. Happens to work in medicine as well as engineering. Well, Dr. Gillespie, since you're the diagnostician, maybe...
No. Go ahead, Jimmy, now. We're in full agreement on this case.
Mm-hmm. Well, then let's look at some of the facts that brought you here last night, Mr. Bradley. And see... You arrived on a plane from Mexico City, went straight into a 6-hour conference with your board of directors, took a taxi home at midnight, ran up the steps of your apartment, and collapsed. Those, of course, are obvious facts.
Go on.
Well, behind them is another very important fact. You are 54 years old. Therefore, your heart is 54 years old.
Well, that would seem obvious, too.
Obvious, yes. But it's the most important fact of all, Mr. Bradley. That heart of yours has been working away steadily without a single pause 54 years, pumping 4,000 gallons of blood a day. Now, add it up.
That's quite a job, especially for a machine that's never needed any repairs.
There's the point. You see, to some extent, the heart does repair itself, but there are some cumulative changes with increasing age that can't be repaired. Mainly, they involve the coronary arteries that furnish the blood supply to the heart muscle itself.
What kind of changes?
Well, they're involved with the process of atherosclerosis, hardening of the arteries. The walls of the arteries thicken and limit the flow of blood. Under ordinary conditions, there are no symptoms, but overexert, get worked up emotionally, and angina. Sharp pain in the chest shooting down the left arm.
And that means what? Your heart's worn out? You're done for?
Oh, ridiculous. Why, I've had hardening of the arteries for 25 years, Mr. Bradley. An attack like this one of yours is merely a warning that you've got to slow down and take it easier. Quit your job and rest for a while. Avoid emotional...
Oh, that's impossible.
Impossible? Why?
Well, I'm nearly finished with the biggest job I've ever done. It's an irrigation project in central Mexico. My stockholders are expecting completion on the specified date. Several thousand farmers down there depending on the water. I'll take it as easy as possible, gentlemen, but I can't quit.
Keep on at your present pace, and you'll be back here within 3 months.
Dr. Kildare, when I promise something, I deliver it. In 3 months, the job will be finished.
Well, giving you the facts apparently hasn't done any good. You're making the wrong decision in spite of them.
Well, at least I'm able to figure my chances, so I know what I'm doing.
In this case, Mr. Bradley, I'm afraid you don't know.
Lay something down for 5 minutes around here, disappears. Sometimes it's uncanny.
What are you mumbling about?
I'm not mumbling. I'm merely trying to find out what happened to a highly important package that came in the mail this morning.
Well, there wasn't any package in the mail, except an old seed catalog of some kind.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for.
I threw it out.
What?
But what on earth do you want with a seed catalog?
Well, that's my business.
Wait a minute. It's not that same old stuff about retiring. A little farm in Vermont with chrysanthemums and delphiniums and daffodils.
Daffodils. Parker, you know just as much about horticulture as you know about nursing. Nothing.
Oh, I know what's wrong with you.
What is wrong with him, Parker?
Oh, morning, Jimmy.
Dr. Kildare, he's talking about retiring and snarling at everybody around here simply because he hasn't had an interesting case in nearly a week. Oh, I know this.
She's out of her mind.
Well, if she happens to be right, I may have a cure for you. A wayman's bringing an emergency patient from the airport. Be here in a few minutes.
Oh? You know anything about the case, Jimmy?
Only that the patient's name is Bradley, and it's a heart attack again.
Bradley? Oh, by the great horn spoon.
You know, we were wrong. It only took 1 month.
You were right, gentlemen, and I was wrong. Well, the construction job's near enough done now, so it doesn't need pushing.
It was quite a gamble, Mr. Bradley. Your life against the completion of a job.
I've always kept my promises, Dr. Kildare. Anyway, I won the gamble.
Well, now, that still remains to be seen. A coronary thrombosis, when it isn't fatal, sometimes leaves the heart permanently damaged.
I see. This coronary thrombosis, exactly what is it?
Well, it involves those diseased coronary arteries I told you about before. For some reason we don't know, a blood clot forms in one of the constricted spots and blocks off the blood supply to a part of the heart muscle. Result, heart attack.
Felt pretty much like the other attack, the one you called angina pectoris.
Well, they're a lot alike, but a thrombosis is more serious. In some cases, yours, for instance, there's enough collateral circulation to keep the heart going on short rations until the thrombus is eliminated.
But can't anything be done to prevent it?
Yes, it can. Yep. Anybody who was warned by a mild attack of angina can have sense enough to change his way of life. Slow down. Take it easy.
All right, Dr. Gillespie. I'm ready now to buy that advice.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Diana.
Jimmy? Dr. Gillespie?
Mr. Bradley, this is Miss Werner.
Hello, Mr.
How do you do?
She'll be your nurse during the various tests we're going to make.
Well, what have I done to deserve the prettiest nurse in the hospital?
Thank you.
Ah, easy now, Mr. Bradley. You've got a heart condition, you know.
All right, Dr. Kildare. And anyway, I saw that look she gave you.
Well, Dr. Kildare, I came to let you know the electrocardiograph is set up whenever you're ready.
Good. We're ready now. Will you send for an orderly?
Of course. Right away.
Electrocardiograph. Sounds complicated.
It is complicated, Mr. Bradley, but it's one very good way of getting some facts.
You sure that machine's working all right? I don't feel a thing.
No, you shouldn't.
I think you better step it up a little, Jimmy. It's only touching 7.
All right, Doctor.
Maybe I'm short-circuited somewhere.
It could be. It may blow a fuse any minute.
Diana, are you ready with those hypos?
Yes, Doctor.
More shots? What are they for this time?
Oh, just to test your heart response to a couple of drugs. Gives us a few more facts.
And what are those 2 drugs I'm taking now? This dicumarol, what's the other one? Quinine sulfate?
Quinidine sulfate. Well, the dicumarol tends to keep the blood liquefied. Helps dissolve that thrombus and reduces the danger of an embolus. Quinidine sulfate's a big help in the prevention of ventricular fibrillation. The heart beating out of rhythm and ceasing to function as a pump.
Jimmy, I think we got enough control film now. Let's try the digitalis.
Right. Diana, first hypo.
Yes, Doctor?
What have you found out so far, Dr. Gillespie?
Well, we won't know until we go over the charts later. This is all being recorded on photographic film.
I see. Guess I was expecting something more spectacular.
You'll get it with the next test. Phonocardiograph.
Phonocardiograph?
Yeah, picks up your heartbeat and amplifies it electrically. It's quite a sound, Mr. Bradley. It may scare you right into a relapse.
there's an irregular slur on the recovery beat, Dr. Gillespie. Notice it?
Yes, I did, Jimmy. Interesting.
What's that mean?
Well, nothing by itself. Just another
You
fact.
shouldn't talk, Mr. Bradley.
She's quite right. In fact, for a few seconds, I want you to hold your breath.
All right.
Yeah, there it is.
I can't quite understand it, Jimmy.
All right, Mr. Bradley, that's enough.
How many more of these tests are you going to have to make?
Oh, this is only the beginning.
What's coming up next?
Well, we've recorded your heart action. We've listened to it. I think it's time we took a look at it.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, you can relax. We'll use a fluoroscope. We don't have to take it out to look at it.
Be all right if I raise him up to a sitting position?
Yes, if we can get a better focus that way.
Well, it's a better angle for the fluoroscope.
Now, wait, Mr. Bradley. We'll raise the head of the stretcher.
Sounds like the ratchet gear on the guillotine.
Well, that's a fine morbid observation, Mr. Bradley.
There, how's that?
Well, let's see now. I can put the screen across here. Now, that's fine, Dr. Kildare. Take a few seconds for the tube to warm up. Dr. Kildare, you said something about possible damage to my heart. Exactly what did you mean?
When the blood supply to some area of the heart muscle is temporarily interrupted, that area may die and be absorbed. It's replaced then by a scar tissue.
Mm-hmm. And if the area's too large, it's just too bad. That it?
Well, not necessarily at all.
All right, gentlemen, anytime you're ready.
Go ahead.
Oh, here, Jimmy. Here, plenty of room. I'll move over a little.
Thanks. Can you see all right, Dr. Gillespie?
Yes, Jimmy. I can see all right.
Well, I think you can cut the machine off now. That's all for the present.
All right, Doctor. Well, that was quick enough.
Just one more fact, Mr. Bradley. Diana, you can have him taken back to his room now.
All right.
Well, what's the next step? Two of you get together and try to agree on some verdict?
I guess that's about it. Well, Dr. Gillespie?
Right with you, Jimmy.
Well, I hope you reach a fast agreement. Everybody tells me the third attack is the one that's fatal.
Just a superstition, Mr. Bradley. We'll look in on you later.
You saw it, Jimmy, huh?
Yes, bulging out a half-inch or more with every heartbeat.
That area is so thin you could poke your finger through it.
And it'll get even thinner before it starts to heal.
May break through any minute.
I know. Well, he doesn't need to worry about a third attack. He hasn't got 1 chance in 100 of living 10 days.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Parker, don't stand there and tell me you don't know where he is. With that long nose of yours poking around through the corridors, you're bound to know.
Well, I guess my nose is quite normal, thank you.
Huh? Would be on an anteater.
Oh.
Kildare hasn't left the hospital. Therefore, he's in the hospital. Somewhere. But where?
Well, how do you expect me to know?
Oh, shut up, Parker. I'm talking to myself.
Well.
It's too bad you can't do some useful snooping once in a while instead of... Kildare.
Dr. Gillespie? Parker?
Hello.
I've been looking all over the hospital for you.
Oh? Well, I was up in the library file room reading case histories. Something on your mind?
Yes, Bradley. I've thought of one possibility that might save him.
My dear Dr. G, so have I.
Ah?
What's yours?
No. You first, Jimmy.
Well, the Beck operation. Opening his chest, grafting a fascia over the weak area of the heart muscle.
Hey, pretty dangerous, Jimmy.
As it now stands, he has practically no chance.
Well, the wall may hold out and heal by itself.
You know it won't.
Well, it does happen sometimes.
If this were 4 or 5 days from now, maybe. But his heart's going to get worse before it even starts to heal.
Yeah, I know, but nevertheless, Jimmy...
I've gone through every case history in the library dealing with these so-called heart aneurysms, and you know the chances involved both ways.
You've never performed a Beck operation?
It's no tougher than a patent ductus, and I've had fair luck with those.
Yes, you have.
I don't see any other possibility, Dr. Gillespie. It's the only way.
Let's go and talk to Mr. Bradley.
All right, gentlemen. I've survived the shock of learning that my heart is seriously damaged. Let's have the details. Facts.
Well, I told you, Mr. Bradley, that the heart wall in one particular area is so thin it's bulging out every time your heart beats.
It's like an automobile tire, Mr. Bradley, with the inner tube pushing out through a worn spot in the casing. The human heart kicks up a pretty fair head of pressure, you know.
It'd have to pump that 4,000 gallons a day you were talking about.
Yeah.
All right. What's likely to happen?
Roughly the same thing that might happen with that inner tube of Dr. Gillespie's. A little extra pressure or a spot of deteriorating rubber, and that's that.
You said something about an operation, Dr. Kildare. Is this what you meant?
That's right. It involves opening the chest cavity and working on the heart itself. Grafting a kind of a patch over the weak spot to prevent a blowout and give the muscle a chance to heal itself.
It sounds like a fairly rough deal.
Well, it's been performed successfully in many cases.
And you're advising it in my case?
Yes.
Do you agree, Dr. Gillespie?
I do. As far as I can see, there's only one thing to consider. Without the operation, you have about a 1% chance of pulling through.
What chance with it?
Well, very good.
Exactly how good?
Better than 50-50.
I see. You ever performed this operation before, Dr. Kildare?
No, I haven't.
Is he a good surgeon, Dr. Gillespie?
During 35 years in the profession, I have never seen a better one.
Well, for 20 years, I run a successful engineering firm on the policy of always hiring the best man for the job. And 50-50 is a fair enough bet. Let's get started.
I've scheduled operating theater number 6 for 9:15, Dr. Kildare. It was the best I could do on such short notice.
6 is fine, Parker, thanks.
Now, what about personnel?
Diana Werner will stand in as surgical nurse. I'd like you to handle the pre-med.
All right. Anything special on it?
No, standard. Still haven't heard about Ramsey, but
Ramsey's assigned. I just okayed it.
Oh, thanks. Here are the lab reports. Bradley's general physical condition's excellent.
So how do you feel?
I'll be all right. Kildare speaking.
This is Ramsey, Doc. Understand we got a job of work to do.
Yeah, kind of a tough one.
So I hear. What do you plan to use?
Maybe on the table a long time, so we'd better play it safe. Cyclopropane, plenty of oxygen.
2080?
We'll start with that.
Okay. 9:15 and 6, huh?
Right. Bye. Well, I guess that's that.
Well, apparently the next step is to operate.
Pulse 64, Doctor.
I won't need these other clamps, Miss Werner.
Very well, Doctor.
Short forceps, please.
Here you are.
Amazing vitality. Muscle tone is marvelous. Sponge, please.
Yes, Doctor.
Pulse 63.
What oxygen balance are you using now?
Still 80-20.
Good. Sponge, please. Thanks. You still dripping plasma?
Yes, Doctor.
Good. Better give that second hypo now.
Pulse 63.
I think we can dispense with that pulse reading.
Oh?
I'm holding his heart here in my hands.
Miss Parker speaking. I'm sorry, Dr. Kildare's still in surgery.
Who's it?
Yes, I know it's been over 4 hours, but nevertheless, Dr. Kildare's still in surgery. Goodbye. They act like it's my fault.
Who does?
Oh, the front office. They've got some reports or something for him to sign.
They've always got some reports. 4 hours. Confounded Parker. Are you sure he's still in surgery?
Now I get it from you. Anybody would think I was operating on Mr. Bradley.
Well, I wish nobody was. This long.
Dr. Kildare knows what he's doing. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? 100 things could go wrong.
Name one.
He could be cursed with having a nurse without a brain in her head.
Well, that's gratitude for all the years I've given you.
Who's winning?
Oh, Jimmy.
One of the comforting things in this changing world is the beautiful relationship between you and Parker.
Jimmy, you have just set a hospital record. 4 hours in surgery.
Oh, no, I've been with Bradley in his room. We finished the operation a couple of hours ago.
Oh, you did, huh?
Sure.
Parker?
Well, I thought, I assumed.
Yeah.
I just remembered. I guess I'd better go up to the 10th floor and, do something about something.
Yeah, do something for me while you're up there, will you? Jump off.
Oh!
I am so tired I could sleep straight through 24 hours.
Well, now, before you doze off, Jimmy, did we win or lose?
Oh, can't be entirely certain for several days, but judging by the absence of shock and his physical response, we won. He'll live, I'm sure of it.
Good. And congratulations, Jimmy.
Why do they do it, Dr. Gillespie?
Do what?
What Bradley did. Ignore the warnings and throw away their lives. He was lucky. Thousands of people aren't.
Why does a chicken cross the road?
It's the simplest rule in the world. Use your head and save your heart. Yet they go right on ignoring it. Always going to slow down and take it easy next year.
Next year never comes.
Never.
Well, what can you do except give them the facts and hope for the best?
Oh.
And of course, treat them when they come into the hospital.
Sure, but most of them wouldn't even have to go to a hospital if they'd only think.
Yeah, but now you're slipping over into the realm of human foibles, Jimmy. And to avoid a lengthy and unproductive discussion, I think maybe you better get some sleep.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
I don't know, gentlemen. I suppose everybody's glad to leave a hospital. But I'm especially happy to be walking out instead of being carried.
Well, it's up to you from here on, Mr. Bradley. You can take it easy and live 20 years or more. Or go back to the same high-speed life in that third attack.
Not me, Dr. Kildare. I've already made arrangements. I'm retiring to a little farm in Vermont.
Vermont?
Vermont.
Well, that's very interesting. That's where I'm going when I retire.
It's a great country, all right.
Oh.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time. You know, you can't really thank anyone for saving your life, so I'll just say goodbye.
Goodbye. A farm in Vermont. That is the life, Jimmy. Farm in Vermont. Raising flowers and vegetables.
You wouldn't retire if you were 120 years old, and you know it.
Next year, maybe. Away from all this madhouse with nothing to worry about.
Dr. Gillespie, I want...
Well, Parker, what do you want?
Well, it's these new hot water bottles. There's something wrong with them. Look, I filled this one with water and it bulges.
Bulges, huh?
Bulges.
Well, now, that's right down Kildare's alley. He's an authority on bulges. You think you can graft a patch on it, Jimmy?
Oh, let's see it, Parker.
Yeah.
Would you advise major surgery, Doctor?
It's apparently defective, all right. Notice what happens when you squeeze it.
Oh, that's nothing, Dr. Kildare. It's when you push on it here that it really... Oh, good heavens.
Confound it, Parker. What are you trying to do? Drown me?
I didn't know it.
She didn't know it was loaded, Dr. Gillespie.
From head to foot. Of all the nincompoop...
Oh, in answer to your question a moment ago, I wouldn't advise surgery. No. The patient is just too far gone. Here's a towel.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Georgia Ellis, Wilms Herbert, and Vic Perrin. Dick Joyce. The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of life.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Oh, well, good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Parker, did I or did I not have an appointment to assist the Red Cross in the opening of their new East Side Blood Donor Center?
Oh, yes. Now, let me see. I have it right here.
Yes.
Oh, yes. You're due there at 10 o'clock Wednesday.
Yes.
Oh, good heavens.
Exactly. 10 o'clock yesterday morning.
It just happened to slip my mind. I can explain the whole thing.
You idiot. With accident victims dying every day because of the shortage of blood for transfusions, you forget what day it is.
It could happen to anybody, Dr. Gillespie. I've just been so busy that
With
I haven't...
the Red Cross trying every way it can to get private citizens to donate blood, you can't bother to remember what day the center opened.
Well, when you come right down to it, I imagine they got it opened all right without you.
No, that's quite beside the point. At the moment, I am dealing with the fact that you are an incompetent, scatterbrained, unornamental, and utterly useless nincompoop.
Well.
Now give me my hat.
Here, take it.
I've got to go over there and apologize for a fault that wasn't even mine, because I can't tell them that my dull-witted nurse is simply not interested in their efforts.
I'd like you to know that I have an appointment over there Saturday myself to donate a pint of blood, so there.
Parker, I wish you'd donate 10 pints. And I'd like to replace them with a transfusion of boiling oil.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, good morning, Jimmy. Good morning. See you later. Goodbye.
Good morning. See you later. Goodbye. Where's he going? You afire?
Oh, I don't care where he's going, Dr. Kildare.
Now, what's the
I've given the best years of my life to that man. I've worked and slaved for him, and does he care?
Oh, of course he does.
Of course he doesn't. He's mean and nasty and insulting.
I know.
And I've stood it as long as I can.
Oh, you know he doesn't mean half of what he says.
When he's talking to me, he does.
And anybody could make a little mistake like that.
Like what?
He hates me, Dr. Kildare. And he always has.
No, he doesn't. Now, you know that isn't true.
And another thing, Parker. I think your mind is slipping. You ought to do something about it. Shock treatments or occupational therapy.
Oh!
Goodbye.
You see what I mean? I've never been so insulted
Now,
in my
wait
life.
a second. Wait
Why,
a second.
that-
You know, he may have something there.
Dr. Kildare.
No, I don't mean that your mind is slipping, but the occupational therapy part, a hobby, in other words, might be a good idea. After all, you give too much of your life to this hospital and to Dr. Gillespie.
Well, I only try to do my duty.
You need an outside interest. Anybody would, working around him all the time.
Well, I did used to enjoy corresponding with Lonely Hearts Club.
That's good. Maybe there's some field of art or music.
And I've always wanted to take up folk dancing.
Folk dancing,
Of course, I have heard that bird watching is nice.
Well, there's no doubt of that. Highly entertaining.
I really think the Lonely Hearts Clubs are the most fun, though.
Yes, I imagine. Well, I guess hobbies are always a matter of personal preference. Just don't be hasty, Parker. Just think it over.
Of course, I've had these pains, this enteritis, as you call it, for years, Dr. Kildare. Doubles me up sometimes. But lately they've gotten really bad. That's why I decided to enter the hospital for an examination.
I see. Well, in a few days, we ought to have a good idea of what's wrong with you, Mr. Kramer. What's his temperature, Miss Verner?
98.1.
And I seem to have lost my appetite, too. Last couple of months, I haven't eaten one square meal a day.
No wonder you have a slight anemia along with the other symptoms. I think that's all for now, Miss Verner, if you want to straighten up the examination card.
All right, Doctor.
Mr. Kramer, we'll make some lab tests today and tomorrow and possibly run a fluoroscope. Meanwhile, you just stay there in bed and take care of yourself.
Yes, Doctor.
You ready, Miss Verner?
Yes, Doctor.
See you later this afternoon, Mr. Kramer. Bye.
What do you think, Jimmy? Chronic enteritis?
On the face of it, yes, but there are some odd angles. Subnormal temperature, anemia. I don't know.
Malignancy?
Could be. And yet... Here, let me help you with that cart.
Oh, no, the elevator's right here. I'm going down to the supply room. Oh, stopped at the 10th floor. Guess we wait.
Good. Gives me 2 minutes more to talk to you.
You mean alone at last?
If you call a hospital corridor being alone.
Say, the 10th floor reminds me. Do you have any idea what Parker's doing up there?
Doing?
Uh-huh.
No, what do you mean?
Well, she took over one of the empty storerooms about a week ago, put a lock on the door, and won't let a soul in. Spends all of her spare time, lunch hour and everything, locked inside.
She had one of her usual run-ins with Dr. Gillespie last week. I suggested she take up a hobby.
Well, what kind of a hobby involves locking yourself in a storeroom?
I don't know. She mentioned bird watching. Maybe she looks out the window at the pigeons.
That I can almost buy.
Then, too, she mentioned Lonely Hearts Clubs.
No, I don't think
You've
so.
got me, baby. I'll ask Dr. Gillespie. It'll make you feel any better.
No, confound it, Jimmy. I wish I did know. She's up to something, all right, but I can't find out what it is.
But you have been trying.
Well, naturally. I'm concerned with the activities of my assistants and feel responsible for them.
To be sure.
But I can't find out a thing.
Tried asking her?
Certainly not. That's precisely what she wants.
And just how have you gone about it?
Ooh, various methods. Somewhat unorthodox, perhaps, but never...
ethical and honorable?
Oh, Jimmy, now, how could you ask?
I've seen you in action before.
Necessity supersedes all ethics.
And curiosity does, too. Is that it?
Well, confound it, she comes in here with packages and bundles all wrapped up and then hides them up there in that storeroom. Well, who wouldn't be curious?
I still think you ought to try asking her.
I couldn't ask her if I wanted to.
All right, then how about taking a look at this case report on a patient of mine?
All right, let's see it. Oh, it's Kramer, huh? I've already seen it, Jimmy. A case of chronic enteritis, no doubt about it.
But what about these symptoms I've underlined? They don't fit.
Psychosomatic complications, that's all. He's had the same trouble for years.
Not quite the same. Some of these symptoms only started a couple of months ago.
Now you're on that hobby of yours. Obscure symptoms, things other doctors overlook. Come in. Miss Parker. Inasmuch as you're employed in this office, knocking before you enter is quite unnecessary.
I prefer it that way, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah.
The keys you ordered were just delivered. Here they are.
Keys? Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
You know very well what I'm talking about. You had them made from a wax impression of my storeroom key.
Ridiculous.
It certainly is. Because I put a new lock on the door last night.
Are you actually implying that I might go snooping up there behind your back?
I am.
By the great horn spoon.
I wish you'd find some new expression, Dr. Gillespie. That one gets so monotonous.
Parker.
You're dealing with a new woman, you know. It's my hobby that did it. And you, Dr. Kildare, you're responsible.
I am?
That's why I want you to be here, too. When I reveal it to Dr. Gillespie in the morning.
Reveal what?
My hobby. You will be here, Dr. Kildare.
Oh, yes, Parker. Thank you very much. After all, I've got to know what it is that I'm responsible for.
O'clock. Confound it. She said 10 o'clock. Why isn't she here?
Relax. She'll be
She's
here.
due any minute, Dr. Gillespie. She had to wait for the freight elevator, so I came on ahead.
Come in.
Good morning, all.
Well, Miss Parker, I'm glad you... What's the hammer for? Hey, now, wait.
Oh, don't be silly, Dr. Gillespie. I'm just going to drive a nail in the wall. Here, in front of your desk. There.
Well, by the...
Don't you dare say by the great horn spoon.
Tarnation.
Wait just a second now, everybody. I have it right outside the door.
Better brace yourself, Jimmy.
I've been braced since yesterday.
Now, don't anybody look till I get it hung up. Yes, about... Yeah. Well, there it is.
There what is?
My hobby, my first oil painting. It's called The Operation. Like it?
By the thunderation.
Mr. Cuddlepox was absolutely amazed.
Cuddlepot?
My instructor.
Cuddlepot.
Cuddlepot.
Parker, is that thing supposed to be regarded as a painting?
Why, of course. You see, it's my impression of an operation. This blob down here is a kidney.
Ooh.
And these are scalpels. And this is an ether mask. It's all sort of modern.
Modern, yes, to be sure, yes. And is it your intention to hang this painting here in my office?
Oh, yes, I did it for you.
And I'm expected to sit here and face it 7 days a week, week after week?
Nah, I guess that's right. Do you really like it?
Like it? Parker, I have never before seen a more hideous monstrosity in my whole life.
Dr. Gillespie.
I have never before realized the full extent of your hatred for me. To do a thing like this. It goes. It's got to go.
Oh!
Well, I guess I'd better get back to work.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Now, wait a minute, you two.
Yes?
Well, what are you looking at me like that for? I didn't mean... Well, confound it, it's not my fault.
Dr. Gillespie. Dr. Gillespie, are you awake?
Who is it?
It's Kildare. Come on, open up.
If you wake me up in the middle of the night merely to continue the discussion of my crude and unpleasant disposition, then to help me...
Now, wait a minute. It's nothing like that.
I've talked to Parker that way for years. And if she suddenly decided to get injured feelings over it, well, it's not my fault.
Not your fault.
And I absolutely refuse to go the rest of the night lying here awake and feeling like a heel.
So that's what you've been doing.
I have not.
A guilty conscience.
Poppycock.
You're not concerned about her at all, I suppose.
Not even slightly.
Then I guess I'd better go on over by myself.
Over where?
Nurse's dormitory. Diana just phoned and said Parker's been taken suddenly ill. Sounds fairly serious.
Oh, well, wait a minute, Jimmy. Wait till I get my pants.
All right, but hurry up, you heel.
We return return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Now, take it easy, Parker. It's going to be all right.
Parker, how long has it been since these abdominal pains started?
I don't know.
Must have been nearly an hour, Jimmy. She held out for quite a while before she called me.
Transverse muscles of the abdomen as hard as a rock.
Oh.
I've got some Belergel here in the kit. It might help.
I'll get it.
What do you think is wrong with me?
A little hard to tell just yet.
Oh, you're just being kind. You don't want me to know.
Confound it, Parker. I've warned you for years to stop eating marinated herring and Boston cream pie before you go to bed.
Oh, it's not indigestion. I know it's not. It's something worse.
Well, whatever it is, we'll find out and take care of it, so don't worry. Oh, Diana, will you call Wayman and have him bring a stretcher?
All right, Jimmy.
Well, I suppose we may as well go.
All right.
Dr. Gillespie, can I ask just one favor?
Oh, I guess so. What is it?
If I
Yes.
If I don't pull through, can the painting stay?
Oh, Parker, you're not going to die of a bellyache.
But if I do, will you keep it to remember me by?
Oh, well, yes, confound it. I look at it all day and keep it in my room all night. I'll come on, Jimmy.
Okay.
She's faking it.
Including abdominal spasms, cramps in the legs, peripheral neuritis?
And it's nothing but a simple case of acute indigestion.
You know better than that.
Are you by any chance implying that this whole thing is my fault?
A nervous reaction caused by your brutality, Doctor?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. That's only your guilty conscience implying it.
Yeah.
There's something vaguely familiar about those symptoms of hers.
This is no time for a hobby.
I think maybe it is. Look, why don't you take over for a half hour? I want to do some quick reading.
Reading about what?
Symptoms.
Well, I hope you come up with something. We can't have anything happen to her, you know.
Softening up a little, eh?
Well, I've always been fond of Parker, but also I'm thinking of the promise I made about that painting.
How's my pulse now, Dr. Gillespie? Weaker?
That is not weak. It's exactly the same. And furthermore, those cramped muscles have loosened up a little.
That's only because I'm drugged.
Parker, you are not drugged.
You're so kind, Dr. Gillespie.
Kind.
Trying to keep it from me this way.
Oh, Jimmy.
Well, it's about time.
How are you feeling, Parker?
Calm and peaceful, Dr. Kildare. It's the lull before the end.
Oh, tarnation.
Well, before you cross the bar, suppose we have a little talk about painting.
Yes. I might have been a great artist had I lived.
Mm-hmm. And now, as I understand it, you've been working on this painting during your lunch hours. Is that right?
And breakfast and dinner, too. Oh, I got so caught up in it.
And then you've been painting and eating at the same time.
Oh, yes. And last night, when I was hurrying to finish, I kept dipping my brush in my coffee cup, and everything was so confused.
That's it.
I had paint all over everything.
Well, I guess that's enough for a diagnosis.
Diagnosis? But
Diana, Will you go down to the dispensary and get a gram bottle of sodium sulfate and one of potassium iodide?
Right, Jimmy.
Lead poisoning.
That's right.
Lead poisoning who?
You?
Hmm?
You get a mild case of lead poisoning from those oil paints. But you'll be all right in a day or two.
Lead poisoning.
And something else, Dr. Gillespie. I think this gives us a tip on that Kramer case.
Well, by the...
You want to say it, Dr. Gillespie?
Yes.
Then go ahead. Say it.
By the great horn spoon.
Why, yes, Dr. Kildare, I have noticed peculiar cramps in my legs during the last 2 months, but I assumed it was just a new pain from the same old trouble.
Mr. Kramer, did you change occupations by any chance a couple of months ago? Take up a new hobby or anything of that sort?
Why, no, the only new thing I did 2 months ago was to install a processing furnace to treat floor sweepings.
Oh?
Yes, from the different jewelry plants around the city. There's always a lot of gold and silver filings in the stuff, but still not enough to pay the individual plant to process its own.
Just what is this process, Mr. Kramer? I mean, how do you go about recovering the metal?
Well, I burn the sweepings first to get rid of the combustible stuff, and then I mix the ashes with litharge and charge it in...
Litharge? Red lead oxide?
That's right. The melted lead picks up the filings and it dissolves them.
All right, Jimmy. You win.
Mm-hmm. Chronic lead poisoning.
You mean that's what's the matter with me?
That's right, Mr. Kramer. The symptoms were hidden by this long-standing enteritis of yours, and that's your trouble. There's no doubt of it.
Well, can you cure it?
Yes, we can take care of the poisoning by a few days' treatment with sodium sulfate and potassium iodide. And then I think we can break down that enteritis.
All of which leads us to one conclusion, Mr. Kramer.
What conclusion, Dr. Gillespie?
That you and I ought to take up a hobby.
Morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Come in, Jimmy. Come in.
Any new case of lead poisoning this morning?
All right. Rub it in, and I got it coming to me. Should have recognized those symptoms right away.
Both of us should have, so I guess we're even. How's Parker?
I don't know. I haven't been up to see her yet this morning.
Probably just couldn't tear yourself away from contemplating that little token of her affection.
Jimmy, if I have to sit here and look at that confounded painting one more day, I'll have lead poisoning.
That's a fine attitude when she risked her life to paint it for you. She could have died, you know.
All right. I have treated her with a certain lack of consideration in the past.
That's an understatement.
And I felt guilty thinking about it the last couple of days.
So?
So I'm going to change all that when she comes back to work. I'm going to be kind to her, courteous, friendly, and considerate.
Dr. G of the Beaver Patrol.
Good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
Parker.
Dr. Kildare?
Why, Parker? You shouldn't be out of bed this soon. I didn't expect you back before the end of the week.
Well, that's awfully kind of you, Dr. Gillespie. But duty calls, you know.
Nonsense. There's no duty as important as your health and well-being.
Oh, you're so considerate.
Isn't that the truth, Parker? I've often noticed it myself.
Jenny.
Sometimes when I've said things to you that I didn't mean, well, I could just bite my tongue off.
I know exactly how you feel, Parker. I've done it, too. And to one of the most competent, charming, and intelligent women I've ever known.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie.
Would anyone mind if I opened a window?
And, Parker, I insist that you go back to bed and take care of yourself.
Well, I still feel a little shaky. So if you really do insist.
I do.
All right, then. And I'll arrange to have the painting taken out this afternoon sometime.
Well,
I know you don't like it.
Oh, no, Parker. Why, I think it's a most amazing piece of work. Marvelous technique, delicate sensitivity.
Dr. Gillespie.
Are you sure you're not just saying that?
Of course I'm sure. Personally, I love it. I'd hate to see it go, but...
Then it doesn't go.
Huh?
Since you like it that much, it stays no matter what anybody says.
Yes, but...
Are you with us, Dr. Kildare?
With you. I'm way ahead of you, Parker. We'll all stick together like the Three Musketeers.
No, wait.
When a man loves a work of art as much as Dr. Gillespie loves that painting, why, it would be criminal to tear it away from him.
Kildare.
In fact, Parker, you might paint another one for the wall opposite there.
Jimmy.
I've even got an impressionistic title for it.
Oh, good. What is it, Dr. Kildare?
Well, it's By the Great Horn Spoon.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Now, wait a second, Dr. Gillespie. Are you trying to tell me that she still hasn't said a word about it?
That's right, Jimmy. He hasn't mentioned it once. And it's been 4 days now.
Oh, that's amazing. Unless, of course, she had the painting taken down herself.
Well, could be, but I'm not going to ask her. Just let well enough alone. That blank wall never looked so good.
Oh, I don't know. I was getting used to it. Scarcely noticed it anymore.
Well, I noticed it. Mm-hmm. I couldn't get used to that nightmare of variegated delirium tremens in 50 years. It looked like a busted tamale. All I hope is that it ended up in the incinerator.
Come in.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Cuttlepots.
Cuttlepots?
Parker's art teacher.
I'm looking for Evangeline Parker, and someone said she just might be here.
Well, she's working on some reports down in the next office. If there's something we could...
Well, it's just that I've got some excruciatingly good news for her. Of course, you knew her painting, The Operation, was entered in the annual competition of the Brooklyn Heights Institute of Advanced Art and Culture.
No.
I didn't even know they had an institute of it. Wait a minute now. Don't...
It won first prize in the primitive division.
By the Great Horn Spoon.
Why don't you take up a hobby, Dr. Gillespie?
I am, Jimmy, I am. So help me heaven, next week I'm starting in on folk dancing.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Georgia Ellis, and Ben Wright. Dick Joy speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. It was Oscar Wilde who said, "Children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older, they judge them. Sometimes they forgive them." There, in a very small nutshell, is the very foundation of what has become probably the least important of all American celebrations, Father's Day. Now, you may think that Father's Day is merely a time for the presentation of neckties that Father won't wear, socks that Father can't use, or books that Father hasn't time to read. But in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons have an entirely different conception of the day. Like this.
Jumping creepers, why does it have to be on Sunday?
Betty, I think that's a very selfish attitude. After all your father has done for you.
But I'm going to buy him a necktie.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I don't mind spending Father's Day with Daddy.
You keep out of this.
Betty?
Well, she doesn't have anything else to do anyway.
I do, too. I can do lots of things.
Mother, I have a date with Dick Andrews, and I'll have to break it.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can look at Jimmy Woody's television.
Kathy, we're going to devote the entire day to your father.
I know, but Betty said I didn't have any place else to go, and I do. Because I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can...
Mother, everybody else buys their father a necktie or socks. Why do we have to be different?
Because your father is one of the sweetest men in the entire world. And I certainly think...
Well, sure, but why do I have to break a date just for that?
No matter what we buy for your father, we'll have to buy with his money.
I'll pay for it out of my allowance.
Which you get from your father.
Mother, you just don't understand.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
Bud, the car is less than a week old, and your father has already polished it 4 times.
Well, this time we can do it.
Janie Liggett's buying her father a necktie, and she doesn't have to break her date for Sunday.
Betty, we'll not discuss it any further. Call Dick and tell him you're sorry.
Do I have to?
Yes, you have to.
Kathy?
Why can't we clean up the garage or something?
Betty, go in and call Dick.
Oh, pooh. Just because it's Father's Day, I have to ruin my whole life.
Cleaning the garage would be a good Father's Day present.
Bud.
Yes, Mom?
You can forget about your silly butterflies for one Sunday.
But I promised Joe Phillips.
I thought you'd broken your date with Joe.
I did, but if we clean the garage the first thing in the morning...
We're going to spend the day with your father. We're going to wait on him hand and foot, cater to his every wish. Sunday's going to be his day, and that's final. So let's not talk about it anymore.
Now you can't even talk.
For that, Bud Anderson, you dry the dishes.
But I didn't say anything, Mom. All I said was you can't even talk.
It was the way you said it.
But, Mom, I didn't mean anything. All I said...
Daddy's coming.
All right, suppose we explain the whole thing to your father.
I'll dry the dishes.
And remember, not a word about Sunday. We want it to be a surprise, don't we?
Yeah, some surprise.
Bud.
Oh, sure, Mom. We sure do.
Chicken.
Mother, if Dick Andrews never calls me again, it'll be your fault. He borrowed a car for Sunday and everything.
Well, let's not worry about it, Betty. You'll get another girl.
Mother, how can you say that?
How can she say what?
Daddy!
Hi, Dad.
Well, how's the world's finest family tonight?
Hi, Father.
Hi. Hello, honey.
Hi, dear.
What's the matter with Camille?
Oh, nothing much, really. You're a little late, aren't you, dear?
What's in the package, Daddy?
Ice cream. Put it in the icebox like a good girl.
Oh, boy.
Want me to put your hat away, Dad?
Thank you very much.
It'll be a pleasure.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, we had a slight misunderstanding, nothing serious. Were you held up at the office?
No, I stopped off at Haney's garage on my way home.
Oh?
There's a very annoying rattle in the rear bumper. I'm not even sure we ought to keep that car.
Jumping catfish.
I beg your pardon?
That old wreck of ours made so much noise you couldn't hear yourself think. But if this one makes one little squeak...
Betty, as long as we had to buy a new car, we might as well have them put it in good shape.
Why don't you set the table like a good girl, Betty?
How else can you set the table?
And you help her, Kathy.
Yes, Mommy.
You know, Margaret, speaking of Sunday...
Who said anything about Sunday?
Didn't I?
No.
Oh. Well, I met Hector Smith downtown today.
How is he?
He's fine. You know, he has a client over in Plainfield.
I haven't seen Elizabeth in ages. I'll have to call her after dinner.
Yes. Heck has a client over in Plainfield.
Maybe I'd better wait until tomorrow. We have such a lot to talk about.
Margaret, will you please let me tell you about Hector?
Why, of course, dear. Go right ahead.
All right. Try to tell a woman anything, it's just like... what was I talking about?
Plainfield, dear.
Oh. Well...
You see, I was listening.
Yes.
Even if you weren't.
Margaret. Hector was coming back from Plainfield the other day, and he decided to take a shortcut. Well, you know how Hector is. He got lost.
Oh, that's too bad. Is he all right now?
Nothing happened to him. He just got lost. Found himself on an old dirt road way back in the hills.
My.
Margaret, you don't have to keep making those little noises. I know you're listening.
Go ahead, dear.
Well, he found a lake. Just a little bit of a thing. He says it's the greatest spot for fish he's ever seen in his life. They were actually leaping out of the water. Bass, lake trout, everything. And every one of them dying to get on a hook. Margaret, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, yes, dear. I'm quite excited.
Well, anyway, we're going to run up there Sunday morning and see what we can do.
Sunday morning? Jim, you can't.
Why not? It's only about 20 miles. Heck's going to pick me up at 5, and all I'll need is a few sandwiches.
Jim Anderson, I've never seen it to fail. Every time we try to surprise you with anything, you have to make other arrangements.
My birthday's in February.
Sunday is Father's Day.
Oh, that thing.
Betty and Bud broke their dates just so they could spend the day with you.
They didn't have to do that.
But they did. We had the nicest day arranged for you. We were all going out for dinner. Then we're going to a picture show, one I know you'd want to see.
Honey, doesn't it make any difference that I'd rather go fishing? I don't care about Father's Day.
Well, we do. We want to show you how much we love you. And we want you to have a good time.
I know what you mean, Angel, but if I'd rather go fishing...
Jim, you're being very selfish about this whole thing.
Because I want to go fishing. What's selfish about going fishing?
I'll answer it.
When a whole family decides to give up its pleasure for an entire Sunday, the very least you can do...
is give up mine. Is that what you mean?
No, I have another idea. How would it be if we went with you?
Margaret, you wouldn't like it up there, believe me. It's not the place for women and children. It's a wild little lake in the middle of nothing.
Daddy, it's Mr. Smith.
Well, come on in, Hank. We're in the kitchen.
If Elizabeth and Billy wanted to go, I'll bet Hector would take them.
I bet he wouldn't. Nobody would. When you go fishing, you fish. No place for a family.
Am I busting in on anything?
No, of course not, Hector. Come in.
Hiya, Margaret. Gosh, I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Heck, will you explain to Margaret that families don't go on fishing trips?
Why don't they?
What?
There, you see?
Heck, come on outside. I want to show you the new car.
You showed it to me this afternoon.
Well, I want to show it to you again.
What for?
Come on, Heck.
Oh, you wanna... I'll see you later, Margaret.
Don't you dare let him change your mind, Hector.
I'll be right out here if you want me, honey.
All right, dear.
What the heck's the matter with you, Heck?
Nothing. Why?
You know what happens if you take a bunch of women and kids on a fishing trip? You catch nothing.
Yeah, I know, but look, Jim.
Any self-respecting fish wouldn't come within 10 miles of us. Especially if you got a peek at Kathy.
Jim, I'm not arguing with you. You're absolutely right, but...
Then why did you make a crack like that in front of Margaret?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jim, if I can't take Elizabeth and Billy, I can't go.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they had something all arranged for Sunday. It's Father's Day. Billy broke a date. They're doing it all for me. Oh, I don't know.
Heck, is that lake as good as you said it was?
Oh, it's terrific, Jim. I've never seen fish like that. I'm telling you, in 5 minutes, I saw 20 of them jump out of the water.
Gee, I hate to give it up.
Oh, let's go.
With Elizabeth and Billy and Margaret and...
Jim, it won't make any difference. These fish are so big, nothing will scare them.
Not even Kathy?
Not even Kathy.
Well... Okay, we'll try it.
We better take both cars, huh?
We'll have to.
Leave around 5?
Okay.
Yeah, well, I gotta go home now. Tell Margaret I said goodbye, will you?
You bet. Oh, heck.
Yeah?
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's not the first time a man and his family didn't quite see eye to eye on the best way to spend a happy Father's Day. Here's a point, however, everybody agrees on. When it comes to a cup of coffee, you and I and the family next door all look for one thing: flavor. We want the most in flavor for every penny we spend. And extra flavor is just what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a good reason why. It's our recipe. The only recipe on this green earth for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee to be blended together just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. That wonderfully good flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. That's why you find so much more enjoyment when your cup is filled with Maxwell House coffee. So next time you bring home a pound of coffee, make it that familiar blue tin of our Maxwell House. For more flavor, for your money's worth and more, start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The sun comes up like a stab of light. Rose fingers reach into the night. The darkness fades, the night is gone. And day comes fast with the rising dawn. A woodcock calls, a soft wind sighs, and from its nest a starling flies. This is the dawn, the break of day, the time when
Young
light...
man, will you please shut up?
Well, pardon me.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Getting up in the middle of the night to chase after a bunch of stupid fish.
But, Elizabeth...
We had a nice day planned for you. One we'd all have enjoyed. But no, you have to drag us up here so we can freeze to death.
Are you cold, Elizabeth?
Of course not. My teeth always chatter like this.
Billy, get the blanket out of the car for your mother. I said get the blanket out of the car.
No, thanks. I'm quite comfortable.
Billy!
Leave the boy alone, Hector. The poor child. If he had a father with the slightest bit of consideration...
Elizabeth, I didn't say you had to come along. This was your idea.
Naturally. You haven't had an idea since the day I met you.
Now, look, Elizabeth.
When I think of the men I could have married and didn't.
Lucky dog.
Hector!
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I was thinking of... I think the Andersons are coming.
Well, it's about time. You'd think they'd have hurried a little.
Well, the road's kind of rough, Elizabeth, and Jim has a new car.
Oh, Hector, stop making excuses for them. They're just like everyone else we know. Don't consider a soul but themselves. Especially that Margaret. Thinks her children are the most wonderful things that ever lived. And if you ask me, Margaret, darling.
Elizabeth, we're awfully sorry.
Hi, heck. We thought you were lost.
I'm awfully sorry we're so late, Elizabeth.
Oh, Angel, we hadn't even noticed it.
We had to stop on account of Kathy. Her hat flew out of the car, and we had an awful time finding it.
Hi, Billy.
Billy, wake up, dear. Etty is here.
She is? Oh, hi, Betty.
Hi.
Say, this is quite a spot, Heck. Yes, sir. It's all right.
Jim, I saw a bass, so help me, it was that long.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not, Jim. Well, maybe that long. Hey, there. Did you see that one, Jim? What did I tell you, huh?
Where?
Right there, near the dock.
I don't see anything.
Jim, you weren't looking in the right place.
Well, what's the difference? The place I want to see him is on the end of my line. Got all your stuff, Heck?
You ain't just a woofing. The greatest assortment of fish persuaders in the world. And it's all on the dock waiting for Papa.
Hector, where are you going?
Fishing? Why?
You'll do no such thing. There's a little thing like breakfast that comes first.
Breakfast? Oh, honey,
We haven't any time for breakfast, Elizabeth. It's practically 6:30.
Jim, Elizabeth's right.
My lands, I've got all that food to take out of the car.
I'll get it, Elizabeth.
I'll get it myself. You just build a fire.
Honey, if we build you a nice big fire, then is it all right if we go fishing?
After you've had your breakfast.
Wait a minute. How about the kids? Why can't they build a fire?
Hey, where'd they go anyway?
Kathy?
You want me, Daddy?
Where's Bud?
He's under a bush.
What?
Jim, do you have to shout so loud?
How else can I shout? Kathy, what's he doing under a bush?
He's sleeping.
Well, wake him up.
Why?
Because it's time for breakfast.
Breakfast? You want me for breakfast, Dad?
I figured that'd get him.
Hey, what happened to Billy?
Betty?
Yes, Father?
Where's Billy?
You want me, Mr. Anderson?
What are you doing over there?
Just watching the lake.
Well, let Betty watch it for a while.
Alone?
There's nothing to worry about. Nobody ever steals a lake until after breakfast.
Hiya, Dad. What's cooking?
Nothing yet. Get some wood.
You said it was time for breakfast.
Bud, we've got to build a fire. Get some wood.
Where?
You know, heck, at this point, our ancestors are probably spinning in their graves. Where?
Well, gosh, what do I know about getting wood?
Jim, you're only confusing the boy.
Bud, you see that tree? You see all those trees? That's wood.
What am I supposed to do? Bite him down? Oh, holy cow, Mom.
Bud, go into the woods, pick up dead branches, twigs, anything that'll burn, and bring them back here. There's nothing complicated about that, is there?
I guess not.
And stop scratching.
But I itch.
I said stop scratching and get going.
I told them we ought to polish the car. Now I gotta make like a beaver.
You want me to go someplace, Mr. Anderson?
Well...
Leads with his chin every time, doesn't he?
Billy, we have a slight problem.
Oh?
We are faced with the task of providing heat without fuel.
Well, you don't say. You know, we had the same thing once in a physics exam, and it's a cinch. Friction. That's how you do it. Now, you take two bodies...
Billy, shut up and get some wood.
What?
I said get some wood.
Oh, okay. But I thought Mr. Anderson said...
Wood!
Hector, stop raising your voice.
Wood.
All right, nobody has to get excited about it. I'll get all the wood you want.
Jim.
Margaret, as soon as the boys get back with the wood...
Are those your things Kathy's playing with?
Where?
On the edge of the dock.
Holy smoke, my tackle!
Of all the rattle brains...
Jim, don't frighten her.
Kathy!
Oh, Jim! Father!
Kathy, grab the dock. We'll be right there.
Hector.
Take it easy, Kathy.
What's going on?
Hector, do something.
We're coming, Kathy. We'll have you out in 2 seconds.
Daddy! Daddy!
Now, Kathy, give me your hand. Come on, honey. Hold your hand out. That's a good girl.
You got her, Jim?
That's my girl. Now we're all right.
Oh, Kathy.
Daddy! I fell in!
I know, honey, but you're all right now. You're all right.
Hector, get the blanket out of the car. The poor child's wringing wet.
I'll get it, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, go ahead, Bud. Hurry.
Okay.
Is she okay, Mother?
Yes, dear, she's fine.
Daddy scared me, and that's why I fell in.
Jim, look at my stuff. It's gone.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
I was trying to catch a fish, and you scared me.
It's all right, baby.
Margaret, take that child up to the car immediately. She's got to get out of those wet clothes.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I can't even think straight. Of course, her father is much more concerned about that smelly old fishing tackle.
Men. I don't know why they ever invented them anyway.
Gosh, I'm awfully sorry, Heck.
My whole kit down at the bottom of the lake. Look at it.
You mean you can see it? Where?
Yeah, down there. Must be 30 feet. Hey, where are you going?
I've got an idea, Heck. Don't go away.
Father's Day. Isn't bad enough having children, you have to have Father's Day.
Can you still see it, Heck?
Yeah, practically smiling at me.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll get it out all right.
What are you going to do?
What would you say was the right bait for your fishing tackle?
For my... Oh, you mean...
First, we'll fish for tackle, then we'll fish for fish.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You think you can do it?
Of course we can. Let's see now. That's about the biggest hook I have.
You got any sinkers?
Of course I have sinkers. Stop worrying, Heck. I'll get down there all right.
Is that the heaviest line you got?
Well, I didn't expect to catch any whales today.
I know, Jim, but that stuff weighs a ton.
Heck, I give you my personal guarantee. If I hook it, I'll land it. Now, let me have a little room, will you?
Allow for a little drift into the shore, Jim.
I'll put it right on the button. Okay, low bridge. Nice casting, huh?
What'd you have to put away out there for?
So I can drag it across. Now, leave me alone, Heck. I know what I'm doing.
Well, good morning, men. Having any luck?
Sure, all bad. Can you see it, Heck?
I think you're too far to the left.
Well, maybe I can pull it over.
Doing a little bottom fishing, huh?
Look, fella, we're busy right now. We got troubles. Come back some other time, huh?
Okay.
Just a minute.
Come on, Jim. We haven't got all day.
Take it easy, Heck. He might be a game warden or something. You wouldn't happen to be a game warden or anything, would you?
Me? Oh, no. I'm not a game warden.
Because if you are, we've got our licenses and permits and things like that.
We don't worry about those things up here.
Oh. This wouldn't be a private lake, would it?
Oh, no. Not a private lake at all.
You know, for a minute you had me worried.
No, it's nothing like that. This is a government fish hatchery.
Oh, no.
Poor father. If it isn't one thing, it's another. That long trip all for nothing. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it always pays to look for flavor. Yes, you want to be sure you get the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And that's just what you do get in every pound of our Maxwell House coffee. An extra measure of flavor. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no coffee but Maxwell House gives you. We're proud as can be of that famous flavor. It's the big reason why more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House than any other brand. And today, as always, you can count on it every cup you pour. Because we'll never compromise on the quality of one single pound. That's why now, more than ever, your coffee buy is Maxwell House. Every pound, every cup, you can be sure it's always good to the last drop.
Once again, it's breakfast time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. But it's a lonely sort of breakfast, with none of the children at the table. Just Margaret and Jim, two lonely parents, discussing the disastrous effects of Father's Day, like this.
There's no sense being upset about it, Jim. Dr. Simmons said it was nothing serious.
I know, but you'd certainly think Betty'd have enough sense to recognize goldenrod after all these years.
She didn't see it, Jim, and she still says it wasn't goldenrod.
Well, it was something. She's puffed up like a frog.
Well, Bud's the one I'm worried about. He says it itches terribly.
There's a giant brain for you. Goes to sleep in a patch of poison ivy. Wallows in the stuff. How's Kathy?
Oh, she'll be all right in a few days. It's just a little cold. Jim, I don't understand. How can you laugh at a time like this?
I don't know, Margaret. The whole thing is hysterical. It was quite a fishing trip.
Wasn't it?
Hay fever, poison ivy, a cold. This family caught everything except fish.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Bob, I have a duty to perform right now which gives me a great deal of pleasure. We were all quite thrilled when the National Father's Day Committee named you Screen Father of the Year. Well, this is the committee's medal, and they've asked me to present it to you with their blessings and warmest wishes.
Thank you very much, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, naturally, I'm very proud of this honor, but not for myself alone. As the father of 4 girls, I've spent a lot of time and gnawed a lot of nails in the waiting rooms of various hospitals in Southern California. Now, to prospective fathers who are wearing themselves to a frazzle, pacing endlessly up and down in hospital corridors all over the country, I have a most reassuring message. Fellas, you see, they do give medals to fathers. Thanks again, Bill, and good night.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, next on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Extensive research has proved conclusively that there are 2 kinds of husbands. One, the husband who takes absolutely no interest whatsoever in household affairs. And 2, the husband whose wife wishes he'd mind his own business and leave things alone. In Springfield, at the White Frame House on Maple Street, Jim Anderson is about to demonstrate that there is no happy medium. Like this.
6 goes into 36 6 times. 6 goes into 42 7 times.
Kathy, why don't you stop that? You know Mother has a headache.
But I have to learn my 6 goes into.
Margaret, could I have another cup of coffee, please?
Of course, dear. Bud, stop banging your feet on the table.
I wasn't banging my feet, Mom. I was... Holy cow, look at the time. I gotta go. Come on, Squirt.
Well, stop pulling me.
See you later, everybody.
Bud, don't slam the door.
Did you call me, Dad?
Never mind.
Okay.
Mother, why don't you lie down for a while? I'll take care of the dishes.
Well, that's very sweet, Betty, but it isn't necessary.
All right. I'll come right home in case you need me for anything.
All right, dear.
Bye, Father.
Goodbye, Betty. Your head still aching, honey?
No, it's really nothing, Jim. I don't know why everybody makes such a fuss over a little headache. You'd think I were dying.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
You know, you haven't been looking very well lately.
Well, that's a pleasant way to start the day. How to cheer up your wife in 6 easy lessons.
I don't mean you look that bad. I mean, you just look so tired.
Jim, darling, in 5 years I'll be 40, and then you can swap me in for 2 20s.
Margaret, I'm being very serious about this. If you want to treat it as a joke.
All right, dear, I'll try and be more respectful.
Oh. Well, where was I?
You were telling me I looked like an old hag.
Oh. Well, that's not what I said at all.
I'm sorry, a young hag.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to be helpful. I think I know why you're tired, and I believe I have the answer to the whole problem.
You're going to shoot the children.
Well, that had occurred to me. But I think I have a better idea. What you need is a housekeeper.
Oh, Jim, don't be ridiculous.
I don't see anything ridiculous about it at all. The Gilroys have a housekeeper, and I sell 3 times as much insurance as he does.
Jim, it's not a question of how much insurance you sell. We don't need a housekeeper. And where would she sleep, or haven't you thought of that?
Of course I thought of that. She can sleep in the den on the rollaway bed.
Jim, I don't want a housekeeper.
Then when people like the Edwards come over for dinner, there wouldn't be all the fuss and worry.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
Who are the Edwards?
Well, Harry and Grace Edwards. You remember them, don't you? We met them at the Hathaways last week. He's the little stocky fellow with the red face. President of the Chamber of Commerce, remember?
And they're coming to dinner when?
Tomorrow night, didn't I tell you? I could have sworn.
Jim, is there any connection between the Edwards and this sudden passion for a housekeeper?
Of course not. I just thought, well, you've been working so hard and you have a headache and...
There isn't any reason for wanting to impress Mr. Edwards, is there? Or Mrs. Edwards?
Margaret, I just finished telling you that the whole thing... Well, after all, Edwards is the head of the Chamber of Commerce, and there's an opening on the board.
And Bert Gilroy's trying to get it.
Well, the Edwards had dinner with the Gilroys.
And the Gilroys have a housekeeper, so you thought if we blossomed forth with a housekeeper...
Margaret, being on the Chamber of Commerce is a very great honor. I certainly think that it's worth the small expenditure of time and energy.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
No housekeeper.
Well, if you'd only listen to me instead of flying off the handle...
I'm not flying off the handle. I'm merely telling you, simply, quietly, and without emotion, no housekeeper.
There was an ad in the paper only last night.
No housekeeper.
All she wanted was $75 a month, and she'll take complete charge.
No housekeeper.
She's courteous, efficient, energetic, loyal.
No.
A wonderful cook, neat as a pin, loves children. Margaret, why don't you give her a trial?
No.
Honey, this isn't something you can decide on the spur of the moment. Why don't you think it over?
All right. I can't see any harm in that.
That's a good girl. Well, I've got to go now. I'll call you right after lunch.
All right, dear. Oh, Jim, I've thought it over.
Margaret.
No housekeeper.
Is that you, Jim?
Yes, dear, I'm home. Just put your things down there for a minute, Mrs. Collins.
Okay. Nice looking place, ain't it?
Well, it's comfortable.
Jim, the children are all upstairs, and as soon as you're ready, we'll have... Well, hello.
Hi.
Margaret, this is Mrs. Collins.
Oh? How do you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, I ain't doing so good. My feet's just killing me, and I got a pain in my back that I wouldn't wish on to my first husband.
I see. Jim, would you come out into the kitchen with me for a moment? I'd like to speak to you.
Hey, you got a piano. Oh, that's nice. See, I always like a house where they got a piano. Shows culture. And if there's one thing I'm just nuts about, it's culture.
Well, just make yourself at home, Mrs. Collins. We'll only be a minute.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I got plenty of time.
Jim Anderson.
Now, wait a minute, Margaret. I can explain the whole thing.
I don't want any explanation, and I don't want a housekeeper. I told you this morning.
But, honey, I hired her last night. I thought you'd be very happy.
Oh, I am. I'm the happiest woman in the whole world, and I want you to get that person out of my house.
Oh, look, Angel, it isn't worth quarreling about. Nothing is.
I know, Jim, but our home's too small for a housekeeper. We don't need one.
Now, Margaret, Mrs. Collins can be a great help. Don't you see, Margaret? She's a diamond in the rough. Mrs. Collins is very competent. Why, in 1 year, she worked for 9 of the best families in Springfield.
Only 9? She certainly gets around, doesn't she?
Well, they just didn't understand her. With a little training, she can be one of the best housekeepers in the whole town. She said so herself.
Jim, if we ever take a trip to New York, will you promise me one thing? Don't pay more than $50 for the Brooklyn Bridge.
Talking yet? It's getting late. I got to get dinner rolling.
Mrs. Collins, I've been talking to my husband.
Well, why don't you talk to him in the parlor? I just happened to think it's dinner time, and I got work to do. Hey, some kitchen.
Jim?
Well, all right, Margaret. Mrs. Collins, I'm awfully sorry, but we've decided that, well, after all, you really won't be comfortable sleeping in the den.
Oh, stop worrying about it, will you? I got it all figured out. We can move, what's your boy's name?
You mean Bud?
Hey, Bud. We can switch him into the den. I move into his room, and everybody's happy.
Well, it's not quite that simple, Mrs. Collins. I told my husband this morning.
Hey, wait a minute. When you been eating breakfast?
Well, at 8 o'clock, but it really isn't going to make any difference because...
Well, from now on, breakfast is going to be at 7 o'clock.
Now, see here, Mrs. Collins.
Wait, Jim. This is becoming very interesting. What else, Mrs. Collins?
Well, I ain't nobody's personal maid, so everybody hangs up his own stuff. And if I find any pants hanging on the back of a chair, well, don't be surprised if I just chuck them out the window.
Well, don't look at me, Margaret. I don't leave my pants on the chair.
No? Go ahead, Mrs. Collins. I think I'm beginning to like the whole idea.
Well, I don't mind if you invite folks for dinner. Matter of fact, I like company. But I got to have 48 hours notice.
That seems logical.
Oh, wait a minute. What if it's impossible? What if somebody comes in from out of town?
We'll take them to a restaurant. There's lots of restaurants in Springfield.
Margaret, if you think I'm going to stand here...
Jim, please. Mrs. Collins was talking.
Oh, that's okay. I'm finished anyway. Now, why don't you two kids just go inside and relax, and I'll start dishing up the food.
All right, Mrs. Collins. Come on, kid.
Margaret, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If you think I'm going to...
Jim, you heard Mrs. Collins. We've got to go inside and relax.
That's right. Take it easy. I got everything under control.
Come on, Jim. Mrs. Collins has work to do.
Margaret, that woman's impossible.
Oh, I don't think so, dear. She's a diamond in the rough. Remember?
Yeah, but how rough can you get? She wasn't anything like that when I talked to her last night.
Well, we'll try it for a while. That's what you want, isn't it?
Margaret, I'm going into the kitchen and fire her right now.
Why, Jim, that wouldn't be fair. She's worked for 9 of the finest families in Springfield, and with the Edwards coming to dinner...
Oh, no, she can't be around then.
Well, wasn't that the general idea? We've got to impress the Edwards, and unless I'm very much mistaken, they'll be impressed.
Oh, Margaret, can't we...
Hey, Jim.
Jim?
Get the kids down. Soup's on.
Well, that was quite an about face for Mother Anderson. If only Father had talked to her first, there wouldn't have been any argument. And the way things are going, it doesn't look as though she'll brook any arguments from Father. And I don't think I'll run into any argument on this point. I say when you buy coffee, just one thing means real value. It's flavor. The flavor you get for your money. And extra flavor is what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And here's why that's so. It's our recipe. The only recipe under the sun for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee blended together a very particular way. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. That extra flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. So today, when you really want the most in flavor for every penny you spend, Maxwell House is now more than ever your coffee buy. Just open up that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how much enjoyment, how much real value you get from the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A day has passed, as days have a habit of doing, and once again it's dinner time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. This time, however, it's a special dinner, with company, the children stashed away in the breakfast nook, and a uniformed housekeeper to wait on table. Mr. Edwards, president of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce, says,
In the last 4 years, Anderson, bank clearances in the greater Springfield area have increased a total of almost 9.2%. And that's progress.
To which Jim Anderson replies,
It certainly is, Mr. Edwards. That's progress, if I ever heard it.
At which point the new housekeeper, Mrs. Collins, observed,
Now, why don't you two stop gabbing and eat your soup?
Mrs. Collins, I think I smell something burning in the kitchen.
Oh, it's your imagination, dear. Everything's all cooked. Say, Jim.
Yes, Mrs. Collins.
Is it all right? Could I take off this funny-looking cap? I don't mind the uniform, but this hat's driving me nuts.
Mrs. Collins, why don't you wait in the kitchen until we call you?
I can't hear anything in the kitchen. What do you want to do, talk about me? Go ahead, I don't mind.
I think you'd better go into the kitchen.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. You finished, Mrs. Edwards?
Yes, thank you.
Look, dearie, if I was you, I'd lay off the bread. With a shape like yours, it's murder.
Well, really?
Mrs. Collins, will you please go into the kitchen?
Okay, I can take a hint. Yeah, if you want me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards. You were saying something about progress.
I was? Oh, yes. I was, wasn't I? The Chamber of Commerce feels that its contribution to the progress of Greater Springfield is...
Keep right on, Mr. Edwards. It's very interesting.
What is?
Well, whatever you were going to say.
Hello? Oh, hello, Bessie. Hey, wait a minute. Go ahead, folks. It's for me. What's cooking, Bess?
Hasn't the weather been beautiful, Mrs. Edwards?
I haven't noticed, really. When you're as busy as I am, you know, club work and charities.
Yes, indeed. Grace manages to keep herself pretty busy. Getting so, I have to make an appointment to see her myself.
don't have any children, do you, Mr. Edwards?
No, I'm sorry to say Mrs. Edwards and I have never been blessed.
That was my cousin Becky on the phone. She's just a scream.
I'm sure she must be, Mrs. Collins. And I believe we're ready for the next course.
You know, she was just telling me...
Mrs. Collins, we're ready for the next course.
Okay, I heard you.
Mother, when I finish my dessert, may I go over to
Kathy, you get back inside where you belong. Can't you see we got company?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the trouble with kids nowadays. They don't know their place. Shove your plate over, will you, Jim?
I'll answer it, Mrs. Collins.
Now, you stay right where you are. What do you think you're paying me for?
That's a reasonable question, isn't it, Jim?
Okay, I'm coming.
Yes, indeed. You
Hello?
get a couple of kids in the house and you...
hello, Mickey.
Yes, indeed.
I did, huh? What did it pay? $16.40. Hey, that's all right. Okay, look, now put me down for $5 on little Jeff in the fourth at Bay Meadows tomorrow. Yeah, little Jeff, $5. You're to win. Okay, Mick, I'll give you a growl tomorrow.
Where? Mrs. Collins has an endless assortment of talents, hasn't she, Jim?
All right, Margaret, you don't have to rub it in.
Just a little gem my husband brought home for polishing.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm afraid that we...
That's all right, ain't it? $16.40 for two. I sure can pick 'em. Hey, any of you kids play the races?
Harry, I have an awful headache.
I know, dear.
The way I feel, a headache would be a relief.
Mrs. Collins, if nothing more important comes up in the next few minutes, could we please have some food?
Okay, but you take it from me. You're skipping a good thing if you miss little Jeff in the fourth tomorrow.
Mrs. Collins, if you don't hurry up, we'll be ready to eat little Jeff tonight.
That French for roast beef is coming up.
Good night, Mrs. Anderson. It was a lovely evening. One I'll never forget.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Good night, Anderson and Mrs. Anderson. It was, well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Anderson.
Good night, sir. We'll have to get together again real soon.
Yes, indeed, yes. Sometime soon. Good night.
Quiet, isn't it?
Margaret, I don't know what to say. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I think that woman's insane.
Oh, no, dear. She's just, well, uninhibited. She likes to speak her mind.
What mind? She's got the brain of a half-witted hyena. And if she had the least bit of decency, she'd give it back.
Jim.
What?
Did you see the look on Mrs. Edwards' face when Collins told her she needed a new girdle?
Oh, that was nothing. You should have seen Edwards when she told him he could use one, too.
Jim, I can't help it, but I think they were the stumpiest people I've ever met.
She told Edwards. She said she thought that...
Everybody's having a good time, huh? Well, that's what I like. People laugh and enjoying themselves. You live longer that way.
Mrs. Collins, I'd like to speak to you, if I may.
Talks nice, don't he? Go ahead, kid.
Thank you. Mrs. Collins, I'm not usually one to complain, but...
Complain? Well, go ahead. If you feel you got a beef coming, just spread it right out. That's the way it ought to be. Everything out in the open. All the cards right out there on the table.
Right. Now, Mrs.
Now,
Collins...
I don't go for this stabbing in the back routine. You got any complaints, I want to hear them. It's your house. I'm working for you, and anything you don't like, all you got to do is just tell me.
How?
Jim, you'll wake the children.
Look, you don't have to yell at me. Just talk, and I'll listen.
Mrs. Collins, there are a great many things I could say, and a great many ways in which I could say them. But since all of the things I have to say and all of the ways in which I would say them add up to one and the self-same thing, I say to you now from the very bottom of my heart, you are fired!
Jim, you know my whole life that's the nicest way I ever got canned. Well, I gotta go to bed.
Just a moment, Mrs. Collins. I'm afraid you don't understand. My husband fired you. You don't work here anymore.
I know I ain't deep, but I still gotta go to sleep.
You will not sleep here, Mrs. Collins. We want you to go away now. You're discharged. You're the most discharged person we've ever had in this house. Now, will you please pack up your things and get out?
Jim, I'm surprised at you. A smart man like you with a nice home and a nice family. Why, you ought to know more about the law. You can't fire me. I gotta have a week's notice.
I'm giving you a week's notice. I'll pay your wages for a whole week. Only please go away.
But I like it here. And it ain't just the wages, Jim. I'm supposed to get room and board.
I'll give you 2 weeks' wages.
I don't think so. You got a piano, and I can call my bookie on the phone, and it's like a vacation with pay.
Margaret.
Mrs. Collins, is there anything I can do to...
Sure. Call me when breakfast is ready. Well, good night. I'll see you all in the morning, huh?
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
When they start giving out awards for the world's prize idiot, be sure and tell them about me.
Oh, Jim, darling, you're an idiot, but you'd never take any prize.
I certainly would.
Well, I won't argue, dear. After all, Father knows best.
Well, Father certainly plunged into that head over heels. Now, how sorry he is. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it certainly pays to look for flavor. The most in flavor for every penny you spend. After all, flavor is what you're paying for. And we don't think you can beat the famous flavor we pack into every pound of Maxwell House. But here's my point. Air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers, like paper bags, can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we take our Maxwell House, fresh and fragrant from the roasting ovens, and carefully vacuum pack it in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you're guaranteed coffee that's fresh and full-flavored as the hour it was roasted. So be sure you get all the flavor and fragrance you pay for, your money's worth and more. You always will with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
This world is not so bad a world as some would like to make it. Though whether good or whether bad depends on how we take it. A week's gone by, and we find Jim Anderson walking along a busy street in downtown Springfield. The Chamber of Commerce is still dear to his heart, and he is not what you'd call a particularly happy man, like this.
Serves me right, that's what it does. Make a fool of myself in front of Edwards. Spoil my chances of getting on the board. Gosh, I wanted that spot on the Chamber of Commerce. The speeches I could have made. About important things, too. Why, I could have said things like, ladies and gentlemen, it's an established fact that everybody wants a different thing. A farm, a store, a college education for their children, or maybe they just want to retire and go fishing. But there's one thing everybody wants, security. And there's one way, one sure way for each and every one of us to get it. Save for your independence. Buy United States savings bonds. That's what I could have told them. I could have said, buy bonds automatically if you can on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan at your bank. They're like cash on hand, and they return you $4 for every $3 you invest. Buy United States savings. Save for your independence. And start now. Then I could have said...
I say, Anderson.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Edwards. I I didn't see you.
I thought if you weren't in any great hurry, we might take a stroll together. A little matter has come up that I'd like to discuss with you.
Why, of course, Mr. Edwards. It'll be a very great pleasure.
You know, Anderson, we never did get down to a discussion of business at your house the other night.
Mr. Edwards, I wanted to explain about that. You see...
Tut, my boy. No need to explain. I understand completely. As you know, Anderson, there's a vacancy on the board of the Chamber of Commerce, and, well, it's yours if you want it.
If I want it? Why, Mr. Edwards, of course I want it. And thank you very much.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Tell me, Anderson, that Mrs. Collins, is she still with you?
No. We finally got rid of her this morning.
This morning? That's too bad.
Oh, I don't think we could have taken it another day. She had the whole family waiting on her hand and foot all week.
I see. You wouldn't know how I could get in touch with her.
Well, I might. I think she left a forwarding address with Margaret. But why?
Well, I wouldn't want this to get around, Anderson.
Oh, of course not. I won't say a word.
Well, I followed that bit of advice Mrs. Collins gave me about little Jeff, you know. And I won $64.
Did you know? Now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee. Nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. And now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Yes, this is your invitation to stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater next on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Right in here.
Oh, thank you.
Come in, Mr. Templar.
Oh, Warden, how are you?
Oh, just as gloomy as ever.
Sit down. I haven't seen you for a long time. I do my best to keep out of jail.
And you do your best to get a lot of people in. What can I do for you?
And I wanted permission to see one of your prisoners.
Oh?
Yes, Tommy Patchik.
Can't be done, even for you. Patchik's in the prison hospital. No visitors allowed there.
Oh, I see.
You know Tommy?
He did some work for me years ago, Warden, that's all. I didn't even know he was here in prison until I got his letter.
Letter? I wonder how he got a letter out of here.
I don't know. He couldn't very well have put it in the mailbox at the corner.
Mind if I take a look at it?
Oh, of course not. Here it is.
Dear Mr. Templar, maybe I got no right to ask your help, but I need it bad. They're trying to kill me, but I don't know why. Tommy Patchek.
You know, I've got a hunch Tommy's telling the truth. Am I right, Warden?
Yes, you are. Patchek's been here 3 years. He's due out next spring. In 3 years, there have been 5 attempts on his life by other prisoners. The latest was just a day or so ago.
Was he hurt seriously?
Knifed, but not seriously. We don't know who did it, and Patchek's too scared to tell. Most likely we'll never know.
Warden, haven't you any way of protecting this man?
Protect him? Look, Templar, this prison was built for 1,200 men. I've got 4,000. The guards are overworked and underpaid. The food's bad. There's no recreation facility. And every year, society sends me 1,000 more men and says, keep them in your crowded cage for a few years and send them back good citizens. Protect Patchek? Why, I can't even...
Hey, what's that?
There's been a break. Hello? Evans, where is it? How many? I see. Be right over.
What is it, Warden?
Your friend Patchek, Templar. He couldn't wait for you. He's gone.
Read all about the prison break. Patchek still at large. Read all about it. Extra.
Taxi! Hey, taxi! Well, good afternoon, Louis.
Afternoon, Mr. Templar. Ain't it a heavenly day?
Yes, Louis, it is.
Where to, Mr. Templar?
312 Main Street, Louis.
Gotcha. Did you read about that prison break last night, Mr. Templar? Say this Patchek rode out in the laundry truck. You think they'll catch him?
Oh, sooner or later, Louis. They always do.
You know something? I kind of hope they don't. In my sub-unconscious, that is. Why is that, Mr. Templar?
The universal guilt feeling, Louis. Whenever there's a man in hiding, that man might be you or me.
Yeah, Freud, huh?
Louis, it's Freud.
That's what I said, Siegfried Freud. You know something more, Mr. Templar? I kind of felt this way when that leopard escaped last spring, remember? Then he come back to his cage all by himself. It was kind of sad.
Yeah, an allegory, Louis.
No, it was a leopard. You think Patchek will come back to the cage, Mr. Templar?
Well, I'm afraid that for him there is no hiding place. Hey, isn't this Main Street, Louis?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. 312. Anybody we know?
I got a tip that Tommy Patchek used to live here. Perhaps if I can help him, then you and I won't feel so guilty. Wait for me, Louis, huh?
Sure.
I'll be darned.
What's the matter?
I've been to this house before.
You got friends in the strangest places.
Yeah. As I remember, the landlady was one of the most charming, cultivated damsels I ever had the pleasure of meeting.
Some guys got all the luck. You sure you don't want me to come with you?
No, thanks, Louis. I want her all to myself.
Yeah, what do you want?
Dear heart and gentle person, don't you remember me?
My memory ain't so good.
Well, I'm a friend of Tommy Patchek.
Oh, you are? Know who I am? Shirley Temple. You're a cop, that's what. Cops have been thicker than flies around here last night and today both thicker than flies.
Well, for here, that's pretty thick.
I run a respectable rooming house, and every time a cop comes to the front door, 5 more rumors go out the back.
Oh, rumors are flying.
Worse for business than the bubonic plague. I hate cops. What do you want, cop?
I'm not a policeman, really. I'm trying to help Tommy if I can. If you know anything...
I got a very poor memory.
Well, now, here, would a treasury note refresh it any?
I got a memory like an elephant. Come on in.
Thank you. Now, about Tommy Patchek.
Well, say, you sure you're not a cop?
Quite sure.
Well, I ain't looking for Tommy to come here, but he's got a sister, Nancy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the cops don't either. They were raised separate, and Tommy didn't want her brought into his trouble.
Any idea where I could find her?
I got a very poor memory.
Here we are.
Thanks. She works at the Voodoo Room, cigarette girl.
Voodoo Room? That's Charlie Forelli's place, isn't it?
Yeah, sure it is. Say, you positive you're not a cop?
Madam, I might as well confess I am a personal emissary of J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, huh? Well, that's good enough for me. Finest president we ever had.
Thank you and goodbye, Barbara Fritchie. Bartender?
Who do you think you're talking to?
Well, you're standing behind the bar. I presumed you were the bartender.
Well, I'm not. Joe is. I'm a big shot around here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'll wait for Joe, the small shot.
Well, you'll have a long wait. He went out to get a drink, which means he won't be back for several drinks. What'll it be?
Scotch over ice, please.
Coming up. Yeah?
Thank you. Nancy around?
Nancy around. Who wants to know? A guy wears a necktie, drinks scotch in the afternoon, thinks all the girls should fall down dying dead when he waves his little finger.
Look, all I asked was, is Nancy...
Big man drinks scotch in the afternoon, thinks he's got a right to... Real big operator here drinks scotch in the
I
afternoon.
said go away, please. You talk too much and you don't say anything. Just go polish your glasses.
Okay. Real big pinstripe, white shirt, necktie type operator.
Well, you wanted to see me? What about?
I was down at the state prison last night. I had a letter from a man who wanted to see me, but he couldn't wait.
Tommy.
Yes. I'm Simon Templar. I used to know your brother.
What do you want?
I want to help if I can.
You're the saint, aren't you?
Yes.
I remember Tommy talked about you. Could you come to my place later? I live at the Sheldon. It's the back apartment on the second floor.
What time?
Around 11. I'll take off early tonight.
I'll be there, Nancy. Do you think there's any chance Tommy might come?
I don't.
Excuse me, but I got a message to deliver, Mac.
Well, what is it, Jack?
Mr. Forelli just said that he wants to see you in his office.
Keep out of this, Frank. Forelli doesn't even know he's here.
I said that Mr. Forelli wants to see Mr. Man of Distinction here, and if I have to persuade him, then I'll persuade him.
Now, stop flexing your muscles, Frank. You need your strength for the cocktail hour.
I said that Mr. Forelli wants to see you.
What an unattractive gun. It matches your face.
Hey, listen, Mac.
Please, Mr. Templar.
Lead on, Jack.
Now, you lead. I'll be right behind you just to make sure that you get there. You stay here, Nancy. Some big deal, this guy. Scotch in the afternoon. Thinks right away all the girls should fall down dying dead when he... There's a guy to see you, Mr. Pirelli. He was bashful, so I brought him.
Oh, come in, Mr.
Simon Templar.
Welcome to the Voodoo Room, Mr. Templar. Let us see more of you. Cigar?
Thank you.
That's our own brand. And a vial of perfume for the lady of your choice. Voodoo from the Voodoo Room. That's a little trick I picked up from Sherman Billingsley.
Thank you. And where did you pick up this little trick, Mr. Pirelli?
Frank?
Yeah.
Well, he's rather class-conscious, but a hard worker.
He was asking about Tommy Patrick, Mr. Forelli. I heard him.
Indeed. Well, you're a friend of Tommy's, Mr. Templar?
Possibly.
Possibly. Mm-hmm. And you might possibly be in touch with him soon?
I couldn't say.
You couldn't say. But you could tell us the basis of your interest in Tommy.
I could, but I see no reason to.
You see no reason to. Mr. Templar, showing interest in other people's affairs is not always healthy, and some people know this instinctively, and others have to be taught. Teach him, Frank.
Yeah, sure. Not such a big operator now.
That's enough, Frank. That's enough. I'm out the back way.
Well, okay, Mr. Forelli. Hey, Mr. Forelli, I think I broke the bottle of perfume you gave him. I heard something crack.
Well, let's look on the bright side, Frank. Might have been a rib.
Yeah, it serves him right. Drinking scotch in the afternoon with a necktie.
Louis.
Hey, Mr. Templar. What happened? Here, wait, I'll help you into the cab. Oh, gee, what happened, Mr. Templar? You look horrible. You sure smell pretty, but...
It's a doubtful consolation. I tangled with the Mr. Charlie Forelli.
Yeah, huh? How does he look, huh?
Not a scratch.
Oh, that Forelli is bad medicine. Stay away from him, Mr. Templar. The less you know about his business, the better.
Maybe. But after you take me home for repairs, you can take me to the morgue.
The morgue? I hope and trust a round trip.
The newspaper morgue.
Oh.
I'm going to do some checking on Frelly. I begin to detect quite an odor about this whole business.
Yeah. So do I. I hardly trust myself in the same camp with you. You get it, Mr. Templar? You said so you detect an odor, so I said...
Louis, home.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Sam.
Well, Simon Templar, the Robin Hood of modern crime. How are things in Sherwood Forest?
Everybody's getting ready for television.
Come on in. All
right.
Sit down and let's chew the fat. You know anything bad about anybody?
Yes, that's why I'm here. Wonder if I could look at your files on Charlie Pirelli, Sam. Huh?
Oh, no need to get dusty. I'll tell you all you want to know. Pirelli came to this country around 25 years ago, probably from Sicily. Nobody knows for sure. Made big dough in Prohibition days, liquor. Bought a nightclub. Might be leveling now and might not. Big connections, underworld and otherwise. Police never pinned anything on him, and if you ask me, they never will. It's a class operator.
Well, thanks, Sam. How's your memory on Tommy Patchek?
Oh, had to pull the file on him today after his break last night.
Yeah.
Sent up 3 years ago for attempted robbery. He and his buddy tried to hold up a liquor store. His partner was killed. Nick Pantel, Pantel, I think that was his name. Tommy was shot but recovered. He claimed it was a frame.
Now, why would anyone want to frame him?
Well, he didn't know. I guess that's why nobody believed him.
I see. Well, thanks, Sam.
Oh, anytime, Saint. That's an interesting egg on your forehead. You walk into a door?
No, someone slugged me.
Oh, now, why would anybody want to slug you?
I don't know. I guess that's why nobody believes me.
Yeah. Well, stuff happens.
Yeah, stuff happens. Good night, Sam. Simon Templar, Nancy.
Oh, come in quickly.
Anybody watching the house?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Oh, Mr. Templar, your face.
You should see the rest of me. Well, I mean,
What happened? Did Frank beat you up?
Well, he beat me up some, but I'm the durable type, pre-war construction.
Oh, I despise him. He's always hanging around as if he owned me. I hate him. I guess I'm afraid of him, too.
And what about Forelli?
I don't know. You know, I get the feeling he's watching me all the time. I almost feel sometimes like that's why he's hired me, so he could watch me.
Does he know Tommy Patchek's your brother?
I don't know, but he knows everything. Maybe he does. What's Tommy done? Why is somebody trying to have him killed? What's he done?
Oh, come on, Nancy. Here's a shoulder to cry on.
I'm sorry. I'm not the crying type. It's just that knowing that kid's out there somewhere cold and scared, hunted in the low.
Well, maybe he won't be alone. If we can reach him, or if he can reach us. Does he know where you live?
Yeah. But how can he get?
Someone outside the door.
Who?
You'll soon find out.
Frank.
Hey, you're quite an accomplished man, Frank. You tend bar, beat up the customers, listen at keyholes. What else do you do?
I take guys I find in my girl's room and I throw them downstairs.
Frank, get out.
Did you forget your blackjack, Frank? You might need it.
Big lady killing operator, eh? Well, come on. Let's see how you bounce.
Stop it, Frank!
Hey, stand still, Templar.
This is for the egg on the head, Frankie. And this is just because I don't like you.
Oh, Templar.
I hope your neighbors don't object to noisy parties, Nancy.
Come in, Mr. Templar. You hurt?
No, I'm not hurt. But I don't think I'll have Frankie mix me any more drinks.
You were pretty terrific.
Was I? Oh, well, no, Well, you know best. Good night, Nancy.
You leaving?
Oh, no, indeed. Frankie might be back. I'll sit up and you take the bedroom. Now, get some rest. Did you sleep at all last night?
No. I kept waiting for Tommy.
Yeah, get some rest. I'll stretch out on the couch.
But
If Tommy comes, I'll awaken you.
All right, Mr. Templar.
Nancy.
Yes, Mr. Templar?
If I'm going to spend the night on your couch, you'd better call me Simon. Hey, Nancy.
Yes, Simon?
Do I smell coffee and bacon?
You do.
Nancy, men have married for such an aroma.
Oh, well, breakfast will be ready in a minute.
Did you get any sleep?
Yeah, I did finally. Simon, I wonder if they've picked up Tommy yet.
No, they didn't. I went out this morning around 6 and bought a paper. Here.
Let me see. Police narrow trap around Patrick. Escape bandit still at large. Oh, Simon, what's that?
It's your brother. He's on the fire escape.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy.
Come on now. Let me help you, Tommy. Here you go.
I made it, sis.
Come on now, take it easy.
Tommy, come here, sit down over here.
Yeah. Come on now, that's it.
Don't talk. I'll get your breakfast and then put you to bed. You're all right now, Tommy.
Did anyone see you come in?
I don't know. I had a breakout saying, they'd kill me.
I know. Now, pull yourself together. We haven't got much time. Who's trying to kill you?
I think Borelli.
Why? Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
But you must.
Can't you let him alone?
I can't. Frank, Forelli, the police, some of them or all of them will be here at any minute.
Don't let them take me back. They'll kill me.
Look, we've got to find out why, Tommy. Nancy, hand him some coffee.
All right, right away.
Now, you say Forelli is trying to have you killed. That means you know something, or he thinks you do. What is it?
I don't know. Don't you think I've been trying to figure it out for 3 years? Please let him alone.
I can't. You say the holdup was a frame, right?
We didn't even have guns. Nick and I just went in for some beer, and the owner started shooting at us. He got Nick, and he went to get me, too. When I came through, there was a gun planted on me. One on Nick, too.
Did Nick know Forelli?
Well, can't I rest for a while?
No, you've got to answer me.
Yeah, Nick knew Forelli. I think he knew him in Sicily, but he never said. He was lazy, but he was a good guy.
It didn't work? Well, how did he get along?
I got the idea Forelli gave him money. I don't know why.
And you were his friend?
Yeah. We lived in the same room and house on 3rd.
I know where it is, yeah. I was there yesterday and met your charming landlady. Did Nick ever tell you anything about Forelli? About anything at all?
Oh, can't you see he's exhausted?
Look, would you rather see him exhausted or dead? Tell me, Tommy, did Nick ever tell you anything about Forelli?
Just go on. Just if anything ever happened to him. To Nick. I was to look for the ace in the hole.
And did you? No, you couldn't. You were shot and railroaded into prison. What happened to Nick's things, do you know?
They were sold, I guess. He kept everything he had in an old trunk.
An old trunk? Any chance it might still be at the rooming house?
Maybe. I don't know.
Tommy, look. Is there any way we can get into that house without being seen? The police are watching it.
I don't know.
Oh, you've got to know.
Yeah, I do. Yes, through the backyard. Next door. Then through the garage.
Come on, Nancy. We're taking him out of here.
You can't move him now, Simon.
We'll move him if we have to carry him. If we leave him here, Forelli will kill him. Come on, if that trunk is still there, we've got a chance. Louis, listen very carefully.
Go ahead, Mr. Temple. It's your nickel.
Are you feeling particularly reckless today?
Wait, what do you mean?
How would you like to take somebody for a ride?
Well, Mr. Temple, there ain't nothing I wouldn't do for you. You know that. But take somebody for a... My wife wouldn't like that.
You haven't got a wife.
Yeah, but if I had one, she wouldn't like it. No, honest, Mr. Temple, I never bumped off nobody my whole life.
I know that, and I wouldn't expect you to start now. I just want you to take somebody for a ride in your cab.
Oh!
Yeah, that somebody is somebody the police want. I don't want them to find him just yet.
Gotcha.
Well, look, don't hit any bumps. He's in pretty bad condition.
Don't worry, Mr. Temple. He'll think he's in a baby buggy.
Louis, I like you.
Oh, Mr. Temple, I bet you say that to all the cab drivers.
Stand right behind this door, Nancy, until I...
Hey, what are you doing sneaking in the back way? This is a respectable rooming house. Or it would be if I had respectable roomers.
Look, Mother, I haven't much time. Do you remember Nick Pantel?
Nick? Sure I do. Was shot 3 years ago, dead now.
Yes, I know. Did he leave a trunk here?
I've got a very bad memory.
Here.
Well, I sold the trunk.
What?
At least the stuff in it. I had a perfect right. He didn't give me my 2 weeks' notice before leaving.
Is the trunk still here?
It's down in the cellar, this door here.
Oh, thank you.
That's okay. I won't mention it to anybody. Won't even mention the Tommy Patchek's sister standing right in my hall behind the door. Of course, the cops would be kind of interested because they're looking for a brother, but just the same.
And you've got a perfect right to call the police if you want to.
Oh, not me. I hate cops. Of course, if they was to ask me, I've got such a good memory.
Here.
Thanks. It's going back on me again.
Wait a minute, Nancy, till I get the light. You see it?
I think so. There's only one trunk here.
Looks like Forelli covered this angle years ago, huh? The lining's ripped up. So's the bottom.
No use then.
Perhaps Nick Pantel read Poe's The Purloined Letter. You see this waybill on the trunk?
Yeah.
I'm going to see if it comes off.
What's that prove?
That the best hiding place is sometimes the most obvious. Look, there's a newspaper clipping on the other side. It's in Italian.
Can you translate it, son?
No, but I'll find someone who can, and when I
Save
do...
yourself the trouble, Mr. Templar.
Son.
Oh, hello, Forelli.
Hi, Mac.
Hi.
I'll take that clipping. Keep him covered, Frank. Thank you.
What do you propose to do now?
What do I propose to do now? What would you do?
Nothing. You're licked, Forelli. You can destroy that clipping, but I can guess what it says. You committed a crime in Sicily years ago and had to flee the country. Probably you killed a man. Nick Pantel knew it and was blackmailing you. You had him killed. Then you tried to have Tommy killed at the same time, just because he might know.
Just because he might know. And if I committed this crime, Mr. Templar, why didn't they extradite me?
Because Mussolini was making the trains run on time and accepting bribes whenever they came along. Since then, you haven't been too sure, Forelli.
Everything is for sale, Mr. Templar. You've got the money. Where's Tommy, Nancy?
She doesn't know, Forelli.
Do you?
I think I'll just let you brood about that one.
What do you think we should do, Frank?
Well, it looks like him or you, Mr. Forelli.
How about the girl, Frank?
I don't know her.
Frank.
You heard what he said, kid. Well, Frank?
No.
It won't work, Forelli.
It won't work. Well, difference of opinion is what makes horse races.
Hey, get back, you.
Put up the gun. There's enough holes in the floor already. There's cops all over the house and outside.
Who called them?
I did.
Mother, and you hated cops.
I did, but I remembered there was a reward out for Tommy, and I figured Nancy knew where he was. Hurt me to go back on my principles, but I forced myself.
Hey, what'll we do, boss?
Mr. Forelli's a sensible man, Frank. He'll go back to the old country. That's better than facing a murder rap here, isn't it?
Yes, much better. Put up the gun, Frank.
Well, not before I...
Give me that, Frankie. Give me that before I break your martini arm. There.
Very impetuous young man, Frank.
Oh, he might have killed you, son.
Yeah, but he didn't. Shall we go, Forelli?
Yes, we'll go. But it's only a question of time for me, Mr. Templar. I'll be back. In any sensible society, money can buy anything. And when we return to, shall I say, sensible basis, I'll be back.
And if you come back, I won't be here.
No. In the meantime, I'll read up on Poe. He might have saved me a lot of trouble.
Tommy Patchek got a full pardon, Mr. Templar? Gee, that's swell.
No, Tommy deserved a few good breaks, Louis.
Yeah. There's just two things about that case that bother me, Mr. Templar.
Oh, what are they, Louis?
You think a guy like Forelli could ever come back to this country like you said?
He'll be trying, Louis. So it's up to you and me.
Yeah.
And what's the other thing?
Well, you know that day you had me drive Tommy Patchek all over town in this cab when the cops were looking for him?
Yeah?
Well, all he talked about was his sister. What a wonderful girl she was. And how pretty.
Yes?
Well, he was saying how hard she worked all her life and how regular she was. And how pretty.
Yes?
And I just wondered, that's all, if a girl was that pretty.
Louis, the Voodoo Club is under new management. New owner, new bartender, but the same cigarette girl.
Yeah?
Well, let's drive over there. You seem to be out of cigarettes.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast you heard Peggy Weber as the landlady and Sheldon Leonard as Frank. Victor Rodman was Forelli, Peter Leeds, Sam. Dick Crenna played Tommy, Fred Shields the warden. Larry Dobkin plays Louis. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
The script of The Saint was written by Dick Powell. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is now starring in The Winslow Boy at the Las Palmas Theater here in Hollywood. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight it's the big show once again. There'll be music with Meredith Wilson, Mindy Carson, Perry Como, and many more. Comedy with Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, and Eddie Cantor. Drama with Jose Ferrer. In fact, it has everything, including Tallulah. And tonight, Theater Guild on the Air presents another outstanding drama, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March and Barbara Bel Geddes. So remember, visit the big show today on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Waiter. Yes, monsieur. Waiter, will you tell the chef of this unhappy restaurant that he'd make a better shoemaker?
Monsieur, shoemaker?
Look at this miserable concoction. It's called a salad.
But, monsieur.
Don't but me.
But, monsieur, I have something to tell you.
Yes?
Someone is waiting for you at another table.
Well, get back to him at once. Warn him against eating anything in this establishment. Tell him his life is in danger.
Mr. Center, there is something strange about the gentleman. I think he has a gun in his pocket.
Aha. More severe critic of food than I am. Well, tell the chef he'd better flee for his life.
Do you wish to speak to him?
The chef? No, he'll have to look out for himself.
Not the chef, monsieur. The little man.
He is little, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
But desperate air about it. Well, I'll go see him. How do you do? You wish to see me?
Mr. Templar, my name is Potts.
How do you do?
I need help. I'm the senior partner of Potts & Carter, Jewelers Extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
Earlier this evening, Mr. Carter was killed.
Oh, too bad.
Mr. Templar, it wasn't an accident.
Oh?
He was murdered.
Oh, I see. And the police are picking you for Queen of the May. And you want me to prove you didn't murder Carter?
Oh, no, Mr. Templar.
No?
No. I want you to prove I did. It's no use, Mr. Templar. I did kill Carter.
Well, why wouldn't the police believe you?
Because they couldn't find the corpse.
There's usually one around after a murder, you know.
Somebody stole this one.
Stealing corpses is a rather restricted profession. Where did you kill your partner?
In our establishment on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, that's a nice place for it. When?
Earlier this evening.
And then you phoned the police from the shop?
No, I couldn't bear the sight of Carter's body. I walked over to a nearby hotel and made my call from there.
And then?
I returned to the shop. I didn't go into the back.
Where the shooting had taken place?
Yes. I waited for the police. They arrived. I told them what had happened and let them into the back.
But when you got there, the cupboard was bare.
Yes, Mr. Templar.
No one had heard the shot?
No, you see, it's a business neighborhood. It was evening.
That's understandable. May I ask you a question, Mr. Potts?
Of course.
Are you tired of living?
Right. Oh, you mean why am I so anxious to have the police leave me?
Yes.
Because I shot Carter in self-defense. He's a larger man than I am. He was threatening me with physical violence. I acted only in self-defense.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll drop you at your home, and, Mr. Potts, you've got a job.
Yes?
You've got to find your partner's body.
But
Now, ask yourself where you'd go if you were... No, he wouldn't be going anywhere himself. You better spend some time thinking about your friends. One of them might have removed the corpse in order to shield you. Or think of your enemies. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Well, anyway, an enemy of yours might have moved the body to make the killing look like premeditated murder. One way or another, Mr. Potts, you've quite a bit to think about, haven't you? Are you,
I'm Carter.
Carter?
Yes.
Of Potts and Carter?
Of Potts and Carter.
One of us is in a bad way. Either you're dead or I'm crazy.
I can assure you I'm not dead.
Oh, very well. I'll see a psychiatrist in the morning. Tonight I'm sleepy.
What did Potts want with you?
You've been haunting me, haven't you?
I've been following Potts. What did he want?
Oh, nothing really. He merely wanted to assure me that he'd killed you.
He what?
Killed you. Shot you to amplify an already unbelievable remark.
He said that? He must be insane.
Well, eccentric, anyway. Mr. Carter, the situation is rather bizarre. A man confesses to a murder. The police do not believe him. He comes to me and asks me to prove him a murderer. I leave him and find myself confronting the man he claims to have murdered. It doesn't make sense. No, perhaps it's not intended to.
What do you mean?
I suggest you go to the police, identify yourself to them, and ask complete protection for yourself.
I don't need any protection. Potts wouldn't harm a fly.
Yeah, but you're not a fly.
My dear fellow, the possibility of Potts really doing me harm is something I can't take seriously.
Why not go to the police anyway?
I couldn't without exposing Potts to ridicule and...
Your solicitude for your partner is rather touching, especially since he accused you of being a thief, of stealing from the firm, to be precise.
He said that?
Yes.
Then I have something to think about.
You've something to fear.
Nonsense.
No. Now, a man has already confessed to your murder, and you're still alive. His confession may have been moonstruck madness, or it may have been prophecy. Good night, Mr. Carter. Cars they put out nowadays have rare and wonderful gadgets attached. Pardon me, but I'm trailing a fellow.
Who?
A man named Carter. Do you know him?
Mm-hmm.
Do I know you, or should I?
What do you think?
Carter's cab is well in sight. Just a moment. I'll take my eyes off the cab for a moment, and... yes, I should. What's your name?
Care.
I'm Simon. I only bought this car yesterday. Are you part of the standard equipment?
No, I go with the deluxe models only.
Well, I'm so glad I paid for the extras. Clear what?
Doesn't matter.
Depends on where we're going or what we do when we get there.
This is a nice, quiet street.
Hey, wait a minute. That's the ignition key.
I know.
Look, you've got the key.
Mm-hmm.
Well, may I borrow, eh?
No.
No. Carter's cab is out of sight. Hey, you're cute.
This is as far as we're going. And now, Simon, what are we going to do?
I beg your pardon. Oh, hello, officer.
Now, this may be a residential neighborhood, but...
It is?
It is. But that doesn't mean you should play house here.
Well, we weren't exactly playing house, officer. I was trying to persuade the lady to return my ignition key to me.
Is that a fact? Lady, give him back his ignition key.
All right, officer. Here you are, Simon.
Well, thank you.
Now, you take that ignition key and stick it in the lock. That's right. Now you turn it. Oh, you're doing very nicely. Now you push the little button over there.
This one?
Yeah. Oh, charming. Now you shift the gear into first. You release the handbrake. Now, you're a bright boy. The next time you go out with a girl, make sure your ignition key isn't showing. Now step on the gas and get the heck out of here.
Simon, are you angry with me?
For delaying me? Not especially.
Where are you taking me?
To a jewelry store.
Oh, you really shouldn't. You don't know me well enough. Which jewelry store, Simon?
Potts and Carter. You know the place?
I sure. My husband owns half of it.
Oh. Potts or Carter?
Potts.
They must have a nice assortment of stones.
What makes you think so?
Potts doesn't bat in your league, baby. Not in his own merit.
Well, I'm not so sure that's a compliment.
Rude about it, huh? Because, he was arrived. Hey, there's a light in the back. Are you coming with me?
No.
Oh, why not? You think your hubby might be there?
I'm brooding.
All right. Just don't hatch anything.
Who's there?
Open the door.
Okay. Templar.
How right you are, Mr. Carter.
What do you want?
Let's go inside.
I
said inside.
Well, come in. But
I know. You weren't expecting company. The house is a mess.
what made you think I'd be here?
I wasn't sure, but it was a possibility, so I came.
Now that you're here,
I'd like to take a look in that back room where the light is.
where the light...
And I rather suspect the vault.
Templar, I don't have to stand for this.
No, but I've got a feeling you're going to. Let's get on with it, shall we?
I was checking stock.
Well, let's both check.
Wait a minute. You mightn't understand.
Give me a chance to first, huh?
I don't want you to come in
Keep
here.
walking.
All right. But...
Well, you idiot, if you think that by putting the lights out you... Carter!
Simon!
Claire,
I heard the shots. I came up to Simon. Where?
The light switch is near the back door. I got it. Oh, quiet.
Simon, your feet.
Lying half across the doorway, Mr. Carter.
Eyes are open. Simon, they're open.
Dead. There's blood leaking out from under him. Just take a look at the back room. Yeah, back window leading to an alley. Not so much for that. Now, the vault's open.
Simon, how can you worry about that when a man's
I've
dead?
seen dead men before. The vault's empty.
I don't care.
Your husband might. The police certainly would. Well, I gotta go.
Oh, but you can't leave me.
You've got a job notifying the police. They wouldn't like it if you didn't.
What are you going to do?
Where do you live?
Bell Tower Drive.
What number?
39.
All right. Dial operator, ask for police headquarters. Tell them all. Me, I'm going to visit with a man who confessed to a murder before it was committed. Curious to see whether he's going to stick to that confession now that the murder is a murder. I want to see Mr. Potts.
At this hour?
Yes, I'm peculiar. I want to see Mr. Potts at this hour.
I'm sorry, but...
Save your regrets.
Good heavens, sir, you pushed me aside.
Tonight you win the badge for alertness. Now shut the door.
Yes, sir.
Where's Potts?
I refuse to...
You're not the usual butler. You're young, big, and you look as if you've got muscles. If you let me push you aside as if you were a doddering old man, why?
My father was a butler before me, sir, and his father before him. We're accustomed to dealing with gentlemen, sir.
Must be quite a come-down talking to me. Where's Potts?
He's not at home, sir.
You sure?
Quite, sir.
Let's go look for him as though we didn't know he was out.
But I assure you, sir, that he...
Show me. Well, he's not in the house.
No, sir.
Don't look so smug. Mrs. Potts isn't in the house either.
You knew that, sir, before you looked.
Tell me, how does she feel about her husband?
I beg your pardon.
All right. You've given me the proper outraged response. What's your name?
Anderson, sir.
Anderson, make a speech.
Sure. Well, my father
And his father before him. And I'll bet you they all knew exactly what cooked with the master and mister. So do you. What cook?
Well, Mr. Potts is a very fine man. Mrs. Potts is a
Very fine woman, and you take the high road, and I'll take the low road. Hey, company's coming. I will take the low road. Butler, who am I?
I don't know, sir.
Good. Then tell the police all about me when they arrive. And they'll be here soon. It'll give them something to think about besides Mrs. Potts. And, Anderson?
Yes, sir?
You think about something besides Mrs. Potts, too. Something like murder,
Good afternoon, sir. Oh,
It's only Simon.
hello, Simon.
Business as usual here at Potts and Carter,
Yes, usual enough, I suppose, with Carter lying in the morgue and my husband.
Where?
Nobody knows.
Police looking for him?
Yes.
Warrant out for him?
No, of course not.
Then whom have they in mind for Carter's murder?
A burglar. It's obvious what happened last night. Someone was burgling the vault. Carter surprised him. The burglar shot Carter.
It's a theory with a great many pleasant aspects. It doesn't explain your husband's confession, though.
Well, he was overworked. He was tired. He didn't know what he was saying. Police are afraid that maybe he's lost his mind or something.
Yeah, I like that or something better. The theory doesn't explain your husband's accusations against Carter. Accusations of theft.
Simon, I don't know anything about all this.
Then why you act in the car last night?
I was worried about my husband, about Carter. And then I always wanted to meet you.
Why?
Well, it's not the kind of thing I can talk about coldly like this.
Well, we must discuss it warmly. Some other time. Right now, what about Anderson, your butler?
Anderson?
I don't trust him. I know it's not done this year, mistrusting butlers, but I have a feeling he knows more than he should.
More than he should about what?
Why don't you find out?
What? What could I?
By discussing things with him. Warmly.
I'm not so sure I'd like that.
I'm not making friends today. Just influencing people.
I can't imagine what Anderson would or wouldn't know.
Stimulate your imagination by going out to the house now and working on him.
You really think it's important?
Very important. Now run along.
Well, all right, but the shop.
I'll lock up. You go on.
Will I see you later?
I'll be at home. Stirring up the furnace.
Simon, you don't have to have a furnace. Stay warm.
Well, first the back door. Locked. And now the front door. Locked. Now?
Hey.
Yes?
Hey, pal.
Yes?
That's your heap over there?
Yes, it is.
Better take a cab.
I like my heat.
Now, don't look now, but some low characters let the air out a couple of your tires.
Oh. Well, then suppose we go for a ride in your cab. 39 Bell Tower Drive.
Okay.
Say, did you happen to notice the happy prankster who deflated my tires?
Sure, I noticed it. Why not? I'm under 80.
Oh, well, why didn't you stop her?
Mister, I'm a married man. That means I'm cautious. For all I knew, maybe you're the kind of fella likes a girl to deflate his tires for him.
It depends on the circumstances, Cabby. Not so early in the morning.
Okay. Next time I'll know you don't like a girl to deflate your tires for you in the morning. You don't think it's fun?
No, I think it's murder.
Bell Tower Drive up ahead.
Okay. Pull over here.
Okay. Nice jump. Want I should wait for you?
We'll both wait.
For somebody to get to the house?
No, for someone to leave it.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
There's a guy leaving the house now, getting into a car.
Good. Anderson, follow the car.
Okay. Not too close, huh?
Not too close.
There it goes. Well, we go too. Hope he ain't going on no long trip. I ain't got too much gas in the tank.
He's going on a very long trip, and yet I don't think he's going far.
Huh?
Space is relative, Cabby. Remember what Hamlet said?
Well, I wasn't around at the time.
I could be bounded by a nutshell, yet count myself king of infinite space.
Oh, yeah, I remember it now.
Were it not that I have bad dreams.
Nice guy, Hamlet.
I wonder, does Anderson have bad dreams?
dark. I don't like these hills when it starts getting dark.
They're barren.
Yeah, and they're steep. Hey, the guy we're trailing is turning off the road.
Private driveway. Pull up to it and stop.
Okay.
The house is beyond the bend, quite near the road. Cabby.
Yeah?
I'm leaving you. Look, I want you to drive back to town. The instant you hit a place with a phone, call the police.
Yeah, and tell them what?
To warm a cell for a murderer. They can pick the murderer up here.
Okay, pal. But don't do nothing rash.
Oh, hello, Anderson. Fancy finding me here,
Templar.
Mr. Templar, whatever would your grandfather say?
What do you want?
I'm admiring the country home of the Potts. By the way, where is Mr. Potts?
I don't know.
Oh, who's that, a sick friend?
Stay away from that door.
Nonsense. It looks like a charming door. Works, too. Mr. Potts, tied and gagged.
I told you to stay away
I
from
don't
it.
accept advice graciously, nor do I care for large with lantern jaws. But lantern jaws are handy to hit. Now for you, Mr. Potts. We'll get the gag out of your mouth. There. You feel better? Oh, don't rush it. Your hand. Nice job. Quiet.
Look out, behind you.
Oh, hello, Claire.
Hello.
So glad you dropped in.
You are?
Yes. Remember I warned you about your butler? It was he who brought your husband here, tied him up, etc.
That's interesting.
You should ask me why I suspected him. Oh, all right, I'll tell you. When I visited your house and met Anderson for the first time, we had a little chat, in the course of which he remarked that I knew you weren't in the house before I searched it. That was odd, you know.
Why?
Because how did he know I'd seen you outside the house unless...
Unless what?
Let me help you to your feet, Mr. Potts.
I can't move.
Standing up will help restore the circulation.
Unless what, Mr. Templar?
Oh, tut. So formal, Mr. Templar. Unless, Claire, you told him.
Why should I have told him that?
Obviously, because you and he were in on this little plot together.
Plot?
To kill Carter and frame your husband for the murder. Thus you would inherit the business. And the butler.
You're charming, Simon, but fantastically wrong. You're implying Anderson killed Carter.
No. He'll go to the gas chamber as accessory.
To whom?
To you.
Silly. Carter was shot from the back room. I was out front with you.
You were at the front door, that's true. Carter was shot as he was going into the back room. His back, therefore, was to us. And yet, if you remember, he was shot in the back. Afterwards, we remarked how he lay face upward with the blood coming out from underneath him.
You aren't a fool, are you?
Oh, dear. I was wondering how long it would be before you produced the pistol. Mr. Potts, can you stand alone?
I can't. I'm falling.
Oh, then fall in your wife's direction. All right. Mrs. Potts, your gun, if you please. Thank you. Well, that's a good deal better. The police will be here shortly, and that will be that. Now, relax, Mr. Potts. You've fallen to rise again, but your wife, I'm afraid, has deflated her last tire. Here you are, Mr. Potts, in good health.
Mr. Templar, how could I have killed Carter and not killed him?
Simplicity itself, Mr. Potts. Your gun had been carefully loaded with blanks. Carter pretended to be dead.
But why should he have done that?
Your wife must have persuaded him that by doing that he would escape going to jail for theft. She'd have a hold over you.
She's not a very nice woman, is she?
No. With Carter murdered, she was preparing to have you disappear permanently. It would seem to the police that you'd killed Carter and fled to the country.
I can't thank you.
Don't bother. It was fun. But in the future, Mr. Potts, before you confess to murdering anyone, be sure you murder him.
Listening to another adventure of the saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, freedom is everybody's job. The Bill of Rights established our freedom and protects it. But freedom demands that each of us carry out our duties as a citizen. To vote in an informed way so that the best man is placed in public office, to serve on juries, to take an active interest in public issues. Remember, by making our form of government work better here, we strengthen democracy everywhere. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Cast included Betty Lou Gerson, Stanley Farrar, Ted Osborne, Larry Dobkin, and Tom Brown. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippard's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.